Podcast live on 98.1 WOGL HD2 and on the Odyssey app, Alexa, and Google. Connect at BobPantano.com.
Hi, it's Bob Pantano with my New Jersey dining picks. In Penns Grove, DePaulo's Restaurant Bar and Patio is the place, featuring incredible daily specials and the home of the Bob Pantano Wednesday night party. In Collingswood, discover Il Fury, the best fine Italian dining in the downtown, open daily for lunch and dinner. In Bordentown, Ristorante Luca is like no other, featuring award-winning authentic Italian cuisine coupled with nightly live entertainment. And now bring your own wine on Mondays and Tuesdays. Book your fine dining experience at ristoranteluca.com.
Did you know that not all oil changes are the same? Putting the wrong oil in your car can cause a serious problem. That's why it's important to take your vehicle to experts who know what oil is best for your vehicle. The experts at Meineke. And right now, Meineke is offering a full synthetic oil change for only $59.95, plus a free tire rotation. And while your locally owned and operated Meineke dealer is rotating your tires, he'll check to make sure your brakes are safe. Because even if they aren't making noise, they can be worn. Meineke, doing car care right.
Your roof is your home's first line of defense against weather, so don't gamble with it. Hi, I'm Matt with Emmons Roofing and Siding, and at Emmons, we use only the best materials and expert craftsmanship to get your home protected. In fact, as an Owens Corning Platinum contractor, we can offer a lifetime warranty directly from Owens Corning on our workmanship. So whether your roof has storm damage, aging shingles, or it's just time for an upgrade, Emmons has you covered. Call us at 856-556-3229 or visit callemmons.com. From the main line to the shore, from top to bottom, inside and out, at Emmons, we have you covered.
WIP guests prepare for their segments in the Xfinity Mobile Lounge. Your Wi-Fi is booming. Unlock faster, secure speeds at home and on the go with Wi-Fi Power Boost. Only from Xfinity Mobile.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/facts or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Hey, the world's greatest golfer, Scotty Scheffler, had an extraordinary May. He won the Byron Nelson, the PGA Championship, and last weekend's Memorial. And he tied for fourth at the Colonial. Those performances netted him a tidy $9.6 million. The world number one is currently some $10 million shy of passing Phil Mickelson for third on the all-time PGA Tour career earnings list. I'm Boomer Esiason.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia, live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey Sports Station. This is the WIP Morning Show with Joe DeCamera and John Ritchie on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Well, what's going on, everyone? Joe DeCamera and John Ritchie. It is 94 WIP. Great to be with you, off and rolling on this Tuesday morning with the Eagles all over the news and in a great way. Of course, Saquon to the cover of Madden. Congratulations to Saquon Barkley. Brian Dawkins golf tournament yesterday. A lot of the Eagles players from about 20 years ago and others, including Brandon Graham, who is now a former player, but always an Eagle. Brandon Graham there yesterday, and of course the shows were Joe and Hugh and Spike Lake and Jack yesterday. So we got a lot of audio to play for you of the interviews. Look, just a lot of good feelings in the air. Of course, the team preparing for another season. And they'll start it up in about 3 months, and we'll be all over it today at 215-592-9494. Phil's, of course, also back at it versus the Blue Jays. I'll always hate them. We got Phillies tickets to give away today, and we've got the NBA and NHL finals starting this week. So all of it, 215-592-9494. Richie Rich.
Hello, Joe.
Hello there, Johnny.
Exoplanet 55, Cancri E. It's a planet, Joe, that's about 40 light years from Earth.
Yeah, kind of far away.
40 light years from Earth, this planet is referred to as the Diamond Planet because it's believed to be comprised mostly of diamond due to its carbon-rich atmosphere and the extreme pressure and temperatures present on the planet.
Wow. Drill. Go get it.
Planet of diamonds.
Drill, baby, drill.
Can you imagine
drill, baby, drill.
what that planet's worth?
Yeah.
And it's a super planet, like a super Earth, like it's a mega Earth, much larger than Earth itself.
Yeah.
Made almost entirely of diamond and graphite.
I'm sending seltzer.
Shit, we just got to figure out interstellar travel.
Yeah, 40 light years away.
No problem.
How do we get that done?
Yeah, well, I don't know.
Joe's the science guy. He'll figure it out.
Listen, there's a lot I know. That's one of those ones I don't know. Here's what I do know.
Department of Technology, of nanotechnology and future. Isn't that something that the president needs to incorporate?
Yeah, that's why he has advisors, and that's what I'll have. So good morning to you. Good morning to Saquon. Congratulations to Saquon Barkley.
Big time.
And congrats to the Eagles as a whole, because there's an afterglow of the Super Bowl, which is ongoing, and that's what an afterglow is. It's after. And the feeling is still in the air. Now, look, here's the deal, guys. The team has to get back at it, and to an extent already are, and obviously we'll have to ramp it up over the next 3 months and have to do it, come September for the next 5 months. That's their thing, and good for them, right, to have to be back in that grind. That's not us. We're not in the grind. We're in the fan mode where this afterglow can last right up to kickoff in September, and frankly beyond, to be honest. And today I want to kind of live in that afterglow and talk to you at 215-592-9494 about what has happened, but also looking ahead to what could and will happen, because we don't know quite what will happen. We know what we think will happen. We know the Eagles are the favorites to win the Super Bowl. But, I mean, how about the Saquon thing? I mean, my God. All-time player, all-time play, featured on Madden. And I guess the thing that's rattling through me yesterday and today and the last couple months, but especially with the Saquon thing yesterday, 2 words I'll tell you I feel immense are pride and appreciation. What this team did. And of course, we know it culminated Super Bowl Sunday with an all-time beat. I mean, John, that was an all-time beatdown. Mm-hmm. But it was a journey. And you take a guy like Saquon, his journey was only here for a year. But prior to that, he had all the New York nonsense. Prior to that, he had the Penn State thing. And before we go any further, because, James, I can't call for it enough today. Saquon featured on the cover of Madden. Let's hear it.
Hurts in the gun. He backpedals. He's looking, still looking. He fires it out in the flat to Barkley, who beats one man, spins past another, leaps over a third, and comes down at the 30.
What was that? I've never seen that move, and I've been watching football all my life.
Well, he did that. That to show off to Shady McCoy.
He's never done this. No one's ever done this. He hurdles a guy backwards. How do you jump over a guy backwards?
He did. He did.
What am I watching?
That's so good. Well, look, we look forward to watching it again, obviously, in a couple months. But want to hear from you today, 215-592-9494. With all these good tidings with the Eagles, and it does include the whole Brian Dawkins thing. If you don't know, he had a great charity initiative over the last 2 days. Our station was tied in. The midday show and afternoon show broadcast from there yesterday. We're going to play audio for you of Doc today, Brandon Graham, Mike Quick, all these legendary Eagles, Jeremiah Trotter, all that were there. But put it in words when you dial us today at 215-592-9494. Try to capture the feeling of what has happened, but also the anticipation for what will happen, because the team has had great past success, Super Bowl afterglow, Saquon cover, the positivity, the dog stuff, but also, John, the coming season. Because I'll say it again, guys. They have to drill down and do the push-ups, I'll say, the process to get ready for a new season. We don't. James, I can live in this forever.
Same.
And let's be real. To a certain extent, we have a template for this because we're still in the afterglow of 2017 with Foles and Doug and all that. And this is another one like Lidge and Ryan Howard and 08 and Moses and Doc in 83. And you guys get the drill. John, talk to me. Whether it's the past, whether it's the future, what's top of mind for you? And again, everyone, 215-592-9494. John, talk to me.
Well, the Madden cover is so massive for Saquon, just from a player perspective. What a cool honor. Yeah. What a huge honor.
It is.
Just bigger than most and bigger than we can even appreciate, I think. I thought it was cool when I heard yesterday he was doing the event at Geno's, and he talked about the hit that he took on that play.
Yeah.
After, the leap was the hardest hit he took all year. Like, I think that's fascinating.
Well, he was vulnerable. He was exposed.
Oh, he said he had to come out of the game, and it's stuff like that we don't even consider.
He still finished with power, though. That's the thing. To me, the most underrated aspect of that play, even when he landed and does get hit, but he still burst with some. He can't have the full power. He's not running at top speed. He just landed, but he still had some power coming out of the land to come forward toward those other two guys. It was unbelievable.
Saquon just defies logic.
And you really
reason.
wanted him to get that record, John. I mean, and that's one of those things
it's a shame that
we'll never
he was
know.
Not permitted. Yeah,
we'll
unbelievable.
Never, right?
But look, right now, it was great at the Doc event. Sunday night. Just the night before. Seeing the guys, the old teammates, the players, everyone coming back, there's this pride going on that it's so completely certain. We all are so certain that this organization is getting it right.
Good.
And it's just I'm so eager to see Jalen be everywhere this season. Jalen is about to explode. Jalen, and just seeing him smiling on billboards everywhere it really is. I don't think we're ready for how big this team is going to be, and Saquon, is already. We're seeing that. We're seeing how big this stuff gets. Nick Sirianni is going to be everywhere, and he's going to be the new version of Nick Sirianni where he doesn't really want to say anything. So this is the reserved Nick Sirianni, and we're all going to sit there and evaluate every single word he says, and then we're going to sit back and say, that was pretty good. Yeah, wow. Hey,
he's not going to write a book.
Nick's doing pretty good.
He's not going to write a book the way Doug did, though, and have it come out in August, right?
Their whole
I just want to make sure. I'm just asking for a friend.
You don't know that.
No August books, Nick, please.
Here's what I love.
Seriously.
I feel about this team. I truly believe that this GM learns and adapts and improves and grows just like the head coach and the quarterback, and they're all committed to not letting last year's Super Bowl preventing them to letting it prevent them from winning this year's Super Bowl or another Super Bowl again really soon. Mm-hmm. I think what we're looking at right now, Joe, is the height of the Eagles' empire, or the next year will be the height of the Eagles' empire when we're winning another and about to win another. It really does feel like this is the peak.
There's no question
of where a team, where a group, where an organization can get in the NFL. We're sitting. We won the Super Bowl, guys. We just played in another one after winning one 7 years ago. We are that team everyone's looking at and saying, "Holy cow! I wish we could do it like the Philadelphia Eagles."
There's 215-592-9494 for you to weigh in. John, what you just said, there's no question that's true. This is the
height of the Eagles' empire.
Ever. Like, seriously.
No question.
No, there's no question.
And
it
doesn't mean that we don't keep winning. Their whole focus, Jalen, I believe his whole focus is that cannot prevent us from continuing to do this. I think he's using the Super Bowl as a measuring stick, and falling short of winning it again will not be good enough for his outlook, for his mindset. I always thought it was so crazy to skip, like you were just talking about, to start the show, to skip the process and talk Super Bowl prior to the season.
Right.
I feel like it's doing like a disservice to all the work that goes in. Like, it takes away from how much goes into getting there. And I didn't want to dishonor all that work.
Right.
But now I do. I think that's the bigger picture. I think our team, our leaders, Jalen and Nick and company, they're looking at this and saying, winning another one is how we're going to measure greatness. Going back and not letting this detract, not letting it take away from our focus.
Well,
like it always seems to happen to teams in the past, like it happened to our Eagles organization after the Super Bowl that we won, after 52.
Yeah.
We're not going to let that happen again. And the opposite must occur. Look, I believe that that's their mindset. Must occur.
I hope it is, and I tend to think it is. I'll say this. To me, the ultimate, I guess I'll use the term winner. I mean, I think he's the best of my lifetime in sports is Michael Jordan. And the thing about a guy like Jordan, like if he had stopped at 1, then he wouldn't be Michael Jordan. I mean, he just wouldn't be. I mean, the thing is he kept coming back, and he kept being on the big stage, and he kept delivering. But it wasn't just NBA Finals. It was the grind. It was the preparation for the season. It was the navigation of the season. It was the fact that guy played every game. I saw something the other day. I don't know if it's true. I saw something on social media, 96, 97, 98. I saw on social media he didn't miss a game. I don't know if that's true or not, but I saw that in those 82 games, 82, and like 20 playoff games, he didn't miss a game for 3 straight years. And by the way, he was like in his mid-30s, late 30s or something. So the thing about sports is that's true, James? You just looked it up?
It's true. I just looked it up. It's unbelievable. You see 82, 82, 82. It's just like, dude.
But that's the standard.
And then 2 months for the playoffs every time.
What unbelievable.
So,
man.
but that's
the
defining thing about Jordan, that you knew he was always coming back and just trying to seize greatness by the throat. That's what I want from my squad. Now, look, I'm not saying they got to be Jordan, okay? It's an all-timer. But you get the point here. John, to your point, you want to see them go do it again. But I know this. I also could live in the afterglow. Independent. All right, hit us up, 215-592-9494. What are you thinking? What are you feeling about the Eagles? Again, when you add it up, you got a Sirianni contract extension. It seems like Howie's going nowhere. You know, you got obviously the offense pretty much locked in. You got Goddard back. There's a lot of people who think you're going to get a better version of Hurts. You probably will. You got Saquon, primed and ready to go again. Defense has, got to have some rebuild issues, no doubt. Retool, rebuild, you know what I mean. They're changing some guys on the fly, but there's a lot here, and there is an afterglow. Saquon on the cover of Madden. Ladies and gentlemen, talk to us and try to capture what that feeling in your heart is. Bring it forth to us today. 215-592-9494. Remember, you can win Phillies tickets. We'll tell you how next. You win Phillies tickets today on the show. You can only win them by calling the program. 215-592-9494. Joe DeCamera and John Ritchie on 94 WIP.
Baseball fans love the long ball, and FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is giving you even more reasons to love home runs every Tuesday during the MLB season, because with Dinger Tuesdays, all FanDuel customers get a home run profit boost. Just go to FanDuel.com/JohnR, JONR. So that means when you bet on moonshots, you can take your winning to new heights. So whether it's a big blast or an oppo-boppo, FanDuel is your home for betting home runs. Just visit FanDuel.com/JohnR, JONR, and gear up to go yard all season long. Make every moment more with FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, official sports betting partner of Major League Baseball. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 94 WIP. That's FanDuel.com/JohnR, JONR, to claim your Dinger Tuesday profit boost right now.
21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
The Phillies head to the Great White North to battle the Blue Jays. Tonight, leading off starts at 6. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. The first pitch is at 7:07. Then stick around for the final out on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
And it's a 2-run home run for Brandon Marsh.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
I'm Omar Reese with NFL Network Now on the Westwood One Radio Network. Eagles running back Saquon Barkley's iconic hurdle versus the Jaguars was chosen for the cover of Madden 26. Saquon will also join the 99 club as a 99 rated player, the game's highest. He's the first Eagles offensive player to be rated 99 for the game's launch. In other news, Lions center Frank Ragnow announced his retirement at the age of 29. Ragnow, a 4-time Pro Bowler, spent his entire 7-year career in Detroit. Falcons head coach Raheem Morris said that tight end Kyle Pitts is dealing with an undisclosed injury and the team is being cautious with his return. Morris adding that Pitts has been in every meeting, just not out on the field. And receiver Stephon Diggs was present at Patriots OTAs yesterday after missing the voluntary workouts last week. Diggs suffered a season-ending ACL injury in Week 8 last year, but is on track to play Week 1. This has been NFL Network Now on the Westwood One Radio Network.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/score. That's ethos.com/score.
William is one of millions of Americans who uses GoodRx to save on the cost of their prescriptions.
My oldest daughter, Camilla, 2 days old, she had to have open heart surgery. All of a sudden, she's on 5 different medications. It adds up at the end of the month. Me and the pharmacist got so tight. She said, GoodRx save you a lot of money. Saving that extra $200-300 a month. We're able to do all these extra activities, so it puts less stress on our household, and it puts less stress on our pockets.
Download the free app or visit GoodRx.com and start saving today. GoodRx user compensated for their time. GoodRx is not insurance, but can be used instead of insurance.
Bet the final leg of the Triple Crown with Naira Bets, the official betting app of the historic Belmont Stakes in Saratoga. Available nationwide. Sign up at NairaBets.com/Philly25 for a free $25 bet and $200 deposit match.
Summer's coolest mattress deals are going on now at Ashley's Stars and Stripes sale. This summer, save up to $1,000 on select mattresses. And say goodbye to hot sleep and save up to $500 on the best-selling Tempur-Breeze collection. Plus, feel the freedom to snooze now and pay later with 0% interest until 2030 on in-store purchases made with your Ashley Advantage Synchrony credit card. Better sleep starts at Ashley. Subject to credit approval. Minimum monthly payments required. See store for details.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Today, hazy sunshine and warmer, high 84.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Have you heard? The Staples Easy button is back with even more easy. Press it for custom prints, shipping services, even passport photos. Staples. That was easy.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
At Straight Talk, we are all about no-brainers. Calling grandma for her recipe, no-brainer. Streaming one more episode at 2 a.m., big no-brainer. Getting real unlimited data where you buy bananas, the ultimate no-brainer. Switch now and get a free Samsung Galaxy A16 5G or Moto G Power 5G 2025 with select plans. Straight Talk, real unlimited data. Available at Walmart and straighttalk.com. Offer valid through 7/20/25. Taxes and fees apply. Requires in-store activation of single line gold unlimited plan or higher. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com/terms. Copyright 2025 Verizon.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out collection letters, garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance, and you better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it even harder to get out of debt. Don't let tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in taxpayer assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. Let them fight on your behalf, helping to put your tax problems to rest. Call the tax professionals at Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-392-7955. 800-392-7955. 800-392-7955.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by Window Nation. OTAs resume for the Eagles at the NovaCare Complex. We get to hear from Vic Fangio around noon, and the practice will be open to the media. Saquon Barkley, first Eagle to land on the cover of Madden since Donovan McNabb, recreating Saquon's remarkable backward hurdle over the Jags this past season. The trade of Bryce Harper to the 49ers finalized. Eagles will get a fifth round, can turn into a fourth if certain markers are hit. Eagles now projected to have 13 picks in the 2026 draft. Phillies look to snap a skid when they open a series at Toronto. They had to rearrange their starting rotation as Zach Wheeler and his wife are awaiting the birth of their child. To go Christopher Sanchez, Nick Abel, and Jesus Luzardo against the Blue Jays. Buy 4 windows, get 4 free between now and June 30th. Plus, pay nothing for 24 months. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com. Sunny at 84. It's currently 57. Listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on your streaming device. Just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP. The best part of waking up is Richie in your cup. I will crush your face. Back to the morning show with Joe DeCamera and John Ritchie on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Well, we're feeling good. Got a heck of a football team. It was an all-time beatdown of the Chiefs about 3 months ago. Matter of fact, like 4 months ago now. We're in June. That was early Feb.
Crazy.
Yeah, time's flying, man.
It really is.
So, James, how you feeling, man? Saquon on the cover. Talk to me.
So it's funny that you guys are talking during the opening segment, and what I feel is a combination of pure joy and unsettled. Like, I'm not used to this. Like, that Richie's talking about a freaking dynasty over here. You know, like, we've never had this. Even winning 8-2, or even winning 2 in 8 years is so bountiful for us that it's hard to believe that we actually have 2 Super Bowl championships. The idea that this team could turn into something that resembles the Chiefs or the Patriots or whatever, which is a real thing to talk about. Like, they won 1. They've won 2 in 8 years. Like, we can start to, like, dream a dream.
Yeah.
I got so uncomfortable leading up to the Super Bowl when people were going to win this and we're a dynasty. And I'd be like, shut up. Shut the hell up. Like, stop it.
Yeah.
But now we won it. We dominated it. This team's still really good. We've got the quarterback and coach and GM all set. Like, I think it's fair to start to, like, think about being one of those all-time teams, and it feels weird.
All right, so I agree entirely. I will say this, because this is what rattled through my mind when you just said all that. There's one other time in my lifetime when I felt it as a fan, not Eagles, really not 2017. It's when the Phils won 08. And let's be real, they not only didn't become a dynasty, now they made the playoffs a lot in a row, and that was an accomplishment, especially because they were winning the division. It wasn't wild card nonsense. But they only won 1 championship. And I would tell you they were as well set up, if not potentially better, than this team. I mean, you had young Ryan Howard, Chase Utley, Cole Hamels, Jimmy Rollins. I mean, Jimmy wasn't young, but you know what I'm saying. They were on the younger side. They had a payroll. They had the complementary pieces. It wasn't a sport like football that's as luck-based with injuries. Don't get me wrong. There's luck and good and bad luck in baseball injuries.
And no salary cap.
But you have no salary cap, So just for what it's worth, I mean, I can tell you I felt one other time that my team, our team, could be on the verge of a dynastic run, and it did not happen. So, and look, it goes to show you how hard it is. I mean, we saw how hard it was for the Eagles to win 1. It took them 52 freaking years to win 1 Super Bowl. Now they've won 2 in 8 seasons. Let's go to the phones. Your thoughts, your feelings on all of this. 215-592-9494. And let's pay tribute to Saquon today. Bring it to Saquon. He could be listening. I mean, maybe Saquon's running on that treadmill right now, listening to WIP. What do you want to hear him? What do you want Saquon to hear from you, from your heart, about the monumental impact he has already had on Philadelphia sports?
I love you, Saquon. Is that not what you're talking about?
No, that's pretty much what I'm talking about. And imagine how cool it is for a guy like Saquon who grew up on Madden. See, that's the thing. I think the 55, 60-year-old probably can't fully relate. I mean, maybe for the 55, 60-year-old to be like getting on the cover of Sports Illustrated, because what a big deal that was back in, 1980, 1990, 1975, depending on your age. Like Saquon.
Yeah, but the cover of Sports Illustrated was every week.
It was every week. Yeah, you're right. And this is the annual.
This is once
I know.
a year.
I know
and
it is.
This is the best of the
best. Yeah, it is. All right, let's go to Tom kicking us off. Good morning, Tom.
Yo, Joe. How you doing, man?
Tom, hey. Doing well, bud.
Check this, man. Say what? Say Quan. Say who? Say Barkley.
Look at you.
You want to talk about something truly unbelievable. Listen to this stat.
Okay.
Between rushes and passing, receiving, somewhere approximately 2,850 yards, 480 touches, 20 games, 2, loses 1, and it wasn't even a fumble. The ground caused it in the Tennessee game, the Jacksonville game.
Okay.
2 fumbles Barkley had, and one of them wasn't even a fumble. He didn't lose one. The one he lost was caused by the ground.
Look, it was unbelievable. I mean, think of it this way, Tom. We had a conversation a week or two ago during the debate week here on WIP where we were trying to figure out if it was the greatest season in Philly sports history. I still think, Wilt probably above him when you consider just the sheer statistical realities that are on paper. Now, I didn't see Wilt play, but I mean...
And he didn't win the championship the year he had the 50 and 20.
He did not. That's correct.
I could tell you this, as far as class, character, carrying himself, Saquon Barkley is at the top. And, really, I'm hearing good things, man. I'm hearing we're not satisfied. I'm hearing we're practicing like hell with pads on. I'm hearing everybody's moving around. Everybody's not happy. They want to get back, and they want to win it again, man.
Yeah.
And it's about the Philadelphia Eagles, man. And, from the lean years, you're talking about the 55 to 60-year-old, you'd be speaking about me. From 1967 to 1978, my first 12 years, we didn't have a winning season. But now you're talking about 3 Super Bowls in the last 7-8 years. This organization is on a fast pace, brother. We're the model now, not the Dallas Cowboys. It's about us, brother.
I like it. Tom, you almost went into wrestling mode there at the end with the brother, John.
Yeah, Hulk Hogan impression right there.
He was getting close. Tom, good call. All right, what Saquon said about preparing for a new season. You'll hear that, but also Saquon on the honor of the cover of Madden. We get to that next, your phone calls. And again, coming up next, we're going to tell you how you can win Phillies tickets on our show today. And a question about the Phils that we got to drill down on for the next 2 months until the trade deadline, obviously, at the start of August. All of that and more. Your phone calls on all these topics. Joe Cameron, John Ritchie, it's 94 WIP.
The sun is shining, bats are cracking, and BetMGM, proud partner of the Philadelphia Phillies, is here to make sure Phils fans savor the 2025 baseball season like never before. BetMGM has a state-of-the-art app with tons of betting options and promotions that are available 24/7, like top odds on all your favorite home run bets, and much more. That's right. With BetMGM, you can be a part of every diving catch, every double play, every strikeout, and every home run from your favorite Phillies players at the stadium or right at home. Don't forget, BetMGM is the place to bet the long ball with top odds on your favorite home run bets. Sign up today for BetMGM, proud partner of the Philadelphia Phillies, and experience baseball like never before.
See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. New Jersey and Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offers subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards vary and expire in 1 to 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. Serving in the military requires great sacrifices, not just for one's country, but also for one's family. Not surprisingly, divorce for soldiers is especially difficult, and it raises a number of challenges that are peculiar to military divorce, things such as deployments, relocation, retirement benefits. So if you're a soldier facing such challenges, go to CordellCordell.com.
Philadelphia, Radnor, Allentown, and Mount Laurel, New Jersey. Michelle Ferreri, licensed in New Jersey and Pennsylvania. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois.
Do you think astronauts fight over elbow room? Probably. Because advanced tech doesn't always mean more space. Until now. Introducing the Hyundai Ioniq 9, a 3-row electric SUV with over 300 miles of range, ultra-fast charging capability, and lots of space. The all-new Hyundai Ioniq 9. Space in an EV. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
EPA estimated range for Ionic 9 based on fully charged battery. For comparison purposes only. Actual range will vary based on several factors.
When there's a crack in your basement wall, your house is trying to tell you something. Will it get worse? That's when you call the friendly, local experts at 58 Foundations and Waterproofing. Since 1958, they've seen it all in foundation issues. They offer free estimates and back their work up with the industry's only money-back guarantee. That guarantee gives you the confidence that they know how to fix foundation issues, waterproofing, and even that nasty crawl space. Give 58 a call at 888-698-1958 or visit 58foundations.com.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we could be connected here and there.
Let's watch a movie.
And we have Netflix included to enjoy our favorite shows and movies.
¿Qué tal esta? Bacanísima, pero ya la vi.
Now the hard part is getting them to agree on a movie.
Switch today and get the new Samsung Galaxy S25 Edge with Galaxy AI. Plus, we'll help pay off your old phones. Up to 4 lines for $800 each. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. Via virtual prepaid card. Typically takes 15 days. Visit T-Mobile.com/switch.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
It's time. Time for the pro to get everything for the job delivered. Large orders of lumber, doors, windows, paint, plumbing, anything the job needs, all from one partner. Get it today with same-day delivery. Get it tomorrow with next-day delivery on 50,000 plus products. Or get it on your timeline with scheduled delivery on everything from framing to flooring. It's time to get your whole job, all your jobs delivered. Ask about all our new delivery options at the Pro Desk. The Home Depot Pro, it's about time.
Testing.
We are live from Chick-fil-A.
This is Grant.
And this is Laura.
And a little thing we love about the Chick-fil-A Smokehouse Barbecue Bacon Sandwich is that sweet bun.
And that chicken filet was perfectly crispy and soft at the same time.
And that Smokehouse Barbecue sauce, it's a lot of fun. And the brown sugar bacon definitely had a little bit more pizzazz. Also, the Mac, one of the all-time greats. Man, I'm getting hungry.
Order the Smokehouse Barbecue Bacon Sandwich and a Coca-Cola on the Chick-fil-A app for a limited time. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
The best moments in life weren't meant to sit in a box, gathering dust in the attic, or stuck on outdated tapes. They're meant to be seen, heard, and shared again and again. That's why Legacy Box exists, to help you preserve and relive your family's history. Imagine being able to text a video of your grandparents to your kids, or share a childhood memory with your siblings in seconds. Legacy Box makes it that easy. Just fill your Legacy Box with all your analog media. Send it to our headquarters in Tennessee, where we digitize everything by hand. And in just a few weeks, we'll send back your originals, digitized, preserved, and stored in the cloud, so you can easily stream, download, and share your memories anytime, anywhere. Join the millions of families that have trusted Legacy Box. Go to legacybox.com/value for 50% off. That's legacybox.com/value for 50% off.
When couples walk into Benari Jewelers, they can't believe the selection of amazing engagement rings. I'm talking thousands of choices. If she's seen a ring she loves on Pinterest, they've got it at Benari. Halos, hidden halos, vintage, side stone rings, 3-stone rings, classic or contemporary, in white gold, yellow gold, rose gold, platinum. You can go with the simple solitaire or the most intricate design imaginable. Benari is an authorized retailer for all the top bridal designers. So if she's looking for a certain brand, like Takori, Benari has the entire collection. And Benari's amazing associates are not retail clerks. They're true experts who specialize in helping you combine a beautiful handcrafted ring with just the right diamond to make your dream ring a reality with no compromises. Don't select a ring that looks like everyone else's. She deserves something that reflects her unique style, taste, and personality. And you'll find it at Benari Jewelers, Exton and Newtown Square.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by NovaCare Rehabilitation. Eagles OTAs continue at the NovaCare complex. They'll be open to the media There will be tweets. Vic Fangio speaking around noon. On the NFL Network, Saquon Barkley talked about what the vibes are like early this offseason.
We can't skip any steps to get to where we want to get to. And last OTAs was the same thing. And we already know how training camp's going to be, and we know how it's going to be during the season. Like I said, we know the recipe, and we just got to try to stick to it. And a little bit of luck when, that comes in with staying healthy. If we do that with the talent that we have and the coaches that we have, we're going to be in a good position.
Good day for Saquon Barkley. His backward hurdle past season landed him on the cover of Madden. Phillies open a series at the Blue Jays. They'll start Christopher Sanchez tonight, then Mick Abel and Jesus Luzardo, skipping Zach Wheeler as he and his wife await the birth of their child. NovaCare Rehabilitation, your trusted physical therapy partner throughout the Delaware Valley. Schedule your appointment today at novacare.com to get back to what you love. Sunny, high 84. It is currently 57. Listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on your streaming device. Just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports update on 94 WIP.
All right, good morning to you. Tuesday morning, 94 WIP. Hope you're having a great start to your day. So the Eagles had a great end of their season. And they got another one on the horizon. We're kind of in between. We're right in the middle zone from last year to this upcoming year. But frankly, we are closer to the new year, which is great because it means we got football coming back in a couple months, which is outstanding. All right, 215-592-9494. We also, of course, are in the midst of a baseball season about a third the way over. And the Phils have struggled over the last, 4 games, but generally for the season played outstanding. Now, what is interesting is they have this unique situation with the pitching staff, and that leads us to our Twitter poll question of the day. It's brought to us by Armin Chevrolet. What's the Armin difference? It's simple. It's Armin's people, well-trained, friendly, and caring. Together, let's drive. Visit ArminChevy.com. So, look, it's not breaking news to tell you the Phillies have an abundance of starting pitching. As Rhea just said, Wheeler going to miss a little bit of time while the child's being born. Nola's on the injured list. But, think about what you still have. You still have Luzardo. You still have Sanchez. You still have Ranger. You got Mick Abel now. You're going to get Wheeler back in a couple of days. You're going to get Aaron Nola back probably in a week or two. You still got Andrew Painter. It is just an absurd abundance of riches, which leads to this Twitter poll question. With the abundance of starting pitching, do you think Ranger Suarez will get traded during the season? It's weird. We all love him. But we know they could use a better center fielder. We know they could use a closer. We know they could maybe use a prospect for the future. We know they could maybe add a first baseman and put Bryce in the outfield. We know they could maybe have an upgrade at third base. They're a really good team, but they're not a perfect team, and they have more of this starting pitching thing than anyone in baseball. And Ranger's about to be a free agent, and he probably ain't going to be kept. So, do you think he'll get traded? Yes or no? You can vote at Sports Radio WIP on Twitter. We have a second question. It kind of ties into the first one, but we have a second question. Who do you think is more likely to start a playoff game this October for the Phillies? Is it Aaron Nola or Ranger? Obviously, Ranger's been better so far this year. Nola's a guy that, more of the veteran. He's had more postseason accomplishment. We've seen Ranger had postseason, slide in the bullpen at times. It's quite a thing. John, what's your gut feeling as we sit here now on June the 3rd because you got to make this decision the trade thing, you got to make a decision the next 2 months. Trade deadline's 2 months away. What's rattling through your mind there?
It's only a matter of time. I think
for Ranger?
Ranger will, yeah.
You think he's going to get traded?
It makes sense that they will try to get something.
So I don't.
Instead of getting nothing.
I think they'll explore it, but I don't think they'll pull the trigger.
Why? They're not going to get enough for their liking?
Yeah,
we have
because they're trying to win a World Series. I'll answer. Because
look,
they're trying to win a World Series, and he can be a big part of it, whether it's the starter or a reliever. I know.
What are we? There
Starting
are teams who could look at. They could look at Ranger as a. I don't know how high are we talking in a rotation? Like a number 3?
It could be someone's 2. The guy was 9-0 last year until he got injured.
Yeah, maybe 3's conservative. The guy really is like a classic pitcher, a guy who will pitch.
I agree.
And that stands for a lot. Now, the injury history isn't great when you've got repeated back stuff. It feels like every preseason we have had issues with getting him into spring training.
Sure.
So I don't know if that works against him or not. I know that the Phillies would be foolish to let him go for nothing.
I think there's a bigger issue though with trading Ranger, and I think it's possible, but usually if you're trading a starting, like a team that is out of it is not trading for a starting pitcher with half a year left on his contract.
Correct.
So you're going to have to find a contending team who's looking to trade someone on their roster because you're not trading for a minor leaguer.
You're right.
So it is a tougher trade to make happen.
I agree. But we also know there's 10 to 12 teams that would love
you
to
just have to find a team that has a bunch of bullpen guy or whatever. But the point is, it's you're not trading with every. There's a smaller group of teams.
So, do you think, Jimmy, like with your more intricate knowledge of the way these trades can actually work or not, that this would happen? That we could
I don't think Ranger will
bullpen
get traded.
talent?
If I had to bet, I would bet on him being on the Phillies all year. It's possible, but I do not think Ranger will get traded.
Yeah, I'm with James.
That's so frustrating.
I'm with James. Well,
it's just.
Let's remember, he can help them win a World Series. I mean, it's not like I'll give you an example. When the Eagles just played last year, they didn't trade Milton Williams because he could maybe be a free agent in a couple months or would be a free. They said, well, we'll just ride with him, and if we lose him, we lose him. Then you get a compensatory pick. But
football. When we need bullpen help, the way we need bullpen
he can help there too.
It's just, you're right. And maybe, but doesn't that seem like it could be a sticking point on his side of things?
Well, I think he'll do it when you get to the very end of the season. And I mean, it's a game of musical chairs. There's 4 chairs and there's 7 pitchers. So you just look at him and say 2 or 3, or 6 pitchers. 2 or 3 of you guys are going to the bullpen. I mean, it is what it is.
Well, that's going to be an interesting dynamic.
Well, that's
Holy
why,
cow.
John, that's why we have the other poll question. Who's more likely to start, him or Nola? Because obviously to this point this year, Ranger deserves it more. But I think most people would say Nola's more likely to get that start. So, all right, that's on the table. 215-592-9494. Also, when you call today, your chance to win a pair of Phillies tickets. So what do you make of the Ranger thing? Do you think he gets dealt? What's the strategy? If you're Dave Dombrowski and Rob Thompson. Also, your chance to win a pair of Phillies tickets. Phil's play a game tonight. Blue Jays, I'm going on the record for now and for the rest of my life, I'll always hate them. Rhea, I mean, 93,
It was one of the saddest moments of my sports life, let's put it that way.
Did you cry?
No.
You were a little too old to cry at that point?
Yeah, and I'm not a crier when my team loses.
Even as a kid?
I get angry.
Yeah.
There's a difference.
I get it.
Yeah.
I get it.
That's handed down.
James, I get it. James, when's the last time you cried on a negative in sports?
Joe Carter.
Joe Carter.
Yeah, I was 12 years old. I haven't cried since.
So I cried
for like positives, like
no, I know.
But for that was the last time when my team lost, I cried.
So that would probably be my second to last. I cried. I mean, I burst in tears when Joe Carter hit the homer. I was 15. But I also cried when the Sixers lost in the 0-1 finals. It wasn't the burst. It wasn't like an instantaneous moment of like you're alive, you're alive, you're alive, you're dead. I mean, you could tell in the game 5 the Sixers were going to lose the game. So it wasn't, as dramatic in a 3-second moment. But I cried in 0-1. I was like 23 or 4 or something like that.
That's a little too old.
Maybe too old to cry about.
Yeah, you might want to curtail
I think you crossed
the
threshold.
Not
admit
it.
Yeah.
I didn't cry when they win. I cried in 2017 when they won.
Sure.
So,
I mean, I'm with you. All right. So
I don't think I get the emotional.
No, you don't, John. You're a
response in that way.
Your data
for the winning and losing.
No, John, you save yours strictly for retirement.
That's true.
Yeah,
that's true too.
That's very very
right.
different emotions.
So Phil's Blue Jays tonight, and then Phil's Cubs next week in a series here, the whole deal. We've got tickets for the Wednesday game. You can win them. So it's a 1:00 game at Citizens Bank Park. For tickets to this or any Phillies game, get yourself to Phillies.com. Here's how you win them today. Well, first off, we honor The Untouchables, which came out on this day back in the 1980s. Tremendous movie, obviously based on real life. Capone, the whole deal, Elliot Ness. So we ask you, based on a situation like The Untouchables, a movie which obviously took, creative liberties. It's not all true, but it's based on a true story. Best scene ever in a movie that's based on a true story. You got all the true story movies. Give us a great scene that stands. Now, look, when I think true story in a movie, I think Herb Brooks and I think Miracle.
Ugh.
And I think what a great speech that was. But I will tell you, ladies and gentlemen, that's not number one. There is an answer I'm looking for the best scene ever in a movie that is based on real-life circumstances. I will be curious if anyone says the scene I'm thinking, because I'm thinking of a scene that I think is unbeatable.
Yeah, I think I might take that off the board.
You tell us, 215-592-9494. John, go ahead.
The opening scene of Saving Private Ryan.
You know what?
Nice job taking that off the board, because I would not have been able to vote against that.
It wasn't what I was thinking.
Wow.
And you're right, that might have won.
Yeah, the D-Day landing at Omaha Beach during World War II is really tough to beat.
That's a really, really
Joe,
big
I
one.
bought a bag of M&Ms.
Yeah.
And I opened them.
Yep.
And the movie started, and I never ate them.
Wow.
I was just like,
mesmerized.
I've never seen anything like it.
No, well, we hadn't at that point. Band of Brothers and some other stuff kind of got in that
Not
zone.
like that first
Not like
15,
the first,
20
yeah.
minutes.
I agree with you. Seltzer, a scene in a movie based on real life.
The Trinity Test, Oppenheimer.
Okay. Yeah. Rhea, what are you thinking here? Boy, we're going some heavy topics right now. Rhea, what do you got
Well,
for
this
an
has a
answer?
little levity to it, but
Yes.
it is a heavy topic. It's a scene in Argo with Ben Affleck and John Goodman, where John Goodman's like, you want to make a Star Wars knockoff with a fake producer and a guy who can be trusted with classified info for free.
Yeah.
And it was totally true. That's how they got him out.
Yeah, Argo is a great movie, and based on getting the hostages
Do you want
out.
to say the tagline or no?
Come on.
No,
You sure? You don't want to throw it out there?
Not allowed to
Argo.
curse on the air.
What?
But I tell you what I can do. I can play one Ron Jaworski cursed here. Let me find it. Let me find Jaws. Where
Why are you
is it?
throwing Jaws under
Well,
the bus?
because if we're going to talk about curses on the air, see, I got so much on my board now, I can't even find these things anymore.
They know when it's blank.
Yeah. Oh, maybe it's gone. Anyway, it was when Jaws, and we had to bleep it out. It was pretty funny. All right, 215-592-9494. Big time scene in a movie that's based on real life. Best answer whoever provides is going to win the Phillies tickets. Let's get to Anthony, New Jersey right now. Anthony, good morning.
Hey, what's going on? Johnny Boy, Joey D.
How are you, pal?
What's up, Anthony?
First off, for Saquon.
Yes,
man.
sir. Here, Anthony, I'm going to put you on hold. We're struggling to hear you. Maybe you're talking, but we're not hearing you well. All right, we'll get back to him. Obviously, Saquon on the cover of Madden's a big deal, and we're honoring Saquon today and just discussing that feeling in our heart, knowing the Eagles are on top of the world. Let's get to Mark. He's calling from Delaware. What's going on, Mark?
Joe, been a long time since I've been able to talk to you. You know you're the best. The show is the best. But I want to say something real quick. You got a gem in James Seltzer. That guy does everything. He's the cinder block, building block of that show. And I love him, and I love all you guys.
All right, hey, Mark, let me give you my on-the-record response to your comment about James. On the record, I say this.
As if.
Off the record, now we're not going to actually air this, but off the record, I say, yes! Oh, yes! If you catch my drift. There's only so much I can praise the guy, but you're not wrong. All right, good morning, Mark.
Excellent, Joe. Yeah, I want to talk about the Birds real quick.
Yeah.
When you have a top 2 offensive line, a top 5 elite, yes, he's elite, Joe. All he does is win. Elite quarterback, a top 2 receiving core, probably a top 6 to 12 defense again with the coordinator we have. You can't think that this team's not going to be in the hunt for the Super Bowl over the next 3 years. It's just so cool for a guy my age, 63, to be in this era where they're winning a lot and they're always in it, especially when you got the GM they got. So right now, I'm just on this high for like the last 5-7 years. It's 8 years.
Yeah.
It's just you can hear it in my voice. I'm getting excited and pumped and talking about it. And I'm not this young guy anymore. You know what I mean?
Sure.
Like I can't go to the games anymore. I got to get up at 3 to go to work and all that stuff. Bottom line, this team is a superior team going into this season, and I think Saquon summed it up when he was asked. Basically, if they stay healthy, it's on.
Well, yeah, he did, and I'm going to get to that audio. And Mark, they're so well situated. I like the way you frame that defense thing. I think 6-12 is a fair way to put it. It could be better, but 5 starters gone is a thing. And so, we're going to have to see the Ojulari guy and some of the rookie draft picks like Ty Robinson. And, is Nakobe Dean a starter or not? Is Jeremiah Trotter Jr. a starter or not? When does Jihad Campbell play? So there are some interesting dynamics. But when you've got, I think, the 4 best defenders back, and I think they do, Quinyon, who, by the way, doesn't get enough credit, Cooper DeJean, Jalen Carter, and Zach Bond, it's hard for me to imagine they fall too far below, 10 when you got those 4 guys, obviously, if they stay healthy. Mark, give me a big-time scene that's based on real-life circumstances.
In Apollo 13, when Walter Cronkite's on the TV and they lose contact momentarily, and then they come back in, I mean, it's bone-chilling every time I watch it. And I, again, being old enough, I remember that as a little kid. And I didn't know the impact then, you know what I mean? Because I was a little kid. But as an adult looking back, wow, like I actually witnessed that on TV. It was incredible, more incredible as an adult looking back. But yeah, it might not win, but I'll tell you what, that's a bone-chilling scene because that really happened. And that's what you're asking.
Mark, that's a fantastic answer, and we appreciate the call and the kind words. And if I remember that scene right, I think they show the wife sitting on the couch, watching
Kathleen Quinlan.
Is that who that is?
Yeah.
She's great.
Bone chilling's a good way to put that.
It's a great answer.
It really
is. That's
is.
a really good movie.
There's a million scenes from that, too.
There are.
You go, this one, that one. I actually considered
I agree.
that, but I had a different scene.
All right, so Saquon, as the last caller just talked about, prepping for a new season and his mindset. Let's listen to Saquon Barkley, because he was on yesterday with the NFL Network with Brian Baldinger, and obviously, big deal for Saquon to get the Madden cover. Let's listen to Saquon talking about the coming season.
Give me the feel of what it's been like so far, just off season and now getting ready for the next year.
It's been great. It's been great. We got guys coming in, buying in, training really hard, competing at a high level. The young guys that we drafted and we brought in, they're buying into the culture right from the beginning. But the best way I can answer that question is success is not an accident. We know the recipe. We know what it takes. So we can't skip any steps to get to where we want to get to. And last OTAs was the same thing. And we already know how training camp's going to be, and we know how it's going to be during the season. Like I said, we know the recipe, and we just got to try to stick to it. And a little bit of luck when that comes in with staying healthy. If we do that with the talent that we have and the coaches that we have, we're going to be in a good position.
It's such a moment for Saquon. I think, sort of in terms of the Roy Halladay thing, when he got here and had toiled for a team that simply wasn't good enough. The Blue Jays just weren't good enough with Roy Halladay. It wasn't his fault. And a very similar thing to me was in play with Saquon with the Giants. Now, obviously, Halladay didn't win a title here, but when he pitched that no-hitter in the playoffs, he was having a moment. And Saquon's been having a moment. And it's so phenomenal to see, and especially knowing the Penn State thing. I mean, so many of us, let's be real. A lot of us were Saquon fans even when he was playing for the Giants. It was an odd dynamic. Doesn't happen often.
Yeah.
I remember being an Ed Pickney fan when he was playing for the Boston Celtics, and that was in the heyday of the Sixers Celtics thing.
Yeah, I never did that.
It was permissible.
Well, you were Temple. You were Temple.
It was easier to dislike Villanova then.
Right. I remember how weird it was as a Villanova fan when Ed Pickney got drafted by the Celtics. I'm like, what am I to make of this? I don't know what to do here.
But Saquon, as a Giant, we all knew how good a guy he was.
I agree
from
with that.
His Penn State display of excellence.
Yes.
That it really was acceptable to be a fan of a guy from a division rival just because we knew he was that good a guy.
Listen, I hear you, John.
And now we get to have him on our team, and
I know.
He's doing things no one's ever done before.
Well, let's listen to Saquon, because one of the things he's done is now become the second Eagles player to get to the cover of Madden. Donovan got it. By the way, I found it odd yesterday to find out Donovan got it in 2006.
Yeah,
he was injured in 2005.
Yeah, I thought that was weird, too.
What the hell's up, James? What's up with that?
That is weird. I got nothing.
So they put Antonio Brown on the cover, and he imploded that year.
He did, but he had 3 or 4 straight statistical monster seasons. I just found it so weird to find out Donovan, after tearing his knee in 2005, was Madden cover in 2006. I don't know what's up with that, but I do know Saquon's second Eagle to get the honor. He talked yesterday about getting that honor. Here's what he said.
Yeah, when you get that call, you don't know what to expect, right? And they ask you, do you want to be part of Madden cover? And I don't know if anyone's ever turned that down. I definitely wasn't going to turn that down, the opportunity. But like you said, I know so many people so many kids that, dream and would love to be in the position I am right now. And I remember as a kid, wanting to be part of Madden cover, and then so many great players that have been part of the Madden cover, and now to be mentioned and have my name attached with those guys, it just, words really can't describe it.
Awesome thing, man. Really is. Look, congrats to him. You can pay tribute to Saquon today, 215-592-9494. Phone calls on all this. Also up ahead, something that Javon Curse said yesterday. Of course, Curse was on WIP, as all these guys were, part of Brian Dawkins' tournament. Curse on the Eagles, Curse on Jalen Carter, and more. Phone calls on all of it, 215-592-9494. Joe DeCamera and John Ritchie on a beautiful Tuesday morning on 94 WIP.
John, you and I have both had our new windows from Window Nation for a little while now, and it is beyond keeping my house comfortable. And the thing that really strikes me is the quality. They feel super safe and solid.
I know exactly what you mean. That's the confidence that comes with their 50-point factory inspection and a lifetime warranty. Plus, their installers are true specialists, many with over 15 years of experience. They installed my windows while I took a nap. They do their work so efficiently and quietly. It was while I took a nap. It felt like such a productive nap.
So it's really no wonder they've got an A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau. Over 45,000 five-star reviews. They've installed over 3 million windows across the country. They are not just a company. They are experts that you can genuinely trust.
And for anyone who wants that same trust and quality, Window Nation is making it incredibly easy. Buy 4 windows, you get 4 more completely free. And if you replace a whole house full of windows, they'll give you a free exterior door.
Plus, you can do it all now and not worry about the bill. Get 2 years with no payments, no interest, and no money down. Hurry, sale ends June 30th. Don't overpay for windows. Call 866-90-NATION or windownation.com.
Ike Reese here. If you're thinking about going overseas for a hair transplant, let me remind you, hair transplants are real surgery, and that's why I tell people go to Glad Hair by Morgenstern Medical right here in Philadelphia. With the Glad Hair team, you get board-certified surgeons, safe in-office procedures that follow strict U.S. medical standards and long-term care from a team with over 30 years experience. No flights, no risk, just great hair and a team you trust. Visit GladHairMM.com. Stay local, stay safe, and stay looking good.
From executive producer Curtis 50 Cent Jackson.
All right, everybody listen up. We starting our own label.
The Hit Stars original series BMF returns.
The music game could put us up on Connects.
Welcome to the 1995 Social War. This is how we do it.
Don't miss the explosive return of BMF.
I'm calling the shots now. I'm the face of this organization. You always gonna be in my shadow.
Season premiere Friday, June 6th. Only on Stars and the Stars app.
Hi, it's Pete from Chicky and Pete's. Come and enjoy one of your seasonal favorites from our new Summer of Shellfish menu, including our flavorful garlic and herb, roasted shrimp and lobster, tasty crabby tuna poke tacos, or our incredible seafood boil featuring crab legs, scrumptious shrimp, clams, mussels, and more. And try one of our delicious seasonal cocktails with your meal. There's Summer of Shellfish only at Chickies and Pete's.
Summer is here. Don't make a rookie move. Make the MVP flex and fire up that grill with summer essentials like hot dogs, sausages, and meats from my friends at Dietz & Watson. Dietz & Watson cheeses and condiments are also the perfect addition to your burgers. Don't forget about their protein-packed Dietz Nuts meat snacks. There's something for everyone in the family. Head to DietzandWatson.com to find a local retailer near you and summer grilling recipes. Dietz & Watson, premium meats and artisan cheeses since 1939.
Get a $15 prepaid MasterCard after rebate when you buy 5 quarts of Mobil 1 full synthetic motor oil at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Snakes, zombies, public speaking. The list of fears is endless. But the real danger is in your hand when you're behind the wheel. Distracted driving is what's really scary and even deadly. Eyes forward, don't drive distracted. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Now at Verizon, we have some big news for your peace of mind. For all our customers, existing and new, we're locking in low prices for 3 years guaranteed on My Plan and My Home. That's future you peace of mind. And everyone can save on a brand new phone on My Plan when you trade in any phone from one of our top brands. That's new phone peace of mind. Because at Verizon, whether you're already a customer or you're just joining us, we got you. Visit Verizon today. Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms and conditions apply for all offers.
Not available in all states. Rates vary. Building a financial safety net for your family can be tough. But with term life insurance through Ethos, you can have peace of mind that they can pay the mortgage and other bills if something happens to you. With coverage in as little as 10 minutes, all online, Ethos finds your best rate across their multiple trusted carriers. Some policies as low as $1 a day billed monthly. And even in uncertain times, your term life insurance rates and payout don't change. Get your free quote at ethos.com/life. That's ethos.com/life.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten, classics are remixed, bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
Summer's here, and you can now get almost anything you need delivered with Uber Eats. What do we mean by almost? You can't get a well-groomed lawn delivered, but you can get chicken parmesan delivered. Sunshine? No. Some wine? Yes. Get almost anything delivered with Uber Eats. Order now. Alcohol in select markets. See app for details.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Summer's here, and you can now get almost anything you need delivered with Uber Eats. What do we mean by almost? You can't get a well-groomed lawn delivered, but you can get chicken parmesan delivered. Sunshine? No. Some wine? Yes. Get almost anything delivered with Uber Eats. Order now. Alcohol in select markets. See app for details.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by Dylan Scott's new album, Easy Does It, available now. It was an upset for the ages. In chess, 19-year-old Gukesh Damaraju took advantage of an epic blunder by 34-year-old Magnus Carlsen, who recklessly lost his knight. Carlsen, who many consider the GOAT in the Game of Kings, slammed the table in frustration and yelled, "Oh my God!" I'm Boomer Esiason.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia, powered by the Tasty Cake Studios. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey sports station. When the summer heats up, so does Schwarber.
It's the second 3-run home run of the day for Kyle Schwarber.
Your exclusive home for Phillies baseball. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Wow. I forgot about that Schwarber thing. There's no way to jump in. And I don't want to. But can he play that guitar as good as Saquon Barkley plays football? Ladies and gentlemen, I say no. What say you? Hey, hit us up, obviously, the afterglow of the Super Bowl and the good feelings in the air with the Eagles and Saquon being honored. Look, you can weigh in 215-592-9494. Speaking of weighing in, I've got a comment on someone who weighed in yesterday, and just make sure we are on the record about how things went down at the end of the show. So at the end of the show, we awarded a prize yesterday, Phillies tickets. And we chose the correct answer, which was the Karate Kid. But, John, I said the wrong name. So when the show ended, I'm like, all right, and congratulations to Ed. Ed, you've won the tickets. No, Ed, sorry. You didn't
Poor
win.
Ed. Tough beat for Ed.
But Ed if
bad.
he was listening, he should know he did not say the Karate Kid. I just read the wrong
What
line.
did Ed say?
Voodoo Child.
Yeah, and it was right
That's
next
a
to it.
great
Tough beat,
answer.
too, because of the child part.
And we
you know?
did dock that one
Yeah,
a little
it's
bit.
tough.
I mean, at least I did personally. I docked it a little bit, even though I do think it's supposed to mean
Of
child.
course it is. Absolutely,
Right.
yeah.
It wasn't exactly what we asked.
Yeah, so let the record
If
show.
this was a beat the hammer thing, you would be fighting
it'd be
this
bad.
to the death.
It'd be bad. And I don't know if anyone from the station contacted him yet. Not Ed. I mean, I like Ed, but I got to honor my man, Nick. Nick has had to wait 21 hours. Nick in Bucks County, sir, you are the winner. You are not the father. Was that Montel Williams?
No, Maury Povich.
Maury
Povich.
Yeah.
You are not the father. I actually it's so funny you said, I just saw a video, one of those where a guy just goes nuts when he's not the father and he's doing this dance.
I watched an awful lot of that. That was on a lot when I was in college, I think.
Sure,
like
heyday,
middle of the
man.
day.
Yeah.
Maury, was that?
It was Maury,
middle?
yeah.
Well,
for
and
sure.
there was a run there because that was
I
him.
thought Montel too.
Springer,
Maybe.
Had
I don't know.
some-
Maury's definitely the one.
Jenny
that, you know, is
Jones.
like-
Who was the brunette? Kate Lake.
Ricky
Oh,
Lake.
Ricky Lake.
Sure.
I mean, it was
Sally
She was
Jesse
great.
Raphael.
Sally Jesse. Oh, man. I had the same glasses as Sally Jesse. I had those glasses in third grade.
Oh, my God. All right.
Yeah.
And the irony is Oprah had more ratings than all of them combined, but it was a genre, to say the least. All right.
Sally Jesse. Why did you go Sally Jesse?
I don't know.
Like, you didn't have to use that combination
No,
of names. And I think it's pretty bad sounding.
Could have been her name.
Sally Jesse.
And Sally Raphael. that
Like,
would've
go
been good,
with
yeah.
Sally. I don't know,
Yeah.
Sally Jessica, or just Sally. But Sally Jesse, you combine the two, and
Weird.
it's horrendous.
Very odd. Anyway,
Like,
215-592.
Mickey Marty. It's like the same
Yeah.
idea. Joey Johnny.
Yeah, one makes sense.
No.
We got used to it, but it's not good. So congrats to Nick and Bucks.
One
County.
other thing
Yeah.
to clean up here. Shout out to Sean who called in. The Madden thing with McNabb, if you look at this year's cover, it's the 2026 Madden cover. So it's a year ahead. So McNabb was actually announced the 06 cover in 05
Got
after
it.
the 04 season.
So here's my...
Makes more sense.
Well, it does, except for one thing. It doesn't
Oh.
make sense that they would call Saquon 26.
It's the
I mean,
26 Madden.
but
It
won't
always
this be
comes
on-
out.
But won't this be on sale for Christmas?
Yeah, but I guess it'll be into next year.
That's garbage. I mean, I appreciate the explanation, and that does make sense.
Yeah, that's the reason.
Because Donovan obviously should have been after 04, not after 05. But, like, why is that considered 06 Donovan? Why is this considered 26 Saquon?
You are always looking
No,
at
but I mean, does that make
technicalities.
Just stick
Well,
there,
would it
you
be
know?
out for
Guys, what
the
if
25
Saquon?
season,
What if
right?
Saquon tears his knee in the first game and he's on the Madden 26 cover?
How
Why
often do you
even say
correct
that?
people who say the Eagles won the Super Bowl in 2018 when they actually won it for the 27th?
That's a great
Yeah, a
call.
little
Never,
different.
never, you never correct
A little
it.
different.
Yeah.
A little different. Let's go phones. All right. A lot of good feelings. Even John Ritchie, who's not wired to be warm and fuzzy. I mean, John, you're not exactly Mr. Warm, but you're warm and fuzzier since the girlfriend and the dog and you
He's
got
a happy guy. I love it.
I feel a little sleep deprived with this
Well,
dog.
we all do, buddy. I
This
get it.
dog peed on my bed. On
Oh, that's bad.
the bed.
You know whose fault
So
that
then,
is.
well, yeah, I know it's my fault,
Correct.
but holy cow. Holy cow. Like, you assume that he just peed outside. I carried him in, placed him on the bed.
You don't let him on the bed this early.
Yeah, well, it's...
You learn
yeah,
that.
I'm learning that.
Your
So I
mattress-
put him on the
is
bed.
your mattress
he
okay?
pees on the bed. Well, yeah, I guess. I ripped those. I ran out of, like, sheets and whatever you'd call the comforter thing to even be, like, warm enough to sleep during the night because he peed on the second one. Like, I remade it. We remade this bed together. The dog peed on the bed. This was repeatedly to where we ran out of everything in the house.
Well, I'm
And
very
so
sorry
now-
to hear that.
Yeah, now no one can sleep any longer. All of my children, they're all home, and none of them have beds to sleep in because we used everyone's bed clothes.
Hit the couch. Let's go to the phones. A lot of good feelings in the air about the Eagles. Try to capture it. What's in your heart? Bring it forth today. 215-592-9494. And pay tribute to Saquon. By the way, speaking of paying tribute to Saquon, we'll remind you, Times Yours is there for you. 215-238-4500. If you are inclined to want to call but maybe can't get through, sometimes we get the busy signal, or maybe you're not a caller. Maybe you're someone who just likes to listen to the show but doesn't typically call in for the live type call. Well, call in for time's yours. Leave a voicemail. Honor Saquon. The best of the Saquon tributes today as he makes Philadelphia proud, getting on the cover of Madden and all that he did last season, but somehow will be on the 2026 Madden? No. Jokes aside, pay tribute to Saquon, 215-238-4500. He deserves it. Anthony in New Jersey. Anthony, good morning.
Joey D, Johnny Boy, how we doing this morning?
Great, Anthony. How about you, man?
Always better when we talk to you, Anthony.
My man Joe. Hey, let's talk some Saquon, man.
Yes.
Hey, congratulations first for Saquon, man. Unbelievable season. Madden curse. I'm sorry, not Madden curse, on the Madden cover.
Yeah, you kind of went.
Freudian slip.
You kind of went there.
Hey, look, man. I was gonna go there anyway,
stuff.
but since we're there, let's get into it.
Okay.
The last 4 running backs. Christian McCaffrey only played 4 games last year. Sean Alexander, his rushing total went from 1,800 to just 800.
Wow.
And shortly after that, he was never heard again.
Yep.
Marshall Faulk never rushed for 1,000 yards after the Madden cover. That's running backs. We could go on.
Well, how about Donovan? Tore his knee.
Right. That was just running backs. We could go from Antonio Brown.
We
know
could
what
also
happened
stop.
after his career. We could go from Michael Vick. Michael Vick was incarcerated after.
Wow. Wow.
A knee injury. We can go, like you said. We can go Donovan McNabb. Peyton Hillis.
No, well, Peyton Hillis was probably the worst player ever on the cover.
That's a rough one.
I mean, that guy had one good season.
We can go on and on and on about the Madden cover and the Madden curse. I'm not superstition, but the proof is in the pudding.
Well, there is a lot, but I will tell you this, Anthony. Are you a fan of The Sopranos, Anthony?
Yes, sir.
All right, Junior Soprano has a message for you.
Where did he get the effrontery?
Put another way, Pat Riley's telling you to keep your yap shut. Or was that Twitterella years ago? Who was that?
No, Pat Riley.
Yes.
Keep your yap shut.
Keep your mouth.
You used to have that on your board.
Keep your mouth shut.
Yeah, but someone said the yap thing one time.
Oh, I don't know. I got the Riley one on there.
Yeah, anyway, Anthony, no, but you are right. There is bad history there.
It's not looking. I don't want to believe in it, but it's not looking good, man. And if it quack like a duck, walk like a duck.
Wow.
It's a damn duck, man.
Anthony, you just took all the good tidings and you just threw them out the window. You put coal in people's stockings.
Hey, man, I put coal in my own damn
All right, Anthony, give me an answer. You can win the Phillies tickets. We'd love to hang with you next week at the game. Give us a great scene in a movie that's based on real-life circumstances.
A great scene in the movie. I'm going to go with Jackie Robinson, man, the movie 42.
Yep, give me the scene.
The pitcher handed him the ball, man. The crowd got behind him, man. They was giving him crap, man, and they all wore the number 42 in honor of Jackie Robinson, man.
That's a big look. There's a lot of great scenes from that movie, Anthony. We appreciate that call. That's big. 215-592, and it's really horrible how Philadelphia and you guys know the deal. I think people know the deal. I mean, the Phillies were the last National League team to integrate? Is that the right?
I believe so. Yes.
Wasn't it like 59 or something?
It was way late. It was
not a good look for us.
And it was the Phillies manager that was one of the ringleaders that were really giving Jackie the business in real life, which was featured in that movie, which is really horrible. All right, 215-592-9494. Coming up, Javon Curse, John's buddy and former teammate, commenting on Jalen Carter. You got one of the great young defenders of all time, Curse, talking about another of the great young defenders of all time, Jalen Carter. We'll get to that audio. Doc, he weighed in on the coming season. Ross Tucker joins us at 7:40. Plus Ben Davis on Ranger Suarez and more. Saquon on the cover. We'll get to all of it on the table for you today. Plus your calls on 94 WIP.
Baseball fans love the long ball, and FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is giving you even more reasons to love home runs every Tuesday during the MLB season, because with Dinger Tuesdays, all FanDuel customers get a home run profit boost. Just go to FanDuel.com/JohnR, JONR. So that means when you bet on moonshots, you can take your winnings to new heights. So whether it's a big blast or an oppo boppo, FanDuel is your home for betting home runs. Just visit FanDuel.com/JohnR, JONR, and gear up to go yard all season long. Make every moment more with FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, official sports betting partner of Major League Baseball. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 94 WIP. That's FanDuel.com/JohnR, JONR, to claim your Dinger Tuesday profit boost right now.
21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Go Birds Radio. Listen Saturdays 1 to 3 only on Sports Radio 94 WIP. Sponsored by BetParks online sportsbook and casino app. You love to play. You play to win. You bet. BetParks.
Going up. Prices keep going up these days. It feels like being on an elevator that only goes up. Going up. But not at Metro. We're pushing the down button. Going down. We've lowered prices. Get one line of 5G data for $40. Period. That's 20% lower. And you get a free Samsung 5G phone when you bring your number. Only at Metro.
5-year guarantee on eligible plans. Exclusions apply. See website for details. Not available at Metro with T-Mobile in the past 6 months. Tax applies.
Bet the final leg of the Triple Crown with NyraBets, the official betting app of the historic Belmont Stakes in Saratoga. Available nationwide. Sign up at NyraBets.com/Philly25 for a free $25 bet and $200 deposit match.
Upgrade to a Carrier Infinity heat pump and enjoy reliable comfort, lower energy costs, and up to 38% reduced CO2 emissions over 15 years. Now through June 27th, save up to $2,000 in cool cash rebates and special financing on qualifying systems. Don't wait. Save energy and money today. Visit nopaycarrier.com to learn more and find a trusted contractor. Carrier. Turn to the experts.
Hello, I'm Joe Cordell, founder of Cordell & Cordell. Divorce is complicated, especially when your small business or professional practice is involved. At Cordell & Cordell, we understand that these assets raise unique valuation and allocation issues. For 35 years, we've helped doctors, lawyers, and small business owners navigate divorce with confidence. Call Cordell & Cordell today, because your business is more than a job, it's your legacy.
Philadelphia, Radnor, Allentown, and Mount Laurel, New Jersey. Michelle Ferreri, licensed in New Jersey and Pennsylvania. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois.
Nothing's worse than stepping into a hot shower and hot it's not. Over time, sediment builds up in your water heater, making it work harder, driving up energy costs, even affecting your water quality. For just $49, Christian Home Services will flush your water heater, inspect your plumbing, and test your water quality. That means cleaner water, proper flow, and reliable hot showers, all helping to prevent expensive breakdowns. Call Christian Home Services today at 267-957-1989 or visit ChristianHomeServices.com.
Surfside iced teas and lemonades plus vodka are the perfect drink to enjoy on the golf course this season. Light, refreshing, real vodka, real brewed tea, and zero bubbles. Cheers to hitting the fairway and cheers to Surfside. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
College football summer is no time to slouch because we are taking you to school on the Cover 3 podcast, part of the CBS Sports Podcast Network. It's time for our annual summer school series as we take time to break down some of your favorite teams with experts and insiders who know these depth charts from top to bottom. But summer school is just extra credit as we go through positional drafts, player rankings, and more. Follow and listen to the Cover 3 podcast on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Whether you are a weekend warrior or competing at a high level, you are an athlete with goals in NovaCare Rehabilitation. They are here for you. NovaCare Select Sports Center of Excellence. They are specialty locations focused on the needs of athletes. So if you're injured, NovaCare will help you get back to playing your sport. They'll also help you prevent injuries from happening, and they'll prepare you to compete at your highest level of performance. At all Select Sports Center of Excellence, athletes are treated for their specific injury, training needs, and goals. Most importantly, you're going to get care provided by sports-specific physical therapists using advanced training and technology. For more than 30 years, NovaCare has long been the trusted Delaware Valley and South Jersey leader in physical therapy, hand therapy, and sports medicine. Select Sports Center of Excellence, it's just another way NovaCare is helping to meet your needs. To learn more about Select Sports Center of Excellence, go to NovaCare.com today. Excellence is earned. NovaCare, the power of physical therapy.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by Window Nation. Eagles OTAs at the NovaCare complex today, which will be open to the media. Always quotable Vic Fangio speaks today around noon. Quite the honor for Saquon Barkley. Made the cover of Madden thanks to his incredible season, of course, featuring his insane backwards hurdle play. Eagles 49ers finalize the trade for Bryce Harper. Birds getting a fifth could become a fourth if certain parameters are hit by Huff. Phillies in Toronto, 7:07 p.m. live here on 94 WIP. Bills will start Christopher Sanchez. Then it'll be Mick Abel, followed by Jesus Luzardo. No Zach Wheeler, as his wife is due with their child any day now. Buy 4 windows, get 4 free between now and June 30th. Plus, pay nothing for 24 months. Call 866-90NATION or visit windownation.com. Sunny, a high of 84. It is currently 60. Listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on your streaming device. Just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP. This is the WIP Morning Show with Joe DeCamara and John Ritchie on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Hurts in the gun. He backpedals. He's looking, still looking. He fires it out in the flat to Barkley, who beats one man, spins past another, leaps over a third, and comes down at the 30.
What was that? I've never seen that move, and I've been watching football all my life.
Well, he did that.
Listen,
He did that to show off to Shady McCoy.
He's never done this. No one's ever done this. He hurdles a guy backwards. How do you jump over a guy backwards?
He did. He did.
What am I watching?
Oh, he sure did. You know, there's a lot in that audio there, but one of the things I'm guessing maybe you recognize, there's a surge in the crowd about halfway through it. And that's when they show on the replay on the big board in the stadium, like, this is what just happened. And the crowd sees it again. They're like, what the hell? Unbelievable. Yeah. Look, congrats to Saquon, cover of Madden. Obviously, it's a great honor for him and by extension to the Eagles, and it leads to a great feeling amongst all of us as Philadelphia sports fans. I mean, I said earlier, I'll say again, to me, 2 words I really feel about what we witnessed last year, both with him and the team, are pride, really being proud, and obviously appreciation. And to the point John's made and James has made, and it's a common theme and warranted, they have a real shot to keep it going. So let's hope they do, because a lot of the
height
parts
of the Eagles' empire. we are truly at the, hopefully, a sustainable point, a plateau atop
peak.
the
We're
empire.
peaking right now.
Yeah, I think, you can look at it that way. I think the coach, the quarterback, the coordinators, the GM, the owner, they're talking only about how do we sustain this where no one else has been able to. How do we improve upon this greatness? Because that was truly greatness. To watch a Super Bowl that was that lopsided, that is greatness.
I know.
So how do you go? Where do you go from there? They don't want to slide. They don't want to backslide.
Yeah, try to sustain.
Every other team seems to backslide. They themselves backslid. So really, the whole plan, the whole goal, everything is focused. They are fixated on what do we need to do that will be different, that will be better, that will improve upon what we did, that will improve upon historically what teams do. I think we have a great shot.
Well, Doc's perspective on how the Eagles can sustain this. We'll get to that coming up shortly. Brian Dawkins weighed in on that topic yesterday. Also, Javon Curse on a number of things yesterday. And Ross Tucker joins us in 20 minutes. Let's go to the phones. 215-592-9494. Let's talk to Ben in Millville. Ben, good morning.
Good morning, Joseph. How are you?
Benji, how are you, pal?
Doing wonderful, wonderful. Finally, we're getting sunshine and no rain.
Yeah.
My gosh.
I know.
Good.
And the Phils are about to play a game in a dome.
Yeah, but different countries, though.
Different country.
Doesn't count.
And it's where our heart got broken in '93. I swear to God, man. I can never watch a Phillies Blue Jays game, especially up there, and not think of, Joe Carter. My God. Anyway, good morning, Ben.
Well, I'm losing. Did you hear me?
Yeah, I got you. Go ahead, man.
I'm losing you.
All right, Ben, you're losing us. We're going to get right back to you. Let's get to Gary in Whitehall. Gary, good morning.
Morning, crew. How you doing today?
Doing well, Gary.
Two simple words there, Joe, about the Eagles.
Yep.
Gold standard.
Finally, you're right.
It only took about 20
No,
years.
listen, Gary, I think you're right. And it took a long time, but they got there. Jeffrey Lurie got there.
Yes, he got him there.
It might be platinum now.
No, you got to win more. You got to win more.
Not there yet.
Because listen, Gary, you might say I'm wrong about this, but there's people in Kansas City that would say, "Hey, slow your roll down." I know you whooped us, but we've got 3 in the last 5 years. You got 1 in the last 5. Slow your roll. So it's certainly not platinum.
Hey, in order to start a roll, you got to have 1, right?
Yeah. Well, to John's point about an empire, empires never last a year. Empire, you know what I mean? Like if you're an empire, then you've established something over a long period of time. Otherwise, you're just a guy that had a good day.
Exactly.
Seriously.
But very proud to be a Whitehall alumni. With Saquon, I always thought there was something special with him. Watching him play high school football and then on to college. Thankfully, now he's wearing the Eagle green. So it was a long road for him, but I tell you, he's special.
He really is, Gary. He really is. Yeah.
How much, like they said, you said about Mr. Lurie. He put the right pieces in there, right people, and he like I said, he set the gold standard, and what a great accomplishment.
Listen, Gary, it's an incredible accomplishment. Give me a great answer, a scene in a movie that's based on real life circumstances.
When Captain Sullenberger landed that plane in the Hudson.
Yeah, you know what? That's a great answer, and it's very funny you bring that up because I actually was texting Devin yesterday. So, John, you weren't here on Friday, and Ree, I think you weren't here on Friday. So, James and I were both, I don't know how we got into it, but we got into the topic on Friday how birds can impact planes. James, I don't know how we got to that.
I don't either.
But Devin didn't know that. And it was this weekend, I was randomly searching stuff on the internet, just whatever, Facebook, YouTube, whatever it was. And I saw an interview with the real Sully, and I had forgotten that's what impacted that plane. And it was only 3 or 4 minutes after takeoff. It was birds. There's a bunch of them. And that's why he had to make an emergency landing, kind of crash. I don't know if you call that as a crash, but
one of the craziest scenes of that movie is they're having the board meeting,
Yeah.
in one of the upper buildings, and the guy just goes, we're right here over the over the Schuylkill, and he's like, "That's a plane going down Hudson."
Yeah.
I mean, it was. I love the tugboats, the tugboat guys at the end who came to save all those people. Oh,
It's an incredible story, and obviously it was a really, really good movie. Well done by Tom Hanks as Sully. But yeah, I saw an interview with him. This goes back probably 10 years ago or so, where he said he really felt he could do it. I mean, he knew he might not be able to successfully do it, but he really felt somewhat confident that he could land that thing in that water, and he did, the Hudson. All right, 215-592-9494. Coming up, back to the Ranger thing. Ranger Suarez. Are they going to trade him or are they not? Really interesting perspective from Ben Davis. We'll get to that coming up in 1 minute.
When couples walk into Benari Jewelers, they can't believe the selection of amazing engagement rings. I'm talking thousands of choices. If she's seen a ring she loves on Pinterest, they've got it at Benari. Halos, hidden halos, vintage, side stone rings, 3-stone rings, classic or contemporary, in white gold, yellow gold, rose gold, platinum. You can go with the simple solitaire or the most intricate design imaginable. Benari is an authorized retailer for all the top bridal designers. An authorized retailer for all the top bridal designers. So if she's looking for a certain brand like Takori, Benari has the entire collection. In my experience, Benari's amazing associates are not retail clerks. They're true experts who specialize in helping you combine a beautiful handcrafted ring with just the right diamond to make your dream ring a reality with no compromises. Don't select a ring that looks like everyone else's. She deserves something that reflects her unique style, taste, and personality. You can design whatever your heart's desire, and you'll find it at Benari Jewelers, Exton and Newtown Square.
All right, so great to be with you on this Tuesday morning. Great to have Ranger Suarez with us as a Phil. But we wonder, will it continue? Because, of course, there is the possibility he could get traded with this abundance of pitching. Leads to our Twitter poll question of the day. Brought to us by Armin Chevrolet in 2025. Armin Chevy, proudly celebrating 25 years of serving the automotive needs of the Delaware Valley. Together, let's drive. ArminChevy.com. Poll question. With an abundance of starting pitching, do you think Ranger will get traded during this season? During the season. Will he get traded, yes or no? Second poll question. Who is more likely to start a playoff game this October for the Phils? Is it Aaron Nola or Ranger? Well, I'll tell you this. Ben Davis certainly would think it's would think it's Aaron Nola, because he went as far a couple days ago on our show to say he thinks Ranger will get traded. Like, not may. Like, could go either way, 50-50. He thinks it's more likely more than 50-50. Because Ben Davis actually thinks Ranger's going to get dealt for a player to help them at a different position this year. Listen to what he said.
There's not too many players on this team that you can trade away to get something in return.
Yeah.
But Ranger could be one of those guys.
So what's the likelihood? And
like a center fielder or a closer, something, right?
I think there's a high probability.
Do you really?
I do.
You think there's a better chance than not he gets traded during this season?
I do.
Wow.
Yeah.
And that might
wouldn't
I don't
make
know.
something out of him rather than lose him.
That's
right?
interesting.
I don't know anything. I haven't heard rumors. I swear to you. I haven't heard anything.
Yep.
But I'm just looking at it from a business standpoint. He offers the best to get something in return.
Sure.
Yeah. And you're going to lose him at the end of this year.
And I think that's why the team was shopping Alec Boehm in the offseason, because there's really no other pieces on this team, A, that you can get rid of or dump salary with, or B, that you could get anything in return for. Alec Boehm showed that.
I mean, if Ranger gets traded, he might be the best player traded in the whole league. I mean, it depends on who else gets traded.
I
but
would agree with that.
He's an outstanding pitcher.
He's awesome. He's awesome.
So really rare, John, for like, all right, let's have this awesome player and maybe trade him. But I mean, I got Wheeler, I got Luzardo, I got Sanchez. I'm going to have Painter. I got Abel.
Yeah.
Nola hopefully rebounds.
Not Ranger who's traded, and look, I guess I didn't remember specifically that conversation. Ben saying that specifically.
That, yeah.
I guess that's why I feel strongly that this is going to happen.
I don't, by the way.
I'm sure that colors my feelings, but. Jimmy, if it's not Ranger who's going to be traded,
the minor leaguers.
Is there enough?
The minor leaguers.
Just minor league guys?
All sorts of them. Mick Abel, you could
combine a bunch. Well, Mick Abel, I mean, he's now kind of major leaguer.
Yeah, but
isn't
here's
he?
my thing: if there's
he's
not,
done,
if there's
he's
not
been
room,
successful major league wise,
but he's not going to be a starting pitcher here.
Yeah, if Aaron's not
He had one
injured,
start against the Pirates.
Yeah,
yeah.
I mean, the only thing I think Mick
So
Gable,
is he?
I think the only thing he
trade?
can be here is a reliever. I mean, I'm talking the next 2 years. There is no room in the inn. There's no room. I've never seen anything like it.
So then, do you want to use him to go and get a?
I'm open-minded to it. But here's the thing about Ranger that makes it so unique is you're about to probably lose him as a free agent.
Yeah.
So do you want to try to use him to go get an outfielder while you can? I mean, he could be the best player traded.
I feel like that's yes. Like,
but it makes me
if
sick
you
to trade
really
someone
wanna-
that good when I'm about to go try to win a World Series.
That's.
I'm just saying, James, we've never seen anything like it.
Yeah, and again,
It's weird.
The point I made before, it's a hard trade to make too, because teams that are competing are looking to add without giving up from their major league roster. Usually, like the
Right.
Phillies are in a unique position
Right.
that most teams aren't. It's not like most teams have 5 outfielders.
Right.
You know what I mean?
I do.
So it's a unique position where you're trying to add to your team, but you're giving away something. Like
You're right.
teams are not giving away what you want is the problem.
But they may if it's a really
find
stud
a match.
pitcher.
Find a match.
Yeah. All right. So look, 215-592-9494. Main thing today has been the Eagles and Saquon and the cover of Madden. He said something really interesting yesterday that I had never heard before. So the backwards leap we had never seen before. Well, he said yesterday it actually had been conceived before by Madden. This was news to me. He was on the NFL Network last night. Let's listen to Saquon.
Yeah, so funny story about that. I was able to, when I was creating the shot for the cover, we had a conversation about me doing the backwards leap, and they had a person do it before. And, they took it out because they were like, no one's ever going to actually do this in a game. And when I did it, that's why they were able to turn it over so fast, because they already had the animation for it to do the backwards leap. So, yes, it was in the game last year, and it will be in the game this year.
Isn't that cool?
Yeah.
They had thought of it.
Yeah, and they thought, come on,
That's
the
ridiculous.
Physics are impossible. No,
Even
no
for a
player
video
can-
game, no one's going to believe this.
So it happened, and there you go. But congrats to Saquon.
The best are the sideline views.
Oh, the sideline views are great.
Jordan Davis,
Yeah.
Dallas Goddard, and I think maybe
Blankenship.
Blankenship. The hands to the head.
Hands on the head.
Because
Yeah.
like we were there watching it, and we had to watch it on the replay to go,
Yeah.
that I did not just see that.
Well, and it also followed a spin move.
Yeah.
Which followed him shedding a tackler by basically just running through the guy.
There were like 3 different things.
It was running through a guy, spin move, ridiculous all-time lead.
Best 7-yard gain of all time. I feel very confident about that.
But then the fact that we were told yesterday, the interview that I saw with him at Gino's, he talked about it was the hardest hit he took the whole season long.
Yeah.
And he had to come out of the game after that play because it was such a massive hit. Like that stuff that's fascinating.
It
to
is.
me.
I mean, he had landed. So and he did still finish with power, but he couldn't have the full power because he just landed. So, you can't have your full gusto. You're not running at top speed.
You just never know. You never know what hurts the most. You never know.
Yeah.
It's funny how that works, but it really is fascinating.
I agree.
Stuff.
All right, let's get to Ben in Millville. His phone was bad before he's good. Good morning, Ben.
Good morning, Joe. Yeah, blame South Jersey, broadband cell phone technology. I'm getting closer to Philly sitting on 42.
The one thing
traffic.
I blame South Jersey for is that we can't just make a left-hand turn. All right?
Oh, wait, they've done it in South Philly now.
Can I just make a left-hand
It's
turn?
brutal.
Why do I got to have a jug handle?
That's
I
not
mean,
just
come on.
South Jersey. That's all of New
I know,
Jersey.
but I don't go to Northern Jersey. I go to Southern Jersey. I just want to make a left-hand turn. But hello, Ben. Talk to me.
Madden thing. I think that's awesome for Saquon. I think the way he's handling it, and the whole mantra of the Madden curse. I still have a little faith in that, but it's weaning the way that, especially his optimistic outlook. His being Barkley look on that. But hey, yeah, you're right, Joe. For once, an empire is a long time. You don't just win the battle to win the war. You got to win many battles.
That's exactly right.
Speaking about that, one battle that did change, and first major American battle in Vietnam, highlighted in We Were Soldiers, Lieutenant Colonel Hal Moore, when S is hitting the fan and he turns and running around and he goes, broken arrow.
Well, I'll tell you this. When you bring up war movies based on real life, which obviously many are, you get a lot of notable scenes. So it's noted. We got you on the record here for the Phillies tickets.
Yeah. So, Phil's, I hope they figure it out. What a frustrating Brewers weekend that was. My gosh.
Well, it was. It was bad. It was bad baseball on a lot of fronts.
Yeah, and like we didn't know how they could play like that, but like we don't want to see that. We kind of just want to lift the rug and sweep. It's painful.
Yeah, it was bad baseball. All right, Ben, appreciate the phone call. And I'll tell you what was not bad was certainly the Eagles' season. But of course, now the key is to try to do it again and sustain it at this, because they've sustained quality, but now they're trying to sustain historic excellence. I mean, let's be real. What they put out there versus the Chiefs and Washington, the two combined, but the Chiefs was even more impressive because they were such a better team than Washington, was, really unlike anything we'd ever seen from the Eagles before. I mean, it just is. I think it was I think those 2 weeks were the highest level the Eagles ever played at as a team, ever. Like, ever. And I say that in all due respect to 04, they played at a really high level. But I mean,
that level of dominance is that's like 85 Bears,
I know it is.
and then sprinkle a little more on top. It really is like all-time historically greater than everyone else.
It was really, I mean,
that's where we left off.
I totally agree. So Brian Dawkins yesterday had his golf outing, and, Joe and Hugh and Spike Ike and the Oaf, those guys were out there doing their shows yesterday.
Commitment. I like it.
You know what I'm saying?
Good.
And so they talked to a lot of notable Eagles, Doc being one of them. Sustain it. How do you sustain it? Let's listen to Brian Dawkins yesterday on this topic.
What's the biggest challenge for the Eagles to try to do it again?
All right, follow me here. You exhale too long. You exhale. You got it done. Oh, yeah. You exhale too long. And then you don't get back into the mindset of the grind. You don't get back into the mindset of, okay, yes, we did that. We're going to celebrate it where it's time to celebrate, but now it's time to get back into pain mode. We got to reintroduce yourself to the grind and the pain that got you to the place to be in the playoffs and be into the Super Bowl in the first place. Sometimes that is the thing that hinders individuals because they celebrate too long, or it's always, but we won the Super Bowl. I didn't do this thing, but we won the Super Bowl. Yeah, we didn't do it, but we hear that a lot. We hear that a lot. Yeah, we hear that a lot. So it has to get to the point, and it has to get to the point that last year does not exist anymore. You really have to then go back into the lab for yourself to be brutally honest what you see on film. Don't give yourself ways out when you look at film. And then you get back into the pain, the beautiful pain of getting better.
Great perspective from Doc, as it always is.
That was
as it always it is.
Really,
right?
A good way to put it.
Right?
Though. He's talking about guys are they're riding too high. They don't want to get back into pain mode.
Yeah, but he's not saying they are.
Mode.
He's not saying they are. He's
saying they have to avoid it.
He's saying they have to avoid it.
Yeah.
Which is different. Which is different. And by the way, when Hugh jumped in 3 times and said, "We hear that a lot. We hear that a lot. We hear that a lot. We hear that from fans." We're with it. Guys, I'm saying it today. I'll live in that afterglow the rest of my life. I don't have to work out for a season in 3 months. I have to work out to beat the oaf in golf and basketball and all that. And I plan to do that. Talking about Fritz here, obviously. But I have no problem with, I disassociate myself and ourselves as a fan base from what the guys have to do with the grind. So I'll live in the afterglow, gladly. But yes, they do have to be in the moment to handle their business in June, in July, in August. And I feel pretty confident they will. I don't think the Eagles will not win the Super Bowl because they afterglowed too long. No, I'll say this. They could. I'm not going to act like I'm a fool here and think it's not possible. I mean, I don't think...
It's happened before.
It has happened before. I mean, Cole really struggled in 2009. Yep. He really, really, really did. And the Eagles were very mediocre in 2018 until the very, very end. They're very mediocre. I mean, they were 5-7 at one point. They had a lot of injuries and all that. All right, let's talk to Ross Tucker.
And the wrong guy playing quarterback, but no.
Yeah, no, you're right. Carson killed him. All right, Ross Tucker's going to join us coming up in 1 minute on all of this because there's a lot going on, including Saquon on the cover of Madden. Ross joins us on all of it coming up in 1 minute. Hey, let me tell you about Tasty Cake. I mean, we all love Tasty Cake, right? And they've got a treat for every John. Peanut butter fans, you got the candy cakes. The chocolate-coated cakes with a creamy layer of peanut butter inside. By the way, that is my personal favorite. You also got the simple classics, like the Crimpet. Light sponge cakes, topped with rich ice, and another phenomenal one. Donut lovers, you got options for days upon days. You got the frosted mini donuts, the powdered mini donuts, and of course, don't forget about the new Dippin' Sticks flavor. So many options to choose from with Tasty Cake, all uniquely satisfying. And of course, that's no surprise because it's Tasty Cake. We all know Tasty Cake. We all love Tasty Cake. Tasty Cake, except no substitutes. All right, let's talk to Ross Tucker. We also love Ross. Maybe not as much as Tasty Cake, but we love Ross. He's got the Ross Tucker Football Podcast and more. Ross, good morning, buddy.
Good morning, but you can't be doing Tasty Cake reads right before I come on. I mean, I'm like doing the intermittent fasting thing. I'm waiting till 11 to have my yogurt parfait. You're killing me, Joe. You're killing me.
I know, man.
Trying to stay under 250. It's not easy.
There you go. All right, so Ross, the Eagles are trying to do it again, and we'll get to that. But like I said, we can exist in the afterglow and not worry about it. Saquon, the honor of the Madden cover. Can you put some context, verbal context on what Saquon accomplished and just, because we're telling people today, pay tribute to Saquon. He deserves it. What comes from your heart?
Well, a couple things. First of all, and I know John mentioned this because I've been listening, I'm wondering why last year's Eagles team has not gotten more discussion as being one of the all-time greats.
I agree.
After the fourth game of the year, when they went to the bye, they didn't lose again the whole year when they had their quarterback. I mean, that is very, very rare to do. And then when's the last time a team was really that dominant in the NFC Championship game and the Super Bowl? I mean, that felt like the Super Bowls when we were in the 80s. Remember when we were kids and it was like every year was a blowout? That's what it felt like. And by the way, they didn't just do that. They did that to the back-to-back defending Super Bowl champs who were trying to be the first team to ever win 3 in a row, and they got annihilated. I don't know, maybe some of the callers can figure it out. I can't really put my finger on why not a single person outside of Philadelphia has had a serious or honest discussion about where this Eagles team ranks.
That's a great
among the all-time great. Listen, you guys know I go on these different Odyssey stations all over the country. Not one person has brought it up. Not one station has said, where do they rank among the all-time greats? I have no idea why that's not even a thing. And Saquon says it publicly, and I see people like ripping him like, you shouldn't be ripping him at all. He's dead serious, and he should be. As for him, he's just too good to be true, man. I mean, in every aspect, I've been around him a couple times. I've heard so many stories. To be a local guy and then from Allentown, then he goes to Penn State. The things he does in the community and charity. He was out at Milton Hershey High School, which if you guys aren't familiar, that's a school. John knows it. It's a school for kids that come from single parents, and you have to apply to get in. And he just showed up, and they didn't know he was going to be there. The guy is absolutely amazing. And I'm thrilled that he's on the cover, that play is on the cover, because it is iconic. Now it will be remembered forever. And the beauty of it now, too, is the Madden curse, that thing's been gone for years. I mean, Mahomes won the Super Bowl after he was on it. Brady played awesome after he was on it. I think, what are the last two guys been? Lamar Jackson and Josh Allen? And they're both winning MVPs. So I can't remember the last time the Madden curse was actually a thing.
Yeah.
Is there a cooler
Good stuff there, Ross. We appreciate it.
Yeah, great. Yeah.
Is there a cooler honor like for a current player? I don't know that there's anything like what do you even call it? Like status wise amongst other players. Is there anything that other guys look at?
No,
Ross,
no, because I'll tell you why.
No, because envious of.
No, I think that there are guys. I think that there are probably some guys out there that would rather be on the cover of Madden than like be the MVP. Because growing up, listen, they've gotten to Madden every year.
Right.
I can't believe how seriously guys take their Madden ratings now.
So true.
I never so we were on it, right? And it was cool. Like your friends would be like, dude, I'm playing you on Madden. I'm like, yeah, I know my agility's a 58 or whatever, right? And we would laugh about it. These guys, I've talked to the guys at EA Sports that are the Madden ratings adjusters. They had like players get upset with them. They hear from agents.
Yeah.
It's a big deal. Everybody wants to be that 99 thing.
Yeah.
They really take it seriously. Like they take their Madden ratings more seriously than Pro Football Focus, and some of these other, analytics services that are out there.
Listen, that's fascinating. Ross, let's talk a little bit more about the play, and then we'll get to the coming season. But putting aside when a moment happened and how a play in the Super Bowl can be more important than a play in the second quarter of a game in October or November. I don't even know what quarter it was, but you catch my drift. Is it the greatest? Like, what plays come to mind for you as a hardcore football fan and someone who played the game? The greatest individual plays you've ever seen?
Ooh.
Like Randall in Buffalo would be up there, and that's an Eagles play.
Yeah, I just posted
Yeah.
that. Randall in Buffalo was amazing. I would say the Marshawn Lynch run against the Saints in the playoffs.
I agree.
Oh, for sure.
I would say maybe the James Harrison interception return in the Super Bowl.
Incredible.
So this is where it's a difficult conversation because it was like a 7-yard run. The guy gained 2 yards after he did it. And as John I hadn't heard him say that, John. He did get smoked, man. I mean, I remember watching the video thinking he's never doing that again because he got killed. I'll just say this, though. What I truly appreciate, I can't even tell you how many football games I've watched in my 46 years on this planet. For someone to actually do something that none of us have ever seen before, didn't know was possible, for him to do that in an actual regular season game. This isn't like at practice messing around. He did it in a real game. Just the fact that he even thought of it. Now, I need to hear more from him if he thought of it or it just instinctively happened. But for him to even conjure that as an actual option and then pull it off and make it look the way he did, let's put it this way. All the other plays that we'll reference, I don't think you'll see as many NFL players on the sideline, to Rhea's point, that are blown away.
I agree with that.
Like the sideline player reaction, if we're judging NFL plays all time by sideline player reaction, I can't think of very many that are maybe the Randall when Carl Banks hit him in the legs and Randall uses we don't talk about Randall enough, by the way. My all-time favorite player. Unbelievable.
Yeah, no, I agree with so much of what you said. All right, so Ross, let's move this thing forward. It is now going to be about sustaining and trying to ward off the success from creeping into their minds too much. What's your next look? The simple thing is, hey guys, don't let it affect you. Everyone can say that. What's the next level, Ross, of how to not let it affect you?
Well, and the problem is, Joe, it's like they're getting attacked from all sides, right? So you lose some good players, Milton Williams and Sweat and Slay, right? You lose some good players, then you have all these opportunities.
Yeah.
And these guys should take it. Like I saw where Blankenship and Cooper DeJean have a podcast now. And I'm not saying that there's anything wrong with that. More power to them. They should. Everybody has a podcast. I have one. My point would be these guys are getting so many opportunities. And I got to be honest with you, I would say yes to all of them because you don't know when you're going to get them again. Hey, go do this appearance. And, I saw where they were just doing a softball for Cooper DeJean in Iowa, at his charity. Were they working out there? Probably. I don't know. But that's part of it, right? It's the opportunities. It's the players you lose. But then it's also the injuries. That's really caught up on the 49ers the last couple of years, which is why I think they're going to have a bounce back year after not making the playoffs. But these guys were playing until, what was it, February 10th or whatever it was. That's a lot of extra football. They didn't get the bye in the playoffs. They had to play the Packers in that game. So you're kind of taking on things from all fronts, and then it's human nature to not be quite as hungry. I think that the fact that they've got so many young guys probably helps them in that regard. It's not a bunch of old heads. I thought it was interesting. I had BG on yesterday's Ross Tucker podcast, and he said that the torch has been passed to Nolan Smith for the DNs because there's no more Brandon Graham, there's no more Josh Sweat. And if you think about it, they need someone to emerge as a leader at corner. I'm assuming it's Blankenship at safety, but I think Gardner Johnson was the leader. And what people don't realize, Joe, is every position group, okay, has their own room. And you need a guy that sets the example, that sets the tone, that provides the mentorship to young guys. They had that with Slay. I think they had that with CJ GJ. These guys are high energy guys that bring it every day. They need young leaders to emerge and need them to emerge quickly.
So you were talking about the wear and tear of the season. You're talking about what we talk a lot about, wear and tear on a back, and why Saquon shouldn't get as many carries and touches as he got last year. And we were fortunate that he was as healthy as he was. If he's not as healthy this year, we have 6 or 7 new. It feels like we got 6 or 7 new faces in that running back room. But at the front of the pack is A.J. Dillon, a guy who's had some success in this league as, I guess, a short yardage type back, an early down back. Ross, what do you like about A.J. Dillon?
Well, and I'm glad you said that, John. If someone said to me, Ross, what's one of your biggest concerns about the team this year? I think it's depth. I think if you look at a lot of spots, if the top guy goes down, you look behind it and it's like, I don't know. I mean, that's what the preseason will be about. That's what they'll be working towards. But, they're not great at receiver if they lost AJ or Devontae. Mm-hmm. We know they're not great at tight end when Dallas goes down. Saquon goes down, to your point, John, we think, Will Shipley showed some promise, and A.J. Dillon's been a number 2 back in Green Bay for years. He's coming off a very serious neck injury. That's a tough injury. Any neck injury is tough. That's what ended my career. And especially that style of player, a bulldozing running back to have a neck injury, that makes me a little bit nervous. And so there's a bunch of positions where if the top guy goes down, there's other teams, right, where their number 3 receiver is really good. I don't think we can say that about Dotson, or their number 2 running back or their number 2 tight end is good. I'm not sure we can say that about Calcaterra or Dillon and Shipley.
Yeah.
All those guys might be good, and we'll see in the preseason. We'll see early this season. But let's put it this way. The Eagles' second string is not very impressive compared to some of the other teams' second strings out there. That would be their weakness right now.
We were throwing around the idea, some of us were earlier this week, end of last week, Kyle Pitts for a 4th or 5th round pick somewhere. I would love to do something like that, and I feel like I'm not very well supported on that front, Ross. How would you feel about something like
Ross,
that?
my point, let me just jump in so my point is I just don't think it really fits. I mean, first off, I want the Eagles to prioritize a blocking tight end. I think that works with the Jalen Hurts type offense. And I just think with Goddard here, it just would seem implausible that they would trade for Kyle Pitts. But your thoughts?
The concern with Pitts, well, first of all, I'd have to see what his number is, but it's probably a pretty decent number and it's fully guaranteed. It's not just one coaching staff now. It was Arthur Smith, and then you have a whole new coaching staff come in. They still haven't been able to get him going. And I know these other guys.
That's a really interesting point.
Yeah, it's not like he's 0 for 2 so far, right? He's 0 for 2. And then the other thing is, they actually have a bunch of guys now battling for tight end. If you look at Kylan Granson from the Colts, Harrison Bryant from the Raiders, I know these guys aren't household names, but Harrison Bryant has been a number 2 tight end his whole career. I mean, he was drafted pretty high. He's been a number 2 tight end for Cleveland and the Raiders last year. Granson was basically the number 2 tight end for the Colts. So I think they signed those guys because they thought they were going to move on from Goddard. But now that they brought Goddard back for a year, they actually have none of those guys are guys that you would want necessarily being your starter, But that's a battle. I mean, that's going to be an absolute battle for the number 2 and number 3 tight end spots, and 4 if they keep a 4th guy.
Yeah. Ross, we're now closer to the start of the season than the end of last year. So we're moving, my man. It's 3 months away.
We are, and I'm pleasantly surprised by the Huff trade. I mean, I was not expecting to get a draft choice like that and to save $8 million. So I'll give. Obviously, that was not a good signing, which is another good lesson, right? That sometimes not every signing is going to work out, but it's a sunk cost, and you try to make the most out of it. And I think that they have done that.
Yeah,
it's pretty solid return to get $8 million back and to get a 5th round pick. I mean, they didn't give up any draft picks to get him; they just signed him.
Yeah,
and now they're getting a 5th round pick in return. It is interesting, though, isn't it? Like he might go to the Niners with Saleh, and he might light it up. And we can't criticize Fangio because they had the number 1 defense; they won the Super Bowl. But it is the whole scheme fit thing is really interesting in the NFL.
No question. Ross, stay well. Love having you on the show. We'll talk to you again soon. Thanks, bud.
Sounds great. See you guys.
All right,
Thanks,
there he is, Ross Tucker. 215-592-9494. It's 94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia as we broadcast today from the Tasty Cake studio. All right, 2 pieces of audio and then right back to the phones. So Saquon, it's his day. It's his day because yesterday was his day. Madden cover, whole deal. Let's listen to Saquon Barkley as he talked last night on the NFL Network about the honor of being chosen for the Madden cover.
Yeah, when you get that call, you don't know what to expect, right? And they ask you, do you want to be part of Madden cover? And I don't know if anyone's ever turned that down. I definitely wasn't going to turn that down, the opportunity. But like you said, I know so many people and so many kids that, dream and would love to be in the position I am right now. And I remember as a kid, wanting to be part of Madden cover, and then so many great players that have been part of Madden cover, and now to be mentioned and have my name attached for those guys, it just, words really can't describe it.
He really does. For me as a sports fan, and I think this will resonate with many, he just seems too good to be true. I mean, it's like everything he says, everything he does, it's remarkable. The guy's an incredible dude and obviously a remarkable player. And one more, because that's based on what's been, which is his season last year. And of course, team success is part of it because, chances are you're not going to be on the cover of Madden without Seltzer. What's the line? You can't be great without the greatness of others.
That's right.
I noticed he wasn't on the Madden cover with the Giants.
Yeah.
Right? All right. But now let's spin it forward for a moment because now it's also about handling the success for him individually and for the team as a whole. Here's Saquon yesterday on that topic.
The biggest thing for me would be with my mentor and trainer, Ryan Flaherty. He kind of told me that I need to take it all in. Like I need to celebrate. I tend to, try to move on things too quick. But I had to take a little bit of time to, realize like what I had the year prior and just the goals and all the things that I had and the records I set. You got to appreciate that. You got to take that in and celebrate with your family and your friends. And then once you do that, you can put it to bed and move on. So that's probably the biggest thing for me is just appreciating and realizing what you did, now learning from it and try to get better.
All right, there it is, Saquon. Well, we honor him today, 215-592-9494, and by extension, the team. Because, that glow we have is not just for an individual success, but obviously what they did as a team and what they provided us as a fan base. I mean, that night in February was unlike any other of my life. And don't get me wrong, I do cherish the 2017 thing more because for me it was the first time. And I remember that feeling when the Phillies won in 2008. And for me, that was like the first time because that was the first time I'd seen a title start to finish for a season and could remember it. I was too young for the 83 Sixers thing. I just was. This was special in a different way. It was special in a way where, as John pointed out earlier, and as the caller pointed out, like the Eagles have become the gold standard in a way that they weren't in 2017. I mean, think of it this way. Patriots came back and won the Super Bowl the next year. And look, the Chiefs could come back this year and win the Super Bowl. They could. Not inconceivable. Still got Patrick Mahomes and Andy Reid. But, I mean, right now I feel emboldened to say that the Eagles with Howie Roseman and Jeffrey Lurie and the way this offense is constructed. Now, you want to see the defense, hopefully some of these holes they had got properly filled. Time will tell. But, I mean, a guy like Jalen, and we're going to get to Javon Curse in a moment, what he said about Jalen Carter. All of this on the table today. Look, it's a good time to be an Eagles fan. Let's put it that way. 215-592-9494. Ed in Phoenixville. Ed, good morning.
Yeah, I appreciate the shout out. I was a little confused yesterday.
Yeah.
I got congratulated for Karate Kid, but every now and then your pocket aces get cracked. But I
screwed up, Ed. That was on me. I messed up.
No, I'm not discouraged. I got a banger for you today. I'll save that for a little bit. But actually, they were Ross was talking about sort of relative needs in our team and who's going to step up. I actually feel really good about our secondary. And I just kind of interesting. I wanted to read you a few things from a pre-draft profile of one of our guys. See if you can guess who it was.
Okay.
Just real quickly. Elite size and strength for an outside corner. Physicality to grind.
I already know it. It's the big, tall guy.
Hip opening and transitions are generally smooth. Who is it?
Well, I'm forgetting
Ringo.
Keely Ringo. Yeah, Ringo, right?
It's Ringo.
Yeah.
And oddly enough, the weaknesses for Cooper DeJean read like stiff hips, inadequate length. I don't really know what that means, but I really think Ringo deserves a shot to really compete for this thing maybe not in base defense on the outside, but he's going to get significant snaps this year, and I think he's going to do well.
Well, if he's going to get significant snaps, and he's got to get him on the base defense outside. I mean, otherwise he's just a fourth or fifth cornerback. So,
well, they're going to be running nickel about 60 or 70% of the time.
Let me tell you something.
We'll see what other teams.
It depends
match
what they put
the
out.
other teams are running. Other teams could come out this year based on our success from last season and decide they want to go Tiger personnel. 2 tight ends in a regular offense, and our defense is going to have to say, okay, we got to go 3-4 across the front and stay vanilla, because they're going to go big and try to run the ball down our throats.
I mean, Ed, this thing's got a lot of variations where it could go. To John's point, I'll give you for instance. Let's say Cooper DeJean does not win the outside corner spot. Possible. I mean, as the starter in base. Then an offense could say, all right, we're only putting 2 wide receivers on the field, and you got to take Cooper DeJean off the field. There's a cat and mouse game there. Now, hopefully he wins the job. Hopefully he wins it, but we'll see.
He showed enough chops as sort of like not so much a nickel, but as kind of like a rover safety.
I know, but he's got to play a position. Like if he's not the outside corner in that spot, do they take a safety off the field and he moves to safety? Maybe, maybe not. I mean, I'm very intrigued to find out how the Cooper DeJean thing plays. Look, I think we all know he can play different spots, but are they going to actually have him rotate between 3 different positions? I don't know.
Yeah, so Cooper never leaves the field. That's the short of it.
Well,
so
but he did last year.
Yeah. So I think they have good depth, and we'll see what happens. So for the answer is, I know a scene from Apollo 13's already been said. Can I say another one?
Of course.
How about Marilyn Lovell dropping her wedding ring in the shower on the morning of the launch? That actually happened.
Wow. It's a big, listen, there was heart-wrenching moments in that whole thing, man. All right, appreciate the call. So one thing I appreciated yesterday with Brian Dawkins' golf tournament, and John, of course, was hanging out with all the guys 2 nights ago, was just, these are dudes that set, John, you being one of them, set the tempo of what the Philadelphia Eagles are about. And I know that group 20 years ago didn't win the Super Bowl, but it was one of the great teams I ever saw. I still think it's entirely likely that the Patriots cheated. By the way, I think had they not cheated, I think you guys, John, probably would have won the Super Bowl, and I think Donovan McNabb would probably be in the Hall of Fame. James, how much do you think that?
Wow.
Because if they win that game, he's the guy that's won a Super Bowl and got to 5 conference titles. James, that's a Hall of Famer then, right?
Probably. I mean, he's right there. Yeah.
But without it, he's out. I mean, he's been up.
He's clearly out.
He's been eligible about 8 to 9 times. He's never even come close. I mean, you never even hear him as a finalist.
No. Which makes me think, I don't know that he's a lock if he wins a Super Bowl, but I think he's far more likely.
Oh, yeah.
If he won a Super Bowl and got to 5.
Yeah, but I mean, the stats-wise.
I know.
You always say Matt Stafford's not a Hall of Famer.
No,
Matt Stafford's stats are
Doesn't matter.
I get it, but when they debate it,
I know.
His stats are so much better than McNabb.
Well, part of what hurt Donovan is he really only had 2/3 of a career. Think of it this way, guys. So Manning came out in 98. Brady came out in
99.
No, Donovan came out in 99, and Brady came out in 2000. And Manning and Brady were playing forever, and Donovan was done around 2011.
I mean, Brady played till 2 years ago.
Yeah, Donovan's career was a lot
think about
shorter
that.
just because he played tougher.
You know what I'm saying?
Yes. Wow.
All right. With all that said, here's my point about referencing the Doc event and the old guys being back in town, who we love. A guy like Javon Curse, I thought it was really cool yesterday hearing him on with Spike Ike and Fritz talking about joining the Eagles. Because you remember what a big deal that was when Javon and T.O. joined the Eagles.
My fantasy baseball team name that year was Freak plus T.O. equals Super Bowl.
Yeah.
That was the name of my fantasy baseball team that year
Right.
when they signed, when they traded and signed.
And Trot was back and Hugh was back. So listen to Javon talking about joining the Eagles and joining the focus and the intensity of sports in Philadelphia.
Is it apprehension? Is it excitement? Like, what is it like to go from what you were experiencing to what you did experience?
I was more excited about it because,
Okay.
it was just like you're never going to see a boring game here. It don't matter if we're losing, if we're winning, or whatever. It was always going to be fun. So, literally, getting here, getting used to talk radio, getting used to these fans.
Yeah.
It was always just something that I look forward to doing. Then once you get here and once you're a part of it, and that first year I got here was the 03-04 season. The season we went to the Super Bowl and lost to the Patriots. That season right there was just the epitome of Eagles football because it was just so live and so much love coming from everywhere, man.
It was an amazing year. Now, one of the things we know, look, we the collective fans, we can come crashing down on their head when we're not happy with them, and we did that in 23. But the reality is right now they're on top of the world, and we have a feeling like we're there with them because, this is how we're born into it. Well, one of the realities of Eagles football right now is they've got a player in Jalen Carter who has a shot to be a real true all-timer. First time I heard someone go there to this level was when Dick Vermeil, early last season, John, you remember this. This was in September last year. He actually compared him to Reggie White. I was like, whoa, because we normally would hear the Fletcher Cox, Jerome Brown comparison. And then, Coach Vermeil went to the Reggie White thing. Well, it was interesting yesterday hearing Javon Curse, who is one of the greatest young defensive players ever. He may have had the best rookie season I ever saw a rookie defender have. Talk about a player in Jalen Carter.
He was the defensive rookie of the year.
Yeah. He and LT, I was too young for the LT thing, but I've heard LT right away you could tell.
No.
And Curse, it was so obvious. It was so obvious.
When Javon, the players were all talking about Javon Curse. The players were saying, hey, get in and check out this film pronto in the film room.
He's a freak.
This guy really is worth checking out. And, staying after practice late after watching your own film to watch Tennessee Titans film on this kid because you could see him. I remember plays where they were on the defensive side. He would trail a play 75 yards down the field. A wide receiver caught a go route.
Wow.
And Javon Curse from the opposite side D end just hawked that wide receiver down from behind.
Listen, he was, and listen, Jalen Carter, it's hard to have much of a better first 2 years in pro football. So let's listen to Curse, exceptional all-time young guy, talk about, Jalen Carter, exceptional all-time young guy, yesterday on WIP.
What do you see when you watch Jalen Carter?
A guy that has just endless potential, and not just the potential. He goes out there and does it on the field. And on top of that, everyone else on the defense feeds off that. So everything just starts up front. If you got this guy crushing that middle, I would love to be lined up next to him and go around that end and get to that damn quarterback, man. So the stuff that he's doing, man, and yeah.
And let's be real. Let's be real for a second. That is a big part of how Josh Sweat and Jalix Hunt and Nolan Smith, and this is no disrespect to those guys, but how they looked so great near the end of the year because let's be real. Jalen Carter was the best defender of all those guys up front.
He was getting doubled. He was getting tripled. He was getting all the attention.
Yeah, it was, and it was a sight to behold in the Super Bowl as they just crashed in on Mahomes. All right, 215-592-9494. But that was not, in my opinion, the best thing said yesterday about Jalen Carter on WIP. Wait till you hear what Jeremiah Trotter said yesterday about Jalen Carter. We'll get to that. Elliott Shore Parks at 8:35. More from Saquon Barkley on the honor of the cover and more. All of this today on a busy day. Great day. Reminder, Phillies back at it tonight versus the Blue Jays A lot happening here on the sports scene, 94 WIP. All right, baseball fans, look, you love the long ball. We all do, except if you're the pitcher, you give it up, then you're not a fan of it. But otherwise, we love homers. And FanDuel Sportsbook, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is giving you even more reasons to love home runs every Tuesday during the MLB season, because Tuesdays are Dinger Tuesdays. And all FanDuel customers get a home run profit boost with Dinger Tuesdays. That means you can bet on the moonshots to take your winnings to new heights. So, look, find the players and find the bets and lock them in at FanDuel.com/hammer, and go yard today and go yard all season long with Dinger Tuesdays. FanDuel.com/hammer. Obviously, the local squad's got, pretty historic home run hitter. Guy hits an awful lot of home runs, but so do other players on the team. So do other players around Major League Baseball, including that guy in New York. Look, find the bet or bets that works for you and lock him in all season long on Dinger Tuesdays at FanDuel.com/hammer.
21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable profit boost token. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
The Phillies head to the Great White North to battle the Blue Jays. Tonight, leading off starts at 6. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. The first pitch is at 7:07. Then stick around for the final out on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
And it's a 2-run home run for Brandon Marsh.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Going up. Prices keep going up these days. It feels like being on an elevator that only goes up. Going up. But not at Metro. We're pushing the down button. Going down. We've lowered prices. Get one line of 5G data for $40. Period. That's 20% lower. And you get a free Samsung 5G phone when you bring your number. Only at Metro.
5-year guarantee on eligible plans. Exclusions apply. See website for details. Not available at Metro with T-Mobile in the past 6 months. Tax applies.
When couples walk into Benari Jewelers, they can't believe the selection of amazing engagement rings. I'm talking thousands of choices. Classic or contemporary, white, yellow, rose gold, platinum, a simple solitaire, or the most intricate design imaginable. And all the top bridal designers. Benari will help you select just the right diamond to make her dream ring a reality with no compromises. She deserves something that reflects her unique style and personality, and you'll find it at Benari Jewelers, Exton in Newtown Square.
Legend has it, underneath the NJM insurance offices lies a mysterious room of long-forgotten, moldy mascot memorabilia. Often pitched by ad agencies, always rejected by NJM. Is it real? We may never know. But what is real is NJM's dedication to doing what's right for their customers. Astoundingly, they're proud to put policyholders first. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. Learn more at njm.com.
Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
There's nothing better than watching the game live. And with Xfinity Sports and News TV, you can stream over 50 live channels for $150 less than YouTube TV per year. From game time to prime time. It's the local channels you love, the news channels you need, and the sports channels you can't live without. History-making moments aren't going to wait for you, and replays never do it justice. So get Xfinity Sports and News TV today for all the live action you could want. Plus, you can save even more with Peacock Premium. A $7.99 a month value included at no extra cost. Xfinity Sports and News TV. The live TV you love, with savings you'll love even more. To learn more, go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Savings compares Xfinity Sports and News TV at $70 per month, or YouTube TV at $82.99 per month.
Downy Rinse and Refresh. Break up with stinky clothes.
Rinse it out.
Every now and then I get a little bit tired of the stinks that just will never come out.
Pour down in the rinse change.
Every now and then I rinse it out. One wash and it delivers. One wash, it smells so clean. Downy Rinse and Refresh, it's a dream.
Downy Rinse and Refresh. Fights odor in just one wash. Guaranteed.
It's time. Time for the pro to get everything for the entire job, all from one partner. To get access to over 3 million products, including many products you won't find in our stores. It's time to get delivery on your schedule or next day on over 50,000 products. And time to get dedicated support on the job site or in our stores. From ordering to planning, we've got you. One partner, Any job, all in. Ask about all we can now do at the Pro Desk. The Home Depot Pro, it's about time.
What He'll Never Have, the smash hit from Dylan Scott, appears in a brand new album, Easy Does It. The album also features the #1 song, This Town's Been Too Good to Us. Until I Can, I Will. I'll do whatever it takes. Yeah, believe me when I say till I can, I will. Dylan Scott. Search, follow, and listen now on all music streaming services. Sponsored by Curb Records.
Not available in all states. Rates vary. Building a financial safety net for your family can be tough. But with term life insurance through Ethos, you can have peace of mind that they can pay the mortgage and other bills if something happens to you. With coverage in as little as 10 minutes, all online, Ethos finds your best rate across their multiple trusted carriers. Some policies as low as $1 a day billed monthly. And even in uncertain times, your term life insurance rates and payout don't change. Get a free quote at ethos.com/win. That's ethos.com/win.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Sponsored by WeatherGuard Truck and Van Equipment. They're just as driven as the hardworking pros they serve. Today's birthday shout-out goes to Al Horford. The 5-time NBA All-Star forward has a surprising amount of game left at the age of 39. He's now a free agent in a player market about to be affected by severe luxury tax regulations. Hopefully, he'll be able to find a new job somewhere. I'm Boomer Esiason.
Hey, if you've been putting off replacing your old drafty windows, I'm telling you right now is the time to call Window Nation. I had my windows replaced, and the differences in my home's comfort over summer is absolutely incredible. My AC runs less, got a quieter house, and frankly, it just feels more secure. And the offer they have right now is one of the best.
Maria's absolutely right. I had my windows done by Window Nation too, and I've noticed we're no longer playing thermostat juggling where no one's ever happy because everyone's room's a different temperature. Upstairs, downstairs. Well, there's no more thermostat musical chairs with our Window Nation windows installed. No one touches the dial on the thermostat anymore, and the Window Nation offer is phenomenal. When you buy 4 windows and you get 4 more completely free.
On top of that, you can get it all done now with no money down, no interest, and no payments for 2 full years. It is the smartest home improvement decision you can make, especially with their lifetime warranty and the fact their windows are assembled right here in the USA.
And you're getting the best of the best. Window Nation was just ranked #1 by Forbes for best window installation companies. Act fast, though, because this incredible sale ends on June 30th.
Get peace of mind for the summer and behind. Schedule your fast, free estimate from Window Nation. Call 866-90NATION or online at windownation.com.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by Glatt Hair. Eagles continue their OTAs at the NovaCare Complex. We're going to see some of it as it will be open to the media. Also get a chance to hear from Vic Fangio around noon, which Joe and Hugh will carry live here on 94 WIP. Sports Illustrated released the NFL coaching quarterback rankings. Quite interesting for the combos. Eagles, Jalen Hurts, Nick Sirianni checking in at number 10. Steelers, Mike Tomlin, Aaron Rodgers. Well, they check in at 6, which is kind of interesting since Aaron Rodgers currently is not a Steeler. Chiefs are 1, followed by the Ravens, Rams, Chargers, Bills. Commanders are 8. Phillies at the Blue Jays, 7:07 p.m. tonight, live here on 94 WIP. The area's foremost authority on hair restoration, now a part of Morgenstern Medical. Visit the area's #1 team for hair restoration at GlattHairCTR.com. Weather brought to you by Roto-Rooter. Sunny, high 84, currently 62. When plumbing problems hit, call Roto-Rooter. Their team tackles clogs and leaks so you can stay in the game. Roto-Rooter, your MVP for plumbing solutions. Listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on your streaming device. Just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP. You are waking up with Joe DeCamara and John Ritchie. This is the WIP Morning Show. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
All right, good morning. to tell you, really beautiful Tuesday morning. Got good weather out there. Now, James, is the Dome in Toronto, is it always Dome, or do they open that thing up?
I believe they can open it up, but it's usually Dome. But I think they can open it up. They added a retractable roof to it.
I hate domes. Anyway, Phil's in the Blue Jays. Phil's had to reconfigure their rotation. Zach Wheeler's wife is pregnant. So our best of the Wheelers, and of course, should be a baby soon. So they had to move. Who's pitching tonight? Sanchez
Abel
tonight.
Luzardo.
Yeah. You know, I did think of one other thing related to Ranger, and then we'll get right back to the Eagles because there's a lot going on here. But I'll just throw this one. Because, John, we were talking last week, how could they keep Ranger? Like, what's the path? And we talked about, like, theoretically they could trade Aaron Nola, but they'd have to eat a lot of money because so much money's owed on his deal. And, you know, I'll give you one other scenario where they could keep Ranger. James, Luzardo has 1 year left after this one, correct? If Dombrowski negotiates with Luzardo's agent now and says, like, we want to sign you long term. If Luzardo's agent holds them up and is like, because I think you could probably get Ranger for about $100 million. I'm just, rough number, $100 million. What if Luzardo's agent's like, because my guy's young and he's really good, we want $175 million?
I think it's going to be less for Ranger. I don't think he gets 100. He's 30.
We'll see. Maybe. Back issue, the whole deal. But Luzardo's got a lot going for him right now. And if Dombrowski feels that Luzardo's agent and Luzardo won't play ball, then it's not inconceivable. And if you know that Rangers agent will, like James, to your point, let's say Rangers agent, it's Boris, is like, all right, we'll do $80 million. Like, I'm just saying there's a path where if you feel Luzardo is going to be tough about it, I mean, theoretically, you could sign Ranger and use Luzardo, or you could just trade Luzardo. You actually could, and I'm not saying in this season, but I'm saying in the offseason, you could. And I don't want to trade him either. I don't want to trade any of these guys.
Rangers 30, Luzardo's how old?
He's like 27. I'll check. He's somewhere in that range.
And he looks so good. Luzardo looks so good. But then again, so did Ranger last year when he was 9-0. So does Ranger this year. Other than that first start, Ranger.
He's 27, Luzardo.
Yeah. So
the
anyway,
worry with Ranger is the back. It's an every year problem.
Just
every year.
Here's my point. Just let that one get in your mind and consider that possibility. If Dombrowski thinks it's easier to sign Ranger than Luzardo, he could trade Luzardo. I'm not saying this season.
Is this you being influenced by the fact that you've said Ranger's your favorite player? Like, I think it's crazy to say Ranger over Luzardo, no matter what the price. I think Luzardo's.
I don't know.
Luzardo's got to get through a whole season.
He does.
Yeah.
Yeah, he does. And we've also seen Ranger have playoff success. And I'm not worried about Luzardo in the postseason, but I'm just saying I trust Ranger. It's just an odd situation. You got this Painter guy coming who could be the Wheeler for the next 12 years.
Mm-hmm.
So, take it for what it's worth. By the way, Twitter poll question relates to what we were just talking about there. Brought to us by Armin Chevrolet. What's the Armin difference? It's simple. It's Armin's people, well-trained, friendly, and caring. Together, let's drive. Visit ArminChevy.com. Poll question, with an abundance of starting pitching, do you think Ranger will get traded during this season? Yes or no? I don't, but he certainly could be. Second poll question, who is more likely to start a playoff game this October for the Phillies? Is it Nola or Ranger? All right, 215-592-9494. We'll get to the Madden jinx, whether you believe in it or not. We'll get to that shortly. Elliot Shore Parks in about 10 minutes. Seth in media right now. Hi, Seth.
Good morning, everybody. Hey, John, that story you had about the dog urinating on the bed was hilarious, and it just made me think, have you had the situation yet with the pup where you come home and you smell for sure that he's had an accident in the house, and you're searching and searching and searching, and you don't see anything, and then you go down and you're like, buddy, he probably just had some gas, and you congratulate him for being a good boy, and he gives you a kiss, and you realize he consumed the evidence.
That's gross.
No. Not yet.
That happened to me a
Hopefully.
few weeks ago.
Wow.
Wonderful.
Hopefully we don't get there. But who knows? Maybe it has, and I just don't realize.
It's the best, though, man. Nothing beats coming home to an excited dog. It rules.
Yeah, it really is amazing.
So, all right. So with the Eagles, I mentioned this to Seltzer earlier that I feel different about this team going forward as far as them being dominant for years to come. Different than I did about the 08 Phillies, different than I did about the 2017 Eagles. I feel like this team, if we were to go back in history through all the way back to, let's say, like the 80s Eagles, right? That's what I kind of grew up with. Go back to then, and then we played this game before where you cherry pick all of the best talents, not the best players, but the best talents from each player.
Okay.
I feel like this team has all of those, but all of the things that you would have cherry picked throughout the decades of those teams. This team has all of that, coupled with the right attitude and the right leadership, which we've never all kind of had at the right time. You know, it was 2017. I feel like it kind of, lightning in a bottle sort of a thing with Foles and all of that. But this team just hits different. So I have zero concerns with him, with Saquon being on the cover of Madden, like zero. And I think this team not only can be dominant, but will be. And they've shown how dominant they can be already. And I feel like going forward, they're just going to answer the bell every single time. I mean, every one of these players steps up. And when one,
Seth, here's the one
steps down.
Here, look, I got two cautionary tales for you because I largely am with you, but I think you take it a little far with it almost sounds like you feel certain about it. There's going to be a whole new batch of defenders that are going to start. We'll see. And, they are going to have injuries and they are going to have a tough schedule. And we'll see again. I mean, I feel great also, but I don't feel as certain as the way you present it.
Well, I felt this certain going into the Super Bowl, and I that hasn't changed. I mean, there's a little bit that wavers when you see some of the guys that left, but then you hear the way the guys that are here are still talking and the way the coaches are talking, and it instills a sense of confidence in me that I have with this team that I haven't had about any of the other teams. I mean, the way Phillies were. You like it or not, you look back at it, and they declined every year. And
well, hold on. Except they had a better regular season every year. That was the weird thing. 07, better record 08, regular season. 08, better record 09. 09, better record 2010. 2010, better record 2011. Now,
well, we don't think about that because
I know.
they collapsed.
I know. I know.
It doesn't matter. Honestly, the regular season records don't matter.
Right. Hey, I got a question for you about the Madden.
Well,
thing.
they do, but
they do to get to the playoffs and positioning, but that's it.
But
in
not
terms
for
of our
how,
legacy,
not for how you're remembered. That's correct.
Yeah. I got a quick question for you about the Madden thing, right? We've had several players on, throughout the years on the cover of these video games, NHL and stuff like that, MLB. Who do you think out of all of the players and superstars we've had is the least deserving of all of to have their?
Well, I'd have to know who was on it. You tell me who was on it.
Well, I mean, we had Ryan Howard, we had Claude Giroux, I think was Harper on one of them recently. I think there's a couple more that I'm missing.
Well, Claude
there.
Giroux was never the best player.
Well,
hold on. So Claude was never the best player in hockey, but he did in 2012 certainly look like he was amongst them. And he was for a period of time.
I mean, I think
Laviolette fault.
I think Claude
best player on the planet.
Well, he did take it a little far, but I will say after that Game 6 versus Pittsburgh in 2012, I think we were all pretty pumped up. I don't know. I mean, I'd have to know who else was on it.
Yeah.
I think from a Madden standpoint, the answer is Peyton Hillis. I mean, it's still astounding. Like all these guys are big time, and then you got Peyton Hillis in here one time. Is that nonsense?
Yeah, I agree.
Seth, give me an answer. You can win the Phil's tickets. Great scene.
I already won. Listen, I already won. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to give you guys a suggestion. This answer wouldn't won anyway, but suggestion for a movie based on real life that I saw just a few months back, and it's fantastic. It's called. It's got Glenn Powell in it, the guy from Top Gun and whatever. Yeah. It's called Hitman, and it's a
great movie,
funny story, really? So good.
Yeah,
and they do that cool thing at the end where they show the pictures of the real life thing, and
it's
just
so
keep
good.
waiting for it to take this like crazy turn, and it never does. It stays funny. It's
all right. We
really
got you, man. We appreciate that.
Richard
Seth.
Linklater. It's a guy who made Dazed and Confused and the Before movies and a bunch of stuff. It's great. Really good movie.
I may check it out. John, what
the name is
Hitman.
Hitman. Like the video game.
Like a killer. Like a hitman.
Yeah, Thomas Ernst.
It is the video game takes.
No. It's not. It's its original story. It has nothing to do with. It's not based on anything. It's an original story.
John,
it's about
as an athlete, I'm a hitman. Like this Fritz thing. So let me just ask you this.
You're
I'm a
not.
hitman?
All right, John, because I know you're
an athlete. How do you even qualify in that conversation?
You'll find out. I know, John, you're confident in the Eagles. I need to drill down here. Who are you more confident in? The Eagles in 2025 or Fritz versus me? Honestly.
Ooh, good question.
Who are you more confident?
I'm very confident in both, but I'd have to say I'm more completely confident in Jack Fritz.
Yeah. Because you think there's no way I win. And there are ways that the Chiefs or the Bills or any of these teams win, and the Eagles might not win.
Yeah,
Super Bowl.
I would say with some injury, poor luck, things could get derailed. I cannot fathom Jack getting derailed to where he actually loses this competition.
Fair enough. I would say many would agree with you. Well, look, I say that to say this. I handed yesterday a list to our program director of dates in June for our first event.
No way.
Which is going to be Goff. So just
June's
know.
now.
June's
We're
now.
in June.
So like June. Goff, we
Can't believe it.
I'm just saying, we're getting there.
It's
all right?
exciting.
We're getting there. So I just wanted to let everyone know. We expect
it actually
June.
might happen.
It's going to probably happen. So I mean, it's going to happen and probably going to happen in June. All right, but what I want to get to, I want to get to Jeremiah Trotter on Jalen Carter. This was awesome.
Does Jack know?
Well, that's Rod's business. I don't talk to the competition.
All right.
Yeah. I'm like,
really?
I'm like
so you guys are on
Dude.
no longer. You're no longer on speaking terms.
I'm
you
like
and Jack.
I'm like Bob Gibson. I don't talk to oafs.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. So you're calling him oaf.
Yeah.
And you're no longer even speaking with him directly.
This guy in my life. Are you kidding me?
Wow.
Like I said, Hitman out there.
Acrimony.
Hitman. All right. So Jalen Carter, unbelievable. And Jeremiah Trotter said something yesterday that really resonated with me about Jalen Carter. Listen to Trot. This is Trot Sr. Listen to Trot yesterday when he was on. Boy, these guys are all on different shows. But I forget which one this was. It was either Joe and Hugh or Ike Blake and Boban. Listen to Trot yesterday talking about Jalen Carter.
How great of a player could we be watching in Jalen Carter?
Well, we knew going into the draft, he was the best player in the draft. He just dropped because he had some off-the-field issues, right? So he was, to me, he wasn't, I ain't going to say it wasn't close, but he was on most people's boards. He was the best player in the draft that year. And he fell to the Eagles at, what, 10, 11?
I think they drafted 9.
9?
Yeah.
So there's nothing he's doing surprises me, And the word is on the street, he doesn't even know how to play the position yet. I'm listen, from some guys I talked to inside, he doesn't even know how to play the position yet. Wow. He's just playing off of raw talent.
Wow.
So the sky's the limit for this kid, So I'm excited about his future.
John, how cool is that if he doesn't even have like full technique down yet? Because he could have been the defensive player of the year last year. He wasn't, and I thought it was a joke that he was as low as he was. I mean, he wasn't even in the finals. He wasn't even one of the top 5. I mean, he might have been the best defensive player in the world last year.
Just think.
Now he's entering year 3.
Just it takes such a long time for people to get established in the NFL to where people fall. They're the fallback name. When you think of a position, you think of, I don't know, Warren Sapp as a defensive tackle.
Zach Bond jumped into the top 5 last year.
He did sort of skip
no
the line.
background.
He did skip the line, but he went straight to All-Pro, which is just unheard of.
I know.
But Jalen Carter is, man, he's right there neck and neck to being just so precocious.
Yeah, I think
so ahead of schedule.
I think Jalen Carter's the best defender. All due respect to Quinion and Cooper and Bond, I feel really confident if you said to Vic Fangio, you get one of them, who you taking?
Yeah.
I'm taking Jalen Carter.
Yeah.
Right? And I'll say this, because what, Trot's talking about and Javon Curse was talking about that we played last segment, how great he could be. Here's my list of my lifetime. I'm going to give you my top 5 Eagles defenders. And it'll be fascinating to find out if Jalen Carter gets in here. And I kind of tend to think he will. Now, I'm going post-Bergie. Okay, I didn't see Bill. I was too young. So, for me, it's mid-'80s on. This is my list, 1 through 5. 1, Reggie. 2, Brian Dawkins. 3, Seth Joyner. 4, Fletcher Cox. 5, Eric Allen.
Wait, what is this? What exact wording?
Best Eagles defenders.
Best.
Now, after that, in whatever order, and I don't have it in front of me, I have this written down at home somewhere, but in whatever order, you're going to get to Jerome, you're going to get to Troy, you're going to get to Trot, you're going to get to Malcolm, you're going to get to Hugh.
How long did Jerome play?
Jerome played 5 years.
Okay.
Yeah. You're going to get to Hugh, you're going to get to Trent Cole and others. Willie T. But I feel pretty good about those 5 as my top 5. Reggie, Doc, Seth, Fletcher, and Eric Allen. Obviously, you could juggle them in different orders. But I think Jalen Carter's going to get top 5. I really do. And he certainly has look, he certainly has the physical makeup with what we've seen in his first 2 years. He can do it. And to what Trot was just saying, if you get like more technique down, quote, learn learn how to play, like meaning like it's less about raw talent and it's more about then honing the skill, which is something Reggie had. Obviously, he had the raw talent and the honed skill. All right, all of that on the table for you, 215-592-9494. Elliot joins us on the Eagles, on Saquon to the cover. Elliot coming up in 1 minute.
If you spent time building the right roster and earned the fans, then you need the best technology to back it up. Get rid of those flimsy tablets and slow computers and step up to the game changer and point-of-sale solutions for restaurants and bars, PDQ POS. Imagine a seamless and lightning-fast checkout experience for your customers that saves you money by cutting out those costly fees. Their state-of-the-art technology ensures that transactions are swift, secure, and hassle-free, but that's not all. PDQ Signature Systems is not just a POS system, it's a complete business management solution. Keep track of your inventory, easily manage your staff, and use real-time analytics to optimize your sales. Their user-friendly interface makes it simple for anyone to navigate. Join the thousands of companies that have already made the switch and upgrade to PDQ Signature Systems. Whether you have one restaurant or hundreds, PDQ will customize a POS solution for your specific needs. Upgrade to the professional point of sale. Visit pdqpos.com. That's pdqpos.com.
All right, reminder for you, time's yours in about an hour. We encourage you to pay tribute to Saquon today, the day after he, of course, got the nod as the Madden guy, Madden cover guy. Time's yours. Best calls will make the show, 215-238-4500. Pay tribute to Saquon. He deserves it, 215-238-4500 for time's yours. Let's also talk to Elliot Shore-Parks right now. He's covered a lot of athletes, but probably one that never had a season better than Saquon this past year. Elliot is brought to us by Colonial Hyundai. Shop online 24/7 at colonialhyundai.com. Colonial Hyundai, the fast, easier, better way to buy a Hyundai. Got to tell you, Elliot, when they signed him, and I was talking, maybe they gave him too much money 12 months ago. I think I was wrong about that one. Hello, Elliot.
Yeah, I don't know if there's enough money they could have given him for what he's done in the past calendar year, but yeah, no question about it. I mean, the Madden cover, to a certain degree, maybe you think not ideal. You think of the Madden curse. You think of just the expectations it'll bring, but the thing I really feel about it, too, I'll say is, and James, says this often, like, sports are meant to be fun. And I think about when I was younger, Iverson being on games, Terrell Owens being on a game, McNabb in 06. Like, yeah, I get the curse part of it and expectations, but just for Eagles fans, like, and young kids that play the game, it is a really cool thing to see Saquon on that cover.
I totally agree with you, man. 100%. All right, Elliot, let's go deeper on this and other topics, because there's a lot going on right now. So I'm going to ask you a question, and I want you to think about the Eagles, and I want you to think about the Chiefs. Have the Eagles become the gold standard? And I'm serious, because the Eagles won the last one, but the Chiefs have won 3 of the last 5.
Yeah.
Or 3 of the last 6, whatever it is. Have the Eagles become the gold standard?
Yeah, so I think they have. And the reason I would say is that while the Chiefs are obviously awesome and they've accomplished a ton, I think they've mostly done it with like 3 or 4 people, right? Andy, Spagnuolo, Mahomes, Kelsey, Chris Jones, and they have good players. But I think they've done it with like a top-heavy roster. I think when you look at why the Eagles would be more the gold standard is because if you could run a franchise like either the Chiefs or the Eagles, I think you would pick the Eagles. They draft better. They develop better. They're awesome with the cap. I think Howie is viewed as one of the more forward-thinking, smart general managers in the league. And obviously Mahomes is outstanding, and I understand the craziness of saying you would take a roster without Mahomes over one with him. I think if Mahomes went down, they're done. I think if Jalen went down, this team has enough where they could stay afloat and still compete. So just in terms of how a team is run, I think the Eagles are run better than the Chiefs are.
Yeah, me too. Let's talk some nitty-gritty cornerback stuff. We got a lot of young talent on the outside. We got Keely Ringo, who's just gigantic and fast and everything. But then Adoree Jackson, who's experienced, Eli Ricks, who's got a lot of special teams, action already. But is it realistic that they could actually be better on the outside than Cooper DeJean?
Probably not. I mean, Cooper, I would say him and Quinion, I think are, pretty head and shoulders the best corners they have on the roster right now. Now, obviously, Cooper has not played on the outside in the NFL for any meaningful amount of time. I think he was out there only 6 or 7 snaps last year, but as good as, as athletic as Keeley is, and I know Adoree Jackson has experience, and, I might be the last guy in the city that still believes in Eli Ricks. Like, I really do think he could be a player. They just don't seem to want to put him out on the field. So I think when there's 2 corners out there, yeah, there's no question the best 2 corners out there you're going to want are Quinion and Cooper. Now, the question is when they move to nickel, are they going to be better off with Cooper on the inside, where I do think his game really translates well. He's a good tackler. He's a physical player. And a lot of receivers do move to the inside now, like CeeDee Lamb, Jamar Chase. You see some of the best, Justin Jefferson, like they line up in there.
Mm-hmm.
But no, I think that the clear weakness, or at least the worst of the 3 corners, will be whoever's out there besides Cooper and Quinion.
And on the inside of our defense, right in the middle, we've got a guy that I don't even know how to say his name. Moro Ojomo? Is it Ojomo?
Moro Ojomo.
Moro Ojomo.
You're making me second guess myself, but yeah, it's Moro Ojomo. Yeah.
And he's got some playing time, some experience, but I know very little about him. We drafted Ty Robinson, who's another defensive lineman that I'm excited about too. But Jordan Davis, we know he's our nose tackle. We know Jalen Carter. We're talking nonstop about how amazing he is. Who's the third D tackle? Is it Moro Ojomo? And then after that,
well, John, I think Ojomo's the second tackle. He's going to play more than Jordan Davis, right, Elliot?
Well, yeah, I guess. Yeah.
I would guess he does play more snaps than Jordan Davis. I think that I heard you talking about Jalen Carter when I was waiting to come on. Like, Jalen Carter is 1, 2, 3, and 4. Like, he will play almost every snap. He's who they're going to build that position and that defensive line around. And then after that, I think they don't have like a true number 2. Like, I think Jordan Davis will be out there on early downs. Moro Ojomo is going to be out there on pass rushing downs. Ty Robinson, I've only seen him practice once, and I'm not going to say, one practice is the end all be all, but he looks like a player. Like, just physically, I think sometimes I see rookies come to the team in those first few practices. It looks like they're adjusting. It looks like,
Sure.
They have some work to do on their body. Like, Ty Robinson looks like he could go out tomorrow and play 30 snaps in the NFL.
What? That's important.
Very important.
That isn't you sometimes, and I'm telling you, as a player, I swear you can just tell the very first play. You can look at a guy, you can just see it on his face. You can read it in his demeanor. Ty Robinson, I like the sound of that, Elliot.
Yeah, and so I think, Moro Ojomo, like, I think he gets slightly underrated. Like, his pass rush numbers were really, really good last year, and he played way more snaps than even I think, or even I remember. I think he played 300-400 snaps last year. So, like, he was out on the field quite a bit. So I think he can, I don't want to say easily, but I think he can give you what Milton Williams gave you last year. It's more about, I feel very confident.
Moro Ojomo.
John, I think he's the most underrated player in Philly sports.
Well,
I'm just telling
let's
you.
hope so.
Yeah.
This guy's a 7th round draft pick. Why is he a world beater all of a sudden?
I just think he's pretty good.
It sounds like just because he's
Milton.
the only.
No, John, he
guy we
played
got.
really
He was good last year.
Yeah. All
He
right.
played really well.
All
Everybody
right.
spoke of whenever they watched the tape.
Yeah.
They said he was all over it.
Yeah, I thought he did.
Great.
Elliot, I want to get to some other stuff here. So, speaking of underrated, the team, Ross Tucker brought up something really interesting an hour ago with us, saying the Eagles team did not get the acclaim nationally in a historic sense that they deserved after that season and that Super Bowl. And I agree with him. Why do you think there weren't more segments on ESPN and Fox Sports and all these national spots, websites that say, hey, let's stack the Eagles up versus Seattle from, 12 years ago and versus the Cowboys in the 90s and the 49ers in the 80s and 90s? And, like, why didn't the Eagles enter that conversation?
It's a good question. I do think you could probably, there's maybe a couple things. One, just the fact that the last 2 games were such blowouts, you would think that would lead to them being in that. You would think they would lead, but maybe there was just a boredom, I guess, and the fact that they were so good. But I also think what it probably is, and we see this in a lot of different conversations, but maybe it kind of all comes together with this. I think because the Eagles are so good, like they sometimes get dinged a little bit in the way like Nick never gets the credit he deserves because the roster is viewed as good. Jalen doesn't get the credit he deserves because the roster is viewed as good. Like maybe that's part of it, but you know, I also do think the Eagles did get quite a bit of credit. I mean, I saw there was discussions about, you know, could they beat like the great Patriot team? So I don't know if I would fully agree with the assessment, but if
Boy, I'm just telling you, Elliot, and I believe you saw some. I didn't.
I saw none other than Saquon saying it like last week or whatever.
Yeah.
I've seen zero like national people talk about this. Zip.
I
None.
mean, like Elliot, I'll give you an example. So there's the team, there's the defense. We as a show have talked about where they stack up with Seattle's defense with Richard Sherman in that group, the Bucs defense in 2002, the Ravens defense in 2000. Like we've had that. I've saw none of that anywhere on a national level. They were number one in the regular season. They played Patrick Mahomes in a Super Bowl. He did not cross midfield until late in the third quarter. Like, how is that not focused on?
Yeah, no, I mean, it's a fair point, I guess, you know, to keep thinking of reasons. Like, they weren't historically great for the season, I guess.
But they were number one. I mean, they weren't number 8. They weren't number 8. No, I know, but they weren't number 8 and got hot at the end. They were number 1. They were number 1. They got 4 turnovers versus Washington in a conference title game, and Patrick Mahomes looked like, you know, pick a scrub. He looked horrendous.
Right, so the Super Bowl performance was definitely special. I agree with you. And I don't want to be put in the position where I'm like diminishing what the defense did last year.
Yep.
But like they were not really an historically great defense in the NFL. I mean, they were a great defense, don't get me wrong. But, you know, when you say you like 4 turnovers in a game, like that's not unheard of. So maybe that's it. Maybe because I honestly, I don't know. I mean, they were a great defense. If we're looking for like more acclaim for the team, I guess you can never get enough of it. But I think we all know locally how great they were. Like I don't,
All right.
you know.
All right, Elliot, let's get to what's next. So what is next for the Eagles? Are these OTAs still trickling on? How much longer? And then when do they break for 6 weeks?
Also, what any interesting developments with the safety stuff? Because we do have a lot of young safeties, and it's interesting with Makuba being the second round pick. How's he doing compared to Sidney Brown from last year and Tristan McCullum and Lewis Seen?
Yeah, so they will be out on the practice field today. The practice is open to the media, so I'll be out there able to watch, obviously reporting on everything that happens. I believe they have 4 more practices after this one today, and one of which is that mandatory minicamp on June 10th. So, you know, only a few more days until they take that 6-week break before training camp. And then, as you mentioned with the safeties, that's probably the biggest question on the roster right now. One of the things that really stood out last time I was there is how much they're cycling those guys in and out. There's not like one guy taking all those snaps because Reed Blankenship wasn't there last time. So we'll see. I mean, Makuba was up first last time. We'll see if he's up first today, but they're definitely going to cycle those guys in and out for a little while.
Good deal. Elliot, great report, bud. We'll talk to you later in the week. As always, thanks so much, man.
Yep. Talk to you guys.
All right, Elliot Shore Parks. Let's go to the phone. Let's talk to Steve right now with a million things going on in Philly sports, including the Phils and the Blue Jays later tonight. Good morning, Steve.
Good morning, everybody.
Hi, Steve.
Hey, Richie Rich.
Yes.
I feel your pain with the dogs. So the alarm goes off every morning.
Yeah.
The 2 dogs come to my side of the bed. They know I get out of bed.
Yeah.
Suzanne makes the blankets for them. They jump in and they fight over the pillow spot. And so
your pillow spot.
Your dog's got you trained, brother.
I agree. I'm seeing that already. It's been 2 days, and they are training me, and they're puppies.
They know how you work, man. They know how you work.
6 months or 7 months and a year and a half, and I do. I wait on them hand and foot.
That's a beautiful thing.
And I love
you when you walk through that door. It's a great feeling.
Yeah.
When I come home every night, somebody likes me. So it's a good feeling.
Yeah, it is nice.
But Hammer.
Yes, sir.
Listen, nothing is super greater than this upcoming football season. Do you realize Victory 300 could be like opening week for you?
Let's see here.
Depending on how many vacations you take this summer.
Yeah, there'll be some.
This will be great.
So 285, 15 to go.
There's no way it happens by the start of football season.
Yeah, I think that's unlikely.
There aren't even 15 Sundays.
I think we're looking
Fridays.
Yeah, Steve, probably October.
All right. Well, that's still a wonderful time of year, so it's a good thing.
It's going to be, and it's going to be 300. I mean, and really the big question about Victory 300 is what will the radio station do for me to honor me?
Nothing.
Oh,
is that a free
man.
car? Like, what is that?
It's nothing.
I already have.
Car.
Listen.
Nada.
Listen. I took care of you at 250. I have you at 300. Don't you worry. I
Thank
got
you.
something for you.
And 250, was that the belt
That
in
was the
London?
belt, yeah.
That was a beautiful gift.
A year ago.
It was better than
almost exactly a year ago, pretty much.
Better than the Eagles gave Mike Quick when they gave him an empty golf bag, which is still
You're giving us ideas now.
We're not even getting you an empty golf bag. That's too much.
Steve, go ahead, bud. Yes.
With the Eagles, dude, we have a dynasty already because we technically, in my mind, we beat the Chiefs twice.
Don't have a dynasty yet.
That defense lost that game because that coordinator was out the door. He wasn't thinking about the game.
No, I don't buy that at all.
Lost. So, well, that's how I see it.
I know you do.
I feel great about this team and what we got, and
Steve, I got to tell you, I think the field was 10 times a bigger deal than anything related to Jonathan Gannon and the Arizona Cardinals. I mean, they had a pass rush that had 70 sacks in a season. 70! And they kept slipping around the end. And that made it so much easier for Mahomes. I think the Gannon thing was way overblown. The field thing to me will never get enough discussion.
It was the two back-to-back.
I know it was. I know that, but
he wasn't prepared.
But some of that also goes on players. It's not the first time the players have seen that.
It wasn't the first time it had happened to them during the
I
season.
am not going to blame Jonathan Gannon like losing the Super Bowl
Till
because
my death.
I know you will. I know you will. And then there was the fumble, which we all hate to mention because it was just an unfortunate mistake.
Well, what about the fact that we just won the world? We won the world title in the most dominant fashion that I can remember seeing, all the way back to the '85 Bears against the Patriots in that Super Bowl where the fridge had a touchdown.
Look, the Eagles this past
one
year.
Of the
it's in the top
all-timers.
It's in the top 5 or so.
And now I think our quarterback uses the Super Bowl as a measuring stick. I think the head coach, I think the GM, I think they're looking at that and saying, how do we do that again and again and again? We are now that is the only goal. Falling short of winning it again will not be good enough for this group.
Just know this, and John, I'm pumped up, and Steve, I'm pumped up. I am not trying to be a whatever blanket, whatever that thing is.
Wet.
Doug did New Normus.
Normal?
The new normal?
What'd you say?
Yeah, they new normed us.
You said
new normed us.
No.
Oh, new normed.
Oh.
The way you said it sounded like Doug did new normus.
Yeah, that's what.
That's what it sounded like. Just so you
But
know, I heard new normus.
He new normed us, and then there was nothing.
Well, Doug didn't manage it as
I'm
well.
just,
we learned from that. And it's no longer Doug.
Look, I was impressed. I'm serious. All off season, and he hasn't spoken much, but when Sirianni speaks, including at the freaking podium in the parade, he was still in business mode.
He continues to be focused
he really is.
on the goal.
And I think with Nick and Jalen, they are wired to be focused. And I really think that's going to serve him well. Steve, I need an answer from you. You can win the Phillies tickets. A great scene from a movie that's based on real life. By the way, the best answer is still out there.
Okay, so I have the best answer.
Okay.
Man on Fire, Denzel at the end of the movie when he gives his body up for the little girl's body.
Is that a true story? Man on Story is based on Man on Fire is a true story?
It's based on a book. I know that. I didn't know it was based.
Steve, is it based on a true story?
I didn't know that.
It is.
Wow, I did not know that.
All right.
'Cause I read the book too, but I didn't even realize.
If true, is that a big one?
I mean, it's not a winner.
No, but it's a pretty emotional scene.
Yeah, well, Seltzer already says, get out of here, Steve. You got no shot. That's what Seltzer just said. All right, up ahead, more on the Saquon thing. What he said, the Madden list, we'll get to that. Also, a Super Bowl champion from 2017 retired yesterday. Who it is, we'll tell you next on a busy day on 94 WIP.
Hey, if you're a pet parent like me, you are always giving 100% of your focus to your pet. And for Mike Chaney, that still isn't enough for him. Listen, in today's complicated world, we need all the help we can get with our pets. And the lead dog, George Parante, will tell you that the place to not only get the best help, but many solutions for your pet needs is at the Dogs and Cats Rule stores. It's warm outside. We're getting outside more. So you got to think about natural flea and tick prevention. Also, because you're going to be outside, your dogs need new toys. They need like maybe a ball launcher, something to tug on, which, then they'll eat. And then like 5 days later, you're going to have to get another one. When it comes to food, the selection at the Dogs and Cats Rule stores, it is second to none. They've got large selection of raw, gently cooked, freeze-dried, air-dried, dehydrated, and premium kibble and canned, and it cannot be beat. Visit Dogs and Cats Rule. They've got 7 convenient neighborhood locations. Princeton and Pennington in New Jersey, Newtown, Doylestown, Maple Glen, Bluebell, and New Hope in Pennsylvania. For more information online at dogsandcatsrule.pet. That's Dogs and Cats Rule. Shop small, shop local, shop family.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
¡Listos todos! Estas son las mañanas.
Now we just need to harmonize.
Switch today. Get 4 Samsung Galaxy S25 phones with Galaxy AI. Plus, get 4 lines for just $25 per line. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. For well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes and fees and $35 per line connection charge. Minimum 4 lines on plan. Contact us if canceling lines. Plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Nothing's worse than stepping into a hot shower and hot it's not. Over time, sediment builds up in your water heater, making it work harder, driving up energy costs, even affecting your water quality. For just $49, Christian Home Services will flush your water heater, inspect your plumbing, and test your water quality. That means cleaner water, proper flow, and reliable hot showers, all helping to prevent expensive breakdowns. Call Christian Home Services today at 267-957-1989 or visit ChristianHomeservices.com.
From executive producer Curtis 50 Cent Jackson. All right, everybody listen up. We started our own label. The Hit Stars original series BMF returns.
The music game could put us up on Connects.
Welcome to the 1995 Social War. This is how we do it.
Don't miss the explosive return of BMF.
I'm calling the shots now. I'm the face of this organization. You always gonna be in my shadow.
Season premiere Friday, June 6th. Only on Stars and the Stars app.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Comcast Business is celebrating Small Business Month by giving you a $1,000 small business bonus when you switch to a qualifying gig speed package from the company with over 99.99% network reliability. Just imagine the thousands of possibilities of a $1,000 prepaid card. Like possibility number 1, company merch for staff. Styling. Or possibility number 24, the latest software. Upgrade. Or possibility number 192, new equipment powered by gig speed. Or possibility number 555, a 3D printer. Rapid prototyping, anyone? Switch to Comcast Business for over 99.99% network reliability, advanced cybersecurity, and now get started with a $1,000 small business bonus. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
In 62225, new customers only with 2-year agreement. Other restrictions apply.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check the GPS directions first, before driving to the mall. Turn right at the light. In 1,000 miles, you will reach Montreal.
Not Montreal, the mall.
Recalculating. 6,000 miles to Nepal.
No, the mall.
Checking first is smart. Recalculating. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
For more than half a century, contractors and trade professionals have relied on WeatherGuard for heavy-duty truck and van storage equipment. Not just to protect their tools, but to protect their professional reputations. Whether it's inside or outside of work vehicles, a WeatherGuard badge means pros can trust that their hard-earned name is in good hands. Since 1968 and every day since, WeatherGuard has been protecting anything it takes to build a professional reputation. WeatherGuard, established in 1968, proven every day. WeatherGuard.com.
This is Boomer Science with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Yesterday, I described how Oklahoma City's NBA Finals roster was keyed by a 2019 Paul George trade that yielded Shai Gilgeous-Alexander and Jalen Williams. Meantime, Indiana also wouldn't be in the finals without Paul George because back in 2017, the Pacers traded George for Domantas Sabonis, whom they then would eventually trade for Tyrese Halliburton. I'm Boomer Esiason.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by Borgata Hotel, Casino, and Spa. Eagles resume OTAs at the NovaCare Complex. Vic Fangio speaks around noon. We will carry it live here on 94 WIP on middays. Offseason NFL rankings, while they're always debatable, not always done in what one considers a humorous way. Sports Illustrated released the NFL coaching quarterback combo rankings. Super Bowl champs Jalen Hurts, Nick Sirianni, well, they clock in at 10th. Chiefs predictably at number 1. Commanders are 8th, Cowboys 22, and Giants 26. But it's the Steelers rankings catches the eye. The combo of Mike Tomlin and Aaron Rodgers are listed 6th, which is amusing since Rodgers is currently, nor has he ever been, a Steeler. Phillies at the Blue Jays, 7:07 p.m., live here on 94 WIP. Visit BorgataSports.com for boosted odds specials, daily promotions, in-game betting, and much more. Must be 21 or older, must be in New Jersey. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. Sunny, a high of 84. It's currently 69. Listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on your streaming device. Just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP. 94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Powered by the Tasty Cake Studio. This is Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey Sports Station.
Hurts in the gun. He backpedals. He's looking. Still looking. He fires it out in the flat to Barkley, who beats one man, spins past another, leaps over a third, and comes down at the 30.
What was that? I've never seen that move, and I've been watching football all my life.
Well, he did that.
Listen,
He did that to show off to Shady McCoy.
He's never done this. No one's ever done this. He hurdles a guy backwards. How do you jump over a guy backwards?
He did. He did.
What am I watching?
Yeah, when you get that call, you don't know what to expect, right? And they ask you, do you want to be part of Madden cover? And I don't know if anyone's ever turned that down. I definitely wasn't going to turn that down, the opportunity. But like you said, I know so many people and so many kids that, dream and would love to be in the position I am right now. And I remember as a kid, wanting to be part of Madden cover. And there's so many great players that have been part of Madden cover. And now to be mentioned and have my name attached for those guys, it just, words really can't describe it.
Well, look, it's super cool, and he deserves all the acclaim. Now, with that said, there is a curse thing that is believed by some to be Madden associated, whether you buy it or not. Let's listen to Saquon last night talking about the Madden curse. You can believe in it or not. It's your choice. Here's Saquon.
the Madden curse. Are you a believer in curses? Does that factor into your headspace at all as you get that call and know that your face is going to be on that game?
Nah, I'm a believer in God. That's my mindset, to be completely honest. And I've had injuries before. I tore my knee. I stepped on a foot and rolled my ankle. Was out for 4 to 6 weeks, and there was no curse then. And that's just how life works. You're gonna have your ups and downs, but my mindset is coming in, work, do what I need to do, and the rest is in God's hands.
Okay. Saquon last night. So, John, is anyone here a believer in the curse?
No.
No.
Is anyone here a believer in curses?
Not really, no.
No.
Cubs, Red Sox.
I'll joke about it, but I don't really, truly believe it.
Curse of the Bambino.
Curse of Billy Penn.
Are you a believer in curses?
I have some weird things.
That is not a surprise to any of us.
That wasn't a no.
That was awesome. Good response.
Yeah.
That was not a no.
I have to add, like numbers. That numbers have to add up to certain things in order for me to move forward with my process.
It's got some Joe DeCamara OCD in it.
Yeah, that's more OCD than a curse.
No, but it's rooted in a belief
feels like
in
a
something.
curse too.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, okay.
It's a yeah.
Okay, fair
it's
enough.
a little bit of a curse.
All right, so let's look at some of the history here, and I'm going to go reverse order. So last year was Christian McCaffrey. He obviously was out right away, like just didn't play. Prior to year was
We
Josh.
so knew that was coming, though.
Well, I
Everyone.
really called that one. I mean, James, I called that one during the 2023 season. I was like, yeah, he ain't going to play next year. Josh Allen, the prior year, he's had 2 great years in a row. Obviously, he hasn't won a bowl, had 2 great years in a row. Now, the prior year before that was John Madden. He died.
I think he died before.
No, I know. I'm joking. All right.
The curse didn't kill him.
He was on the cover because he passed away. Tom Brady and Mahomes the prior year. Okay. Lamar Jackson the prior year. Mahomes again. So other than the McCaffrey thing, it hasn't really held up for a while.
Not even close.
Yeah. It used to be a thing back in the day. All right, let me ask you guys a question. Let's see who can get it. Now, don't answer this if you heard, because obviously, the Madden stuff was in the news yesterday, all the covers through the years because Saquon. If you know the answer, don't say it. If you don't know the answer, you're eligible. Who do you think was on the first cover?
Oh, I have no idea. What year was it?
It is back in 1988.
Wow, I would have
So
guessed
none of you know.
No.
Okay, 1988. You all get one guess.
And it's a player. It's not Madden.
First cover. Who's on it?
It's not Madden. Just to clarify.
I'm asking the question: who was on the first
Good guess,
cover?
James.
Madden.
Correct. Correct. All right, how about
you
this?
knew the third time he said it.
Yeah,
It was Madden.
like, come on, man. You're killing me, Seltzer. You're
Who was
killing
the first player?
All right, I got it. First player is in 1994.
Whoa.
Is that a cowboy?
Montana.
Matter of fact, they have 3. So this is weird. I don't know why it's in like 2 different lines.
Troy?
I guess 94, and it's a player.
Montana.
No.
Rice.
No.
Cowboy, though.
Thinking it's a cowboy, right?
No.
Really?
I will tell you this. I hung with this guy one night. He was a big fan of the Hammer. Big fan.
Not Fred Barnett.
No.
Andre Reed. You hung with Andre Reed one time.
I wasn't a big fan of him. That guy's a jerk. And John Ritchie loved him growing up. He had
Walter Payton.
No.
Division?
John Ritchie admired this guy.
Washington?
No. You had the right team at the beginning. 49ers.
Oh, okay. Oh, is it
bar none?
No.
Oh, it was Garrison
Gary
Hurst?
Rice?
No.
Guess Rice already.
You're at the right position. You got the wrong player.
John Taylor?
Before he came to the Eagles.
Oh, Ricky Waters?
Ricky Waters.
Oh, wow, really?
Ricky Waters. First player on a Madden cover. So it went Ricky Waters, then it went to Eric Williams. I guess when the Cowboys had the great line.
Wow, Ricky Waters.
Ricky Waters.
Eric Williams was the second player on the cover of Madden.
I mean,
that's pretty
if
crazy.
you remember, Madden loved the lines.
I know he was great. I'm just saying that's really weird.
But he would be like an all Madden kind of player because it would be like tough guys that are great but tough. Eric Williams was. Yeah, my Ricky Waters thing was we hung one night till about 5:30 in the morning in an AC casino. We had a good group, about 10 people. He forgot that his flight was coming up. And like out of nowhere around 5:30 in the morning, he left the table with, honest to God, within 6 seconds, he left the table. He had a flight in about an hour. I never found out if he made it or not. He forgot that his flight was
But
coming
you guys
up.
were such good friends. You didn't just hang and keep talking.
No, it's like, you know what,
exchange numbers
Ricky,
and hang out.
Ricky, it's okay. You're allowed to leave. We're good. All right. Speaking of leaving, 2017 Eagle left the NFL yesterday. Did everyone see this one?
Yes,
I did see this one. Yes.
All right, Rhea, you did. Rhea?
Yeah, I
No,
did.
I didn't.
All right, John, an Eagle. You're the only one eligible for this one. A 2017 starter from the Eagles team retired yesterday.
Jeez.
Who retired yesterday?
Yeah. No clue
I know.
whatsoever.
Didn't have the best Super Bowl. There's a hint for you.
I will say this. Could have been the all-time Philadelphia sports GOAT if they lost the game, if they lost a certain way. First off, he had a horrendous game.
Yeah.
We're talking DB.
Yeah.
Yep.
Tom Brady's 500 yards came at a few different players' expenses.
Yes.
Yeah.
And Ronald Darby was one of them.
Okay.
And if in the end zone, because he's the one that batted the ball up in the air on the Hail Mary.
Are you serious?
Oh, he batted the ball up in the air.
Jeez, I think I might have blocked
If
that
the
out just so I wouldn't
Patriots,
hold it against
if
them.
the Patriots had caught that ball, had a 2-point conversion and won in
Ultimate
overtime, would have been the biggest GOAT of all time.
Malcolm said they did it. He did a sit down with somebody maybe a month after the Super Bowl,
Yeah.
Malcolm Jenkins, and he said they practiced that play.
Of course.
And then no one did what they were supposed to.
Right.
He's like, we all knew exactly what we were supposed to do.
Yeah.
And that's what Tom Brady would do to you.
I mean,
You
listen,
panic.
to Brady's
I
credit, Brady
watched
got the
my
ball in the end zone
teams-
like he did.
I watched my teams lose on that play 2
Yeah.
years in a row.
That's
2 years in
brutal.
a row. And we would also watch the practice
Right.
every week
Right.
where they would do the Hail Mary, and it was do not hit the ball up. It is hit the ball directly down. Every defender, if that ball comes, if it touches your hands, spike it into the ground. And somehow, chunk
one's
winners,
ever done it.
chunk winners.
No.
It's like a volleyball
Ever.
set.
Yeah.
No one has
Volleyball
ever
set.
just hit it in the ground. I don't think I've ever seen a player just bat it down. Not once.
Spike it
Crazy.
down. Make sure like that eliminates the threat.
I
Don't
mean,
try to
it's-
catch it. Just spike that thing into the turf.
Yeah.
Real
And
quick
it's
on
never done
Darby,
that.
I
Yeah.
have one great Eagles moment with Ronald Darby. Can anyone remember?
Yeah, when he got clobbered on Patrick Robinson's interception return.
Well, no, I was thinking he actually made one play that I remember.
Okay, let me think about that. Well, he also
Was it
dropped.
early before he got
he
injured?
also could have been a GOAT because he dropped the would be interception that could have ended the Super Bowl.
Yeah, you're right.
You remember that
Play before the fourth down.
Yes,
Yeah, you're right.
He dropped that one too.
Hey.
He was horrendous in that game.
Congratulations on your retirement, Ronald Darby.
He had a pick in the Raiders game with Foles, where Foles was awful.
Yeah,
that they needed to get that game to get the 1 seed. I think it
Holy
was second to
cow.
last game of the year,
I
and
remember
Darby
that.
had a huge pick in that game that helped them win the game. That's the only positive Darby memory I have.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, I mean Foles couldn't move the ball that game.
He was horrible.
He was horrendous.
Like awful.
It was abysmal. All right, a lot going on here. You can weigh in on all of it. Reminder, Phils and Blue Jays tonight. I wonder if others like me still have just... I mean, I'll just always hate the Blue
So
Jays.
this actually came up in life for me recently.
Yeah.
When we went to Clearwater.
Yep.
I know you don't usually go to the games when we go, but I think
sleep-
you
I
actually
sleep.
went to the Saturday game against the Blue Jays,
I
right?
did.
So they're playing the Blue Jays.
See, I didn't know it was Blue Jays.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, weren't paying attention. Here's really the only reason I remember.
What?
My daughter's that brought my daughter first game clear all the whole thing. We're standing kind of by the bullpens out in center field. And
Well, you got a lot in your mouth right
I'm
now.
good now.
Do you
I'm
need
good.
to clear that a
No,
little
I'm
bit
good.
more?
I'm good.
Because that
So-
sounded pretty
we're
grody.
good now. We're good.
Okay.
So, of
Grody.
course, a
Grody
Blue
to
Jays
the
player,
max.
a Blue Jays player threw a ball to my daughter.
Yep.
So my daughter's like, "Oh, can they be my second favorite team?"
Oh,
and I was
no.
like, "Absolutely not." I was like,
No.
"I'm sorry, this is not okay." But she
No.
like doesn't hate the Blue Jays, and
Yeah.
I'm not okay.
Should have made her throw it back.
I know.
She wasn't alive in 93. So I went out there in 94. I 94, I was in Toronto, and we sat kind of down the right field line. But at one point, I walked around because it is a cool stadium. It was the Sky Dome, the whole thing. When I got out to left field, I mean, I felt sick. I mean, I just felt like that's where the ball landed. Like it made me feel sick.
I got to watch a game from the hotel there one
Yeah.
time, that was a pretty cool experience.
Did you have a good sight line?
Yeah, so it was my buddy had a room in the hotel there, and we just hung out in his room service. It was awesome.
Remember they would raise the mound and lower the mound
Yeah.
with a button?
Yeah.
Because that's where
No way.
yeah, that's where the Rocket would play with the Argonauts. When the Rocket didn't come to the NFL because he went to the Toronto Argonauts, he was up there, and they lower the mound with
a retractable mount.
They
Is
lower
this
it
the
with a
only
button.
place this has ever been done?
It was certainly the first.
So I guess it
I don't
didn't
know.
catch on.
I mean,
Well, they don't do the multi-use stadiums much
Oh,
anymore.
that's
is
true.
The point. They stopped doing it. Everyone gets their own stadiums now.
True.
That's true.
You know, I played in probably the worst multi-use.
The worst one.
Oh,
I went to an
5
A's
years.
game. I went to an A's game
See the
in like
infield?
19.
Yeah.
I went to
The whole
I went to
field
an
was
A's game.
dirt.
You could see the yard line markers in an A's baseball game when I was there in like the 90s.
Three-quarters
You could
of
see
the
the whole thing,
season, man.
100-yard line, the whole thing. You could see all of them. It
The
was nuts.
whole field's dirt. The whole thing. Yeah, and hard dirt and stones. And it was like, can't we do something about this? I actually felt like the Raiders organization felt like it was advantageous for us because we were more accustomed to it, to where they really didn't want to make it different.
Okay. Well,
you couldn't use cleat. Like, do you think cleats work on that dirt?
I guess I'll find out when I'm running to first base against Fritz.
Wow.
One other question. Maybe
our cleats don't work on
Okay, this might be ignorant, but I'm going to go here because now that we're in, ground surface, field surface stuff. Let me just throw this
important
up.
stuff.
So it was announced yesterday that the Eagles are getting a new sod for the World Cup.
The FIFA.
Why
the
now?
FIFA side.
Why now? World Cup's
they
next
need
year.
it special.
World Cup's next year.
It takes a while to get that.
Well, why are we having a football season rip up the turf that then gets used in 2026?
I don't know.
question.
James, is that it's a fair question, right?
Yeah, I don't care about soccer.
But wouldn't you think you'd put it in next year after the season?
Sure. Maybe they want to test it out and see how it works.
Oh,
and
yeah,
all that.
test it on
Yeah,
our
do the
Super Bowl
Eagles,
team.
yeah.
Let
I
them
just
be the
found
guinea
that
pig.
really like, all right, let's have,
There has to be a method.
22 players on every play, rip up the field, and then use it in
There's
the World
got to
Cup.
be a tried and true method that they
I don't know.
utilize.
I just thought it was really odd. But
Well, the Giants and Jets players are furious that they're replacing it with grass for the soccer people, but going back to and everybody hates that turf up there.
Wow.
More players get injured up on that field. They're just doing it for soccer. So all
Wow.
money dollar.
Okay. Let's go to the phones. Talk to Dave in Wilmington. Good morning, Dave.
Good morning. That's a drop of the week, by the way. James saying, "Oh, I don't care about soccer." So, why?
I actually don't hate soccer, but when it comes
man.
to the Eagles have to win.
I just thought how naturally he said. He's like, I don't like soccer at all. So
okay, all right.
You got to check out Welcome to Wrexham. Rob McElhaney, man.
I'll check out the World Cup next year. That's what I'll check.
It's unbelievable. This Welcome to Wrexham stuff is good. Like, you need to consider.
So that's a show, or you're saying his real?
It's a show about the real thing.
Yeah,
it's like a
about the real
documentary.
thing.
And he owns that team over there, right?
Yeah, him and Ryan Reynolds.
He and Ryan Reynolds bought the team, and they're turning it completely
And-
around.
Oh, they moved up the rankings.
And John, you know what he says?
He's from Philly, man.
Every
He's
week.
a huge Philly
He's
fan.
a real deal Philly fan.
No, every week he says, "I can't believe I went to the prep."
and get him on
with
our
the hammer.
show.
Yes, he does.
Yeah, he's constantly saying he can't believe he went
Yeah,
to the
he
prep
says
with
it
me.
on his show. Always Sunny.
Yeah.
It was crazy.
Well, I'm.
You want him on the show?
Stop. Absolutely.
Yes.
I get him on the show.
Could you?
Absolutely.
I don't know him, but I can get
would
him.
love that.
I'll
That'd be
talk to
really
him.
neat.
Oh my
You
gosh.
know he's on his show with Charlie Day, who's my voice twin.
Yeah.
Comes up how many times
Yeah.
do people say, "Do you ever sound like Charlie
Oh
Day?"
my gosh, I would love to.
Let me put
talk
this on the
to
list.
Rob McElhaney.
Yeah, that'd be so cool.
This is
all right.
He's a huge deal
Okay.
in my household. He's a huge deal.
Me too.
Worldwide.
My wife does not think
He's-
anything we do is cool. If we have Rob McElhaney
Oh
on, she'll
my
be like,
gosh.
"Oh, that's cool."
But
And
she
he's,
might
friends, and he's
listen.
friends with that Ryan Reynolds guy,
He
right?
never listens. No, ever.
The Ryan Reynolds and him. They're
Yeah, they own the team together.
Yeah.
All right,
Yeah.
let me get working on that.
You know
Oh.
absolutely nothing about pop culture, do you?
Yeah, but I got a shot with this one. Let me.
This
I
is
mean, it's not a
massive.
shot. I can get him.
massive.
Get him on the show.
Rob
really cool.
McElhaney is massive.
But only on one condition. He's got to say on the air, because otherwise I'm going to hang up on him.
Oh God.
I'm so proud to have gone to the prep with Joe DeCamp.
Oh, my
You
God,
should
that's
say that to
embarrassing.
him.
No.
I'm proud to have gone to the prep with Rob McElhaney.
I didn't know him at
Yeah.
all. I didn't know him at all.
Same
in
year?
you
high school.
actually are you sure
No,
that it's
you're
like
above me.
same?
One above me.
No way.
Yeah, I didn't, but I don't know if he knew of me. He probably didn't, because I just ran
Well,
home
you're
after
right.
school.
He probably didn't.
I didn't
It's
play
Rob
any
McElhaney.
sports.
You
Man,
don't think you heard
he's a
stories of
worldwide star.
you terrorizing your teachers? You don't think that made it through the
Some
school?
of it may have, because I was a terrier. Dave, what do you got on the
The
sports
guy's
scene?
hilarious, and he seems really, really cool.
Okay. Dave, what do you got?
Well, I don't believe in the curse. If Saquon gets hurt, like you were saying earlier in the year, it's because they used him so much last year. And
That could
as far as-
happen. Yeah, that could happen.
As far as our defense is concerned, I'm not concerned at all, because how he's going to do it, how he does. He's going to wait till after training camp when everybody gets cut, and he's going to pick from the the pile.
Well, Dave, let me remind you of this, because, look, I got all love for Howie, as we all should. I think he should give a speech in Canton someday at the Hall of Fame. But let's just remember, in 2023, the Eagles' defense was so bad that most of us thought at the end of the year it was the worst defense in football. Like, the worst. So let's not act like he. No, he did, but he had a great day in 22, horrendous in 3, tremendous in 4. I'm just saying, it's not a certainty that the Eagles will be exceptional. I just want to remind everybody, we shouldn't have our heads so far in the sand or so high in the sky of glory that we forget that bad things can happen. I mean, John, in 23, they could not stop anybody at the end. Anybody.
Yes, bad things can happen, but we have an awesome team.
Dave, give me an answer for a great scene in a movie based on real life.
As much as I hate the love story in this movie, the end of Titanic where the boat actually sank.
Correct.
That's what you were waiting for.
That's what I was waiting for. It's a big one.
It is a big answer.
It's a great scene.
It's one of the few cool scenes in the movie.
I mean, it's wild. I mean, when he has to climb on the other side to try to avoid going down.
I don't even think I remember how grandiose it got at the end. Like,
man.
what you're talking.
It's big.
I haven't seen it since the theater.
You should. It's a great.
Remember, I watched it like a few months ago.
That.
Yeah.
It's
all
not
right.
great.
Tim in Swedesboro right now. Tim, good morning.
Good morning, guys. How y'all doing?
Doing great, Tim.
Well, first I want to, shout out to Saquon. Congratulations on making the cover. Because I know he's like I said, I'm going to show you why you put me on this cover. I'm going to show you what I can do next season.
Yep.
All right.
So I mean, and also like I want to say like with not Howard. I'm sorry. With Nick.
Mm-hmm.
Like with Nick Sirianni would say, I'm going to show you why you gave me that extension. I'm going to show you why, we're the best. I'm not going to say the dynasty part yet. I've been hearing a lot of people say that. I'm not putting us there just yet.
No, you shouldn't. You can say have a shot for it, but I mean, they're look, to me, they're still 2 Super Bowls away from it. Maybe 1. Depends on how if you lump 17 in with this, it's a little.
I also want to.
If they dominate going back to back, maybe.
I want to say this too. I'm curious to see how this defense is going to be because, like, I'm curious to see how Quignon's going to do in his second year. I mean, I'll just say I know like Cooper DeJean had that pick 6 in the Super Bowl, but if anyone had deserved a pick 6 or interception, it was Quignon. I mean, it was a shame.
Tim, let me tell you something, man. You're talking my language in one big way. I think Quignon, because Cooper DeJean had that play, has gotten so lost in the shuffle this offseason. I mean,
it's funny you say that. The rankings just came out.
Yep, and
for PFF's top 32 cornerbacks.
And
Cooper comes in at 11.
Yep.
Highest rated rookie. Quignon comes in at 16.
Yeah,
that's nonsense.
It is
nonsense.
Quignon
was definitively better. Like
I don't know that he was definitively better, but I know
better.
this. There's certainly not 15 in the world better.
He was on the one every week.
And I think Quignon was
definitely better.
Look, PFF,
I think he's better.
They have former coaches, former scouts. They actually scrutinize these plays.
But they get
play
things.
after play.
But they get things wrong.
They can get things wrong. But they didn't just willy-nilly throw those grades out there. They did put some time and effort into getting them.
I'm just saying stuff wrong all the time.
But I'm saying
they are
true.
wrong all the time.
Locally,
human beings. They can get it wrong.
Locally, Quignon is underrated. Locally, here.
I agree. And
nationally, I think both.
Well, number 1 pick.
That's a given. Yeah.
Mitchell fared better in their advanced statistics.
Yeah.
So just for that.
All right, Tim, you can win these Phillies tickets. Give us a scene that's based on a real life circumstance.
All right. When I first saw this movie, The Pursuit of Happiness, when Will Smith's character got that job as a stockbroker after all he went through, I thought, dude, good for you, man. I mean, I'll be honest, straight up, I had tears in my eyes. I was happy for the man. After all he went through in that movie, being homeless, it was a classic.
And are you saying specifically when he's walking down the street and kind of pumping his fist in the air?
Fist pump.
Yeah, like when he said, like, they picked him for, they picked him out of the class.
Yeah. Listen, it's a great answer, man. It's a beautiful scene. It really is. All right, time's yours. Saquon tributes. We'll get to that and phone calls on all these topics. Also, we'll find out what people expect with the Ranger thing. We'll get to the poll result related to Ranger Suarez, that and more, and your calls on 94 WIP.
Baseball fans love the long ball, and FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is giving you even more reasons to love home runs every Tuesday during the MLB season. Because with Dinger Tuesdays, all FanDuel customers get a home run profit boost. Just go to FanDuel.com/JohnR, JONR. So that means when you bet on moonshots, you can take your winnings to new heights. So whether it's a big blast or an oppo-boppo, FanDuel is your home for betting home runs. Just visit FanDuel.com/JohnR, JONR, and gear up to go yard all season long. Make every moment more with FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, official sports betting partner of Major League Baseball. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 94 WIP as well. That's FanDuel.com/JohnR, JONR, to claim your Dinger Tuesday profit boost right now.
21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Another road game takeover with fans of Philly. Join fans of Philly as we charge into LA for a Monday night showdown. Enjoy airfare, hotel accommodations, an exclusive tailgate party, and game tickets seated with those that bleed green. Fly with 94 WIP's official travel partner, Fans of Philly. Reserve your spot now before they sell out at fansofphilly.com.
I'm Ryan Horvath, here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. The Niners had a rough 2024 campaign, but they were riddled with injuries and a hard schedule. This upcoming season, San Francisco has one of the easiest schedules in the league, and I'm never counting out Kyle Shanahan. The Niners to win the NFC is 8-1. I'm Ryan Horvath. Bet smarter and beat books. Download the BetMGM app.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, cause you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things. People. Love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Summer adventure awaits at Dick's House of Sport. Visit us all season to score the hottest outdoor essentials. Join our summer camps, climb the rock wall, host a birthday party, and more. Plus, test your skills or schedule a fitting in our golf simulators and multi-sport cage, while fine-tuning your equipment with repairs, re-gripping, customization, and more expert services. And while you're here, shop trending styles from top brands you love, like Chubbies, Kalia, New Balance, Birkenstock, and FP Movement. Sport happens here at Dick's House of Sport.
Get ready for
your workouts will
stay tuned for.
Are you tired of?
You can skip a lot of things in life, but not everything. With Citizens, get the advice and tools you need to financially handle all of life's unskippable moments. So you're ready for your best friend's wedding, a broken down car, your kid getting into their dream school, and every expense in between. From making a plan to staying on track, make sense of your money with Citizens. Get started at citizensbank.com/made-ready.
Citizens, since we each upgraded to Xfinity in our homes, the Wi-Fi has been booming. It's fair to say our town has officially become a boomtown.
Mayor, will I be able to drop into multiplayer gaming battles with low lag?
The lag won't be an issue, but your questionable skills, maybe.
And what if I have hundreds of devices on the Wi-Fi? Purely hypothetical.
Seems like a lot, but sure, hundreds of devices all booming together with the Xfinity Gateway. Yes, friends and neighbors, with Xfinity, the Wi-Fi is booming.
The Wi-Fi isn't the only thing that's booming. Now get the most reliable Wi-Fi and our best-in-class equipment for one consistent price for 5 years guaranteed. All in. Plus, get unlimited data included and no annual contract. All with the 5-year price guarantee from Xfinity. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. New residential customers only. Select plans only. Xfinity Gateway with X5 Complete required for unlimited data except in certain areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024. Actual speeds vary.
Summer is here. It's time to address some of those nagging projects around the house that you've been putting off. If replacing your home's old drafty windows and doors is on your to-do list, then you need to call my good friends at Guida Door and Window. Guida is going to help you get your project started with 20% off all windows and doors while allowing you to start your project today with no money out of pocket. And once your new high-quality windows and doors have been expertly installed, you'll have up to 3 full years to pay them off interest-free. So you'll be able to start enjoying all the benefits of your new energy-efficient windows and doors, including an increased comfort level of your home and lowered monthly energy bills, while having the luxury of paying off your project interest-free for up to 36 months. This offer is for a limited time only. Restrictions apply. So for full details, call GUIDA today to schedule a free, no-obligation in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's go, GUIDA.com.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Breaking news, and this one is almost unbelievable.
Yeah, it's all about new customers at Bet365 because they get $150 in bonus bets when they bet $5, win or lose.
Bets win or lose, and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply. Available in app only.
Hey, isn't it time to invest in yourself? I certainly say it is. So how about you start with PI Dental Center and their decades of experience in complex dental treatment, of which I've been a patient now for 2 decades. My mom, a patient there for 3 decades with Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, both sensational with what they do, both board-certified prosthodontists. They specialize in the restoration and the replacement of teeth. PI Dental Center are also the originators of the Teeth in a Day. That's a revolutionary treatment that delivers fixed teeth and implants placed for a dramatic transformation in a mere 1 day. Let me make this all very simple for you. If you got a big old problem, like real pain, maybe you don't like the way you look and it creates self-esteem issues, well, another PI Dental Center, they can change it, they can fix you. Get yourself there. They're located in Fort Washington. Start with their website, pidentalcenter.com. Visit pidentalcenter.com to request your new patient evaluation.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by PDQ Signature Systems. Vic Fangio will speak at the Eagles OTAs NovaCare Complex today around noon, which the WIP Midday guys will carry live. PFF releasing their list of top quarterbacks. Cooper DeJean comes in at 11th, the highest-rated rookie. Quinyon Mitchell at 16, former Eagle. Darius Slay checking in at 21. Phillies open a series tonight in Toronto, 7:07 first pitch, live here on 94 WIP. If you're in the restaurant, hospitality, or casino business, you need a PDQ POS system. With PDQ POS, you'll sell more, earn more, and work less. If you want the best, trust PDQ POS. PDQPOS.com. Weather brought to you by Telesystem. Sunny today, high 84. It's currently 70. Hackers suck. That's why Telesystem's mission is to make sure Philly's businesses' technology solutions stay connected and protected. Visit hackersuck.com to learn more. Listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on your streaming device. Just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP. After you crack open your eyes, crack open a seltzer. This is the Morning Show with Joe DeGamera and John Ritchie. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Wow.
John wants McElhenney on the show.
I did too. I sang it.
The guy he's really, really sharp. He's really enterprising. He's really
the
smart.
funniest show on television.
Yes.
It's
Well,
hilarious.
That goes without saying. And the guy he loves Philadelphia, and he's doing huge things, worldwide things.
I know. All right, well.
We got to get him on.
I'm excited.
I can't tell you how
and he is a real
important
Philly
it is
sports
to get
fan.
him on.
Like, you're like not one of those I'm from Philly, go team. Like, he actually cares.
James, how's it working on your end getting Bradley Cooper on the show? God, you are. God. I mean, it's just. You see this guy, I mean, it's,
Yes.
we're used to it at this point.
Well,
Because in the midday show, we gave him this assignment, these type of assignments every year. Couple celebs. We'd give 2 or 3 celebs. He's 0 for the whole group.
Well, they're extenuating circumstances.
Yeah, Kirstie Alley died.
That's an extenuating circumstance.
And Apollo Creed died, but I mean,
Apollo Creed turned us down.
Okay, but there's about 20 people that have been on the list now.
Did he really
Well, not
turn
20.
us down?
There's like 6 or 8.
No,
or whatever,
Apollo
but-
turned us down?
Yeah.
He said no.
Apollo said no. He's the only one James even got.
No.
close to
I
got
made
nothing.
some headway
You got
on some people,
freaking
but
nothing.
look, not everyone, says yes.
Well,
you can only do so much.
Not everyone tries hard enough. All right. Twitter poll questions of the day. They relate to Ranger Suarez. Let's get to this. Twitter poll is brought to us by Armin Chevrolet. In 2025, Armin Chevy is proudly celebrating 25 years of serving the automotive needs of the Delaware Valley. Together, let's drive. Visit ArminChevy.com. First poll question. With an abundance of starting pitching, do you think Ranger will get traded during the season? Yes or no? During this season, yes or no? John? How did people vote?
I'm going to say people think he will be traded. So, but maybe it's not reasonable to expect. So I think it's going to be as close to 50% as you can get. 51% say yes.
So it's not that high, but I'm surprised how high it is. 38% think he will get traded. I don't. I recognize he could. I just don't think it'll happen.
See,
but 38% think he's going to get traded in the next 2 months.
It's just such an unusual situation to have a superfluous starting pitcher.
Yeah, it's
so
bizarre.
I guess we just don't have experience with what this looks like exactly. It makes so much sense for us to try to get something for this player.
Well,
but if this kind of thing isn't ever done, or if other teams aren't willing to sacrifice a star reliever for a star starter because no one thinks the star starter is going to be available, then we're in trouble.
Personal tweeted in a good thought, even though you don't see it often, it's rare, but a 3-teamer could be a potential way to move Ranger. You trade Ranger, through another team, and you get someone's reliever from a bad team who's willing to move him. You move Ranger to another team's contending, and they send prospects to that team.
Yeah.
And that's at least a round. It's possible.
I like this.
3 teams, they're rare, very rare these days, but it's possible.
I love the sound of it.
James, what about my Luzardo theory that if Dombrowski thinks Luzardo's not going to sign here for the kind of money they want to give him, then Luzardo gets traded?
I don't think there's any chance they would do it at the deadline. I think that could
Off-season?
be off-season, yeah. And even then, I doubt it. But it is possible. If they think they can sign Ranger and they don't think they can sign Luzardo, they could trade him.
Because I'll say this, if you're Dombrowski, you don't want to wait to the end of Luzardo to sign him. You want to sign him sooner than later. I mean, you do. So, all right. Second poll question, another similar type of topic. Who is more likely to start a playoff game this October for the Phillies? Nola or Ranger? John, how do you think people voted? First, let's all go on the record ourselves. I say Nola. I'm not thrilled about it. I'm just saying I say Nola.
Yeah.
And he might round back into shape and become the kind of guy that deserves it. As of now, he doesn't deserve it. Rhea, Nola or Ranger, who do you think is more likely to start an October game?
Well, here's the problem. If Nola doesn't round back into shape, they can't just go in because they gave him a huge contract.
I agree.
And Rangers pitching, it's got to be Ranger.
So you would say Ranger's more
100%.
likely. Okay.
Yep.
Seltzer?
I think it's Nola, and sadly, I don't think he has to. I think Nola's starting a playoff game, no matter what. He's here for 5 more years after this. I know we don't like that, but the Phillies have shown that they do stuff like that. Like, I think Nola is starting a playoff. He might be the 4. Nola's starting a playoff game. I feel
John,
super confident.
which do you
I
think
it's
is
Aaron Nola. He has been such a workhorse. It's sort of in the cards for that. Just the time put in almost.
Who do you think wins the poll?
I'm going to say Aaron Nola.
Ranger wins the poll, and I'm a little surprised by that. But
I think it's hope.
I do too.
I think people want Ranger to start,
50
which we do too. But
I mean, I'm not even on the record like what I hope. Like, I hope Aaron Nola rounds back
pulls
into
together.
shape.
Yeah, but
I mean,
again,
honestly, I hope it's Nola instead of Ranger, so Ranger can be an effective guy in the bullpen.
Yes, because Nola's going to be here for 5 more years.
There's
we
so
need him
much that goes
in the
into
future.
this.
Yeah.
But my point is, I don't think it's going to depend on how they pitch. Like,
You
I
may
think
be
Nola
right.
is pitching in the playoffs no matter what.
You may be right. And they'll get blasted if they put him out there for the wrong reason, especially if he then struggles. Ken and Cinnaminson right now. Ken, good morning.
Good morning, friends. How are you today?
Doing well, Ken.
Hey, John. I just want to tell you, you're doing a really great thing there. I was never a 2 dog at a time guy. In November, my wife caught me after 3 old fashions in Aruba, and we wound up adopting a golden doodle puppy.
Oh boy. You mean when you already had 1 dog under your belt?
Yes.
Oh.
And they love having one of their own kind in the house.
I
So,
agree. And we're still adjusting to this. Like right now, they're still trying to assert dominance upon one another. And it's kind of funny because you got one that's got us, much larger, and you got one that's like a giant head with tiny legs that running around.
So, Ken, John's
Uneven
talking
matchup.
about, his dogs, but I'm still where you were a minute ago, Ken, to which I have to ask John this question. John, you ever do 2 dogs at the same time before?
Oh, man.
I mean, Ken, that's where you framed the whole thing was 2 dogs at the same time.
I've owned 2.
Joe.
Why does your mind always go there?
Because Ken said it.
Yeah,
Ken's
but
talking about 2 dogs at the same time.
I don't associate animals in that way. Like, I don't
What
hear
way?
that. I don't.
What way?
Your
I
way.
don't
Talking
think
about taking a dog for a walk and then one in one hand and the other dog in the other hand.
You know, Joe, I have 2 cantaloupes in my refrigerator right now. I'm not really talking that way either.
Well done.
Yeah, the problem is you can't really work with 2 cantaloupes at the same time, but that's a whole nother matter. All right.
Well, you know,
You would know.
For yourself.
All right, Ken, go. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
So, I mean, look, I don't believe in curses. So, Saquon and I think the symmetry of, he's number 26 and it's Madden 26 and all of that. I'm
yeah.
perfectly fine with that. But I'll tell you what, Nick Sirianni could just as well deserve to be on the cover of Madden. And it's notable that we're not having book tours and we're not having victory laps and we're not having look, I don't know if they're going to win the Super Bowl again this year. They've got just as good a chance as anybody because they are that good. But we have to start acknowledging that part of that is because we have this head coach, and there is just no way he's going to take his eye off the ball. And with him and the way he approaches things and his obsession with getting better, and Jalen Hurts and his obsession with getting better, and obviously there's differing opinions on how much better Jalen Hurts has gotten. But the resume speaks for itself. This guy just wins football games. Nick Sirianni just wins football games. I am allowing myself, and this is a hard place for long-tenured Philadelphia sports fans to go. I mean, for some of these younger guys who don't really know what it's like to live through
I know.
actual pain,
Yeah.
So I have a hard time getting worked up and feeling sorry for them when, the Eagles lose in the first round of the playoffs.
Yeah. All right, Ken, give me an answer, a scene based on real life.
Well, this is actually based on real life. And Ray Liotta's surprise in the scene is real because he didn't know it was coming from Joe Pesci. The I'm a clown, I amuse you scene.
Yeah.
Good stuff.
So that came from someone that said that to Pesci, right? Years earlier in his life.
I believe so. It definitely, he's right. Ray Liotta didn't know. No one knew.
Yeah.
All the reactions, like the reason all the guys around him look so terrified and stuff is Pesci and Scorsese didn't tell anyone they were going to do that.
Yeah.
Which is great.
Pretty good answer right there. By the way, I got to round back to that thing. So Ken's basically saying for older people what they've been through, and I'm in hopefully halfway through life at this point. Hopefully I got a long way to go. But I get it, the pain of a Philadelphia sports fan. It dawned on me recently that I think for the young kids, and I'm going 10 and 12 right now and 14. I mean, they're not young, but youngish. I think the Sixers thing is their welcome to that side of being a Philadelphia sports fan. Like, because if you think about it, let's say you were 5 years old when the Sixers made the playoffs the first time with this group, and I'm saying Joel, 2018, I think it was. Like, there was so much hope that they would win a title. At the very least, like, truly compete for it. Like, truly compete. And here we are 8 years later, and it's like the whole thing is...
Oh, the bottom fell out.
Completely fell out.
And it's rusted through. And
yeah. That, to me, is... for the
Hope is
14-year-old, that's like the, I get...
Yeah.
When my parents and my grandparents, my aunts and uncles have told me about how it can be sometimes. Because they've been running pretty high.
It is realistic that we can be this dysfunctional.
And you can make the case the Phillies losing in the end of the postseason 3 years in a row side of that, and it is. But there's been a lot of fun with the Phillies' journey. The Sixers thing has just been a root canal. Really has.
I agree. I also I've got a major question about you.
What?
What's the rule on sweatshirt?
Oh yeah, I noticed this.
Wearage.
You wore that
What's
yesterday,
the
right?
rule
It's
on,
definitely the
like-
same new sweatshirt you got.
So I
right?
wasn't going to wear it
We
again today.
complimented you yesterday
Yeah, we're like, oh, great
on the new
sweatshirt.
sweatshirt.
Yeah.
Hey, nice job. You wore something different than the sweatshirt that you had previously been wearing every day.
Yep.
Now, are you going to wear this sweatshirt every day
No.
also?
No. I do like this. It's very comfortable.
It's a cool sweatshirt.
Was it in the car
but it's
when you
also
got there
very
today and you were cold?
distinctive.
So the thing is, I wasn't as properly packed for Amy from Villanova last night. And so I did have undergarments that are all clean, but I did not.
Socks?
change.
New socks. Yep, new socks.
Wow.
But
this
yes,
is a step in the right direction.
But I did not have a second
That's
sweatshirt.
good, though.
And it was really cold when we got in here
At
this
least it's
morning.
new socks.
Yes.
It was chilly.
It was.
Yeah.
So anyway.
Okay.
Out in the hub. They call this the...
Oh my God, it's like literally
freezing today.
winter.
Yeah, crazy. Anyway, all right, with that said, let's do what we do every day at this time.
The time is yours. Can't wait. Unlike everyone else, we actually check our voicemail. Tell us, what do you want to say? The time is yours.
John, what is this sweatshirt spelled backwards?
I can't read what the sweatshirt
I mean,
says.
this Seltzer, sweatshirt spelled backwards is?
Ava, something you gotta hold it higher. I can't see from here.
Are those
Ava,
even
I can't
English
see.
It's
letters?
Avalon. It's
Avalon, okay.
Avalon spelled backwards. It's a very cool sweatshirt.
Oh, wow.
All right.
We
Time's,
look forward to seeing it again tomorrow.
you may. Time's Yours is brought to us by Xfinity Mobile, the sponsor of WIP's Xfinity Mobile Lounge. The Wi-Fi is booming. Unlock faster, secure speeds at home and on the go only from Xfinity Mobile. Let's hit it with Time's Yours.
Once again, Saquon has leapt into our hearts. Backward leapt into our hearts. What a season, man. What a season.
Yeah, there's no question. Look, it was an absolute all-timer to say the least.
Feel free to refer back to this after the season's over. Everybody calm down. Saquon Barkley is going to live up to the Madden cover. He's going to rush for over 2,000 yards again.
So that guy went with the Saquon. You don't get that often.
Saquon, yeah.
Every once in
Yeah.
a while. I mean, to me, it's Saquon, but he went Saquon.
Saquon's reverse hurdle is something that none of us have ever seen at any level of football. It was one of the most amazing things I've seen. When I saw it happen, the jaw dropped, and I'm just sitting there in awe. We need to push to have that as the logo of the NFL. You got Jerry West as the logo on the NBA. We need to have that as the logo in the middle of the NFL.
That sounds awesome.
Interesting.
You know what I'm thinking?
What?
Saquon, your name, Joseph, could become Joseph.
It could have
and we
one-
could go
Ooh, Joseph.
Zeph
I
or
like this.
Zeffy.
I got one friend that
I
calls me that.
remember, really?
Yeah.
I remember like a kid back in my area,
Yeah.
Zeffy Penn in Central PA
I remember
was an
Zeffy
awesome
Penn.
basketball
Yeah,
player.
he played, where'd he play? Zeffy Penn. He played,
The name rings a bell, but I can't place
Yeah,
it.
it's vaguely
he
familiar.
was
Where
either
did
a
he
well-known
go?
college or pro. Zeffy
Did he go to
Penn.
Pitt?
I mean, I'll
Had to
look
be
Zeffy
college.
Penn.
Had to be college.
probably.
Zeffy Penn was awesome.
I remember that guy, but let me look him up. Zeffy Penn.
Yeah.
A massive congratulations to Saquon Barkley. Good for him for making that cover. He is now only the third player for the Eagles' history in the game to be a 99. He absolutely deserves it.
Wow. So Zeffy Penn, Villanova?
Yeah, he went to
98?
McDevitt. That's why I know him. He went to McDevitt, which is where Ricky
Shady
Waters
went,
went,
yeah. Or
which
no,
is where
Waters, yeah.
LaShawn.
Yeah.
Yeah.
that's a-
So Villanova
What?
98. So I guess he was on some of those Kittles teams. All right, and with that said, time's yours. We shut it down.
The Time's Yours line. Leave Joe and John a message of your thoughts, compliments, and complaints. Call 215-238-4500.
I don't think you can. I don't know that you can pull off Zeffy.
No, I don't think I can. But Villanova
it's a cool name.
But Villanova couldn't pull off beating Old Dominion in '95, and I'm still cheesed about that. You remember that, Seltzer?
Mm-hmm.
Jason Lawson's the only guy that showed up that game.
Yeah, Jason
Seriously?
Lawson.
Jason Lawson was great in that game, and the rest of them stunk in that game. And I love those guys, but they stunk in that game. Hey, Nick in Bucks County, you won tickets yesterday on our show. If you missed it earlier, I announced earlier, I just said the wrong name at the end of yesterday's show. You won it with the Karate Kid. So just know Ed did not win. Nick, you won. We'll see you next week at the game. Now, we got to come up with a winning answer for today's Phillies tickets that we're giving away. Based on a great scene in a movie that's based on real-life circumstances, we got good answers. We got the End of the Pursuit of Happiness when Will Smith's all happy. Great answer. We just got the I Am Use clown scene in Goodfellas. Great answer. We got, I thought the Apollo 13 scene was really cool. With Cronkite, the wife at home, you know, that was an amazing scene.
That's a great answer.
Great answer. Sully landing the plane in the Hudson. It's a big answer. And the Titanic, which is what I was thinking all show, would be the answer, but I'm kind of leaning Cronkite right now. Titanic, boat goes down. That's also a very big answer. What are we thinking here?
I think those are the three. I think it's Titanic, Goodfellas, and the Apollo 13 answer.
I like the Goodfellas one a lot, but I would be willing to go Cronkite.
I think it's Cronkite.
I mean, I'm good with it.
I thought it was I thought it was Titanic, but I got to tell you, the Cronkite thing was big, man. And the way the guy sold it with having seen it live,
chills. It is because every time I see it, it's like I've seen it the first time, and I still get stressed out watching the movie.
I'm good with it.
I'm good with that.
This to me is an upset because going into the show, I expected it to be Titanic and the boat going down. But Mark, you sold me and you sold the others with Walter Cronkite, the wife at home, and losing connection to the Apollo 13. That's great. All right, everyone, have a spectacular rest of the day. Phil's Blue Jays later tonight. Joe and Hugh coming up next. We'll talk to you tomorrow, 94 WIP.
Baseball fans love the long ball, and FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is giving you even more reasons to love home runs every Tuesday during the MLB season. Because with Dinger Tuesdays, all FanDuel customers get a home run profit boost. That means when you bet on moonshots, you could take your winnings to new heights. So whether it's a big blast or an oppo boppo, FanDuel is your home for betting home runs. Visit FanDuel.com/GIGLIO and gear up to go yard all season long. That's FanDuel.com/GIGLIO to claim your Dinger Tuesday profit boost. Make every moment more with FanDuel, America's #1 official sports betting partner of Major League Baseball. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable profit boost token. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
So, you get in your car and head to work and the check engine light comes on. What do? One thing you shouldn't do is wait to get it checked out. What you should do is head to your locally owned and operated Meineke, where their trained technicians will diagnose your problem, fix it, and get you safely back on the road. Meineke works on any make, model, or year vehicle and has been doing it right for over 50 years. And Meineke offers same-day service and fix-it-now and pay-over-time payment solutions. Meineke, doing car care right.
I thought people like me didn't get addicted to drugs. That's like saying people like me don't get sick. Just like anyone can get sick, anyone can struggle with addiction. And when you're struggling, there's no shame in getting help. I'm over the shame. I know who I am, and I'm in recovery for me.
Call 844-REACH-NJ. Talk to a counselor for confidential addiction help and see if you're eligible for no-cost treatment. 844-REACH-NJ. From the New Jersey Department of Human Services.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere, just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy, pretty much hands off. They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-392-7955. 800-392-7955. 800-392-7955.
Optima Tax Relief.
testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Who's the man in a white plumbing van?
Roto-Rooter Man.
Who's the dude who clears your drain of food?
Roto-Rooter Man.
Who's the guy to keep your basement dry?
He's the Roto-Rooter Man.
Who's your friend for a pipe on the man?
Roto-Rooter Man.
If plumbing, drains, or water cleanup are the plan, better call your Roto-Rooter man. Roto-Rooter, we put water where it should be.
Call Roto-Rooter, that's the name, and away go troubles down the drain. Roto-Rooter.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
It's your captain speaking. To the passenger with the Mirror Fast soft shoes, smart move.
No way am I letting travel constipation ruin this trip.
Can't blame you. Mirror Fast works fast, but without the harsh side effects.
Since I'm such a smart traveler, can I move to first class?
No. Close the curtain, Carol.
From the makers of Miralax, new Mirafast soft chews work naturally with your body in as little as 30 minutes to give you a comfortable go on the go. Find Mirafast today at your local retailer. Use as directed for occasional constipation. Contains magnesium hydroxide.
Downy Rinse and Refresh. Break up with stinky clothes.
Rinse it out.
Every now and then I get a little bit tired of the stinks that just will never come out.
Pour down in the rinse change.
Every now and then I rinse it out. One wash and it delivers. One wash, it smells so clean. Downy Rinse and Refresh, it's a dream.
Downy Rinse and Refresh. Fights odor in just one wash. Guaranteed.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues?
Who are you?
Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check for your wallet first, before hitting the drive-thru.
$6.
Sorry, forgot my wallet. I have change, though. Here's 40 cents, another 40. Ooh, a bicentennial.
What's that?
Oh, gosh.
Checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place. For changes big and small, loud or quiet. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Steph Curry recently admitted to CNBC, "I'm human like everybody. You have doubts about yourself and imposter syndrome at times." Curry added, "It's an idea of, are you doing everything you can to take care of the people relying on you? Are you fulfilling your full potential in all different areas?" To me, a refreshing glimpse of a superstar's humility. I'm Boomer Esiason.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey sports station. This is Hugh Douglas and Joe Giglio on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Welcome on in. It's the Midday Show. Hugh Douglas, Joe Giglio. You guys with us. 215-592-9494. That's a hot board. Kyle Quinn behind the glass. You guys on the phone lines. A lot to get to today. Including a great prize to give away. We'll have Vic Fangio coming up for a press conference at noon. Devin later in the show. Phil's back in action tonight. Good morning, Hugh.
Good morning, Joe. Good morning, Philadelphia.
And we're rolling.
It's Tuesday.
Thought it was Tuesday yesterday.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm back on track.
Okay.
Back on track. How you doing?
Good. How are you? You got anything for us?
No, that's it. I'm just, I had some things, but I was like,
threw him off.
And then sometimes there's certain things you want to say you might not be ready. The crowd might not be ready to consume it.
Yeah.
So I'm like, man, hold that.
Are you talking about the YouTube audience for your shirt today? As Hawaiian Hugh has arrived.
Wait a minute. Well, you clowning my shirt already?
I know.
First
I like
of
it.
all,
I like the shirt.
This is the shirt from the Brian Dawkins Impact Golf Outing.
It's a little brighter than you usually show us.
Well, because I'm dark and the color tends to show up.
I didn't say that.
A darker canvas. I mean, I said it. So it was. I didn't get a chance to wear it yesterday, right? Mm-hmm. So I was like, oh, I got my shirt. I'm gonna wear it today.
It's a nice shirt.
Yeah, and you know what? It got a hat to come with it.
Oh, where's that?
I didn't want to wear that.
Okay.
I'm probably wear that hat later on. But I got 2 shirts. Yep. 2 hats. And I was thinking, I need to do more golf stuff.
Because you got something free yesterday? I mean, we all can see right through this.
Yeah, it was a nice day.
We had a great time yesterday.
It was some nice shirts. Got a chance to fellowship with some of the guys and everything. It was cool.
Yeah, it was a great day yesterday at the Brian Dawkins Golf Outing, and we appreciate him being on with us yesterday, and the whole atmosphere was awesome. And we're back in studio today. Hugh, you mentioned second chance or second time, right? You got 2 shirts yesterday.
Yes.
And you know what we get to do here in 2025? We get a second year of watching Saquon Barkley in an Eagles uniform. We know he's the Madden cover guy. Saquon on the Madden cover this year, and obviously well-earned. He was the best player in pro football last season. And an incredible, he was the driving force.
He was the straw that stirred the drink.
Absolutely. And you know what? It's interesting as we've talked about Saquon this offseason because last year, we know how great he was. We know what he did. We know what he provided. He was the best player, and he just week in, week out dominated the sport and was the biggest reason why the Eagles were such a great football team. And yet every time his name comes up this offseason, there seems to be this, assumption or thought or feeling that he's not going to be quite as great. And that certainly could be true, right? He had a lot of touches last year, and I'm not sitting here saying I expect Saquon Barkley to have as great of a season, dot for dot, yard for yard, all that. I'm not expecting that. But here's what I do believe. I still believe the Eagles need the 2024 version of Saquon, the best version of Saquon. The all-pro, dominant, best running back in the NFL version of Saquon to be a great football team this season. Because, Hugh, they've lost a lot on defense, and they have a new coordinator. And here's what I need. I need Saquon to be the constant he was last year. Then everything flows off of that. Here we are a couple months away from the start of the season. Saquon's the Madden cover guy. He's enjoyed his offseason. Do you think the Eagles need last year's version of Saquon to be great again?
Nah, and they're not going to get last year's version of Saquon.
See?
And I say that with all due respect. And with that being said, I'm going to go into story time a little bit because I got to tell you a little story that's give you a little context of how these things work. Okay. My first year in the NFL, I was defensive rookie of the year on a bad team. And I remember going home in that first offseason with that accolade. And you got to remember, coming from a small school, 16th overall pick, and all the guys who went before me to have that honor, that was a pretty big deal.
Of course.
Pretty big deal. I remember going home, Joe, and I'll never forget it like it was yesterday. I was in front of the Kroger. And I remember she was walking out the store. Her name was Carla Stokes. I talked about Dr. Carla last week. I remember what she had on, Joe. She had on some leather pants and a white top.
Boy, this memory's vivid.
Listen. I don't remember a whole lot, but I remember when I met Carla, and she had the prettiest brown skin that I had ever seen on a woman. And I remember chasing her down the street. And for the next 5 or 6 months, whining and dining, trying to, date Miss Carla Stokes. So I go back to New York, and who was it at the time? Rich Kotite. See me, and he's like, "Oh my God, you're fat as hell. What have you been doing? What have you been doing in the off season? Look at your ass." I never forget the conversation. He's like, "Oh my God, I couldn't leave. And I had to stay there in New York and get myself back in shape. Now, Saquon is nowhere near out of shape, but Saquon just won the Super Bowl. Saquon has all these different accolades that is being bestowed upon him that he would never have fathomed of having if he was a New York Giant. Now, Saquon's a hard worker, man, but it's human nature to sit back and revel in the success that you earn.
Sure,
you earn that success.
Yeah, that's human nature. I agree.
And Saquon is working. He's working out, but I guarantee you, because it's hard to do, especially when you're being pulled in so many different directions now. it's not going to be the same as it was last year. Not saying that he's going to go out there and stink. Not saying that. But it's going to be hard to duplicate the season that he had last year because your motivation was different last year. You know, you got disrespected on television. You know, a lot of people were talking about, and I remember this vividly, Giants fans was talking, oh, well, you got him. He's a pretty good player, but he's going to be hurt. That was the conversation I remember having.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah, and shout out to the Giants fans because I know y'all sick to see the oversaturation of Saquon Barkley as an Eagle and the success that he's having.
Madden cover.
Even though, you know, he was in New York, #1 media capital in the world. He's here in Philadelphia on top of cheesesteak buildings, jumping backwards. Like, y'all have to be sick in the stomach. So I just wanted to give y'all a little bit of shout out this morning because I know you can't be feeling
So
good.
I know you
Woke up
don't.
sick.
Yeah, I'm sure they did. I know you don't think he's going to be quite that version, but do they need that version?
I don't think so. I don't think so because I feel like this. And if you talk to anybody that has played the game and has won at that level, which I haven't, but I know every year you have to evolve and adapt and change. You have to evolve and adapt and change. I just said it. You can't be the same team. The same formula that worked for you last year is not going to work this year. And there's too many examples of that for it to be the case. Look at the Patriots and the way they would win Super Bowls after a while. They basically changed a little bit. You know, they were still Tom Brady focused, but it changed. Look at the Patrick Mahomes teams. And we've made a big deal about the fact that, you know, there's been some years where when Tyreek Hill wasn't there, it was more of a Travis Kelce team,
Sure.
and then it became more of a defensive squad. So you go into every year knowing that there is some wrinkles or some changes that you have to make in order to have success because every team that you beat and every team that you're going to face is going to watch that film of your success from the previous year, and they're going to make sure that you don't have some of the same plays that were at your disposal that you had the last time you tried to do this.
Look, I get that. And I'm sure the Eagles are going to evolve. They have a new coordinator. There's going to be some new wrinkles, but I still think they need that versus Saquon. Here's the way I view this. We've seen the Eagles with Jalen Hurts for 4 seasons as a starter. 4.5, 5 if you want to include a 2020, but he barely played. It was just the end of the season. So we've had 4 versions of the Eagles with Jalen Hurts from start to finish. It's obvious to me how this works and how it doesn't. When they ask Jalen Hurts to be a decision maker and a winner and a runner and a thrower, at times they win. When they put it all on Jalen Hurts, they're not a championship team. They haven't been. That's not the formula the Eagles have used to get to 2 Super Bowls with Jalen Hurts. They've used the running game. That's how they've gotten to the Super Bowl with Jalen Hurts 2 out of 4 years. Defense and the running game. And last year was the best Eagles team we've ever seen. There seems to be like this, I don't know, this like need to change or want to change this. I don't want to change anything.
But you have to,
No,
Joe.
I'm not sure about that.
It's inevitable.
Well, no, but there are some examples of not. Like, let me go back to this. 97-98 Broncos. That team ran on Terrell Davis. And in 1997, he had the most touches in the NFL. And guess what he did in 1998? He ran for 2,000 yards. Special players sometimes could have special runs. I'm done doubting Saquon. I'm done. I remember last year we had a take funeral for my take that it wouldn't make much of a difference. I'm not in the business anymore of doubting Saquon Barkley. I know he's had an offseason where he's everywhere, Madden cover, cheesesteaks, he's everywhere. And, you know, he's playing golf. He's doing everything this offseason. And it's great. And he should enjoy his offseason.
Catch.
He's doing everything. But I expect and I need Saquon to be great again.
I mean, he's gonna be great. He ain't gonna be.
I'm not doubting him. I'm done doubting Saquon.
But see, that's what I'm saying. It's not doubting him. It's
well,
just knowing.
No, you're doubting him. I mean, I can hear it.
It's not.
You talked about when you were chasing Carlos Stokes. That's doubting him. I am expecting and needing a great Saquon.
You know what? There's a truism on the show. No matter how I try to set up these things and give you great, I think I give great clues, by the way.
I mean, but can I?
I think I give awesome.
Somebody said yesterday was the best your clues were in a long time.
It was very good yesterday.
I give great clues all the time.
But just because you got chunky chasing Carlos Stokes doesn't mean Saquon Barkley's not going to be great this year.
No, doesn't mean it. You completely missed the point.
No, I understand it's hard to stay at that level, but special players, and I'm not taking a knock on you, special players.
He's a special player.
Can do that. Terrell Davis did it.
He's human.
He is human. But also, here's why I need it. Now, whether or not he can do it, that's part of it. I need it because I've watched the Eagles be great twice with Jalen, and he's not the driving force of that. Now, in 2022, he was. Last year, he was not. I need them to be with a young defense to run the football at an exceptional level. I also go back to this, and I made this comp a lot. this Eagles team with Jalen reminds me of what the Seahawks were at Russell Wilson, right? I've said that a lot of times. And it's a compliment. I mean, young Russell was a tremendous winner. But as time went on, you know what happened? The running game fell off. Marshawn Lynch got old. And they asked Russell, you got to throw it more. And Russell did it, and he put up better numbers, but they didn't win as much. They were a championship team only one way in Seattle, and that was with running the football, and then Russell Wilson would be the secondary part of that. If we're flipping this around, guys, not going to work with a young defense.
See, this is where I think this is why I'm here to help Eagles fans, because I think that you look at or you hear me saying what I'm saying, and you're thinking that I'm trying to diminish his contribution. I'm not doing that. But what I'm trying to get you to understand is this: that if put it in simplest terms, I can put them in. If I'm playing the Philadelphia Eagles the first game of the year, the first thing I am stopping is the run game.
Absolutely.
That is my goal. Now, with that being said, I'm not gonna keep trying to run the ball against an 8 or a 9-man box, knowing
they did last year a lot.
Yeah, they did last year a lot, but my quarterback, that's where my quarterback and my receivers need to come in, because the only way you're going to get Saquon the relief and get him to be that guy that you need him to be, you're going to have to throw the ball to get those teams out of that 8-man to 9-man box. You're going to have to get them to start to play coverage more and loosen up front. So if you go into the game thinking, now, and there are going to be some teams that, because of the way they're built, that you're going to be able to do that with, Joe, like you talking about, we did it last year. But there are going to be teams that are bigger up front, like the Jacksonville Jaguars, that if they start bringing that linebacker up or that safety up in the box, it's going to be harder to run the ball. So you have to be smarter. And if I know that going into this season that your biggest weapon or your biggest asset is your running back, I'm not about to let you run all over the place.
I know, but last year every team knew that, and they until the Super Bowl, nobody stopped Saquon. It was our bread and butter. We used the run game to do everything. There seems to be a sense, and I feel it from you and a lot of people, that we have to change everything. I don't want to change the formula. Saquon yesterday said something that stuck with me. He said, "Look, we know the recipe. We got to stick to it." Here's Saquon yesterday talking about the formula to win.
We can't skip any steps to get to where we want to get to, and last OTAs, it was the same thing, and we already know how training camp's going to be, and we know how it's going to be during the season. Like I said, we know the recipe, and we just got to try to stick to it, and a little bit of luck when that comes in with staying healthy. If we do that with the talent that we have and the coaches that we have, we're going to be in a good position.
I know the recipe too, and that's Jalen Hurts is a winning quarterback and a good one. But when he's asked to carry the load and throw the football 30-plus times a game, they're not a championship team. It's the same thing as Russell Wilson was in Seattle. We have Saquon. If he falls off a cliff, I'll deal with it when he falls off a cliff, but I'm not expecting it, and I want to keep handing him the football. He is a special all-time kind of player with a great offensive line in front of him. Keep running. I want to put my foot on the gas to do exactly what we did last year.
Yeah, but you're not going to be able to do that.
Sure, why not?
Because
until someone stops, I'm going to do it over and over again. The Broncos did it 2 years in a row. Why can't we? The Seahawks did it 2 years in a row.
Okay.
Same thing.
You're talking about, okay, we are just now getting the resurgence last year, of the running back.
Yeah.
And the importance of that position. You're talking about a time and an era where you had the Marshawn Lynches.
Just 10 years ago.
You had the Terrell Davises. And
that was a long time ago.
Yeah, and then you look at how far the running backs have fallen since then.
Right, but this is a throwback.
It is a throwback, Joe, and you're going to try to run the ball, but to the volume that he ran it last year, that's not going to happen.
Well, that's what I want. I think they need to. 215-592-9494. Now, A.J. Brown, earlier this offseason, it seemed like he knew we were going to have this conversation. In fact, I'm sure he wants to have this conversation. A.J. thinks, they got to make drastic changes to what they do in the offense.
We don't know who's going to be the OC yet, but, there's definitely going to be some changes. We have to change. We just won. Everybody has a film on us.
Exactly.
So we got to adapt, so we're not afraid of that. We've been doing that each and every year, but, this time it has to be a little more drastically, but it's a part of the game. It's a part. That's what we do it for.
So he said that right before they had hired Petula, right? The idea, and I'm not surprised he wants to change it drastically. He didn't get the ball much last year. I'm not surprised he said that.
See, he's guilty by association and by some of the stuff he said, but he's not lying. He's not lying, and that's the thing that I'm trying to get you to understand a little bit is that you go into the year We used to go into a year when Jim was the defense coordinator. We used to go into OTAs, and we used to go over the plays that we were beat on last year in the division.
Mm-hmm.
What I mean by that is say, okay, this week is Giants week, and we're going to go all the plays like the counter gap pass and all the other stuff that we got beat on. And we would work on our run fits. We would work on our coverages on the back end so that we realize that we won't get beat like that anymore. Teams are doing the same thing with us because, number one, first and foremost, you build your team to get out of the division. So when you look at the teams that are around us, say take the Giants, for example. We had a tough sledding running the ball against the Giants because of their front and the way that they're built up front. So they know that our biggest asset and the one thing that we didn't want to do, and we struggled with them a little bit up there, is let Jalen throw the football now. Jalen's become a much better passer since then. So Jalen has to take that first step. I'm not saying that Jalen has to go, and I think that's what everybody hears. I'm not saying you go into a game and all of a sudden you're going passing 80-20, 80% passes, 20% run the ball. But you have to be efficient enough in your passing game so that you can get people out of those coverages. Perfect example, in the Super Bowl. Spags in the Super Bowl said, damn it, Saquon's not about to beat us. He said that, and he paid for it because they committed all their resources early in that game to stopping the run.
Mm-hmm.
And then when they found out that Jalen was throwing the ball all over the schoolyard, it was too late. Now you try to adjust. Now Saquon's running the ball down your throat.
So, look, that was one game, and it was special, and it was awesome. I guess this is the way I'll frame it. Last year, they tried something the first 4 games, and they were adaptable enough to fix it because it didn't work. I want to try it again. I want to run the football. I want to do the same thing they did last year. And if the league shows that it's stopping Saquon and he's not the same player, all right, then I got Jalen Hurts, I got A.J. Brown, Devontae. I'll start throwing it more. But I'm just telling you, week 1, I don't want to see them come out throwing. Run the football, protect a young defense, and use the formula that got the Eagles to 2 Super Bowls in 4 years and created the best Eagles team I've ever seen last year. 215-592-9494. Do the Eagles need last year's version of Saquon to be great again? Kyle, what are you feeling as Saquon is the Madden cover guy?
So I've sort of mentally prepared myself for less of a 2,000-yard Saquon season and more of a 23 DeAndre Swift, 22 Miles Sanders type season from Saquon next year. And that's not a bad thing.
I'm rubbing off on Kyle.
Not good.
I've been preparing for this for a while. It's just the history of running backs that get as many touches as Saquon did last season.
Listen, I'm starting to reach the young.
Well, Hugh did play football, Joe. I'm not sure if you knew this. Yeah. And he was wise beyond his years.
Yeah, because he chased Carlos Stokes and ate too much in an offseason. I'm supposed to listen.
He knows. Hugh has experience in this kind of thing.
That sounds about right. Yeah. Offseason in a nutshell.
And defense is a luxury, as we know. So, no, I think the biggest thing that the Eagles need next season, if they're going to be great again, is for Jalen Hurts to take that jump into what everybody says that he is over these last few weeks when we did the tier list. If Jalen's an elite tier quarterback next year,
like elite tier quarterback,
and if he plays like he did in the championship and in the Super Bowl, then the Eagles are going to be great again. Like, I think the biggest difference is because the Eagles have been a great running team for a while now. Even 22, they were a great running team. 23, great running team. Even 21, they were a great running team. The difference now is that they won the Super Bowl. So this is now the number one thing that teams are going to go into this season when they game plan against the Eagles. Like, they're going to be looking at how do we stop Saquon. And I think something that we're all kind of ignoring because we kicked the Chiefs' ass was that the Chiefs were able to do it. Like,
they were. No one else was.
Right. But it does make me think that Spagnuolo might have put something out there. We talked about the blueprint for Jalen in 2023. Maybe the blueprint is now how to stop or mitigate how much Saquon's running all over you. And I think the defense is probably not going to be number one again. And you have A.J. Brown, you have Devontae Smith, Goddard's back. It's time for Jalen Hurts to let loose and be that elite tier quarterback that everybody thinks he is. I'm not 100% certain that he'll be able to do it, but I think that's the number one thing the Eagles need if they're going to be great again.
You guys are wild. We have the best running back in the sport. We do have the best running back in the sport. We have the best offensive line, and you guys want to rear back and throw it more? No, I want and need Saquon to be great again. Chris in Middletown. What's up, Chris?
Happy Quad Day, man.
Chris, how are we doing today?
Joe, God bless you, Joe. I mean, you're
someone
like,
around here has got to spit truth because these guys are. I mean, got Hugh reminiscent about when he first saw Carlos Stokes coming out of Kroger. I mean, it's unbelievable.
I hate I told you that story.
again, Joe, you're the only brave person. There's a little bit of water and rain, and Hugh's already knocking old ladies down and running for the hills. And he's got Kyle running with him. He's like Kyle's holding on to like Hugh's shirt, and he's like on his back, anyway, guys. Let me translate some things, though, that Hugh said, because I do speak Douglish, all right? So let me translate Douglish to English, all right? Hugh doesn't want to say Saquon needs to be a major part again because that's admitting last year's game plan gives them the best chance of winning again. And the game plan, Joe, you rightly have said, is run the ball, the quarterback doesn't turn over the ball, and play great defense because defense matters. And that's at the root of Mr. Douglas's Douglish today because he doesn't want to admit that defense matters.
He wants to get in shootouts. This is all a ruse to justify his take. I hear it. I hear the same thing you do.
Yes. I mean, we know Hugh's quick to apologize and admit fault. So, I mean, that's
sounds
what I
like
see
me.
going on here.
That sounds like me.
That sounds exactly like you. So, guys, you know what? This nonsense of a conversation, and Kyle's trying to talk about, all these other running backs, and he's combining them because he's, I don't know what he's doing here. He's going to, do some crossbreeding or something. Saquon's just different, okay? Hugh saying, hey, they're going to try to stop him, and they're going to load up on him, and, this is what they're going to do because they know that that's the model. Newsflash, guys, everybody that plays against Saquon Barkley since Saquon Barkley entered the league, he's always their primary focus. And on the Eagles last year, what do you think every single defense, especially going down the stretch, the second half of the season and the postseason's number one priority was? Stop Saquon and make Jalen beat you.
Well, I mean, Chris, I go back to the Rams game. They loaded the box, and he ran for 2 huge touchdowns against it. I mean, it didn't matter.
Yes.
They all these teams put 8 in the box.
Because he's different. And you know how I know he's different? How many players have I ever seen in my now 48 years of life on this earth? I've never seen somebody reverse hurdle a man. I've never seen this guy do what
That's why he's on the Madden cover. I mean, you guys forget that.
He's on the Madden cover. Don't be talking on me now, Douglas. And I got something for you, okay? You know what? Because Saquon's different. We're going to run the ball and play D-E-F-E-N-S-E.
I knew that.
Defense matters, Douglas.
Chris, appreciate the phone call. I thought he was going to spell different. I thought he might trip up on that one. 215-592-9494. All right, I think the Eagles need last year's version of Saquon to be great again this year. Again, that doesn't have to be that many yards in particular, but I think they need a great all-pro season out of Saquon to be a great football team again. Hugh disagrees, citing when he got chunky in 1995. Kyle over here wants to throw the football more. What's going on? We'll get to Hugh's clues after we hear about what people are saying are one of Hugh's best yesterday. People really are complimenting your clues yesterday.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and and I thought it was a good job. I thought it was a good Hugh's
I do a
clues
good
yesterday.
job every day, though. Y'all just starting to pay attention
Well,
to
that
what
means
I'm saying.
odds are today's going to be a dud.
students.
Yeah, 215-592-9494. Plus, Brian Dawkins with us yesterday talking about the biggest challenge and what it'll be for the Eagles this coming season. Your phone calls, do the Eagles need Saquon to be great in 2025? Midday Show, Sports Radio 94 WIP.
The Phillies head to the Great White North to battle the Blue Jays. Tonight, leading off starts at 6. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. The first pitch is at 7:07. Then stick around for the final out on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
And it's a 2-run home run for Brandon Marsh.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is the best place to find all your favorite player props. And now you can make the smarter play with new performance trends. Want to see if a guy's hitting that over consistently? Or maybe they've been flirting with the potential triple-double? Get the latest stats right inside the app and see who's heating up. And once the game starts, you can combine live prop bets into a same-game parlay for a chance to win big. If you don't already have FanDuel, it's not too late to get in on the action. You'll get started with $200 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. So just visit FanDuel.com/JohnR, JONR to join today. Make every moment more with FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Nothing's worse than stepping into a hot shower and hot it's not. Over time, sediment builds up in your water heater, making it work harder, driving up energy costs, even affecting your water quality. For just $49, Christian Home Services will flush your water heater, inspect your plumbing, and test your water quality. That means cleaner water, proper flow, and reliable hot showers, all helping to prevent expensive breakdowns. Call Christian Home Services today at 267-957-1989 or visit ChristianHomeservices.com.
Hackers suck. So does juggling multiple apps to run your business. When your IT stack is cluttered, productivity drops and security risks rise. Meet Trust UC from Telesystem, the app that cleans up your digital dumpster fire. Integrated video, voice, chat, and AI-powered messaging, plus built-in cybersecurity awareness training and 24/7 dark web monitoring. Boost your productivity, cut your costs, and help strengthen your security posture. Visit hackersuck.com for more. IT is about trust.
First, a sunrise tea time. Then, lunch with the guys. And waiting on the counter when he gets home, a bottle of good whiskey just for him. Gift Dad the perfect cap on a perfect day with 1.75 liters of Dewar's White Label Scotch for $2 off. Or if he's a rye guy, 750 milliliters of Dad's Hat Rye Whiskey is now $3 off. Now that's a hole-in-one. Shop more whiskeys on sale for Dad at FWGS.com. Offers end July 6, 2025. Please enjoy responsibly.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten, classics are remixed, bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
Tastykake has a treat for every John. Peanut butter fans have candy cakes, those chocolate-coated cakes with the creamy layer of peanut butter inside. There's Crimpets, the light sponge cakes topped with rich icing for people who like the classics. Donut lovers have options for days. You've got frosted mini donuts, powdered mini donuts, and you can't forget about the delicious Dippin' Sticks flavors. There's so many uniquely satisfying treats to choose from, but that's no surprise because it's Tastykake, except no substitutes.
It's time. Time for the pro to get everything for the job delivered. Large orders of lumber, doors, windows, paint, plumbing, anything the job needs, all from one partner. Get it today with same-day delivery. Get it tomorrow with next-day delivery on 50,000 plus products. Or get it on your timeline with scheduled delivery on everything from framing to flooring. It's time to get your whole job, all your jobs delivered. Ask about all our new delivery options at the Pro Desk. The Home Depot Pro, it's about time.
Add some star-spangled style to your summer with Ashley's Stars and Stripes sale going on now. Shop Hot Buys for every room in your home, now just $6.99. Plus, you can save up to $1,000 store-wide. And don't miss upgrading your patio. Save up to 20% on select outdoor furniture. Or feel the freedom to buy now and pay over time with 0% interest until 2030 on in-store purchases made with your Ashley Advantage Synchrony credit card. Only at Ashley. Subject to credit approval. Minimum monthly payments required. See store for details.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
Dominate your fantasy baseball league with Fantasy Baseball Today, part of the CBS Sports Podcast Network. Join Scott White, Chris Towers, and me, Frank Stanfield, every weekday as we recap every player from every game. We'll get you the latest news, waiver wire ads and drops, trades to make, prospect promotions, and everything else you need to take down your league. Follow and listen to Fantasy Baseball Today on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Hugh Douglas.
Shark meat is not good because they pee through their skin.
And Joe Giglio.
Well, you could have told me that before I ate the shark.
On Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Yeah, you guys are trying to force change on me. I don't like change. I don't want to change. I'm sorry. I want Saquon to run that football. I'm sorry. Listen, I doubted Saquon once. I'm not doing it ever again. Welcome back. Midday Show. Hugh Douglas, Joe. I didn't mean to cut off the song. I do like the song.
Yeah.
I know. That's on me.
Everyone was disappointed.
I'm sorry. It's a great song. But you know what else is great? Saquon Barkley. And he can run and run again. You guys over here just want to throw the football willy-nilly, get in a shootout.
Throw the football willy-nilly.
Well, I'm trying to do what we did last year and win the Super Bowl running the football and playing and protecting a young defense along the way. Where do you come down? Do the Eagles need a great version of Saquon to be a great football team in 2025? All right, let's hear Saquon. And this was interesting, him talking about what he's been told about. You got to appreciate what you did last year.
The biggest thing for me would be with my mentor and trainer, Ryan Flaherty. He kind of told me that I need to take it all in. Like, I need to celebrate. I tend to, try to move on things too quick. But, I had to take a little bit of time to, realize like what I had the year prior and just the goals and all the things that I had and the records I set. You got to appreciate that. You got to take that in and celebrate with your family, your friends. And then once you do that, you can put it to bed and move on. So that's probably the biggest thing for me is just appreciating and realizing what you did, now learning from it and try to get better.
Boy, that certainly sounds like Hugh Douglas chasing Dr. Carl out of Kroger. I mean, he's appreciating what he was last year. What did you make of that? Him being told, hey, don't move past last year. Really appreciate what you accomplished.
See, this is the thing that is hard for people to fathom is the career thus far that Saquon has had. Drafted high, playing in the number one sports media market in the world, New York, and he's getting more love now in one season.
Oh, by a lot.
Than he's ever gotten in his, 6 years in New York?
It was 6 there, and then he played, last year was his 7th year in the league, yeah.
None of us, even me, can't quantify what that feels like. Because to go, just think about like this, Joe. You went from the number one media market where your brand and your name barely, he did well. I'm not trying to diminish what Saquon did in New York and anything like that.
A couple good seasons. A couple really good seasons, yeah.
But what he did here and the love that he's getting from this fan base is something that I would venture is probably comparable. I don't know, because I've never went to a big school, so I don't know what it's like. I don't know what the Penn State fan base is like. But that's a lot. That's a lot when you walk into buildings now. Running backs are different. People readily know running backs more than they know defensive linemen, anything like that. But he's I would venture to say right now, he's probably on Adrian Peterson level when Adrian was at the height of his game.
I agree. Maybe even more. He won the Super Bowl. Adrian Peterson never even played in
Super Bowl. You're talking about a guy that's won the Super Bowl on a team that already had good name brand in the NFL. One of the legacy organizations in the NFL, and to have all of that, it's only natural. I think we're setting him up for failure as a fan base.
Failure.
If we expect
Failure? He's the best player on the team.
If we are expecting the same kind of performance from Saquon that we got last year.
Look, I understand all the reasons why it's hard to project the same performance, right? I mean, like you mentioned, he's had a lot of carries, and I know the numbers on guys that have that many carries.
Yeah.
But I need it. Like, whether or not he can achieve it, that we're going to find that out when they kick it off on September 4th. I think the Eagles need him to be great again. What concerns you more with Saquon? The mental, which is we just talked about, or the physical, the toll of last year into this year?
I think the mental. It's more for me mental. Because like to your point, as a fan, and this is the truth, and I'm gonna take y'all behind the curtain just a little bit. Because we talk about this as former athletes, and we understand this. So it's not nothing that, you sign up for and you're mad about. But no matter what heights and accolades you reach, you always know that people are expecting more from you.
Mm-hmm.
Saquon knows that. But his time is different. This is the same thing I tried to tell you when I was telling you about Jalen the year he got his money. Time is different. The focus, no matter how much you try to focus, is different because you're being pulled in so many different directions. Think about it like this. Think about, if you can, what Saquon Barkley's offseason was like last year as compared to this year. He didn't have a whole lot going on. Just got traded from the Giants. Well, left the Giants. Came here, was humiliated on national television, talked to any kind of way by the GM, and now the fan base up there is not believing in him. Oh, he got hurt all the time. Like I tell you, I was talking to Giants fan. Oh, you got a guy that's hurt. So he's compartmentalizing all of that, and he's focusing solely on his comeback for this year, the year that he just had. He goes out, and right before our eyes becomes the focal point of this offense in the first game. Because we did come out and try to throw the football.
We did.
Because we didn't know. Yeah. Like, look at it like this, people. Even though the Eagles got Saquon Barkley, they didn't know what they got. And what I mean by that is you knew he was a good running back, but you didn't know he was going to be this good.
I don't think anyone did.
Nobody.
Not to
that's
that
what I'm
extent,
saying.
yeah.
So now, because he was focused, he was hungry, he felt disrespected, like all of that. You went out, like, you know how they say when I'm on a mission? Mission accomplished. You did everything in one season that you like, I don't even know if Super Bowl was even on your radar, but you got that. Now you're on the cover of Madden.
Yeah, it's a lot.
Dude, your time is different.
It's a lot. He's been doing a lot.
I guarantee you, Joe, I guarantee you right now that if you ask his trainer, how many workouts has Saquon missed because of engagements or something new he has to do? He's probably about 6-7 workouts missed.
I would hope the answer is 0.
Wait, and then
that's what I want. 0.
Even if that's the case, if it's 0, the workouts aren't as intense as they were from last year.
Perhaps. I mean, look, that I can't measure. Only he knows exactly that.
I mean, it's natural, man, because your time is different.
Yeah.
What you got going on is different.
So look, I'm more concerned with the physical than the mental because it's a toll. But I do think sometimes we get caught up in like, hey, he had this many touches, he's going to fall off. I mean, sometimes it doesn't happen right away. Again, Terrell Davis led the league in touches. The next year ran for 2,000 yards. Marshall Faulk, and there were some comps to when Marshall Faulk got moved from the Colts to the Rams to when Saquon came here. Marshall Faulk in 1999, when the Rams won the Super Bowl, led the NFL in yards from scrimmage. You know what he did the next year? He won the league MVP. Sometimes running backs have runs.
No, but the
Saquon
difference
might be just the beginning of his 2 or 3 year run of dominating.
And with both of those backs, you're talking about a different era when running backs really, really mattered. Saquon
matters to this team.
No. What I'm saying is, you said Marshall Faulk,
yeah,
and Terrell Davis.
Yeah.
And both of those guys, when you talk about their accomplishments in the years that they had, one year they ran the ball, but the next year they were more all-purpose yards.
Yeah,
and they were factored in more into the passing game.
Listen, I understand that, but Marshall Faulk led the league in yards per game on the ground in his second and third year with the Rams.
And I could almost guarantee you that when Marshall Faulk did that in the second year, Joe, it was more second half yards, like in the second half. No, but what I'm saying is this. Is you could have that, but you also have to evolve the passing game.
I get it. I'm just saying there's a sense that he might fall off, and I'm saying
I'm not saying that.
Hold on.
But we're not sure. There's no reason he has to fall off this year.
There's a pretty big thing we're ignoring.
What's that?
His health history before coming here.
Absolutely.
Marshall Faulk, we're talking about a guy who missed 3 games in and in a total of what, 4 or 5 years before he went
More
to the
durable
Rams,
player.
before he led the league in rushing yards. Marshall Faulk was healthy all the time. He played 16 games like every year. I mean, that's not Saquon Barkley.
Well, if he gets hurt, well, then we're screwed. I'm going to tell you right now. Like if he gets hurt, we're screwed.
I don't fully disagree with you. I just think the number one thing the Eagles need to do is have Jalen Hurts take another step forward, be one of those elite quarterbacks, do what he did in those last 2 games.
I'd love that. I'm not counting
fact-
on that. I need Saquon to be great.
The fact that y'all sit here and you're trying to run Saquon into the ground tells me everything.
You guys wanted to do that last year. You yelled at me when I said pull back.
because it was the formula. But now the quarterback has to evolve. He got to step up.
But has to and will and believe it will happen are different things.
That's what we're having. That's the conversation we're having. You don't believe in Jalen.
I don't believe they can win the Super Bowl if Jalen Hurts is the driving force all year. If you need me to say it very simply, I just did it. I don't believe they will be a dominant team.
So you don't believe in Jalen?
I do. I believe in Jalen as a winner. I believe in Jalen as a guy that manages the game and can win the game and can have a few good games here and there. I don't believe they could have. I watched it 2 years ago. 2 years ago, that he was the driving force of the offense, and they lost a lot of games.
Not the same.
It is. Why? Why?
He has evolved. He
I don't believe he has. No,
Okay.
I think we said that after the Super Bowl, and then the next year he went out and regressed.
Yeah, but it's different now.
Why?
Because you have with age comes wisdom, Joe, and just like you saw how that Super Bowl game went. Spaz came out and did exactly what everybody thought he was going to do.
The same thing happened 2 Super Bowls ago, and then he had a down season. The same thing. They took away the run. They couldn't run the ball in the Super Bowl 57. He played great, and we all said he's arrived, and then he regressed.
How about this? Look at it like this, Joe. Say, for instance, I know you don't play video games, but say you're fighting the final boss in a video game, and the first time you fight the boss, you make a lot of mistakes and you don't win, but you have a nice little run the first time, but you don't actually win the match. So you evolve and you adapt your game and you come back and you beat the boss the second time. That's Jalen. And from that learning, from that first time, you come back the second time and you say, okay, I have to do this and that different. Because everybody and their mother knows that going into this season, or you should know as a quarterback, all the stuff that you did well last year, that's the first thing most defensive coordinators
I get it.
I get
it. I've seen this story before. There's certain quarterbacks that they win a certain way, and Jalen Hurts could go to the Hall of Fame doing this. The Eagles could win another 2 Super Bowls doing this. I don't want to rush the evolution that might exist in our brains, but not on the field.
I don't think it's being rushed. You know what I think it is? I think last year there was a conscious effort to try to get Jalen to take that next step. Can we agree with that? By the first game and the way it looked?
Right, and what happened?
He wasn't ready.
But why is he ready now?
Because he's had a year under his belt, and you have to know the quarterback position, to me, is the one position that if you don't understand at the basics of you have to evolve every year, then you're not going to be successful.
So I guess I view it this way. It's break in glass in case of emergency. If Saquon gets hurt, if in the beginning of the season he shows us he's lost a step, then I got AJ, I got Devontae, I got Jalen, and I'll try to throw the football. But I'm coming out week 1, and I'm running the ball down the Cowboys' throat until they stop it.
Damn, it's only 10:44. You already yourself that?
Well, we almost had a jolly moment.
Yeah, we did.
No, look at it like this. I remember when the Patriots were winning Super Bowls early on.
Yep.
Tom Brady didn't throw the ball a whole lot.
Yes.
They went out and got Corey Dillon, right? Remember that?
Yeah.
They went out and got Corey Dillon.
Antoine Smith and Corey Dillon, yeah.
But as Tom Brady evolved, they started to put more on his plate. And he became more of the pocket passer, more of the guy that threw the ball around because he recognized more. It's the natural progression of the position.
But there's not everyone's Tom Brady. I think that's where we go in separate directions.
I know, but the bottom line is this. You're right. Everybody's not Tom Brady, but every quarterback has to evolve to be successful.
But so you gave me the Tom Brady example, and it's a good one, right? It's more of a game manager, then they put it on his arm, and he became great.
Yeah.
The Seahawks tried this with Russell Wilson. They stopped winning. Now they won 10 games a year. They weren't bad. They stopped being a championship team once they said, Russ, it's your game. Let Russ cook. Remember that whole let Russ cook? The more they let Russ cook, the less championships they competed for.
I don't think I think the Tom Brady comparison works because two things, Joe.
But if you had to say, who's he more like, Russ or Tom?
I would say
Russ. Because that's obvious.
You're beating you down.
But this is the one caveat. When you talk about Russell Wilson and his ability to throw the ball, look at the division that he was in. Look at the division Tom Brady was in, and that's why to me. Are you gonna let me finish?
But what does the division have to do with anything?
Because Tom Brady thrived in a division where he was beating up on Kamehametans every week.
He also played in the playoffs against Peyton Manning and beat him.
But that's not the point that I'm making.
Threw 50
Are
touchdowns.
you gonna let me finish my point, sir? Because what I'm trying to say is this: Jalen is in a position in this division where he can evolve and adapt his game on the fly and be that guy that we saw in the Super Bowl.
Over a full season?
Over a full season.
I have very high doubts about that.
I know you do.
That's why I want to run. But look, why?
That's why I'm here pleading my case.
But, okay, 3 years from now, when Saquon's cooked, okay, then we can do this. Why? My point is, why are we rushing this?
Why? What you mean? Why we rushing? We are behind schedule.
But what schedule?
As far as our quarterback and his evolution.
Who cares? We're winning the Super Bowl this way. Like that's it's like this idea in our head that he has to become something different. No, he doesn't. Keep doing this.
I think he might have to.
He has to.
No, he does. We just won. We've been to 2 Super Bowls in 4 years, and most people don't think he's elite.
But that's part of the reason that things are probably going to have to change. Like now, all of a sudden, the Eagles are in your face as the best team in the league.
They're not sneaking up on anybody.
Right.
We've had these whole conversations about what Jalen Hurts isn't for the last 3 years. And now, in one game, Jalen Hurts has dispelled that rumor.
No, he has not. No, he has not. He did this 2 years ago. How has he dispelled the rumor because of one football game when 2 years ago he had a great game in the Super Bowl? And then we went 2 years where he wasn't great again.
Because, Joe, it was the last game. And
what's the last game of that season?
No, that's what I'm saying. No, this was the last game of this season, and he threw the ball all over the schoolyard. You go into this season, and you tell your quarterback, hey, man, I like the way you were able to decipher what the Kansas City Chiefs wasn't a slouch defense.
Great defense, yeah.
Wasn't a slouch defense.
Yeah, I agree.
And he picked them apart.
Right.
So what do I expect? If I saw that from Jalen in that game, what do you think I expect from Jalen next year?
You expect that all season?
Yes.
I do not.
He picked one of the better defenses apart in the NFL.
His track record says that's not who he is.
Okay, well, you show. That's just like, say, Harper, my son. If he shows me that he can do something as far as is baseball related, and he shows it to me one time, then you know what I tell him? I expect that from you all the time.
Well,
same thing with Jalen.
I'd love if that happened. I feel more confident that they can win running the football. That's my thing. Like it feels like we're rushing to change something that worked. It just worked to win a championship.
Not rushing. It's time to change.
Like why would we want to change
it? Look at it like this, Joe. If this can help you out a little bit.
I'm struggling to understand.
I know you are. I'm trying to help you.
Best team in the NFL. Let's just change it. Let's change the formula that just dominated the league.
That's kind of how it happens, though.
No, it doesn't have to.
But most of the time it does.
What if I told you, Joe, the reason why we won the Super Bowl is because we changed? Because that's the truth.
So you want to go back to what wasn't working?
This is the formula. Okay, you did what was needed in the moment. So now look at it the same way. You need to do what's needed in the moment.
Yeah, I agree. And I just
in this moment, our quarterback needs to evolve. See, that's the you know what's funny? We're having a conversation without we're kind of dancing around it, but the bottom line is this. Because as I look at this phone line and I look at the board and it lit up and I see all the people talking about they need it and all this other stuff, you don't believe in the quarterback.
I have evidence that tells me they win a certain way, and you want to ignore the evidence because you hope something will happen.
Well,
that's what I hear.
No, it's not. I hope it's what I feel that position needs at the time.
Yeah, and look, next year is going to be its own year. You say that all the time, right? Every year is its own year.
Every year's own year.
We're going to find out what the 2025 Eagles need. I guess the only way I can frame it is I'm not rushing to change last year's formula until I'm forced to. And you made a good point. They changed it last year and they won. So. Yeah. I'm willing to go into this year say we're going to run the ball with Saquon Barkley a ton, and he's going to carry us. And if he gets hurt or he struggles or he loses a step, well, then I got Jalen Hurts and we know he could perform. But I'm not rushing that transition. Jeff in Wilmington. What's up, Jeff?
Jeff.
I think there's a third option here.
Okay.
And that is to keep the quality, maybe cut back a little on the quantity. And, Joe, by what you're saying, you don't expect Jalen to get better. Is that what you're saying? You don't think he can?
Not that he can't get better. No, I absolutely believe every player can get better, especially ones that are in their 20s. My thought is they have a very specific way that they've won with him over the last 4 years, and their two best years have been more with excellent defense, running the football, and he doesn't throw it as much. That's been the formula, and I don't want to change that. That's that's the way I feel.
I think he can, and I think that going back to the year that he went to the Super Bowl in 2022, the next year the coordinator was terrible.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that had a lot to do with their failure that year, or their lack of success, I guess I could say. But you have to have the threat of Saquon to be able to have Jalen be successful.
Well, of course.
Which would lead me to believe that they need to run more play action. They need to get. They can't just go, let's go 50-50 run and pass. That's probably not going to work. And to Hugh's point, yes, I believe there is some kind of they're going to have to change a little bit. I don't think it's going to be a drastic change to go back to 70-30 pass to run or 65-35 pass to run, anything like that. But there has to be some change because NFL teams adapt, and
So I hear that. I guess I'm thinking, and Jeff, we preached the call. I think we're anticipating the change too much. Like, why are we letting the league dictate to us how we play? And last year we dictated
because
we said we're running the football 35 times a game. Stop it. And
now we're the hunted.
Yeah,
they weren't hunted last year when they were in the title game.
But I mean, you see the ups and downs, and how 22 to 23, you became you have a target on your back, and teams start to, they play you in a way that they think that they try to make it so that they're dictating what you're doing.
Of course.
And I think a lot of times you see that, and it happens successfully. We're likely to take a step back at least a little bit in two of our best areas that we had from last season.
Defense?
And the running game.
Probably.
I mean, it was just so good.
Probably, yeah.
That the regression of the mean is likely. The Eagles are going to have to find other ways to win next season. They're not going to win 14 games doing the same exact thing they did last year. It's just not going to work. The schedule's harder, and they have a target on their back.
And see, another thing, it's you're going to I would imagine, I'm not offensive coordinator, but there are going to be certain plays that were bread and butter plays for you that you're going to try to disguise them by running different formations and maybe stemming a little bit. Stemming mean when you move guys around, they might move. AJ might be on one side of the field, then they move to the left to get the matchups that they want, stuff like that. They're going to be creative ways to get Saquon the football, but you're going to have to take some of that pressure off the running game by throwing the football.
Well, that's true. And look, they to expect exactly the same output, I get all that. It's probably not going to happen. I just don't want to rush it, and I still think they need Saquon to be great. 215-592-9494. All right, the Eagles are going to need Saquon Barkley to be last year's version to be great. That's what I feel. I'm not ready to change the offense. Hugh's ready to evolve it. Doesn't think they need that version of Saquon. Where do you come down? All right, plus we'll get to a couple things Brian Dawkins said about this team next season, and we totally blew past Hugh's clues. That's on me.
That's Hugh's fault.
No, I'll take the blame for this one. My fault. We'll get that coming up next. Your calls, Midday Show, Sports Radio 94 WIP. Baseball fans love the long ball, and FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is giving you even more reasons to love home runs every Tuesday during the MLB season, because with Dinger Tuesdays, all FanDuel customers get a home run profit boost. That means when you bet on moonshots, you can take your winnings to new heights. So whether it's a big blast or an oppo boppo, FanDuel is your home for betting home runs. Visit FanDuel.com/GIGLIO. Gear up to go yard all season long. That's FanDuel.com/GIGLIO to claim your Dinger Tuesday profit boost. Make every moment more with FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, official sports betting partner of Major League Baseball. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official part of 94 WIP.
21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Some days, it's the little things that get us through. An early start, a quick stop, a familiar face. There's enough on your mind. Let Wawa be the simple part. Get any size hot coffee for $1, any size iced coffee for $2, and all 16-ounce Wawa teas and fruit drinks for $1. Every day, just for being a Wawa Rewards member. Gotta have your back. Gotta have a Wawa.
It's our famous amateur night this Wednesday at Creekside Cabaret. Creekside Cabaret, where girls strut their stuff in the buff for a $500 grand prize. Creekside Cabaret, 3225 Advance Lane, Hatfield. Amateur night this Wednesday at Creekside. CreeksideCabaret.com.
Buy 4 windows, get 4 for free. Plus pay nothing for 24 months. Visit windownation.com.
From executive producer Curtis 50 Cent Jackson.
All right, everybody listen up. We started our own label.
The Hit Stars original series BMF returns.
The music game could put us up on Connects.
Welcome to the 1995 Social War. This
This is how we do it. Don't miss the explosive return of BMF.
I'm calling the shots now. I'm the face of this organization. You always gonna be in my shadow.
Season premiere Friday, June 6th, only on Stars and the Stars app.
Going up. Prices keep going up these days. It feels like being on an elevator that only goes up. Going up. But not at Metro. We're pushing the down button. Going down. We've lowered prices. Get one line of 5G data for $40. Period. That's 20% lower. And you get a free Samsung 5G phone when you bring your number. Only at Metro.
5-year guarantee on eligible plans. Exclusions apply. See website for details. Not available at Metro with T-Mobile in the past 6 months. Tax applies.
I was just at Wawa, and I think I experienced a panini paradox.
A panini paradox?
Yeah, you see, clearly the bacon mac and cheese with its crispy bacon and toasty bread is the most delicious panini on the menu.
Obviously.
But then, so is the Southwest Chipotle chicken panini with its melty cheese and crunchy bread. Panini paradox!
Try a breakfast or lunch panini today and see for yourself. Only at Wawa.
Our daughter Jessie loves playing detective.
A clue.
But since we discovered she has sensitive skin, we've been playing detective too.
We thought the problem was our puppy.
But it was actually our old detergent.
Aha!
So we switched to Tide Free and Gentle. Tide Free and Gentle provides an excellent Tide clean, and it doesn't leave behind irritating residues like dyes or perfumes, so it's gentle on your skin.
Case closed.
If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Free and Gentle.
The power of Dell AI with Intel Inside is transforming the world of pro sports. Teams can see curveballs coming with predictive analytics. Coaches can use AI insights to help players improve their shots in real time. And fans can get more out of every winning moment with AI-enhanced replays. See how Dell Technologies with Intel Inside can power your wins at Dell.com/win.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Everyone has a fave Wendy's Frosty flavor. And when you're choosing from chocolate or vanilla, it's not that hard. But now, there's all new Frosty Swirls and Frosty Fusions. So try picking your fave from Oreo Brownie Fusion, Pop-Tarts Strawberry Fusion, Strawberry Swirl, Brownie Batter Swirl, Caramel Swirl, and Caramel Crunch Fusion. Not so easy now, huh? For a fresh way to Frosty, gotta be Wendy's. Open till midnight or later.
At participating U.S. Wendy's, hours may vary by location. Oreo is a trademark of Mondelez International Group. Pop-Tarts is a trademark of Kellogg North America Co., LLC. Used with permission.
Right now, get a $15 gift card after rebate with the purchase of select AC Pro refrigerant products at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts. In a world of parts for excitement, Twisted Tea's your refreshing thrill ride of flavor. The hard iced tea that's smooth, made with real brewed tea and 5% alcohol. Twisted Tea, keep it twisted.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Max Homa used to be a top 10 golfer in the world. Now he's ranked 90th, fresh off lugging his own bag through 36 holes at a U.S. Open qualifier. The six-time PGA Tour winner still has the game, but with no caddy, no clear direction, and no answers, the question isn't whether Homa's lost his way, it's whether he can find it again. I'm Maggie Gray.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studio. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey Sports Station. Every Phillies game.
And it is gone.
Just listen to 94 WIP on the free Odyssey app.
To rush this evolution to being more of a passing offense. They won with a very specific way last year. I want to keep it that way. Hugh's ready to evolve this thing. Doesn't mean we need a great Saquon. 215-592-9494. All right, before we go any further, because we spent that last bit. You roped me into a Jalen Hurts conversation when I was trying to have a Saquon Barkley conversation. I saw what you did there, Hugh. The entire audience knew what you did.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't like I was trying to. But let's be honest. Most Eagles fans, when you say you need Jalen or you need Saquon to be what he used to be, you're basically saying you don't really trust the quarterback's evolution.
It's part of it, yeah.
It's a little part of it. And I get that. And that's the conversation that we have to flesh out because I believe that he can do that. And I feel strongly that in order for this team to have success, you got to take the governor off.
All right, so what we did that last year, remember, was at the Steeler game, and he played really well in that game. All right, before we go any further, because we did get caught up in our conversation, let's play a little game here, because we have a great giveaway today. Let's play a little game we like to call Hugh's Clues.
Have you seen my dog Hugh? He's got a brand new clue. It begins with the tramp stamp. Everybody's looking for Hugh's Clues. Come on in, Hugh's Clues. It's Hugh's Clues and you.
All right, see, I've evolved these clues a little bit, so I feel like I'm giving out some good clues.
You
so
had one good day.
I have a good day.
Jalen played great in the
You're
Super
on a
Bowl. Now we want to talk football.
I
no
have
wonder
a
why you
good
say
day.
it. Yeah, I see
I
it.
have a good day every day, sir.
Wow.
Thank you very much. So this is one where I'm gonna set this one up just a little bit. If you know me, this should be easy for you. And for all those that listen as much as they do, thank you very much. But you should really, these clues should be like easy. Okay, so this first clue is this item that I'm thinking about is a video game. Video game.
Well, it feels topical considering the person we're talking about
yeah,
today.
that's why I did it. You know, we're talking about Saquon Broccoli.
Video games are topical.
Game,
yeah. All right. So today you're playing for a pair of tickets to see a championship season. The Mann Center, Philadelphia Eagles, and NFL Films coming together to celebrate another Eagles special season with a concert event hosted by Merrill Reese on July 24th at the Mann Center in Philadelphia. We had a pair of tickets to give away today. All right, first clue, it is a video game. All right, let's go back to the phone lines here, and then we got to let you hear what Brian Dawkins said both to us yesterday and to the morning show a little while ago about the challenges the team has and then his thoughts on Jalen's evolution. James in Pottstown. Hey, James.
Yo, what's going on, guys?
Hey, James. What's up?
So, I think all you guys are right, but the previous caller probably said it best. Just dial back the quantity. The quality will stay there, and the quarterback does need to get better.
Well, I think
he did. He did at the end of the year.
Well, absolutely. I thought James's two best games, both in, and I don't even know what the numbers were. Just I just know it watching it. Like the title game and the Super Bowl, he was in command. He threw the ball well down the field. Like that was the best version of Jalen.
Yeah, and if he can do that, we're going to win. Simple as that.
Well, you're right. But the thing is, he doesn't seem to do that week in, week out. I'm not saying he can't. We just haven't seen that.
You want more consistency.
Yeah, I'd say since
Mahomes and Tom Brady have both said that it's around their third starting season when things start to slow down, and that's basically where he's at. And if that flag hadn't gotten thrown at the end of 57 and he beats Mahomes, I'm not saying he would have. There'd be a different conversation entirely.
Totally. Well, there'd be two rings. I mean, you have two rings. You're in a different stratosphere here. James, it's not that I don't think he can. I like Jalen, and I think he's super clutch and good, and I want him in a big moment. It's also like what's best for the team. And I also factor in we have a young defense, and if we run the ball...
Do you want Saquon next year? Or, I'm sorry, do you want Saquon 2 years from now? Because we can't give him 500 touches again.
So that's a fair point. Well, yeah, I guess I haven't even thought of the idea that he's going to be at this level 2 or 3 years from now. If we get one...
He will be. I bought his rookie card when he was on the injured list on the Giants, and I have never told anyone that.
Well, it's a good buy. It's buy low is what that is right there, James.
Oh, my God. The thing's worth like $100 now.
I'm sure it is. All right, James, what do you got for us? Hugh's Clues video game.
Mortal Kombat.
Mortal Kombat. James,
hey, you know
not
what?
it.
James,
but...
that is a really good guess.
That feels like a Hugh Douglas video game.
That's what I'm saying. I appreciate that because we talk about it as much as we talk about video games and stuff on this show.
Who was your guy? Like if you had to play with something. Raiden. I liked Raiden.
I like Sub-Zero.
Sub-Zero was good too.
Sub-Zero was good.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was. But I really wasn't a Mortal Kombat guy. I mean, I've played the game, but that was not. I was more of a Street Fighter guy, and I played as Chun-Li because it was easy. Her and M. Bison. Those are my two right there.
All right, before we go any further, can we hear
I guess you know it ain't Street Fighter now because I mentioned it.
Yeah, you did skip away another one. I was trying to help you move off that and just give that a video game, not Street Fighter.
Yeah, basically. That's another clue.
This is what happens. You have one good day on these clues, and now you're in the tank. We saw this coming.
Crushing this clue
We
today.
saw this was coming.
Dude, I expect nothing less from you people. I expect nothing less.
What's that supposed to
What
be?
do you?
I mean, they do every day.
What
every
are they
day.
commenting more on? Hugh's bright shirt today?
Yeah, they're enjoying Hawaii very much.
You know, it's in a weird way. I like you people. I enjoy you people.
Well, you told us yesterday you woke up thinking about them.
I do. I'm like, okay,
Rent-free
what are you people going to do
This
today?
feels like a counter to when he told us yesterday that the referee.
It all
It's like,
depends.
no,
Hey, listen, I love them until they hit too close to home. when they hit too close to home, I don't like that.
I'd say once a week they get you like deep down in your stomach. All right, can we hear from Brian Dawkins yesterday with us on the challenge this Eagles team's going to face in trying to repeat? What's the biggest challenge for the Eagles to try to do it again?
All right, follow me here. You exhale too long. You exhale. You got it done. Oh, yeah. You exhale too long. And then you don't get back into the mindset of the grind. You don't get back into the mindset of, okay, yes, we did that. We're going to celebrate it where it's time to celebrate. But now it's time to get back into pain mode. We got to reintroduce yourself to the grind and the pain that got you to the place to be in the playoffs and be into the Super Bowl in the first place. Sometimes that is the thing that hinders individuals because they celebrate too long, or it's always, but we won the Super Bowl. I didn't do this thing, but we won the Super Bowl. Yeah, we didn't do it, but
we hear that a lot. We hear that a lot.
Yeah,
we hear that a lot.
So it has to get to the point, and it has to get to the point that last year does not exist anymore. You really have to then go back into the lab for yourself to be brutally honest what you see on film. Don't give yourself ways out when you look at film. And then you get back into the pain, the beautiful pain of getting better.
Hear that? The way Dawkins described that with us yesterday, just the fact that to exhale again, or to do what they did, and then to kind of reset this year and to come back and try to do it again, it's a major challenge. I feel like it's one of the biggest challenges that we haven't spoken that much. Because when we talk about challenge, they lost players, right? Saquon's touches last year. Those are all challenges on the team. But the challenge of trying to mentally do it again, that's big.
That's the biggest thing. And that's the thing that I'm trying to get you to understand is that, okay, put it like this. And this is going to be an exaggeration. I'm going to exaggerate because I don't know what some of the hot young female talent is out there that like the young superstars. But okay, let's take because he's popular now, Cooper DeJean.
Mm-hmm. He's everywhere.
Say who was the lady that Paul Jolly like Skeen's girlfriend?
Livy Dunn.
Okay, say for example, and I'm just like extreme example. Olivia Dunn's assistant is trying to get in touch with Cooper DeJean because she likes, she wants to get to know him.
What about Paul Skeens?
I'm just like, listen, and I'm only doing this because I don't know who are the young hot artists. I would have said Cassie, but she got stuff going on right now. She's kind of hot. But it's that's what you're looking at. The fact that Cooper went back to Iowa, and I don't think this is an exaggeration. He's bigger than Caitlin Clark in Iowa right now. He's that big. So he's dealing with a different demographic now. He's rubbing elbows with A-list stars, and the podcast is popping. The podcast that they had, what's it called? Casual Whites?
Exciting Mics.
Casual Whites. That was my bad. I didn't mean, I'm just saying. I knew it was something like that. But it's popping right now. So he's in a different stratosphere. Don't laugh at that, Joe. Stop it.
I'm just thinking Casual White sounds like an area of the store I shop in. Just Casual White. Just a good old Casual White, Hugh.
See, when you do that, then you get me in trouble. Why are you doing that?
You said it.
I couldn't remember the name. I couldn't remember the name, and I got stuck, and I just didn't want to sit there, Exciting White. No, Casual. Wait a minute, what's it called again?
Exciting Mike.
Exciting Mike. But that's the thing that you don't understand when you're doing stuff like that, man, and you're meeting different people that you're rubbing elbows with people that you would never have an opportunity to rub elbows with. That changes things for you.
So with Saquon and with Cooper, obviously they're in a different world they ever have been. Right? We talked about Saquon earlier, right? He's coming off a lot of touches. He's the biggest star in the NFL now. And obviously Cooper was a rookie last year. Now he's blown up. But the rest of the team, I'm not that concerned about it because aren't these guys used to winning? Devontae Smith, Jalen Hurts, Alabama, Georgia kids, they win. And then they come back the next year and they flush it and they win again. I think the Eagles are built well enough with enough of guys that came from those kind of programs in college.
What did Coop win in Iowa?
No. Cooper's different, and
what did
Saquon's different.
win at Penn State?
They're different. But the rest of the team, Jalen Carter and Nolan Smith and Jalen and Devontae, they've been winning their whole lives.
Listen, I was in SEC country. And football is big in the South. College football especially, no question about that. The fandom in the South is different. I give you that. But it ain't nothing like it is here.
Well, here
it is nothing like
here's different than everywhere else.
The staunchest SEC fan pales in comparison to the average Eagle fan. That's a fact. I mean, because I've seen it, I understand it. You know what I'm saying? I've been around it.
You live both lives.
And it's different. You are dealing with something totally different. And you know I try to, I'm going to say it tongue in cheek, but the biggest thing that you worry about in a situation like this is the women. Because they're coming out of the woodwork. I mean, seriously, all jokes aside, you are dealing like they say, swimming, like don't fish what you can. Well, this was Al saying all the time. Don't hunt what you can't kill. Man, hunting ground has changed. The hunting ground has changed for everybody. All the single guys out there, even the ones that are married. They're dealing with a different type of scenarios now. And that's what you have to come back. That's what coaches talk about. You got females that are successful doing their own thing that are trying to get in contact with you because you're a Super Bowl champion.
Yeah, you got to eliminate the distractions. That's the key. Our Twitter question is sponsored by the PI Dental Center. Your smile is the first thing others see when they meet you. Learn about and schedule your evaluation at PIDentalCenter.com. Will the Eagles need the 2024 version of Saquon to be a great team this season? How about this? We're at a 51-49 split on our poll. 51% say no, they don't need that. 49% say yeah, they need the great Saquon again. Steve in Egg Harbor's up. Hey, Steve.
Steve.
Hey, how you doing?
Hey, Steve, what's up?
Good.
Yeah, well, I just wanted to say one thing. I think you're wrong, Joe, because they put the Super Bowl in Jalen Hurts' hands because they came all out to stop him. You heard if you listened to any of the live stuff on TV after the Super Bowl, like on NFL channel, the NFL station, that Saquon Barkley said time and time again, he goes, man, they're doing everything to stop me. They're doing everything to stop us. They're doing everything to stop the running game, blah, blah, blah. And Jalen Hurts picked them apart. I mean, and people talk about Jalen Hurts' regular season stats and the 29th ranked pass offense. Mm-hmm. Well, when you have an offense that runs between Barkley, the quarterback, and the backup Gainwell this year, that ran for like about 27 to 2,800 yards, how much passing offense are you going to need? But if you remember, in the games that they really needed him, at Cincinnati, he picked them apart.
Pittsburgh.
Against the good quarterbacks, all the good quarterbacks.
Yep.
Even in Baltimore, he had a nice game in Baltimore. Not a great game, but he did everything he needed to do. In L.A., Barkley and him had good games out there. So, I mean, the guy wins. The guy does what it takes to win, and that's what a championship quarterback is.
Well, I agree with you. He's a winner. He's a championship quarterback. But, Steve, the one thing that changes is some quarterbacks could do it every single week. That's what made Brady, and Manning, and Montana. And then some can do it sometimes. And that, to me, is more Jalen. Like, you referenced it. Jalen does that sometimes. He's never shown to be able to do that every single week of the season.
Well, Brady really didn't have a great running game. The only time he had a good running game was with Corey Dillon, when you think about it. Other than that, what great running backs did that guy have who put up astronomical statistics? Nobody.
Sure, but they relied on him to drive the offense, because they knew they could.
Yeah, but I mean, like I said, last year in the Super Bowl, who did they rely on to drive the offense?
It was Jalen.
All over. Exactly.
He delivered. All right, Steve, what do you got for us for Hughes Clues? What's the video game?
I have no idea. I don't play video games. I don't even know any video games except from Super Mario Brothers.
Is that it, Hugh?
That's not a bad guess.
Not a guess. Not a bad guess. But not it. All right, can we hear? So he just mentioned it, Hugh. That you mentioned this. Other people bring this up. Steve brought it up. Look, Jalen did it in the Super Bowl. I know. I mean, we saw it. And Jalen Hurts on any given Sunday, the Cincinnati game, the Pittsburgh game, the championship game, the Super Bowl, can be great, right? We've seen, I've probably seen 15 or 20 great Jalen Hurts games since he became the starting quarterback here, but not 75 great Jalen Hurts games. You know what? Like, that's why I don't want to force the change here, because I think this thing runs better when Jalen is not asked to drive the bus every single week.
But you can't see, this is kind of what I hear too. don't want to paint you in the corner, but I kind of hear this, and I feel like the fan base kind of feels like this as well. You're afraid to push him or challenge him. You have to challenge him. I'll never forget it, man. I remember, and I'm going back on some of the things that I had to deal with. I remember Tommy Brazier calling me into the office when he got here. And I think I told you the story when he's like, hey, man, it's time. It's time for you to figure out what you want to be. If you want to be a Pro Bowler, if you want to be a better player, now is the time. So it's on you. So it's the same thing with Jalen. There's probably been conversations where, hey, man, we had to adjust last year, whatever, because, you got off to a rocky start. That's when Doc talk about be honest with yourself and have tough conversations, that's what he's talking about.
Let's hear Doc, by the way, on the morning show recently talking about Jalen Hurts and his evolution.
What Jalen has done is he flashed us in the first Super Bowl. Tremendous, right? So in my mind, that's what you should be doing every week.
Mm-hmm.
And when you're not doing that every week, so why can't we get that? Why can't we get that?
Mm-hmm.
Why can't we get that? So it's for me, it's not you are I don't bash Jalen when it comes to that. I don't bash him. I'm expecting him to take the next step so that your weeks aren't fluctuating up and down so drastically, that you are consistently at a level that allows you to show the talent that you are in all the respects that you're talking about, to being able to run the football when it needs to be run, making those decisions, putting the ball where it needs to be put. He's shown that, and he's done it now, not just in the first Super Bowl. He's shown it in the second one too. So now this year coming up, I'm expecting a version of that, maybe not to that level, but a high version of that consistently throughout that year. That's what I'm expecting.
It's funny. It feels like the more I listen to Doc there, at one point it feels like he's aligned with your thinking, expecting it. And the other point, he's aligned with me more like he hasn't done it consistently enough
And
yet.
that's what it is, because every year as a professional athlete, especially football players, you're challenged because teams watch film on you. And I can remember sitting in meetings, especially in my first couple years in the league, and especially like I always talk about the CTO, the counter trap option, used to be my Achilles heel. And the year that I stopped it, going back and working on how to stop it consistently to the point where I didn't have to worry about it anymore. And not only that, when you talk about quarterbacks, at some point the game slows down for you. And maybe last year there were times where the game speeded up, like it wasn't consistent for him. But as a player, you have to go in every year and you have to challenge yourself. And for Jalen, the challenge is going to be, just like Doc said, is to be more consistent. I would venture to think, if he's being honest with himself, he knows his play was sporadic.
Yeah, that's a good word for it. Sporadic.
Yeah. But he won. But that's not good enough to repeat.
So at some point, something came up where you don't want to challenge Jalen. I just want to do what's best for the team. Guys, we have a really young defense. They're going to start how many young first or second year players? If we run the football, we keep the defense off the field. We control the clock. If we're throwing the ball more next year, that means more possessions for both sides. That means more on the defense. I'm trying to protect that defense by running the football.
Well, this is, I think, where there's a little bit of disconnect. First of all, you go into the game and you take what their defense is giving you. Now, there might be games where just because of the matchup, it favors you to run the ball.
Yeah.
And it might behoove you to keep the ball on the ground because their secondary might be, pretty good. But I would doubt that would be the case with the receivers that we have. You don't have to see. I think where we're getting caught up in is we're thinking that we're going into the game and we're just going to go damn the torpedoes and start throwing the ball over the place. You have to give, and you have to take what the defense is giving you, and you also have to see how they're trying to play you. Now, at first blush, I would assume going into the season, the Dallas Cowboys, they're not about to let Saquon run all over the place.
They're going to make Jalen beat him. Yeah, they're going to load the box.
But you have that coming back. You have, who did the receiver that they just got
George
down
Pickens,
there? They got George Pickens. So now you might go in, just to give you an example, and I don't know if this is the truth or the case. Dallas might come into that game saying, okay, we're going to stop the run, but we're going to throw the ball all over the schoolyard. And say, for instance, they have success doing that early on. They put 14 points on us.
And we're down.
And we're down.
Then we got to throw.
Now that's a different ball game.
And last year we didn't have to face that.
We didn't have. That's what I'm saying. So that's what we're talking about. Because now that's when the chess match becomes more involved, because you might have to have Jalen throw the ball a little bit more.
Game script changes things. If you're down, you got to throw it. Last year, the Eagles ran the football an extreme level.
And they never got in a situation where
they were down.
They were forced to throw the football. That's what you're talking about.
Well, I'm trying to avoid that. I just want to run the football. I want to try to kind of put my identity on the game the way they did last year. Mike is up on WIP. Hey, Mike.
Yeah. Hey, guys.
Hey, Mike. What's up?
I want to take exception to what Hugh said about Saquon. Your position was that you don't think, or you don't feel that he's going to come back and he's going to work as hard as he did the year before because of all the success. Do you really believe that?
First of all, Mike, no disrespect, but don't try to diminish what I said, because I long talked in this segment. I didn't say he wasn't going to work that hard.
Blame it on the long talk.
No, I'm not blaming it on the long talk, because I know what I said. I said his time and the things that he's doing, his focus is a little different because he's busier than he once was. I didn't say he wasn't working out.
Okay, you're right. I apologize for that, Hugh. But I don't think a guy like Saquon, if you've watched his kid over the years, like his years at Penn State, the kid is a worker. He believes in himself, and he's not going to let distractions lower the amount of work that he puts in to be as good as he is. That's my feeling. I don't think.
But Mike, I tend to agree.
But Mike, here's the thing, Mike. There's 24 hours in a day, right?
Yeah.
What was he doing yesterday? Slinging cheesesteaks, right?
Yeah. Well, that's out of 365
No. Listen. I'm trying to put it in context that you understand, Mike, because it sounds like we have a little bit of a disconnect. Mike, his time. The point that I was trying to make, Mike, is the time that he had last year was more plentiful because he was in the lab getting ready for the season, correct?
Yeah.
So is it safe to say that now, since he has newfound success, because he had to take some time out to go shoot that thing for Madden, to do the Madden cover, right? So I don't know how many days that took, but at some point, like your level of training is going to change if you're not, number one, if you're not in your home gym, and you might not be in a facility at the time, wherever you're traveling, that accommodates.
It makes it harder. Yeah.
The equipment that you're used to.
The routine. Mike, it makes it harder. I tend to think that he's going to get the work in, but I understand Hugh's point. It makes it harder. Mike, what's your guess for Hugh's clues? What video games is he talking about?
No, I don't do videos.
Mike, appreciate it. Is this an L for Hugh's clues today?
No, it's just that we got.
That's more of an L for Mike.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm
got a
just
little bit
saying.
more of an advanced group calling in today. No disrespect. Just saying. Mike sounds like he's a little bit more seasoned. No, he probably missed the video game explosion.
That's okay. It happens.
It's cool. Right. Mike, no disrespect. Not trying to be. I'm just saying that might not have been your thing.
215-592-9494. Back to your phone calls and all this. Saquon Barkley. Do the Eagles need a great version of him again? The same version as last year, a 2024 version to be a great team. I think they do. We'll get you a second clue coming up. Plus, we'll get back to something Ben Davis said the other day in the morning show. I wonder how everyone would feel if the Phillies did something outside the box at the trade deadline. It's coming up midday show on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Go Birds Radio. Listen Saturdays 1 to 3 only on Sports Radio 94 WIP. Sponsored by BetParks online sportsbook and casino app. You love to play. You play to win. You bet. BetParks.
Baseball fans love the long ball, and FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is giving you even more reasons to love home runs every Tuesday during the MLB season. Because with Dinger Tuesdays, all FanDuel customers get a home run profit boost. Now that means when you bet on moonshots, you can take your winnings to new heights. So whether it's a big blast or an oppo-boppo, FanDuel is your home for betting home runs. Just visit FanDuel.com/Ike and gear up to go yard all season long. That's FanDuel.com/Ike to claim your Dinger Tuesday profit boost. Make every moment more with FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, official sports betting partner of Major League Baseball. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable profit boost token. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out collection letters, garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance, and you better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it even harder to get out of debt. Don't let tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in taxpayer assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. Let them fight on your behalf, helping to put your tax problems to rest. Call the tax professionals at Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-392-7955. 800-392-7955. 800-392-7955.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Great news! Get over $500 in value by making the move to Fios. Switch to Fios today to receive a $200 Verizon gift card. Combine Fios with Verizon Mobile and save an additional $300 per year. Plus, both plans come with a price lock guarantee. So head to your local Verizon store for details on this limited time offer. Gift card offer ends 7/8/25. Must maintain Fios service in good standing for 65 days and register gift card per offer terms. One offer per account. Price guarantee for new customers on My Plan and select My Home plans and excludes taxes and other charges. See store for details.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
As SEPTA's interim GM gets named the permanent one, Governor Shapiro calls on state legislature for more public transit funding. The New Jersey Turnpike is installing new electric vehicle chargers at service areas and shifting away from Teslas. And Eagle star Saquon Barkley will be on the cover of the new Madden football video game.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. Your car, running or not, could be picked up as soon as the next day. No title, no problem. Go to carsforkids.org today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
When you buy a new house, you might say,
"Shut the front door."
Winning!
No, seriously. Shut the front door. We own this house now.
But you actually need to say,
like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
that's right. The local State Farm agent is there to help you choose the coverage you need.
Welcome to my crib. No one says that anymore, but I don't care.
So just remember, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
State Farm, Bloomington, Illinois.
Huge news. Right now at Wendy's, you can get a Son of Baconator for just $3. I don't think you understand this situation. The Son of Baconator is only $3 for a limited time. You know, smoked bacon, rich melted cheese. That Son of Baconator is only $3. Thank you to whoever wished upon that star. For bacon that just won't quit, gotta be Wendy's.
U.S. price and participation may vary. Prices may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii, not valid on a combo or in third-party delivery platforms.
Warm with hazy sunshine through the rest of today. High 84.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Have you heard? The Staples Easy button is back with even more easy. Press it for custom prints, shipping services, even passport photos. Staples. That was easy.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
This is Hugh Douglas and Joe Giglio on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Watch somebody get Street Fighter.
Well, you gave that one. You gave a free clue out.
No, somebody gonna guess it.
Yeah, they will. 215-592-94.9 for Midday Show. Hugh Douglas, Joe Jar. Coming up around noon, we will air the Vic Fangio press conference, which, by the way, Hugh, is his first one of the offseason and first one since they traded Bryce Harper. We did get some details in that trade, by the way. Did you see that? So the trade, because when we heard about it Friday, it was like a mid-round pick, but that's pretty vague. So the reporting came out a little bit last night that it sounds like it's going to be a fifth-rounder, but it's contingent, so it could move up. So maybe the better Bryce Huff does with the Niners, maybe that pick becomes a fourth-round pick. So here's the question. Are you rooting for Bryce Huff?
Yeah.
You have to. I mean, we kind of all have to, don't we?
to resurrect his career. But, I as a side, the night he got traded, right, he posted a picture, right? The deuces.
Yeah, out.
Straight to the comments, Joe.
How'd those go?
Ooh, they flaming.
Not good
you
for
ever
him?
heard that? You ever heard the song Nas Ether?
Yeah.
It was about the same.
Yep.
The fans.
Maybe lay low, Bryce.
You gotta love Philly. Because, man,
well, he was the kid in the group project that did nothing and got credit. That's what happened.
Some of the greatest joy that I get on a day-to-day basis.
Comment section?
Oh, the comment section. Because the creativity of some of the mean and hurtful things that people say, it was they did a great job. Shout out to Philadelphia for that. They flamed him.
When you come here and you steal money, that's what happens in Philadelphia. All right, 215-592-94.9. We'll get to the Phillies idea Ben Davis had coming up in a couple minutes. Your phone calls here. Do the Eagles need the 2024 version of Saquon Barkley to be great again? I believe they do. I want to keep running the football at a very high level and have that be the bread and butter of the team. Hugh's ready to evolve this thing. Doesn't think they need that level of Saquon. Let's go to David in Drexel Hill. Hey, David.
Hey, how y'all doing? Hey, you know what's so funny is that when you think about Barkley, right? Who had the most rushing touchdowns on the team?
Jalen.
Isn't that amazing?
The tush push.
Well, that's the tush push, man.
So what? It was the tush push. They rushing touchdowns. If Barkley had them, you wouldn't be saying that.
Throwing it out there.
Well,
who was the better rusher on the team last year?
So, but what's the point, David?
The point I'm making is that they may try to shut Barkley down like they tried to shut him down in the Super Bowl. They had no problem shutting him down. And what happened? Jalen passed the ball with no problem. Like 2 other seasons he played for the Eagles when he threw for almost 3,000 yards each season. People seem to forget that.
Well, 3,000 yards isn't a big number.
It's a big number depending on how many times you throw the ball.
Well, but we have quarterbacks that throw for 5,000 now. I mean, David.
Because look how many times they threw for double the amount of times he threw for the ball.
Sure,
and they didn't run for none. So they should have that.
But David, that's what I want to do. I don't want to throw the ball a lot. I'm good with 3,000 yards if they're winning.
Happen. They're going to try to shut Barkley down. I think everybody agree to that.
Sure.
Right?
Yes, we're on the same page now.
Barkley will run through the line of scrimmage, catch a 5-yard pass, and won't take the beating that he took trying to run through the yard of scrimmage.
So you think they throw to him more? They throw the ball to him more?
Easy, a 5-yard pass, and Barkley's gone. He's going to have his best season along with Jalen. Jalen's going to have his breakout season because it's finally no more than nonsense about him. Every week somebody got something negative to say when he wins. But let me ask you this. When y'all keep comparing like these quarterbacks and stuff with Jalen, here's what I like to tell people. Compare their first 4 seasons, 5 seasons to his. When you start talking about whether it be, you pick your top 5 quarterbacks. His stats is as good as any of them.
Like ever? Like top 5?
No, they're not.
Like, hold on. Time out.
You can't compare a whole career to Jalen,
but wait,
he's only played 5
You
seasons.
mean the top 5 quarterbacks in the league now or like top 5 quarterbacks ever?
All time.
No. David, hold on a second. But you just made the point you're not going to throw for as many yards if you don't throw as much. The game has changed. You can't compare eras. Like we're going to compare Johnny Unitas' stats, Joe Montana's stats.
What you will compare Montana. Do you know Montana got more interceptions than probably 80%
Oh, here we go again.
that ever played?
Oh, my God.
I think that was Brett Favre.
David, I'm not sure you're accurate on that one.
I know. I looked it up before. Trust me. They called y'all station and argued before. But let me say this. When I'm saying compare him to like Montana, I'm just talking about Montana's first 4 years playing. How many games he won? Did he make a Super Bowl his first 4 seasons?
But those are team statistics.
But Jalen is a team.
No, he's not. No, he's a player.
Jalen is the heart of this team.
You heard him.
And you've seen it in the best game of the season, which was the Super Bowl.
Joe Montana has the 73rd most interceptions of all time. 73rd.
Brett Favre is number one.
73rd ranked.
Brett Favre,
David.
Just let him make things up.
73rd.
Right.
Look, I tell you
I just did.
Fast. Look and see how many he threw in one season.
Guess who the top 10 in the top 10 of throwing interceptions in the history of the NFL?
Brett Favre.
Well, he's number one.
Eli. No?
And really,
the other Manning.
They threw a lot.
Peyton. Yeah, but Peyton Manning played for 20 years.
No, I'm just saying, Joe. He threw. I'm just saying. I'm not.
Montana's thrown more than 15 interceptions, which was Jalen in 2023. One time
have to look
in
at
his entire career.
You also have to look at David. You have to look at interception percentage of passes picked off.
Let me just say this in closing, real fast. Again, but when you comparing Jalen to these other people.
Joe.
Just
steamrolled. He just said Montana's top 5. 73rd ever in interceptions. David, what are you doing to me? You're killing me.
Well, I was basically talking about in the
Hey, David, live your truth. Don't let
This
Joe
is my
go.
favorite thing when Hugh encourages just lies.
Hey, Dave, just live your truth, man.
Do you think? Let me ask you. Do you think Barkley will get more yardage if they throw him a 5-yard pass versus him trying to run through the yard of scrimmage every time?
To your point, David,
Wouldn't that help him?
I think there's an opportunity for him to have more all-purpose yards this year, as opposed to rushing.
What?
I think there's a chance.
But they have to complete
zero chance.
They have to complete the pass.
That he will have more all-purpose yards this year than he had last year?
I guarantee you he won't. Guarantee it.
Let me look at his all-purpose yards.
I mean, it was a lot. I mean, it was an incredible number.
I mean,
David,
there's no chance.
David, I wouldn't say no chance. What's your guess, David, on Hugh's clues? What's the video game?
Pac-Man.
Pac-Man.
That's not a bad guess.
David Good gave a guess. I appreciate that from David. I mean, well, I don't know where the Montana thing came from. 73rd all-time in interceptions.
That was Aaron in San Diego's fault from last week when he told us that
Live
Montana wasn't even that good.
Truth.
You know what? There's a twinge of this. There's a Joe Montana slander lately on WIP for some reason.
Live your truth, dog.
I guess if a player's retired long enough, we just make things up about him. No one's going to fact check us.
Live your truth, dog.
This is your fault, Hugh.
What do you mean it's my fault?
Well, because you encourage people to just live their truth.
Listen. It didn't sound right when he said it, but
why? Because it was a lie.
But in the throes of an argument, if you believe it, then go for it. And then we'll sort out. We'll figure out the truth.
As long as we allow for the fact that it's total nonsense.
Yeah. No, I'm saying if you believe it going in and nobody's fact checking at the time, but see, unfortunately for him,
because sometimes it goes too far.
If it was like half right, I might have let it go.
Yeah. That was the problem. Because I was like, wait a minute, Brett Favre. That's the first person popped in my
You
head.
tried to clean it up for him. You're like, you mean Brett Favre, right? He's like, no, Joe Montana. Threw a lot of picks.
David was on a roll with just making things up.
Also, you're taking everyone behind the curtain on how WIP works. If you believe it, doesn't matter.
It don't matter if you believe it.
Just say it. Aaron,
as long as you have some talking points.
Yeah,
gotta have some talking points.
Speaking of Montana slander, here's Aaron, who's up on WIP. What's up, Aaron?
Good morning, Philadelphia.
What's up,
Good morning, Aaron. What's going on?
Hugh, again, Wonder Twin powers activate. I love a good, comfortable Hawaiian shirt. I don't know if Barney purple is the right color for me, but go with your bad self, man.
You know what's funny? This is the Brian Dawkins Impact Golf shirt.
Yep.
And it was nice, and I didn't get a chance to wear it yesterday, so I said I'm wear it today. I got another one too. I might wear that one tomorrow.
Same color, or is it?
Well, it's a different color.
Oh yeah.
But I might wear that one tomorrow. These are some nice shirts. These make me want to play golf.
Yeah.
They do.
What about the actual walking around and golfing part?
The key with a good Hawaiian shirt is it's got to be comfortable.
It's very comfortable. It's very comfortable.
Yeah. Nice.
Walking around.
All
Joe?
right, so
Seriously?
let's get to the Joe Montana talk, shall we?
Sure. I mean, it's only 2025. Let's talk about Joe Cool. What's up? What do you got, Aaron?
Here's what you guys don't understand, and both of you today are wrong on both sides of it. Joe, you keep talking about we got to keep things the same because of Jalen Hurts.
Well, no, because it's best for the team. Best for the team. Best for the team.
You questioned Jalen Hurts last year in terms of his ability to do certain things, and he proved everybody wrong.
But didn't the Eagles question it because they took the ball out of his hands to go dominate the league?
Joe, you hung up on me the other day when I tried to talk to you. You got a guy that's sitting right across from you that played in the NFL. This Jalen Hurts has had 5 different coordinators that have come through this place. at the beginning of every year, and it's going to be the same this year.
Right.
So you know, 'cause
you actually just helped my point. So we got a new coordinator, and you want to be throwing the ball around the schoolyard to start the season. No, I want to run the football.
They're going to try different things, and so the first couple weeks, it's not going to look great.
I agree with that.
It's just the way that it is.
So if something doesn't look great, what is safer? Running the football behind a great offensive line or throwing it?
Listen, we just won the Super Bowl with a well-balanced offense. And Kyle wants to talk to you about
well-balanced. They're 29th in passing.
It was the opposite of balance.
Live your truth, and do not let them bully you. Live your truth.
They proved to everybody last year that when they needed to run it and when they needed to steal the hearts and souls of the opposing team, they did it. And then when they needed to throw the ball all over the field, Jalen Hurts did it. And he didn't just do it in week 17. He did it on the biggest stage, in the biggest game. He was a Super Bowl MVP. Give the guy a break. Have the faith that he's going to do everything that he can to get us back into the Super Bowl. And this whole talk with Saquon Barkley and, you can't keep giving him the ball. This guy is a ridiculous athlete. This guy is a one of a kind. He is a machine. He's not built like your average running back.
Well, I agree with that.
He just gets stronger and stronger and stronger.
I agree with that. So you're on both sides of this argument? You just want to yell at everyone?
No, we won the Super Bowl. We have a Super Bowl MVP. Why are we talking about?
Wait, we won the Super Bowl?
You forgot?
What's that?
No, we. My fault to throw you off, man. Kyle, me and Kyle were having a moment.
Yeah, they were having their own conversation. Well, I know we won the Super Bowl, Aaron. The point is, how do we do it again? That's the whole conversation. Also, we keep conflating one game with the full season. They're not the same thing. I've seen plenty of people have one great game or two great games. To do it over a full season is a different story.
I think as Eagle fans and what we've witnessed over the past couple years, that we have to give this team the benefit of the doubt. We have to give the general manager the benefit of the doubt. Because let's face it, this team isn't even full right now. We don't know what the complete roster is going to be because we haven't started the season yet.
Yep.
We have a coach that took us to the Super Bowl the last 3 years. We have to have faith that he's going to do everything that we need him to do to get us back in that game.
I agree. I have faith as long as he listens to me. If he listens to me,
as long as he listens to you.
If he does what I said, I have faith then. If he listens to Hugh, I don't have as much faith.
Listen, I think it's going to be a combination of both.
Well, that's a cop-out answer, Aaron. What do we do in combination of both?
Well, they were a balanced offense.
Yeah, 29th in passing. Balance. What is going on over there today?
What are you talking about?
I think your shirt is blinding people.
No, I'm saying live your truth. Live your truth, you people.
You have to stop
your
encouraging
truth.
that.
No, what do you mean?
It's because it's annoying.
That's it. It's just,
I'm tired of people living their truth.
I can't get over the Joe Montana interception thing. Look it up. He's top 5 interceptions.
Yeah,
that's a lot.
Okay, I'll give you that one.
Yeah.
That was a little.
It's make believe. I mean, like I just.
No, but he said it with so much confidence, though. That's why I respect that, because he said it like nobody knew that wasn't the truth.
And nobody could look it up.
And by the way, Kyle, I'll take that all-purpose bet because he only had less than 300 yards last year catching the ball.
We don't throw the ball to running backs.
No, I'll take that bet.
All right,
$2.
$2.
$2 bet.
Hold on. Let's make sure everyone understands the bet. So the bet is how many all-purpose yards did Saquon have last year?
He was at 2,200.
Well, altogether, no, it was like two. Were you counting?
You got the wrong number, Kyle.
I got 33 receptions, 278 yards receiving,
and 2,000 yards running.
Yeah.
All right. So the number was how much?
All-purpose. It's yards from scrimmage.
All-purpose. No, when I say all-purpose, I'm thinking more receiving yards.
Well, no. All-purpose is all-purpose.
No, I'm thinking about more receiving. But no, I'm thinking about more. I'm talking about on the receiving side. That's what I meant to say.
But you said all-purpose.
Okay,
well,
that was the bet.
I'll take the bet.
I said there's no chance he gets more all-purpose yards.
Because I see what you're doing now. It's the 2,000. It's the 2,000 rushing.
But you 2,220.
Okay. Let me amend the bet.
Wait. Hold on. You can still win the bet if you're right. Like if he runs for 1,500 but has 800 receiving yards.
I don't know.
By all means.
No, see, but 15. I don't know.
Steal your $2.
You don't think he's running for 1,500 yards? This guy over here accused me of not believing in Jalen, and now you're chickening out of your bet.
All I'm saying is I gave him over 1,000-yard running back, but 1,500 that might be a little bit of a stretch.
Just because you chased Carla to Kroger's or wherever you were doing.
Carla, yeah, I chased her.
Yeah, did she block you on Instagram or something?
She don't even speak. No more. He said he speak. I reached down and tried to speak. She was like, how'd you get this number?
Oh. And yet she came up 5 times in the show today. All right, 215-592-9494. Coming up around noon, we'll have a Vic Fangio press conference. I'm excited to see what he says about Bryce Huff and how the whole thing went last year, and some of the new guys, the rookies that are going to be part of this defense, including Jahad Campbell in 2025. So we'll get to that, your phone calls as well, and all this Saquon, and should they run the football as much stuff, and do we need a great Saquon? But can we play again? We played a little bit yesterday. What Ben Davis said recently on the morning show, he said it specifically about Ranger Suarez, but I think it's interesting, just big picture about the Phillies as we get close to the trade deadline.
Maybe the best chance to keep him is if there's a devastating injury that you know a pitcher's going to be out like a whole year. And I don't even know if that gets it done because Rangers going to want, a 4 or 5 year deal, maybe longer. I mean, maybe the most likely path is if they go to a 6-man rotation, but I don't want them to. I just feel like he's probably gone, and I don't really know what the solution is.
Yeah, somebody's going to pay him. It's not going to be the Phillies.
Whoa, so you think just like
he's going to get $100 million from someone to go be a great pitcher, and he's probably
gone. More
gone.
than that.
He might.
Yeah, he might.
So that was them discussing how much money Ranger could get in free agency when he's. And I don't think he's come back to the Phillies. Ben
that
also
was totally on me.
Yeah, Ben also discussed the idea of maybe trading away Ranger Suarez at the deadline.
There's not too many players on this team that you can trade away to get something in return.
Yeah,
but Ranger could be one of those guys.
So what's the likelihood? And
like a center fielder or a closer, something, right?
I think there's a high probability.
Do you really?
I do.
You think there's a better chance than not he gets traded during this season?
I do.
Wow.
Yeah.
And that
wouldn't
I don't
make
know.
something out of him rather than lose him.
That's
right?
interesting.
I don't know anything. I haven't heard rumors. I swear to you, I haven't heard anything.
Yep.
But I'm just looking at it from a business standpoint. He offers the best to get something in return.
Sure.
Yeah. And you're going to lose him at the end of this year.
And I think that's why the team was shopping Alec Boehm in the offseason, because there's really no other pieces on this team, A, that you can get rid of or dump salary with, or B, that you could get anything in return for. Alec Boehm showed that.
I mean, if Ranger gets traded, he might be the best player traded in the whole league. I mean, it depends on who else gets traded.
I
but
would agree with that.
He's an outstanding pitcher.
He's awesome. He's awesome.
All right, let's attack this. Yesterday we brought this up, Hugh, and we discussed, does this have some merit, right? Maybe the trading away Ranger to get something they need at the deadline, especially with Abel coming up this week, and we know Painter is on his way. So the Phillies have a surplus of arms. Hugh, beyond just Suarez, right? Ranger's one part of this. Would you be open to trading away, and I'm going to exclude the prospects, they have a 5-man major league rotation when everyone's healthy. Wheeler, Luzardo, Sanchez, Nola, Suarez, right? Veterans, all part of their rotation, but they have Abel and they have Painter on the way. Would you be open to trading away one of the veteran starters? Could be Suarez. It could be I'm just kind of workshopping this to open up a spot for Painter and make the team better. And obviously, I'm not talking about Zach Wheeler, right? That of course not. But they have a surplus of starters. They have more starters coming through the minor leagues. Would you be open to trading a major league established starter to open up a spot?
I think you have to be, especially when you look at the assets that you have and your strength right now. We're all talking about. If it was either or for us, bullpen,
bat.
Yep. I think most of us are leaning towards a bat in the middle of that order somewhere. I think that's what most people are. And fortunate enough for us, we have some pretty decent pitching. We got 2 young cats. You're talking about Abel and you're talking about Painter that are coming up in the pipeline. I think, to be honest, Abel's outing, because when is he out? Tonight? Is that tonight?
Well, they rearranged this thing because it was supposed to be Wheeler tonight, but his wife's about to give birth.
Yeah, so he's
not
Abel?
pitching the series. So tonight is going to be Sanchez. I think Abel might be tomorrow.
Okay. I was just trying to figure it out, but I know he's going to pitch.
Yep.
He's going to pitch. He could put himself in a really, really good position.
Because he was great as one outing.
Yes. And now, it's funny because you look at the moment that he was in, and I mentioned his girlfriend earlier, Skeens' girlfriend. Now, I know his parents and stuff came down, and I know people don't like to think that's the case, but with mama in town and you know that's your first outing, you want to show off for your parents. You want to show off. So he had a hell of an outing. He has to go out there and do it again. If he goes out there tomorrow night and he has a spectacular, not even if he has a serviceable outing where you feel comfortable, then yes, one of those guys becomes expendable.
And we know Painter's about a month away, so he's coming too.
Yeah, and now see, here's the thing. You're going to have to sweeten the pot when it comes to one of the pitchers. because just like you said, Rangers a rental player,
right,
for a team that's in the hunt, because that's probably where he's going to go. If you decide to trade him, he's going to go to a team that's in the hunt. You're going to probably have to sweeten the pot to get a bat, because most of the teams that are probably going to be in the hunt aren't going to be willing to give up that player.
Yeah, my mind is like officially working harder here, and like the hamster wheel's moving, because the Phillies have something every team in the hunt needs, right? They have extra starting pitching. Yeah. That's what most teams are after. We're after bullpen, and I think we need another bat. So I think this could be a way for Dave Dombrowski to go find something they need, maybe get a bat and an arm for the bullpen by moving off one of these starters. 215-592-9494. That's how you hop in. All right, we'll keep all your phone calls going on Saquon Barkley. Do the Eagles still need a great version of Saquon to be a great team in 2025? I do. I believe that Hugh does not. He's expecting more to Jalen Hurts. Where do you come down? More clues for Hugh's clues. And, well, Vic Fangio coming up. We haven't heard from Vic all offseason. Excited to hear what he has to say about the Bryce Huff trade and some of these new players on defense. 215-592-9494 from Midday Show. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. Baseball fans love the long ball, and FanDuel Sportsbook, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is giving even more reasons to love home runs this year every Tuesday during the MLB season. Because with Dinger Tuesdays, all FanDuel customers get a home run profit boost. That means when you bet on moonshots, you can take your winnings to new heights. So whether it's an Oppo Boppo or a wall scraper, FanDuel's got all the home runs covered, and of course your spot to bet the home runs. Visit FanDuel.com/hammer. That's FanDuel.com/hammer. Gear up to go yard all season long at FanDuel.com/hammer to claim your Dinger Tuesday profit boost. Make every moment more with FanDuel Sportsbook, America's #1 sportsbook, the official sports betting partner of Major League Baseball. FanDuel, the official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable profit boost token. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Did you hear about that free Grubhub deal from Amazon? I'm talking about no Grubhub delivery fees for Prime members on eligible orders. Plus, members can get exclusive offers and lower service fees, and they can even order Grubhub on Amazon. Visit Amazon.com/Grubhub to learn more. Terms and additional fees apply.
Nothing's worse than stepping into a hot shower and hot it's not. Over time, sediment builds up in your water heater, making it work harder, driving up energy costs, even affecting your water quality. For just $49, Christian Home Services will flush your water heater, inspect your plumbing, and test your water quality. That means cleaner water, proper flow, and reliable hot showers, all helping to prevent expensive breakdowns. Call Christian Home Services today at 267-957-1989 or visit ChristianHomeservices.com.
Going up. Prices keep going up these days. It feels like being on an elevator that only goes up. Going up. But not at Metro. We're pushing the down button. Going down. We've lowered prices. Get one line of 5G data for $40. Period. That's 20% lower. And you get a free Samsung 5G phone when you bring your number. Only at Metro.
5-year guarantee on eligible plans. Exclusions apply. See website for details. Not available at Metro with T-Mobile in the past 6 months. Tax applies.
Until Virtua, I felt like my doctor wasn't listening to me.
From minimally invasive surgery to cancer and more, Virtua Health offers a full range of services focused on the complex needs of women.
This is how every woman should be treated.
Here, you'll find the personalized care that makes all the difference.
We caught Tina's cancer early, before it spread.
If she hadn't listened, my story would be so different.
Virtua Health, here for women, here for good. Learn more at virtua.org/hereforgood.
Even when you just need a little something to get you right. Popeye's new chicken wraps cap those in-between, on-the-clock cravings that just kind of sneak up on you like a parent's birthday. Classic, spicy, honey mustard. That's 3 flavors for $3.99 a pop. Sounds like a fantasy, but this is the realest deal you've ever tasted. Nobody wraps like us. Love that chicken from Popeyes. Limited time only at participating U.S. restaurants. Price may vary. Tax extra.
Bet the final leg of the Triple Crown with Naira Bets, the official betting app of the historic Belmont Stakes in Saratoga. Available nationwide. Sign up at NairaBets.com/Philly25 for a free $25 bet and $200 deposit match.
Downy Rinse and Refresh. Break up with stinky clothes.
Rinse it out.
Every now and then I get a little bit tired of the stinks that just will never come out.
Pour down in the rinse change.
Every now and then I rinse it out. One wash and it delivers. One wash is clean. Downy Rinse and Refresh, it's a dream.
Downy Rinse and Refresh. Fights odor in just one wash. Guaranteed.
Oh, these polymers aren't as flexible as batch K3.
Researcher Laurie is stretched thin.
Did you get the vulcanization analytics from V66? Oh, wait, are these rubber scores from last week?
She needs to hire new lab technicians so she can bounce back into her old self.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Our matching platform lets you spend less time searching and more time connecting with candidates. Redeem your $75 credit at Indeed.com/credit. Terms and conditions apply.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like, you know to check you have your phone first, before the cab pulls away.
Hey, thanks, man. No, wait, my phone! Come back! It's my boarding pass, credit cards, phone numbers, my life! Come back!
Checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
If Twisted Tea was your best friend, they'd start a dance party in the supermarket that turns into a pool party at your place, and you don't even own a pool. Twisted Tea is smooth, refreshing, and always fun. Twisted Tea Hard Ass Tea. Keep it twisted.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Oklahoma softball isn't just a program, it's been the standard. 8 national titles, 4 straight. But that run ended in shock. Bounced from the Women's College World Series by Texas Tech. On the mound, Nigeri Kennedy, the $1 million arm, a Stanford transfer powered by NIL. The game has changed, and for the first time in a long time, Oklahoma isn't ahead of it. I'm Maggie Gray.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studio. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey Sports Station. The Broad Street Bombers play on the home of the Phillies.
Grand Slam!
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
In a while. Has he spoken this offseason? Maybe I missed one, or I've just kind of been in the Super Bowl, we're all kind of Super Bowled up, and I can't remember a Vic press conference. When was the last time we heard him talk?
It's been a minute, I would think. Yeah, it's been a minute.
I thought he talked to, what did he say to John Clark?
Well, no, he spoke he was at the Phillies game, right? He spoke to John Clark, but I mean like a press conference setting. I think it's been a while.
Yeah, no, definitely it's been a long time for them.
I mean, it may have been Super Bowl week, and we've heard him speak here and there since, right? He's the Super Bowl champion defense coordinator.
He talked about losing a lot of the players on defense,
yes.
I think, with Clark. That was the only time we heard from Fangio.
Right. Okay, so today's a big day then. I mean, was it Elliott last week called Kevin Patullo's press conference a big press conference? I wouldn't call this a big one, but it's certainly an interesting one.
You want to hear what he got to say.
Yeah, well, especially
about your boy.
About your boy.
Yeah.
Bryce
Harper.
Harper.
See what he said about Bryce.
What do you think he's going to say if you had to guess?
In some way, he's going to say he didn't fit the scheme. And, we did what was
Wish
best
him
for
well.
him.
Yeah, it's one of those things.
He's going to take the high road. Yeah.
All right, Hugh, before we get to the Vic Fangio press conference, why don't you give everyone a second clue? Because we didn't get to clue number 2 in the 11 o'clock hour.
Okay. This is the iconic 80s classic. It was an iconic 80s classic sci-fi.
All right, so we have a video game as clue number 1.
It was a mouthful.
Yeah.
Your clues.
Sci-fi. I should have said sci-fi classic, but I wrote it wrong.
It's this happens when you have a great Hughes Clues day. The next day doesn't.
You were due for a downer. Today was a fade you day.
I'm trying
my
to be
bet against
consistent.
you as soon as I woke up. That was easy.
Consistency. I need to be more consistent.
You like Jalen. Once in a while, you have a great game.
I knew when I walked into that.
Okay, yesterday was your Super Bowl game for Jalen.
Yep. And today?
Today I'm nutting up.
Today's like the Panthers game.
Yeah, not great. We still could win. I mean, we've got to get through it a victory here, but it's not your best. All right, so there's 2 clues for you. Clue number 1, video game. Clue number 2, iconic 80s sci-fi game.
classic.
Okay, there we go. We got it all out. All right, and here's what you're playing. This is a really cool prize we're giving away this week. You're playing today for a pair of tickets to see a championship season, which is a production from the Mann Center, the Philadelphia Eagles, and NFL Films. They came together to create this special concert hosted by the voice of the Eagles, Merrill Reese. So it's on July 24th at the Mann Center in Philadelphia. Giving away a pair of tickets to that today. Vic Fangio coming up here, and then we'll get back to everyone's take on Jalen. And really, it's more about Saquon. It's become Jalen. I mean, Hugh Douglas forced me into this debate about Jalen Hurts. I'm talking about Saquon. I want to run the football at the same frequency or close to it they did last year. It's just tough for me, Hugh, to look at the team and say, this is what won. This is what was the best in the NFL. And now let's change it. Like, I can't imagine going back in time and watching the 97 Broncos say, let's run Terrell Davis less next year. We just were the best team in the NFL because he was the best player. Let's do it less. It's tough for me to say, hey, Marshawn Lynch is Seahawks. Let's run the ball less. I want to do the same thing until someone stops it.
See, here's the thing. I think that what you have to be, I guess this is how I look at it. You can still do all of that you want to do, but you have to be more creative in the ways that you get to that. Okay, we know that the run game is our bread and butter.
Yep.
Okay, but going into the game, how am I going to make the running game pay huge dividends for us if I know they're putting 8, 9 in the box?
All right, let's get to Vic Fangio.
Competition. It's a competition that, it's going to take a training camp, a few preseason games to sort out. And Tristan's in that too.
What do you like about what are the pros for Sidney going in terms of having the experience that he has? How does that help him?
Well, his experience came in 23. Last year at this time, he wasn't doing anything and didn't do anything really till the middle of October. So he lost all the this time of year, training camp, early part of the season, and really never got many reps with us defensively. He did play in the last game against the Giants and did fine. But, it's a new system from what he had in 23. So, yes, he's sitting in meetings, but that only goes so far. You got to get out there and experience it and build on it. And he lost that last year. So that he's going through that process now, and he's doing fine.
You mentioned Jihad, also N'Kobe's got a difficult rehab. So Trot, you started with Trot. How are you going to work that until those guys are ready? And does Zach play Mike in that situation?
Yeah, well, Zach can play either spot. Again, that will, just like with Cooper, wherever we need him the most, what's best for the team, which will be determined some by who the next guy is, until N'Kobe comes back, which, he won't be back for a while. That'll be TBD, that'll be a good question after 2 preseason games.
What do you like about the idea of Cooper at safety, and what will go into determining whether he plays at safety or the outside?
Well, I think he would play very well at safety. I think it suits his skill set, things that he does. I just think he would do very well in there. How many, you guys, we played 21 games last year. How many base snaps do you guys think we played?
20%.
75?
Worse than that.
No, you're way off.
30.
10%.
15% around.
Yeah, about 160 total.
So is that part of your philosophy of having your 5 best defensive backs out there in the secondary, no matter?
Well, in last year's case, we evolved to that because once Cooper started to play very well, it got him on the field more. It was a much better fit for our edge guys. They could play nickel end instead of having to play 3-4 outside backer. So last year, it was a good fit for where we were personnel-wise. this year that could change.
Where did you factor into the decision to have Jordan Davis pick up his fifth-year option? And what does he need to do in his fourth year to warrant that decision?
Yeah, I mean, I didn't have anything to do with that decision. You know, that's Howie's. But Jordan last year, I would say the last 7 or 8 games, including the playoffs, played very well down the stretch. And I think that's carried over into this offseason. And I anticipate it carrying over into the season. I think he's in the best shape that he's ever been in, which he kind of got into late in the season last year, and he's carried it over. So I think he's going to do very well for us this year.
You don't typically see that. Can I just follow up real quick on that? You don't typically see guys get in their best shape late into the season. Why did it take so long for him to get in his best shape?
We could be here a long time for that. Just, you know, it's, for some guys it takes time, but I'm ducking that question.
How is Davis evolved as a pass rusher? Davis, how has he evolved as a pass rusher?
He got better towards the those last 7 or 8 games. He really did. And you saw it in practice first, you know. Unlike a lot of people think you don't need practice, you do need practice. And he showed it in practice first, and then it carried over into the games. And so I think he realized that, felt it, felt good, and he's just carried it over all off season.
In terms of Jalen Carter, Jalen played over 1,000 snaps last year. On the offensive side of the ball, Nick's gotten questions about, you know, Saquon's usage, you know, heavy usage last year. Is that something you have to consider going forward with him, and you're making sure that, you know, he's able to play at a high level, not putting too many snaps on him?
Well, in Jalen's case, the 2 plays he had at the end of the Rams game, which everybody has alluded to many times, those were his 68th and 69th snaps in that game.
I don't mean from obviously he showed that he was well conditioned last year. I just mean from the perspective of, you know, long term, if he's playing an extreme number of snaps every year, do you worry that his performance can drop off?
He's still a young pup.
And to follow up on that, in terms of Jalen Carter, year 3, Jeremiah Trotter Sr. said on WIP yesterday that he's been hearing from some folks that Jalen doesn't even know how to play the position yet. It was a complimentary fashion in a sense to say that he doesn't even know how to play the position yet. Sky's the limit. What's your thoughts on that?
I agree with the, you know, with the point he's trying to make. I do think Jalen, the good news about Jalen is twofold. 1, he played very well for us last year, and 2, he can still improve a lot.
Ringo, what did you see? You've had Ringo for a full year now.
Mm-hmm.
What do you like about, you know, his skill set to play the outside, and where does he still need to improve?
He just needs reps. You know, he needs to learn to play the game, and that comes with reps. And, you know, to quote Nick said in a meeting recently, repetition is the burden of leadership. It's up to us to get him enough reps in practice, expose him to all the things he needs to be exposed to so he can play a full NFL game. When I say full, not physically, conditioning-wise, but be a competent corner throughout a full game and a full season.
How much did depth have to do with the defense's success last year, and do you think you have that same depth going into this season?
It's too early to say. I mean, I look at this, and I told the players this, I look at this year very similar to last year in that at this time last year, you know, we had a lot of turnover in personnel from the previous year. You know, you had Bond, nobody knew what he was at this point last year. You had Nakobe, who hadn't played any meaningful NFL football in his first 2 years. You had Oren Burks, who we had just signed. You had Isaiah Rodgers, who we had just signed. You had Ojomo, who didn't play hardly at all his rookie year. You got Nolan, who didn't play hardly at all his rookie year. We got Chauncey back. we drafted Cooper, Jalix. We had a lot of, question marks at that time where you didn't know. This year, those names are replaced. Ringo, Adori, Sidney, McCollum, Ojulari, Uche, Byron Young, Gabe Hall, Booker, Jihad, all the draft picks, Makuba, Robinson, Smile, and then the rest of the rookies. Some of those guys in that second list have to become like those guys in the first list. And I don't know how that's going to turn out, but I look at us really basically the same one year to the next. The names have changed. Hopefully we'll get the same results from these new guys that we got from a lot of the new guys last year.
What were your thoughts on trading CJ?
What?
What were your thoughts on trading CJ?
Oh, that was a salary cap type thing, and how he made that decision. I was fine with it.
With Drew Makuba, we talked about Cooper's versatility. Played a lot of slot earlier in his career. Do you see that kind of versatility at least?
We haven't yet, only because we focused him at safety right now. But we're well aware that he played it in college and might have some ability there too.
Given all that turnover that you talked about, of the three levels of the defenses, is there one area where it's keeping you up most at night, or where you're most curious about what the answers are going to be?
No, really, it's all of them, because, until Nakobe comes back, which won't be anytime soon, you got that to fill. We got to get guys in our edge rotation, minus the guys we lost last year. You got to replace Milt, and his snaps, which I think will be done with guys we already had here, with the addition of Robinson. Obviously got to have starting safety, a starting corner. So it's kind of spread equally.
The one that matters most?
They all matter.
We've heard the anecdote of you bringing the team together, or the defense together rather, to review the second half of the Super Bowl. Why was that important to you that day to do that?
That was fake news. Yeah, never did that. I actually brought them together on that day to compliment them on how well they played in the Super Bowl. There was not a negative word spoken.
Glad to clarify that.
Huh?
I'm glad to clarify that.
Fake news.
All right, there it was, the Vic Fangio press conference. The first time we heard from Vic in a long time. It's been so long, I didn't even realize he was being asked about CJ. That trade felt like it's a long time ago, but that was obviously this offseason. Asked about that. He called that a salary cap thing, which is an interesting way to frame it.
Yeah, and he said he was cool with it. That's another way. That's something else that stepped out to me.
A couple other things I thought there, and you guys can react with us. 215-592-9494. Hugh, he mentioned, he was asked about Cooper DeJean, right? The role he's going to play and versatility. And he talked about, base versus, when they have three corners out there. But he referenced that he could be good at corner or safety.
I peeped that out.
We haven't associated with Cooper with safety probably since last year, right? Because he played nickel, and then in OTAs we heard he was playing outside.
Mm-hmm.
Sounds like Cooper DeJean could play everywhere this year.
Well, it sounds like it to me. It sounded like he might have to play out of necessity because it's almost like as of right now, he's not comfortable with the other safeties out there right now. And he said Sidney Brown is still working off an injury or whatever. So
and Makuba's a rookie.
Yes, so Vic is basically covering his bets. He's CYAing right now because he's like, hey, Coop has the skill set. He could do this. Let's see what he could do. So now you have somebody back there that's as versatile as he is, can play the slot, can play corner, can play safety. That's pretty good. That's pretty good for Coop.
Well, it's great to have a player like that. A couple other things. This was injury related. Now Vic's not going up there giving injury reports, but he does kind of give you a sense of when he expects players back that are coming off of injury. And he said twice, Nakobe won't be back for a while, which shouldn't be surprising. He got himself hurt in the playoff game. We know it's a severe knee injury, so not sure when we see Nakobe. But he did, and this kind of fits to everything we've heard, he did give a rough timeline on when Jihad Campbell's going to get on the practice field. He said he's with the inside linebackers, and we won't see him on the practice field till sometime in August. Hugh, this all speaks to, I don't believe Jihad Campbell, their first-round pick, is going to be on the field week 1. It seems very unlikely.
It doesn't. It doesn't seem like they're going to slow play and do everything that they possibly can to get him healthy as they possibly can before they stick him out there. I think that's smart.
I do too.
Because when you talk about where he was drafted and where he was projected and where he was drafted, a lot of teams passed on him because he was injured. So, yeah. You want to protect your asset as much as you possibly can.
He also spoke of the defense. He said it's similar to last year, and he kind of alluded to a work in progress. They have a lot of new faces. They have to incorporate a lot of new people. I mean, he said things like this last year, and it took them about a month, and then they became the best Eagles defense we ever saw. 215-592-9494. Let's go back to the phones on all things the offense. Saquon, do they need another great Saquon season? And you can react to Vic Fangio with us.
Well, you noticed in the end, or was it, I think it was Jalix Hunt who said Fangio made him watch the second half of the Super Bowl.
That's what he was talking about, the fake news?
Yeah.
I think Jalix kind of embellished the story.
Yep. And now when people tell us that Joe Montana wasn't very good the rest of the day.
Fake news.
Oh, we have it now.
For real? That's what people call it saying?
Well,
I mean,
you missed that?
Have you been?
No, I'm saying, I mean, like texting you, because a lot of times you get a lot of heat on
I think
text
one's enough.
Okay,
one Joe Montana is enough. All right, let's go.
Two today.
Yeah, well, let's go to the next guy that might do something like that. OG Wade up. OG, what's up, buddy?
What's up, fellas? How we doing today?
How we doing?
Good, man. I'm just listening to you guys, and you're cracking me up.
Mm-hmm.
I like what both of you guys, or all three of you guys are saying. But it seems to me that that y'all still don't understand what type of player Jalen Hurts is. We still saying he lacks this, he lacks that. We all know that every player in the NFL will get better as time go on. They should. Okay, so we do know Jalen will get better at whatever it is that he's lacking or he's weak at. But what y'all don't realize is that no one dictates to the Eagles how they're going to beat you that day, because that's what makes this team so special. They can beat you in a multitude of ways, meaning if we want to beat you running the ball, we can beat you that way. We want to beat you throwing the ball, we can beat you that. That's the one thing that defensive coordinators hate the most, because most defensive coordinators come in every game, every week to shut your run down, make you one-dimensional. You can't do that with the Eagles. So that's the beauty about where we are. So in terms of Saquon getting the ball more, or should we stay with that? The smart thing would be to stay with what works. You know what I'm saying? Like, let's not try to stamp a label on how this offense needs to evolve. The offense will evolve according to how the defenses are playing you and what Jalen Hurts, because obviously y'all already know this. Jalen Hurts makes the last call on that when the offensive play is made, because he's got to count up what's in the box, what's not in the box.
Right, but he's reacting to the defense. He's reacting to the defense.
Right. But when I hear you, Joe, and I hear Spike say that the Eagles took the ball out of Jalen Hurts actually has the ability to check to a passing play if he wants to.
Right, but he's not going to put them in a bad play. He's not going to put them in a bad play against numbers in the box.
Exactly.
Right.
So right, exactly. So what I'm saying is that when you see all these quarterbacks throwing the ball a lot, those guys don't have no Super Bowls. They never been to the Super Bowl. Josh Allen ain't never sniffed the Super Bowl.
Well, that's not true.
Lamar
he sniffed
Jackson
it.
ain't never sniffed the Super Bowl.
Well,
no, he did not sniff it.
I mean, sniff it means you're close. Okay, but the point is, do they need a great Saquon to win next year? That's all. Yes.
I think they do.
Okay,
yes.
so we're on the same page.
Now, I don't need the great. I think the great that Saquon gave us this year or last year was like overkill. That was like icing on the cake. You don't need that type of. You need Saquon to do what Saquon is capable of doing, and that's you got to understand this guy is getting 4 yards before he's even touched. So it's not going to be hard for him to have another great year.
I agree. As long as he's healthy, I think he'll be great. But, OG, you would see the same thing I do. When they run the ball, they win. When they throw the ball a lot, they don't win at the same clip.
Oh,
What's true?
Absolutely, and no team does.
Right. So
no team does.
Well, that's why
You know what I'm
I kind of want. I like the way the
wouldn't-
offense ran last year. I like that. I thought Jalen played well, and
I do
Saquon
too,
ran well.
And I want them to go back and do the same. Yeah, I do too. And I want them to do the same thing. Now, if a team is good enough, which I haven't seen them yet, to make us do something different, then I'll do something different.
See,
and
football
we can.
guys,
We have
me
the
and
ability to
OG
do
Wade,
it,
football
so.
guys, we see this similar. Hugh
There you
over
go.
here. He wants to
Yeah,
throw the ball around the yard.
He ain't no football guy. Yeah, he ain't no football guy. He ain't never played.
I ain't
this
paying
game.
attention to nan two of y'all because
OG, appreciate
y'all
it.
had it.
Well, him and I haven't agreed in a long time. That was fun. It was different.
Yeah, but okay.
Well, we came to an agreement. I got him.
Yeah,
there.
I'll let y'all have that. I'm not gonna.
What do you got to say?
I ain't gonna even bust y'all bubble.
Go ahead.
I'm not.
Oh, you got something to say.
I mean, like you and OG, like I'm gonna let y'all have y'all moment, but y'all talking like you have to prepare for the inevitable. You have to prepare for all contingencies. So basically, y'all saying the way y'all talking, y'all like, hey, don't worry about the passing game. We'll worry about that bridge when we cross to it. No, good teams usually they usually cut that off at the pass and make sure that they're prepared for it when the team tries to stop.
So
that.
I want to be prepared. No question. And last year I'm sure we were prepared to run, but what did we do the first 4 weeks? We threw it. And then we shifted.
Yeah.
So I'm willing to go in this year and say I'm going to run, and if I have to shift to the pass, I'll shift.
And I think the reason why we did that is because we went into it thinking one thing, and Green Bay kind of threw a monkey wrench because they came after us a little bit on those first couple of plays. So we did what was necessary to evolve and adapt. And it might be that way this year, but the bottom line is this. In order to have the success that we had last year, whether you like it or not, you're going to have to incorporate more of the passing game into the evolution of this team.
Don't like it.
I mean, it's the fact. Nobody's going to let you beat them the same way you beat them the year before.
I'm not sure
That's
about
the
that.
evolution of the NFL.
Well,
now,
I agree they won't let you, but the Eagles might just be so much better up front with a great running back that no one can stop them consistently. And I know you said the Chiefs did, right? That's one game.
Yeah.
I don't know if anyone could stop this running game if the Eagles put their mind to it over the course of a full season.
Yeah, and you're right, Joe, but still you have to be prepared for it, and you have to prepare like the other teams are preparing to stop that.
Yeah, I hope Patullo and Sirianni are ready.
You can't go into it and say, we ran the ball so well last year. We ain't got to worry about the contingencies. No, you have to prepare for all of that.
215-592-9494. For your phone calls on all this, do the Eagles need a great version of Saquon, last year's version of Saquon, to be a great team again? We also want to get to some of the best audio from yesterday when we were at the Brian Dawkins golf outing, including something Vic Fangio just agreed with. Vic Fangio was asked about something said by Jeremiah Trotter Sr. yesterday on the afternoon show, and he agreed with it. Also, something BG said with us about Jalen Hurts. Your phone calls, 215-592-9494. And guesses for Hughes Clues. We got to give away this prize here, a pair of tickets, see a championship season at the Mann Center, and it's hosted by Merrill Reese on July 24th. It's all coming up. Midday Show, Sports Radio 94 WIP.
The Phillies head to the Great White North to battle the Blue Jays. Tonight, leading off starts at 6. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. The first pitch is at 7:07. Then stick around for the final out on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
And it's a 2-run home run for Brandon Marsh.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Baseball fans love the long ball, and FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is giving you even more reasons to love home runs every Tuesday during the MLB season. With Dinger Tuesdays, all FanDuel customers get a home run profit boost. That means when you bet on moonshots, you can take your winnings to new heights. So whether it's a big blast or an oppo-boppo, FanDuel is your home for betting home runs. Just visit FanDuel.com/JOHNR, JONR, and gear up to go yard all season long. That's FanDuel.com/JOHNR, JONR, to claim your Dinger Tuesday profit boost. Make every moment more with FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. Official sports betting partner of Major League Baseball. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. answer.
Hey, it's Ike Reese here. Now at Verizon, they're locking in low prices for 3 years, guaranteed on my plan. And you can get a single line for just $45 per month when you switch and bring in your phone. Now that's their best price ever on unlimited welcome with auto pay plus taxes and fees, guaranteed for 3 years. Because at Verizon, they got you. Visit your local Verizon store today. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome and times of congestion. Unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms and conditions apply.
It's our famous amateur night this Wednesday at Creekside Cabaret.
Creekside Cabaret.
Where girls strut their stuff in the buff for a $500 grand prize. Creekside Cabaret, 3225 Advance Lane, Hatfield. Amateur night this Wednesday at Creekside. CreeksideCabaret.com.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere, just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy, pretty much hands off. They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-392-7955. 800-392-7955. 800-392-7955.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Swing for the fences with the Fence Authority. With 4 stores throughout the region and one of the largest inventories of wood, vinyl, and aluminum fencing with the best workmanship warranties in the country. Your new fence is waiting at FenceAuthority.com.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
Hi, Zoe Saldana. Welcome to T-Mobile. Here's your new iPhone 16 Pro on us.
Thanks. And here's my old phone to trade in.
You don't need a trade-in. When you switch to T-Mobile, we'll give you a new iPhone 16 Pro. Plus, we'll help you pay off your old phone up to $800, and you still get to keep it.
There's always a trade-in.
Not right now at T-Mobile.
I feel like I have to give you something in return for karma.
That's okay.
I don't really have much in my purse. Oh, let's see. Hand sanitizer. It's lavender.
I'm good. Seriously.
Let me check this pocket. Oh, mints?
Really, I'm fine.
Oh, I have raisins. I'm a mom. Wait 1 sec. I've got cupcakes in the car.
It's our best iPhone offer ever. Switch to T-Mobile. Get a new iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence on us. No trade-in needed. We'll even pay off your phone up to $800.
With 24 monthly bill credits, new line, $100 plus a month on experience beyond finance agreement, $999.99 and qualifying imported. For well qualified plus tax and $10 connection charge. Pay off via virtual prepaid for below 15 days. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. See T-Mobile.com.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
The Peace Lily is so last year. Hey, has anyone worked with fiddlenecks?
Shelby's popular flower shop is in full bloom.
We just got a request for an arrangement that evokes air. Who's up for that challenge? No?
She needs to hire a floral designer to nip foliage faux pas in the bud.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Our advanced matching helps find talented candidates so you can connect with them fast. Redeem your $75 credit at Indeed.com/credit. Terms and conditions apply.
Back to Hugh Douglas and Joe Giglio on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Welcome back. Midday Show. Hugh Douglas. Joe, Bill, you got it with us. 215-592-9494. That's how you hop aboard. Vic Fangio. He's got a chance to hear him for the first time all offseason. A lot of things to take away from his press conference, including I wrote so many things down. I even had this one I forgot to mention last time, but he had said he had no comment on why it took Jordan Davis some time to get himself in a full shape last season. He did compliment him, said by the end of the season he was playing very well, which he was. But he said he didn't have a comment on that. So that's interesting as we get set for the Eagles to go into more OTAs and, of course, mini camp and then training camp this summer. 215-592-9494. Let's get back to the phones here, and then we'll let you hear a couple things from yesterday at the Brian Dawkins Golf Ad, including what BG said to us and something said on the afternoon show that Vic Fangio agreed with a few minutes ago. Will in the Northeast. Hey, Will.
Dream Team, how y'all doing today?
Hey, Will.
Oh, man. Listen, I just want to ask a quick question.
Okay.
Because I'm getting tired of hearing this comparison, right? Which one would you rather identify your legacy, right? The best one with the most stats or the most wins?
Well, I'd rather win. I'd rather win.
Okay, then. So why every time we compare these stat dudes to a winner, why is it every time y'all always rolling with the stat dudes? Them stats don't mean nothing, man. The reason why you play the game is to be a champion.
Sure,
not a stat stacker.
But the wins are more of a team stat. The stats are more of an individual thing.
The stats help you win.
All right, so you saying it's more than, and well, you got to say that about everybody you keep putting over Jalen, because it's not just them winning; they're winning as a team.
Of course,
right?
of course, yeah. But we all agree the Eagles have the best overall team. That's part of the story.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna get into I just want to cook for a minute.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah, I gotta cook sometime.
Yeah, go for a cook. You got it.
Let me cook, baby. Now, this is my thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
We all remember that collapse of the season, right?
2 years ago, yes. Unfortunately.
So that was because they lost the fight. They didn't have no more bite. They all was ego tripping. And guess what? They stopped the run. And we realized that with Swift. They stopped it. They finally figured out how to stop it, and that ended our season. So we're not going to do that again. So just like what you're saying, Hugh, I'm right with you. And I'm right with you too, Joe. Listen, I want us to improve our run game. That's why we got Dylan. That's why, guess what? Remember when y'all kept saying, that dog ain't going to hunt, Will? They bring it back to fullback. So maybe they bring back
no, they definitely bring back the fullback. They bring it back the fullback.
Well, Hugh hung out with the fullback. You weren't hanging out with Van Summeren this weekend?
Yeah, I did. Me and Van was hanging out this weekend.
Big fullback guy, Hugh Douglas.
See the future now?
And they're gonna like
Are you saying I'm easily impressed?
I wrote this down too. They're gonna put a different formation in there where it's gonna keep the defense guessing. So guess what? That's gonna open the whole game up for everybody to eat this season. But guess what? This is gonna be a genuine season, man. Because after this season, when he put all this to rest about the passing, he can't do this, he can't do that. He turned the ball over too much. He's going to show you that he's going to evolve into the complete quarterback. And like I said before, the star has fallen, the eagle has risen, baby. We the new American team. And guess what? You put me on point because you said I'm ready. And that's just like Jalen Hurts. He's always ready. No matter how many offensive coordinators he got to go through, he always makes sure he comes in when it counts. Guess what? We are a team to beat. We are a new American team, baby. And guess what? Ain't nobody getting no way. Saquon's going to have a great season. Dylan, AJ, Smith, everybody contributing to this win, baby. We on the road. And ain't nobody going to stop us or beat us but us. We are the best team in the league, and we're going to continue to show it. Here comes the trilogy. Here comes the dynasty. Because we got the best coaches in the league also. And all I need is for this offensive coordinator to do his job. If he's doing his job like last season, guess what? Here comes a repeat, baby. And that's what we have to do. And the same thing with the Phillies. I want y'all to start chiming in and start hitting and start moving it around, baby. But guess what? I'm going to end with this, baby. We are the best in the league. And guess what? Jalen beat all the elite quarterbacks that you're talking about. And now I want to get my guess, baby.
What do you got? What's the video game?
Oh, man, listen. I was thinking back, and I noticed, oh, man, this night I'm going to be so upset. This was one of them games you talk about, Hugh. Sci-fi. Gallagher? Yeah.
Nah.
Not it, Will.
Good guess,
Will,
though.
appreciate it.
Did I give him hope by repeating
You
it?
did.
I'm
You-
sorry,
you
but I just
did.
wanted to make sure I heard what he said.
That was a cliffhanger for him. He was sitting there like, I got it. And then you're like, no, sorry, actually. You didn't
Nah,
get
it wasn't that.
You know what I love about Will and that phone call?
What's that?
We haven't had a football game here for 4 months. And Will just went on for 2.5 minutes about how it's Jalen's time and it's Saquon's
Will
time.
rises to the occasion.
He does. You put that music on, he's ready to roll here. All right, let's grab, actually, before we grab our next call, Hugh, why don't you give out another clue here? Clue number 3 for Hugh's clues.
This game is exclusive to Nintendo. Or
Okay.
was exclusive to Nintendo.
All right, so what do we have? We have a video game,
Yes.
80s sci-fi,
80s sci-fi classic.
and exclusive to Nintendo.
Yes.
Okay. How you feeling about the clues so far?
I feel good.
Do you think you people agree or?
You people never agree with me.
No, they gave you credit yesterday.
Well, they do, but for the most part, no. No, I'm expecting. I would be disappointed if they agree with me all the
Okay,
time.
I'm excited
I
to
kind
hear
of like that.
I have what they have to say later in the show. Jimmy and Richburg's up. Hey, Jimmy.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Jimmy, what's up?
Jimmy?
All right, so first of all, Joe, I'm kind of with you. I want to run the ball, okay?
See, that's my kind of guy, Jimmy. Run the ball. Got a Hugh over here trying to air it out like Don Coryell.
I understand the knowledge of my man, Hugh Douglas, okay?
Air Douglas.
Air Douglas.
But I'm thinking, let's start running the ball. I mean, we got that big offensive line. Let's punch guys in the mouth.
That's right.
Let's move the ball forward. And then if it doesn't work out, then it comes to coaching. Then we figure it out.
See, Jimmy
Then
gets
we
it,
start-
Hugh. This
I
is
get
a
it.
football
Jimmy's
guy.
a football guy.
You just trying to run and gun and Air Coryell, Douglas
that's
over
what I'm
here.
doing.
You just want to throw the ball around the yard. We're trying to run the football, Jimmy, and control the clock.
Dude, I want to push it. I want to push it forward as much as we can. And if it doesn't work, and I think I got belief in Saquon. You know what? The Brian Dawkins thing yesterday was awesome. That exhale. This cat has not exhaled. He's not done yet. That's what I believe.
Jimmy, I
think-
agree. I know he's had a busy offseason, and Hugh points it out, and it's true, right? He's been around, he's doing all that. But I think there's more, as long as he stays healthy, there's more great football left in him, Jimmy. I'm with you on that. Jimmy, what's your guess for Hugh's clues? Let's get you a prize here. What video game is he talking about?
I have no idea. I don't know video games, but I was thinking like The Last Starfighter.
That's not a bad guess.
You know what? I appreciate people that aren't big gamers. Jimmy, appreciate it. Good call. Not it. But at least giving a guess.
Yeah, The Last Starfighter is not a bad guess.
Do you feel like we're getting close to giving this away?
I think that is a Nintendo game.
Okay.
The Last Starfighter was.
Okay.
Yeah, so no.
Okay.
They're probably not going to get it.
No, even they're not going to get it.
No, they probably
We don't get to go home until we give away the gift for Hugh's clues.
We have to do something because they probably not going to.
I'm just saying that those are the rules. When the show starts, we're not allowed to leave until we give this away. We
No,
got
they
a great
probably
prize
not.
to
They
give away.
probably not.
All right, before we go any further with the phone calls, and I do want to bring someone on in particular that I see on the board here, but before we get to that, can we hear a couple things from yesterday at the Brian Dawkins golf outing? First, Brandon Graham, he was asked, and I asked him about the list that Jalen Hurts was ranked 5th last week behind Mahomes and Burrow and Allen and Lamar. Here's how BG responded to that.
When you hear that, Jalen Hurts ranked number 5, but below those 4, what do you think?
Well, I think about how they always talking about the Eagles and always having us as the underdogs. So it don't surprise me that we still the underdogs, even though we won last year. He's slayed all those quarterbacks. But we going to keep it quiet. We're going to keep it cute and classy. And Jay going to just go out there and do his thing again. And when he's done, hopefully they're giving him his flowers because I don't expect him to this year. So it doesn't surprise me.
Hugh, I didn't know how Brandon would respond. I mean, I didn't think he was going to go up there and rip, Josh Allen or Lamar Jackson. But, I think it's an interesting perspective. Hey, we're going to keep it quiet. Like, the Eagles are the Super Bowl champions. They don't have to respond to lists and rankings.
Nah.
They're champions.
Nah. And a lot of, here's the thing with what we do, Joe, and it's a truism, is that there's a lot of times, and it's unfortunate because we try to keep it fair and balanced when we give our assessments of these players and have these conversations on a day-to-day basis. But there's a few pundits that they've went so far one way or the other, where every time that you look at them and they talk about certain particular individuals, because they were wrong about some of the stuff they said, that every time they say something, you look at them sideways. One of those individuals is Chris Sims. That's the guy, because, and let me tell you why. It's not so much his analysis of Jalen. It's the fact that he begrudgingly at times had to walk back some statements that he's made about Jalen. So now anytime he says anything about Jalen, you always look at him with the side eye, because it feels like, and I don't know this for sure, but initially it felt like he had an axe to grind. You know what I'm talking about, Joe. There are certain people that do what we do, that there are times where it feels like it goes beyond sports and it becomes personal.
So, look, I don't know Chris. I never met him. My guess, and I think you hit it there, I think he was dead wrong at the beginning. Because before Hurts's first season had started, I don't know if you know this. I was all over this because I was here. You weren't here yet. You know, he didn't have him ranked as a top 40 quarterback in the NFL, and he was about to be a starter. So, if you're a starter, 32 you would think is the worst. So he had him below backups before his first year as a starter.
So that's what happened. See, I believe this since I've been doing this job. If I'm wrong, okay, let me pull that back, because I'm not going to say I'm wrong, because I'm very...
Oh, we were going to cut this audio?
No.
Oh,
but
we almost had him.
But you know where I'm going with this.
When you're wrong.
You know I'm going with this.
When on a daily basis you're wrong.
When we have these conversations, we like to have fun and we laugh and giggle. It's not. It doesn't feel personal. It just feels like a lot of times we're on different sides of things.
We're passionate,
and that's fine. We're passionate fans. But there are some people out there, man. It just feels like they have an agenda.
So you think he was thinking about that?
And I feel
Brandon?
Yes. I think that's what he was talking about. And again, a lot of times when we talk about quarterbacks, for a lot of people, there are certain molds that quarterbacks fit in, even for GMs. Prototypical quarterback, the tall 6'3", sometimes, remember when Trevor Lawrence, Sunshine.
Yeah, he looks the part.
He looked the part.
He doesn't play the part.
Sunshine.
He hasn't played the part.
Everybody called him Sunshine because he was the big, tall kid with the blonde flowing
the
locks.
Prototype.
The prototype, and he's not been that guy.
He's not that good.
So a lot of people get caught up in that and what they feel the quarterback position is. But look at it like this. Look how the quarterback position has evolved in the last 20 years. Remember, a running quarterback was an anomaly. Remember back in the day? And a lot of people didn't know what to do with that. Now it's the staple.
I would argue the opposite. Jared Goff's now the anomaly. The statue quarterback, he's the rare one.
It's the staple because teams have figured out that, and especially when you talk about the way the game has evolved, more RPO in the game now than it's ever been. Because now you have another weapon at that position. So you have these guys that are entrenched in the old way of thinking of quarterback. Tom Brady is a phenomenal quarterback. Ain't too many Tom Bradys out there. So what do? You adapt to your environment. And a lot of people don't want to do that.
Well, and it just makes sense, right? Like if you can have a defender have to account for the quarterback in the pass game and run game, it just makes it harder on defenses. Also, we heard this yesterday. So this was on the afternoon show, and I thought it was a really interesting response, and it's one Vic Fangio agreed with just about a half hour ago when he did his press conference. So Jeremiah Trotter Sr. was on the afternoon show with Spike and with Jack at the time and asked about, Jalen Carter, how great he is and how great he could be. Here's what he said.
How great of a player could we be watching in Jalen Carter?
Well, we knew going into the draft, he was the best player in the draft. He just dropped because he had some off-the-field issues, right? So he was, to me, I ain't going to say it wasn't close, but he was on most people's boards. He was the best player in the draft that year. And he fell to the Eagles at, 10, 11?
I think they drafted 9.
9?
Yeah.
So there's nothing he's doing surprises me, And the word is on the street, he doesn't even know how to play the position yet. Listen, from some guys I talked to inside, he doesn't even know how to play the position yet. Wow. He's just playing off raw talent.
Wow.
So the sky's the limit for this kid, So I'm excited about his future.
Hugh, when I heard that, I almost did a double take because think about how great already Jalen Carter is, right? He's probably already the best player at his position in the NFL. And for Trot to say he really doesn't even know what he's doing yet. I'm kind of paraphrasing it, but that struck me. And then Vic Fangio agreed with it about a half hour ago.
Well, I remember in Georgia when I was there, Rusty Manziel was the resident college guy. And I remember he used to tell stories about Jalen. Like, he would get mad at practice because they would say he wasn't practice hard. He wasn't practicing hard. And he'd just go beat the brakes off of everybody at practice. He was a man among boys. So it doesn't surprise me that when you talk about just like raw physical talent, that he is where he is. Because that's what he's been doing. He's been whooping grown men's asses the whole last season. That's what he did. Probably, I don't know how much technique was involved with some of those ass whoopings that he administered, but it was times where he would take over games.
Well, think about the Rams game at the end. He saved the season.
Yeah, and it's like, to think, that's a scary thought, to think that somebody that has that much God-given raw talent hasn't even learned how to use technique yet, and he's still beasting cats.
So what's the ceiling? I mean, because the one thing he hasn't done yet, and it's only been 2 years, he hasn't really put up big sack numbers yet. How many sacks did he have last year? 8? How many sacks did Jalen Carter have last season?
Let me look it up.
I don't believe they didn't have a double-digit sack. I don't believe, right? So whatever he had, and we know in the playoffs he had the huge sack on Stafford. I'm looking at like Aaron Donald. We know got up to the
4.5.
4.5. It's crazy.
Only 4.5. Wow.
Yeah, but
and
see, here's
I know
the thing.
that's not the only way to determine how well he's
I was
playing.
about to say his contribution.
But what if he starts getting the sack numbers too, along with everything else?
Well, now, see, this is what happens when you get to be in a defense for a while, and you can be as versatile as you are. You can start moving him around. But the problem is this, and it all depends on was it Ty, the white giraffe, the white
Ty
gorilla?
Robinson, the vanilla gorilla,
the vanilla gorilla. It all depends on what he can bring to the table. Because if he's playing with that nasty that I heard he could play with, now you have the ability. He could be almost like Karlaftis for the Kansas City Chiefs. That was a guy who came out, man, and he's a lot better than I thought he was. So he's a lot better.
Just to give a couple examples of pass rush and defensive tackles, John Randall and Warren Sapp didn't have double-digit sacks their third year. So that day could be coming very soon where we start seeing 12, 14 sack seasons out of Jalen Carter. And it sounds like two guys that know what they're talking about think that he's got that in him. All right, let's go back to the phone lines here. Matt wants to what does he want to do? He wants to argue me about Trey Turner. Matt, you get to be first up. What's up, buddy?
Moment was too big.
Matt
crumbled.
Matt, I gave you the floor, Matt.
You hear me? You hear me?
We got you.
We got you, Matt. What's up?
Listen, I think you guys give Trey Turner too much crap.
Mm-hmm. For what?
For his fielding.
For his fielding.
Mm-hmm. I think it is. I think it's a dumb thing to look at. I don't like.
You think the fielding of a shortstop is a dumb thing to look at? One of the most important positions on the field.
Yes.
Okay.
Look at Derek Jeter.
He was a bad fielder.
9.7 career WAR.
He was a bad fielder.
5 World Series.
Mm-hmm.
And he can produce offensively. Trey is one of our best hitters in the lineup. You need him in the lineup. He's going to do us good every single day he's on the field, or at least try to. I think when you look at his fielding as a shortstop, his fielding percentage, what, 975?
Yeah, we can't do the fielding percentage thing, Matt. I mean, come on. If he doesn't get to the ball, he doesn't get an error. That you realize there's no error there, but he didn't get to the ball.
But when push comes to shove in a big situation, we've seen it before. Trey Turner can make a play. Look at the Braves series. Double play he made it in the Braves series and NLDS when we won.
So I'm not sure the point here.
But what about the one that cost him the game the other night?
Like he's not. He's a bad fielder, Matt. Like why are you so uncomfortable saying it?
I'm not uncomfortable saying it. I think it's one of those things it's not gonna make or break our run to.
Well, you hope, look, Matt. You hope. I mean. Just because Derek Jeter won the World Series not playing great defense, he also played on a dynasty. Like, he played with one of the greatest teams of all time. The Phillies aren't that, Matt. I mean, they're good, but he doesn't have that kind of talent around him where he can make up for it.
Look, I disagree with you. I think we do have the talent.
The Phillies have the talent of the late '90s Yankees when Derek Jeter wasn't that good of a team. Matt, that's the example you gave. You said Derek Jeter wasn't a great fielder. He won. Derek Jeter played with all sorts of great players, and they had the best team. We have a good team, maybe a very good team. We don't have a team that's that deep that it can make up for defensive miscues all over the field.
Even in 2019 Nationals, Trey Turner won a World Series.
He was better than Matt. Matt, you don't see what I'm seeing at shortstop? You know the Dodgers didn't want him back because they didn't want him to play shortstop?
He was terrible at shortstop, but
he said, but
it's not like it's one of those things that I think as the season goes on, he's gonna be better.
Why?
He knows.
Matt, when do older shortstops get better at playing shortstop? It's Matt. I don't want to break your heart. It's going to get worse, buddy. This doesn't get better. 32-year-old shortstops that don't play well at shortstop don't get better. They get worse.
He's gonna learn. He's been
gonna
in
learn.
these moments before.
He's been in the major league since 2015.
Calm down, partner. He's a little young, man.
He's gonna learn.
Lead a young cat along.
I'm trying to help him. I feel bad. This kid's head's in the clouds.
Listen. He is a player we need in our lineup, and I think.
Yeah, I know they need him in center field. They need him in the outfield, not the shortstop.
See, that's where he's all right. So
thank you.
We move him to center field. What do we do at the deadline? Do we trade? We trade Johan? Do we move Bryce back to right?
Rojas? Johan? Who cares about Johan Rojas? Send him to the minor leagues.
Now you being a bully.
I'm not being a bully.
You're a little bit.
He said what? He asked me, what do we do with Johan Rojas if we move straight to center? Johan Rojas, who cares?
Who would play shortstop? Bryce and Stott?
Wait, I mean, right now it'd probably be Sosa until Aiden Miller's ready.
Mundo Sosa isn't an everyday player, though.
Who's a better hitter, Sosa or Rojas?
Sosa, but Mundo Sosa isn't an everyday player.
And what do we have in center field, Matt? Like, what's a better team? Every day having Trey in the outfield and Sosa at shortstop, or what they're doing now?
I think for now, Trey stays at short, Johan in center, but I think at the deadline, you could possibly trade for a guy like Cedric Mullins.
Sure. I mean, they could, yeah. I mean, see, Matt.
Or bring Reese back.
Well, I would love that. Now you're speaking my language. Look, I don't think they're going to move trade now. I think this is probably an off-season thing, but they should. I mean, he's not a good shortstop. I mean, it just feels like you're trying to pretend it won't be a big deal. That's what it feels like.
You know what I'm trying to do? I'm trying to protect my guy.
Why?
I trust him, Trey Turner.
He can't play short.
I trust him, and I think he's a pivotal role in the Phillies winning in a World Series.
Well, of course he is. I mean, he's one of their better players. I mean, that's the reality of their team.
And I think he won a World Series at shortstop with the Nationals.
That was 6 years ago, Matt. Like, let's go get Jimmy Rollins. He won a World Series at shortstop. Like, players age, they decline, they change. Like, Matt, because he won in 2019 means nothing to me today. It like doesn't matter.
But I think he's a similar type of player still.
No, he's not. No, he's not a similar type of player. He is a clearly different player than he was in 2019. He's 6 years older.
Yeah, but he's still batting the same.
He's not still batting the same, by the way. He's not, Matt. He's not the player he was a few years ago.
If he's not batting the same, he's not that much worse. He's still batting 300, maybe not as much power, but still just as fast.
I would agree his speed is there. I would agree he hits similar average. He doesn't hit for as much power, and he's not as good defensively. Matt, what do you got for us? What's your guess for Hughes Clues? What's the video game? You sound like you might know this.
I didn't even hear the question. What's the question?
I'm trying to call you young, dog. He called you young.
I was trying to help him out.
Here strictly to get on you about
I tried to help him out.
He sneaked this a little bit. Joe sneaked this.
I'm not sneak this. I want to help the guy win a prize. Matt, give us a video game. Give us a video game.
Video game?
Mm-hmm.
God, not a huge video game. Halo 3.
Halo 3, Hugh.
Mm-mm.
No. Okay.
You just beat the poor little guy up, man.
He called. Did I ask for him to call in?
No, you didn't.
No.
Okay.
No, he called in on a day we're talking about the Eagles and said, Joe's giving Trey Turner too much crap.
And
I didn't even say anything about Trey.
Go ahead, buddy.
Yeah, but
you got it.
This is Kyle's fault.
You got it, little pal.
This is Kyle's fault. He teed him up.
You got it, champ.
I mean, that's 6 years ago with the Nationals. Give a crap.
Hey, man.
Let's go get Larry Bowa to play shortstop. I mean, like, look, anyone that played shortstop before, roll them out there. They went to the shortstop before. All right, your phone calls the Eagles. I don't want to change the formula of offense. Hugh's now giggling here. Okay? Keep leaning on Saquon.
Hey, keep your head up, young fella. That's all I got to say.
I mean, what are we doing? All right, we also got to talk to Devin Katie.
Keep your head up.
We'll get her take on this and the Phillies, who start a series tonight in Toronto. All coming up. Midday Show, Sports Radio 94 WIP.
This Father's Day, give Dad the gift of grilling greatness. Instead of them terrible gifts y'all was going to get him anyway. Get him some grilling greatness. It's grilling season, everybody, and there's no better way to celebrate with Dad than grilling up some Hatfield marinated pork tenderloins. They're packed with flavor, easy to cook, and guaranteed to make Dad feel like the king of the cookout. They got Tuscan herb, honey garlic teriyaki, lemon garlic. There are so many flavors to choose from to match Dad's every taste. Make the Father's Day one to remember. Visit simplyhatfield.com and put some Hatfield pork on your fork.
Hey, it's Joe DeCamera. Father's Day is coming up soon. My advice, get him a gift from Family and Company Jewelers on Route 70 in Marlton, New Jersey. They have a great selection of Father's Day gifts. They have a great selection of Father's Day gifts, including the handcrafted pocket knives from designer William Henry. They also have chains, pendants, and a massive selection of designer watches. Ditch the ties this year. Get them something different. A gift from Family and Company Jewelers, online at FamilyJewelers.com. That's FamilyJewelers.com.
Everything was swollen, even my eyelids. I was on kidney dialysis 8 hours a day.
When Crystal needed a kidney, her mom's friend Janet gave her one. Virtua Health, South Jersey's only transplant center, made it possible.
Crystal's so full of life, you can't help but love her.
After a short recovery, Janet's doing great, and Crystal, even better.
And I just got engaged.
Virtua Health, here for transplant, here for good. Learn more at virtua.org/here-for-good.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
¡Listos todos! Estas son las mañanas.
Now we just need to harmonize. Switch today. Get 4 Samsung Galaxy S25 phones with Galaxy AI. Plus, get 4 lines for just $25 per line. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. For well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes and fees and $35 per line connection charge. Minimum 4 lines on plan. Contact us if canceling lines. Plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. Visit T-Mobile.com.
No matter what car repair I need, there's only one name I trust. Well, really two. One is Meineke, and the other is Bob, the owner of my local Meineke. Bob has been taking care of my car for years. It's nice to take your car to someone you trust and someone who is part of the neighborhood. And being a single mom, sometimes money's a little tight. So Meineke makes it easy with flexible payment solutions where I can pay over time. Having a safe, reliable vehicle for my family is important, and that's why I trust Bob and why I trust Meineke. Meineke, doing car care right.
Breaking news coming in from Bet360. Ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply.
It's your captain speaking. To the passenger with the Mirror Fast soft shoes, smart move.
No way am I letting travel constipation ruin this trip.
Can't blame you. Mirror Fast works fast, but without the harsh side effects.
Since I'm such a smart traveler, can I move to first class?
No. Close the curtain, girl.
From the makers of Miralax, new Mirafast soft chews work naturally with your body in as little as 30 minutes to give you a comfortable go on the go. Look for Mirafast at Walmart today. Use as directed for occasional constipation. Contains magnesium hydroxide.
Connected TV is one of the most effective channels for driving measurable advertising results. That's because when your customer's not scrolling, they're streaming. Let Viant put your ads right where they are, on the best content, across the most premium platforms in the world. We're talking real consumers, big screens, big outcomes. With Viant, you get people-based targeting, AI-powered performance, and full access to inventory built to seize eyeballs, not clickbait. Viant, where premium streaming meets performance. Visit Viant.ai to unlock real results today.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small, loud or quiet. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love, guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Downy Rinse and Refresh. Break up with stinky clothes.
Rinse it out. Every now and then I get a little bit tired of the stinks that just will never come out. Every clean. Downy Rinse and Refresh, it's a dream.
Downy Rinse and Refresh. Fights odor in just one wash. Guaranteed.
Everyone has a fave Wendy's Frosty flavor. And when you're choosing from chocolate or vanilla, it's not that hard. But now, there's all new Frosty Swirls and Frosty Fusions. So try picking your fave from Oreo Brownie Fusion, Pop-Tarts Strawberry Fusion, Strawberry Swirl, Brownie Batter Swirl, Caramel Swirl, and Caramel Crunch Fusion. Not so easy now, huh? For a fresh way to Frosty, gotta be Wendy's. Open till midnight or later.
At participating U.S. Wendy's. Hours may vary by location. Oreo is a trademark of Mondelez International Group. Pop-Tarts is a trademark of Kellogg North America Co. LLC. Used with permission.
Are you an oblivious person hogging the sidewalk like a large dying snail? Do people stuck behind you ask, how do you sleep at night? Then you should go to Mattress Firm. They have tons of quality beds at every price. So anyone, even people like you, can sleep. Get matched at Mattress Firm. Sleep at night. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute. There's been a lot of talk about market size in the NBA Finals, but if you look at the league's history, it's the stars that people tune in for, no matter where they're from. LeBron's Cavs did massive numbers. We'll see if people want to watch Shai Gilgeous-Alexander and Tyrese Halliburton. The Finals make stars. Maybe SGA or Halliburton takes off. For now, it's not how big the cities are, but how established their best players are for the wider audience. I'm Andrew Perloff.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey sports station. Water ice tastes better with Phillies baseball. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
No easy way out, Hugh. No shortcut.
No shortcut. No easy way out. I'm with that.
I feel like this song it works well today. I feel like that with all the debates today. No easy way out. Got to call in with Trey Turner nonsense. No one's even ripping him today. Can't play shortstop.
That was funny though.
Wow, you were giggling over there.
Well, because you beat the little fella up.
He wasn't a little fella. He picked up the phone to call.
And Kyle set him up for failure. He put him right on.
No, I let him do what he called to do.
He wanted to challenge me on Trey, and he brought nothing.
We got a good one. Kyle was like, hey,
you got to bring more to the fight.
You got one.
Sometimes you save people from themselves, and sometimes you gotta let the little ones drown.
No,
and figure it out.
You say, you got it, buddy. Hey, I want to talk about Trey Turner. Yeah, you got it, bud. Go right ahead.
You got to give me more than he won 6 years ago. I don't care. This is 2025. We don't live in the past. We don't live in the past.
When I asked him about what happened the other day, he just completely steamrolled past that.
Yeah, he had no time for you and your purple shirt over there.
He was here for Joe, not you.
I just had a
Stay
question.
out of this,
Did he even say what's up to Hugh?
No,
I mean, he was gotten upset
because
about that.
listen. He was ready to go after Joe. Sometimes you got to let the young kids figure it out for themselves, man.
You know what? I get that because sometimes people call, when I see on the board I'm mad at Hugh, I just let him attack you. I don't even say
You
hi.
gotta let the young
Go
kid-
get him.
Hey, listen. Young cat had a thought, and he wanted to challenge Joe. And Joe took him to school.
Listen, it happens. All right. Let's go. Before we go back to the phone lines here, we're going to bring on Devin Caney to talk some Phils and some Eagles here as OTAs are going on, and Vic Fangio spoke, and of course we're debating how much they should run Saquon again in 2025. Devin, how you doing?
Hey guys, doing well. I don't want to interrupt anything. If people want to roast Hugh, they can continue on doing that. I'm at NovaCare, so I wasn't listening. I don't know exactly what went down, but it sounds like it's pretty entertaining.
Well, you're welcome to roast Hugh too if you wanted.
Yes.
Yeah, if you have anything.
Devin, they hating on me.
I would never.
They hating on me, Devin, because my shirt today is popping. My shirt is giving. Yeah, it's giving.
It's our eyes that are popping as we look at it. It was a little bright.
The one time I'm not on video, I can't
yeah,
see
the shirt
I heard
is
it's
giving.
purple. That's all I got.
It's a little purple in this. It's the Brian Dawkins Impact Golf shirt. It's nice. And I was looking, and when I got it, Dev, I was like, "Oh, this is a nice shirt.
It is a nice shirt.
I need to wear this tomorrow." And I'm gonna wear the other one tomorrow.
I can't wait.
Oh, it's a nice one too.
This is your bright stage.
I'm going back to back.
Back to back.
I'm going back to back.
Devin, let's talk some Eagles because you're there, and then we'll get to some Phillies as they get back in action tonight. Devin, I'm curious where you come down on what we were discussing today. So there's kind of two schools of thought here, which is one, hey, the Eagles had this formula last year that was unstoppable, and it was led by Saquon most of the season. do it again until someone stops it. And then the other school of thought is, hey, Saquon ran it a lot last year. They got to throw it more this year and ease off of Saquon, maybe not quite as much as what we saw last year. Where do you come down on the best way to run their offense to try to win it again?
I think the best way to run the offense is to maximize the biggest and most talented players that they have on offense's strengths, and that happens to be running the football with Saquon. I'm not saying that they should, go out there and run him as much as they did last season. Like, they shouldn't go out with the goal of finally breaking Eric Dickerson's record in the regular season. But I think when necessary, you have Saquon Barkley, you should use him, right? Like, he's not a glass doll. You don't need to put him on the shelf and break for emergency. Like, you should use one of your most talented players. That being said, I would like to see them throw the ball a little bit more than they did last season.
Devin, you were at the press conference. Am I right about that? You were there with Vic?
Yes.
Okay. What
Yes,
was your biggest takeaway? Because I wrote quite a few things down, Devin. I thought there was quite a few interesting things he said. What hit you the most? Because it's the first time we've heard from Vic Fangio here in a while.
Yeah. Vic Fangio always keeps it real, and he certainly did today. What struck me was him talking about Jordan Davis. So, Jordan Davis, him being in great shape, has been a topic of conversation, with us, with media, with the team. They've been pretty open about it, and, his lack of being ready and conditioned for the season in seasons past. Vic Fangio said Jordan Davis started playing his best football at the end of the season last year. And I think we saw that in his play on the field. And Jeff McClain kind of followed up, like, well, why did it take him so long to get into shape? Like, shouldn't he have been in shape, at the start of the season? And Vic Fangio just said, I'm just going to duck that one. I'm not answering that question. You guys can deduce, whatever you think is the reason behind that. But either way, he said Jordan Davis has stayed in shape throughout the offseason. He has full confidence he'll be just as good going into this upcoming season and training camp.
Yeah, because there ain't no way no matter how you answer that question, Vic's not going to win that one. But I'm kind of curious, Dev, when he talked about CJ and the decision they had to move on from him, he said it was a money thing and that he was okay with it. Did you read into that a little bit more, kind of like I did?
What, that he maybe wasn't okay with it?
Well, I kind of read it that. Let me just tell you what I thought. I thought that, when you have somebody, when you had a type of defense that they had last year, and to lose a player that meant so much to this team, I just thought it was kind of, I guess, cavalier, the way that he said it. It wasn't, you know what I mean? It was like, hey, I was cool with it.
Yeah. The CJ Gardner-Johnson trade still doesn't make total sense to me. I don't think it makes a lot of sense to a lot of people, aside from the fact that it was clearly a financial decision. Clearly, Howie Roseman made the decision. And whether a guy like Vic Fangio, whether, Nick Sirianni agree with it or not, it was Howie's, cap decision, and it will help the team hopefully in the long run in terms of the money situation. But I think that CJ Gardner-Johnson did bring a lot in terms of, on the field and off, with the swagger, with the energy, and he's was a key part of that defense, and they're going to have to figure out a way to fill that hole that is left by him, both, in terms of the energy and attitude he brings off the field and what he brings on the field as well.
Devin, off of that, with the hole they have at safety now, he was asked about his depth there, and he also mentioned it. I thought this was really interesting. Cooper DeJean last week was playing some outside corner after playing mostly inside all of last season, and he even mentioned he thought he could be good at safety too, which that got my attention because we haven't seen that in the NFL. He did that in college. What did you make of that? And I'm curious what you think of how much they're going to move Cooper around this year after last year kind of giving him one spot, and he did really well in that spot.
Yeah, he does really well at nickel, and Vic Fangio said that he will continue to play the same position, nickel cornerback, that he did last season. But when they're in base defense, you could see him line up on the outside as he did last season. I didn't personally get the indication that Cooper DeJean would be moving to safety, but look, anything is possible. Vic Fangio, in my opinion, was pretty definitive with, this is where he's going to play. That being said, he also said a guy like Jahad Campbell, is going to play inside linebacker. And like we've talked about, is he going to maybe become a pass rusher? Like, I think that all of these things are fluid and anything can change. Right now, I don't see Cooper DeJean moving to safety.
All right, Devin, let's end with the Phillies question. They're in Toronto tonight, starting a road trip against the Blue Jays and then to Pittsburgh against the Pirates. And they made a move this weekend to try to help the bullpen a little bit here. They call up Seth Johnson, but they also are now moving Taijuan Walker to more of a permanent actual relief pitcher spot, not just like a long guy in the bullpen. They're going to try to use him in leverage spots, and that means Mick Abel back to the major leagues to fill in this spot for Aaron Nola. What did you make of the move, and do you like it?
I love it. I love it. So on Saturday when I was hosting, I said it was right after Taijuan Walker's last start. I'm like, Mick Abel's right there. What are we doing? I know that Andrew Painter isn't ready yet. They still are saying, the July-ish date for Painter. Mick Abel, we saw come up and pitch a shutout game against the Pittsburgh Pirates. And I know that, that's one of the worst offenses in baseball. Still an impressive outing for someone's first major league start. So I think compared to what they were working with Taijuan Walker, who struggled, I mean, a lot of the starting rotation has struggled in recent games, but that's, another issue. I think that it's due time. Mick Abel, if you look at, his ETA, when they expected him to be up, when they first brought him into the organization, it was around 2025. So I think they want to see what he's got. They want to see and hopefully see him, stay up and remain a Philly or remain, a valuable asset that they can use as the trade deadline approaches.
Ooh, I'm kind of curious, Devin, because I'm gonna bring you into our reckless speculation because we've been talking about this all day. Because it looks like we have
reckless speculation.
Reckless speculation because we've been talking about the pitching staff and how we have a dearth of pitching right now. So if you at the trade deadline, who is the most expendable to you? Do I need to give you some names, or are you just going to go off of the guy that you think is the most expendable right now, and why?
As if we're trading a starting pitcher to acquire something else, if we're using our surplus to get something else, which starter would you be most willing to give up?
Oh, well, does Mick Abel count?
So he counts. I think
technically part of the.
So who? All right, let me ask you this: if Abel counts, Abel 1, who would you put 2? I'll get the answer out of you that way.
All right. From starting rotation,
I'm going with this, don't you?
This is a tough question. From the starting rotation, okay, so if Mick Abel's gone, it would have to be Ranger Suarez.
I think that Ben Davis brought it up, and it kind of got our attention. Like he mentioned trading him, and we're like, I wonder if they really would trade a starter to acquire something else they need.
Well, and I don't like saying that because Ranger has pitched really, really well. I mean, of the starting rotation in their last series, Ranger Suarez is the only one who went 6 innings before, so he's the guy who can go the longest of that starting rotation right now, and he's pitching really well. Of course, health has been an issue for him, but I just think that he would probably be viewed as the most expendable. Unfortunately, I mean, of course, Aaron Nola is still on IL. It's a very long IL stint and rehab stint for a sprained ankle, but hopefully he's back soon. He's coming off the worst start to a season he's had in his career. Obviously, they can't trade him because he just signed a mega extension with the Phillies. So, in terms of what these players are contributing, I don't know if Ranger would be my choice, but just given his situation, I think that he would be the guy to go first.
I agree with the expiring contract after the season. Yeah. Devin, appreciate you hopping on. Enjoy OTAs, and we'll talk soon.
Do the best.
Of course. Thanks, guys.
There she goes, Devin Caney, joining us from the NovaCare Complex after taking in the Vic Fangio press conference and then joining our reckless speculation on some Phillies trade talk. All right, let's go back to the phone lines. But first, can we get the fourth clue, Hugh?
The fourth clue.
People need that for it, and I gotta say, the guesses today
awful.
I
shouldn't. Say that.
I just don't think people are.
No,
they're not in the ballpark.
We're not in the ballpark.
They're not in the ballpark.
No. Okay. So listen to this one, y'all.
Okay.
I'm going back old school. This is one of the very first female protagonists in the video game.
Okay, so how about you roll through all 4 clues?
Okay, roll through all 4.
Yeah, just let everyone
Obviously, the first one, video game. Mm-hmm. Iconic 80s sci-fi classic.
Okay.
Exclusive to Nintendo. And one of the very first female protagonists in a video game.
All right, there are your 4 clues. You got all 4. The question is that we're going to have to give a bonus clue coming up in a few minutes. We shall find out.
Oh, wait a minute. I didn't.
You good?
I didn't know what time it was.
You didn't know what time it is?
Because we be having, listen,
clocks everywhere.
You didn't know what day it was yesterday?
Dude,
time it is today.
I keep trying to tell y'all, man. When you enjoy what you do, time is irrelevant.
Well,
I mean, it is.
I think you're losing your faculties a little bit.
That might be the case. That might be the case.
Jerry Jones situation going on here.
I agree with you, your premise, but we kind of operate on a clock system here. We need to know what time it is.
You know what's funny? Because it feels like to me a lot of times when we start the show, like we just go.
Yeah.
You know, I know and it's obvious. I know the breaks and everything. But then it's.
Is it obvious? I mean, sometimes you're long talking and it's 12:25.
Okay, fine. Okay, fine. We ain't got to pile on.
I gotta let you know what your read is.
We ain't got to pile. Okay.
Because you said it was obvious. It's not obvious.
Okay, fine. Let me amend that. I have a vague awareness.
Okay.
A vague awareness.
Now that's accurate. That's the most accurate thing we've heard all day.
But then I look up, I'm like, damn, it's 1:15. I got so much stuff
I feel that.
I got so much stuff I want to say.
Yeah. Time gets away from us. But I think,
just saying.
Yeah.
Sometimes I'm like, damn, it's time to go home.
I have a vague idea is a very good overarching thing for this show. I have a vague idea what those guys are trying to say, but
the best is, have you noticed lately that Kyle has had trouble kind of steering the show back in the right direction since the sun then came out.
Yeah.
It's a little, just saying, he's a little bit,
We're bulldozing him more lately. Nah, we're not doing that. No. Rico is in Philly. What's up, Rico?
Hey, what's going on,
What's
guys?
up, man?
Rico, what's up?
Nothing much. So I really wanted to talk Saquon first.
Go for it.
Listen, Saquon said it himself, man. He said they got the recipe.
Yep.
So you got the recipe, stick with the recipe, man. Ain't nothing wrong with it. It worked.
It's a great recipe. It's the best meal we've ever had here. Why do I want a new recipe? I mean, like let's cook again.
That's it, man. Let's cook again. Use them, run them till the wheels fall off. I'm cool with it.
See, Rico gets it, Hugh. Unlike you want a brand new recipe over here.
Because Rico ain't playing.
No, Rico gets it.
Rico like run that man to death.
Just give him $24 million.
As long as he says he can do it.
Yep.
No, I got you, Rico. But we have to evolve. If we're trying to get to Cali, man, we need to evolve a little bit.
I just think that hurts, man. He cracks under too much pressure. Less
See
pressure,
that is. I don't think that's a fair assessment, especially when you talk about the pressure of playing in a Super Bowl in the way he played. I just don't. You're entitled to your opinion, and we like to live our truth. But I don't think that's.
Yeah, I think that's the one thing that we can't say about Hurts.
No. You did encourage people to live their truth.
I did.
Yeah, you did.
I did. I'm just saying, cracked under pressure really didn't. That doesn't fit, though.
No, I agree. I think he's just not as consistently excellent week to week.
We can argue that. We can argue that. We can argue that.
Yeah. All right, Rico. What's your guess? What's your video game guess? What do you got? We got to give away this prize.
Please tell me I'm right, man. I think it's Metroid.
Yes.
You got it, Rico. Woo! You hit it. Finally.
Yeah.
Rico, good job. All right.
Good job on that last clue.
Yeah, the last clue was the obvious one.
Well, when Hugh said we might not get a winner, I tried to explain we don't get to go home until we give away this prize.
No, but it's one of those things, man, because I remember when I used to play Metroid, it was two things that you had to have. You had to have the cheat code, Justin Bailey.
You said that this morning, yeah.
And when you put that in, it makes Samus takes off his equipment and you find out it's a woman. And everybody's mind was blown because most of the time, you talk about they was in the same eras like Bionic Commando, Mega Man, and all of this stuff. They're mostly dudes. So she was one of the first female protagonists in a video game.
It's pretty cool. All right, Rico just won a pair of tickets to see a championship season at the Mann Center. Philadelphia Eagles and NFL Films coming together to celebrate a great year here at a special concert event hosted by Merrill Reese, July 24th at the Mann Center. You can get your tickets now at Ticketmaster.com. Rico just won his pair. Yeah, I think I understand Rico's point. I was with him, but I don't think Jalen cracks under the pressure. I think there seems to be a thought that because of what he did in the Super Bowl, he can now do that on a more consistent basis. Maybe. I want to stick with what worked. Let's just roll with that. And if we have to throw more, we go there. But I don't want to do it on a week-to-week basis. Bruce in D.C. What's up, Bruce?
Carl, Hugh.
What's going on, man?
What's going on? Hey,
Bruce, what happened to my name?
I know, because I'm mad at you.
What did I do?
You've been excluded, man.
Oh, Bruce, I never exclude you. I never exclude you.
He said you were excluded.
No. Hey, look, before I get started, look, I'm actually look, all this talk about Hugh's shirt. Maybe finally log into YouTube and check out the broadcast. Hugh, that shirt is loud, but it's popping, brother.
No, it is loud. When I woke up this morning, this shirt spoke to me.
Yeah.
And it said, Hugh, you need to wear me today.
You are getting rocked.
The only thing I'll say about the shirt, Bruce, before you rip me, Bruce, I like Hugh's shirt. It's just, it doesn't feel more like a Friday afternoon shirt?
Yeah, it does.
It's not a Tuesday shirt.
Well, it's like, damn, he's going to work on a Tuesday like that. But I didn't get a chance to wear it yesterday.
It's too much fun for a Tuesday,
I wore it today.
We can't rule out Hugh thinking it was Friday.
It's true.
And then I'm going to wear the other one tomorrow. Because I ain't going to get to see
It
y'all
feels
Friday.
like the kind of shirt, a gummy and a drink in hand by 4 and no work tomorrow. It doesn't feel like a Tuesday, we got to get up tomorrow show.
I won't confirm nor deny gummies what might have been involved yesterday in the decision, but, we
Makes
don't
sense,
know.
No, I agree. But that's definitely a Friday shirt, though. But you got it. You got it going on.
Appreciate you, man. Appreciate you.
Fit you well. But Joe, man, getting back to you, man, you are driving me crazy, man.
Because I want to run the football with the best back in the NFL.
I do agree with you on that, but I do recount, after the Super Bowl, you talked a lot about how the running game was stopped and how you lauded Jason on his performance and that we will probably see a better version of him this year coming up. And now you're saying Jalen, we need to stay at this. So you're driving me crazy. You're kind of shifting around here, man.
Well, no. I did laud him for what he did, and he had a great Super Bowl. But it's different to do it for 17 games than to do it for one game. Like that's just. I don't know why would I want him to do that when I got a running back that could carry the load.
Well, I do agree with you, but you got to think about the circumstances last year, right? Mm-hmm. He got injured down towards the end of the season, right? And of course in the Green Bay, yeah. So the thing is that with that said, he was kind of stepping back into it, but I think they opened up the playbook. As it got towards the
Well, they did. Game. I mean, look, I thought the play calls and his play, and Bruce, we appreciate. We're the best at the end of the season. Look, I hope everyone out there that wants to be more balanced and throw it more, and that the idea of Jalen evolving happens. I mean, the Eagles will be they'd have a higher ceiling if Jalen plays like he did in the Super Bowl all year, and we know Saquon could do it. They'd be unstoppable if that happens. I'm just not counting on that. I want to kind of go with that same recipe that worked last year.
The formula.
Yeah, it's a good formula. 215, it's a great formula. 215-592-9494. All right, coming up on the other side, we will get to you people who I'm sure have a lot to say about Hugh's Friday outfit. And it is list season. We did talk about that last week, right? Last week it was the quarterback list. Well, you know what's out today?
What's up?
A coach quarterback list. And this might be the most ridiculous ranking I have seen in a long, long time. That's all coming up. Midday show, Sports Radio 94 WIP. Baseball fans love the long ball. And FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is giving you even more reasons to love home runs every Tuesday during the MLB season, because with Dinger Tuesdays, all FanDuel customers get a home run profit boost. That means when you bet on moonshots, you can take your winnings to new heights. So whether it's a big blast or an oppo boppo, FanDuel is your home for betting home runs. Visit FanDuel.com/GIGLIO. Gear up to go yard all season long. That's FanDuel.com/GIGLIO to claim your Dinger Tuesday profit boost. Make every moment more with FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, official sports betting partner of Major League Baseball. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable profit boost token. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Another road game takeover with fans of Philly. Fly with fans of Philly to watch the Birds buck Tampa. Enjoy airfare, hotel accommodations, an exclusive tailgate party, and game tickets seated with those that bleed green. Fly with 94 WIP's official travel partner, Fans of Philly. Reserve your spot now before they sell out at fansofphilly.com.
I'm Chelsea Messenger, helping you beat the books with the BetMGM Network.
play of the day is under 8 between the Rangers and the Rays. Both starting pitchers in this one have been fantastic this year. Tyler Mahle of the Rangers has an ERA under 2. Meanwhile, Drew Rasmussen of the Rays hasn't allowed a single run in 3 straight starts. The Rangers have been one of the best under teams in all of baseball this year, going 40, 19, and 1 to the under. Bet smarter and beat the book. Download the BetMGM app. Please gamble responsibly.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/score. That's ethos.com/score.
Some days, it's the little things that get us through. An early start, a quick stop, a familiar face. There's enough on your mind. Let Wawa be the simple part. Get any size hot coffee for $1, any size iced coffee for $2, and all 16-ounce Wawa teas and fruit drinks for $1. Every day, just for being a Wawa Rewards member. Gotta have your back. Gotta have a Wawa.
Buy 4 windows, get 4 for free. Plus, pay nothing for 24 months. Visit windownation.com.
Citizens, since we each upgraded to Xfinity in our homes, the Wi-Fi has been booming. It's fair to say our town has officially become a boomtown.
Mayor, will I be able to drop into multiplayer gaming battles with low lag?
The lag won't be an issue, but your questionable skills may be.
And what if I have hundreds of devices on the Wi-Fi? Purely hypothetical.
Seems like a lot, but sure, hundreds of devices all booming together with the Xfinity Gateway. Yes, friends and neighbors, with Xfinity, the Wi-Fi is booming.
The Wi-Fi isn't the only thing that's booming. Now get the most reliable Wi-Fi and our best-in-class equipment for one consistent price for 5 years guaranteed. All in. Plus, get unlimited data included and no annual contract. All with the 5-year price guarantee from Xfinity. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. New residential customers only. Select plans only. Xfinity Gateway with X-Fi Complete required for unlimited data except in certain areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024. Actual speeds vary.
Come into your local AAA Tire and Auto Service and save $40 on any repair of $150 or more. Only at AAA Tire and Auto Service. And on the plus side, AAA members save more. Offer valid through June 30th. See store for details.
When there's a crack in your basement wall, your house is trying to tell you something. Will it get worse? That's when you call the friendly, local experts at 58 Foundations and Waterproofing. Since 1958, they've seen it all in foundation issues. They offer free estimates and back their work up with the industry's only money-back guarantee. That guarantee gives you the confidence that they know how to fix foundation issues, waterproofing, and even that nasty crawl space. Give 58 a call at 888-698-1958 or visit 58foundations.com.
I was just at Wawa, and I think I experienced a panini paradox.
A panini paradox?
Yeah, you see, clearly the bacon mac and cheese with its crispy bacon and toasty bread is the most delicious panini on the menu.
Obviously.
But then, so is the Southwest Chipotle Chicken Panini with its melty cheese and crunchy bread.
Panini paradox!
Try a breakfast or lunch panini today and see for yourself. Only at Wawa.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com, sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Okay, raise your hand if you want to make your life a little bit easier. Great. Now raise your other hand if you like to be comfortable. Perfect. Now that you have both hands raised, imagine putting on your shoes. And that, folks, right there is your answer to an easier, more comfortable life. Go hands-free with Skechers Slip-ins. This is footwear you don't need your hands to put on. They can be raised in the air, and you can just step it and go. Why don't you experience what people can't stop talking about? Life-changing Skechers Slip-ins. Get your Slip-ins at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
In a world parched for excitement, one drink will emerge. Twisted Tea, the refreshing thrill ride of flavor. Recreating its classic role as the hard iced tea that goes down smooth. Twisted Tea doesn't just taste like real iced tea, it's made with real brewed tea and a 5% kick of alcohol. Taste the adventure with Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Keep it twisted.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
Back to Hugh Douglas and Joe Giglio. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Hurts in the gun. Back pedals. Still looking. Fires it out in the flat to Barkley, who beats one man, spins past another, leaps over a third, and comes down at the 30.
What was that? I've never seen that move, and I've been watching football all my life.
Well, he did that. He did that to show off to Shady McCoy.
He's never done this. No one's ever done this. He hurdles a guy backwards. How do you jump over a guy backwards?
He did. He did.
What am I watching?
The more I hear that as time goes on, I love how Mike Quick describes it. What? I never saw that.
Can I tell you, I was on the field when that happened, right? And I was talking to both Brian Westbrook and Brian Dawkins. And we're having conversation, right? And when it happened, Brian was like, dude, Brian Westbrook, have you ever seen anything like that? And I was like, wow. That is a moment that everybody's going to be talking about for years.
Yes.
And it was bananas to be on the field for that. It was phenomenal to see, man. It really, really was.
You know, a lot of great players have a play or a moment or a highlight that you'll see. Like Barry Sanders, it's always like him spinning around, like it goes backwards and he ends up forward. That's Saquon's. I mean, Saquon has a moment now that will live in NFL history. He's on the Madden cover with it. What a season, and we got the formula. I want to do it again. We have the recipe. Run the football and be a run-based team. He wants to see it open up a little bit more. Where do you come down on the Eagles as we get forward and look forward to 2025? 215-592-9494. All right, let's grab a couple calls here. And then we did mention it was list season. Last week was quarterbacks. This week, we have a coach-quarterback combination. So the best combination of coach-quarterbacks in the NFL. We'll let you know where the Eagles come in, but it's not the Eagles that has my attention on the list. It's where a different coach-quarterback combination are ranked, which might be one of the most ridiculous things I've seen in
because
years.
It's not a combination.
Well, it's a lie. Yeah, it's make-believe. Is it Hansa? Hansa in North Philly? What's up, Hansa?
It's Hamza.
Hansa. I will remember
What's
that.
up,
Hansa,
man?
how are you?
Hamza with the M, not with the M.
Hamza.
Okay,
I got
Hamza.
you. Hamza. All right, put that in the system, Kyle. Hamza.
Yes. How are you guys doing today? It's my first time, long time.
Appreciate you, man. We're good.
Every single day.
All right, what are you thinking today, man?
Nah, man, you're tripping on the Saquon. We need to rely on Saquon again, man. We need to rely on Jalen. He's the QB of the team. He's the rock of the team. He needs to lead us, not Saquon again. I agree with you, and I disagree with you.
But couldn't I have said that last year, and we did the opposite? I mean, he was the quarterback last year, he was the rock last year, but we relied more on the running back.
In 22, didn't we rely on Jalen a lot?
So they did. I thought, and that's why he almost won the MVP of the league in 22. Yeah, but
exactly.
Yep, he did it. We haven't seen that level of play out of him as consistent since then, though.
No, I agree with you on that point, but at the same time, for you to say that when you rely on Saquon more than Jalen is ludicrous. Jalen's the QB of the team. We need to get the freaking passing game a lot better, not the running game. And if Saquon doesn't have the same season he had last year, it doesn't matter. He proved what he needed to prove. It's all because he's out there doing things doesn't mean he's not focused on football per se.
Well, that's Hugh's thing. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So
yeah, I don't think he's not.
Okay.
I don't think he's not focused. It is fair to point out he's been busier this offseason, right?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
You know, he's freaking almost beat the record, having a Super Bowl ring, right on the bum Giants, into the great Eagles. So it's like, man, we're going to have a great 2025 season as long as Jalen Hurts can throw the ball. If he doesn't throw the ball, then I don't know what to do. He gets paid all this money, not throw the ball. That's a problem.
Well, yeah. Well, it's only a problem if they don't win. And Hamza, we appreciate the phone call, and we appreciate listening. It's only a problem if they don't win. I mean, did anyone at the end of the day when the season ended last year, did anyone care that Jalen Hurts got paid a lot of money to be towards the bottom of the NFL in attempts? Not really. I mean, they won. The whole point is to win. This is what I think is the best way to win with this particular team. That's all. And yeah, Jalen was great in 22, but let's not forget in 22, the defense was great. And they got up in games so much he didn't have to throw a lot.
It was a one-dimensional game.
Yeah.
And a lot of times you can dictate what you want to do in a game like that because you ain't got to do a whole lot. Your game plan changes because you don't have to put the ball in harm's way.
If you look at the last 3 years, his highest passing attempts was 2023. That was their worst season. When he throws a little bit less or a lot less, 2022, which he played great, 2024, which was played well, and then at some points great, they won more. But that's what I'm looking at. All right, we did mention it as list season here. And here, there's a lot of lists that float around, right? There's the quarterback list last week, which we reacted to over at Pro Football Focus. Well, this one caught our attention today. Ranking the NFL's 32 coach-quarterback duos in 2025. So this is combining the two, right? The best coach-quarterback combination. Here, without me saying it, I think you could probably guess, like, towards the top of the list is Andy Reid and Patrick Mahomes, right?
No doubt.
But they've been doing it for years. They might be both the best at their respective things. Okay. Bottom of the list is Kellen Moore and Tyler, Shuck? I think it's
Tyler Shuck. Kellen Moore, okay.
Shuck from Louisville. Okay, obviously
we won't have to nail that down unless he turns out to be something.
right, and that's fair. Like they're both rookies in their respective fields. They're going to be towards the bottom. Okay, so I'm scrolling through and I'm looking to see, all right, where are the Eagles? Before looking here, before I even tell you, where do you think is a fair spot for Hurts, Sirianni, the duo, to be ranked among coach-quarterback duos?
Are you asking me to give you a more of a pinpoint spot, or say reckless speculation?
Where do you think they should be?
I would say maybe in the top 5.
Well, why not 2? They just won the Super Bowl.
Well, I would say, because I'm not writing this list, and the way that these people write these lists, they're writing it with a little bit of some bias.
Well, you put Jalen at 2.
Yeah, I did, he did. And I would put it.
So then
if it was me,
him and Sirianni should be 2.
He should be number 2. But I would say the top 5.
So they are ranked number 10. They are the 10th ranked coach-quarterback combination in the NFL. And they gave the specific ranks for each because they added them together. Like if you're the number 1 coach and number 1 quarterback, that would be a total of 2 points you get, right? So the lower the points, the better you are on the list.
Yeah.
So they have Nick Sirianni ranked as the 13th best head coach in pro football. And they have Jalen Hurts ranked as the 9th best quarterback in the National Football League.
Interesting.
13 for the head coach that just won the Super Bowl, 9 for the quarterback.
Well, that's a respect thing, I think, because a lot of people listen. Coach Bubblehead is fitting, and I keep telling y'all that y'all don't want to believe.
You're the only one who calls that these days.
Yeah, but
it's not catching on.
You're not a born again Sirianni guy like me.
No, I like Coach Sirianni.
Not born again.
Let's be honest though. That's what people think of Coach Sirianni. They think he's somewhat of a bubblehead.
So what you think? Which ranking is more disrespectful, Sirianni at 13 or Jalen at 9?
I would say Jalen at 9.
I think it might be Sirianni at 13.
For his coaching job, I can rock with you with that.
It's got to be above. It's got to be above 13.
For what Jalen has done. See, this is.
Yeah, I think they're both pretty bad.
They are, but I could put Jalen in a bucket between the 5th and 10th best quarterback.
Yeah, Jalen's closer to 9 than Sirianni is closer to 13.
I mean, I'm wondering how many coaches above him didn't win a Super Bowl. Like he's the head coach of a Super Bowl team.
Yeah, and you got again, man. A lot of times the people that do what we do, they get stuck. They get stuck in believing more of what they say than actually, calling it like they see it.
All right, here's who's above Sirianni Hurts. Ready? And you tell me if any of these stand out to you. Zach Taylor and Joe Burrow above Sirianni and Hurts as a coach quarterback ranking. Dan Quinn and Jaden Daniels.
Dan Quinn, Jaden Daniels.
Right, that combination.
Wait a minute. Okay.
Kyle Shanahan, Brock Purdy.
Kyle Shanahan, Brock. Okay.
Yep.
Wait a minute. Are you going in order?
Yeah, I'm counting down the list because we were at wherever we were.
I would say none of these are appalling so far.
And Jaden Daniels?
Mm-hmm.
Huh.
So they had Quinn is rated the 14th best coach, 1 behind Sirianni. They had Jaden Daniels rated the 5th best quarterback, well above Jalen Hurts. Okay?
That's pretty high.
Shanahan and Purdy at number 7. I'm going to skip number 6. We'll come back to that in a second. Number 5, McDermott and Josh Allen.
Sean McDermott, Josh Allen.
Number 4, Jim Harbaugh and Justin Herbert.
Jim Harbaugh, Justin Herbert. Okay, I'm listening.
Okay. Number 3, Sean McVay and Matthew Stafford. Number 2, John Harbaugh and Lamar Jackson. And obviously number 1 is Reed and Mahomes, both ranked number 1 in their own respective column.
Now,
what upset you the most? And I skipped number 6 on purpose. I'm going to get
Coach
to that.
Coach Harbaugh and Herbert, because Herbert was one of the guys. Now, this is the problem that I have, and I'm not picking on anybody that sees Herbert as a premier quarterback.
So, for the record, they have him ranked as the 8th best quarterback, Harbaugh the 7th best coach. So they averaged it out, and they got to be number 4 together.
Okay, that to me that's a lot. That's a lot. That's a lot. That's a lot to do all that just to get to that point. But you're talking about a quarterback who has, since he's been in the league, they've tried to make him more of a passer, a prolific passer.
Well, last year they actually
mistaken.
pulled back. They pulled back and ran the
That's
ball.
my point.
Yeah.
So now you're telling me he's a top quarterback because you're taking stuff off his plate? Now I can see, like the Josh Allen one, we can argue about that all day.
Well, Josh Allen has been better than Herbert.
Totally agree. Not disagreeing with that.
And a better
but
player.
you mean to tell me that because you're asking less of Herbert, he's a better quarterback? Like, seriously.
Well,
that's what I'm
Wasn't
stuck
that
on.
your reasoning for Jalen Hurts? Because he pulled back and was able to do what was best for the offense?
I'm going to get to that. I'm going to get to that. Jalen has done more than just – if you want to put it like this.
The Eagles have done more than
Wait, let me finish. If you want to put it like that, you're right. The Eagles have done more than the Chargers. But you giving him more love than you're giving Jalen, and you're asking him to do less. That's the part. Like that. That's why a lot of times when I hear these quarterback comparisons and stuff like that, I kind of got to look and, okay, I ask, like, who wrote that story?
I think we're at the point where Jalen has to be above Herbert on lists. I think he just has to be.
I think that's not unreasonable to say.
I just, Herbert has played 2 playoff games, and he's crapped the bed in both games.
That's why it's hard for me to wrap my mind around these pundits that play the position that will say certain things and then try to sell it to me like, okay, this is the reason why I put this. No, just be honest.
So,
you don't like the guy.
I guess what I don't find egregious about it is, I guess when I saw this list, I was looking at it from the lens of if I had to start a franchise
from scratch,
I guess to win this season, right? Because Stafford and McVay are up there. We know Stafford doesn't have too much time left. He wouldn't go too high in a draft if all these quarterbacks became available. But if you were to tell me you need to build a team to go win this season, which combo would you start with? I could definitely make the case that Harbaugh and Herbert would be the 2 I start with, like all else being equal.
Yeah, I get it. I mean, I think Harbaugh's a great coach. But there's one I left out, right? I didn't say number 6 because this combination was rated as the 6th best coach quarterback combination in the NFL. Now, the Pittsburgh Steelers with Mike Tomlin and Aaron Rodgers. Did I miss something?
Yes, you did.
He's not on the team.
No, but listen.
This is the second time in a week.
I was about to say, because they did didn't somebody do a whole segment?
Joy.
You're a girl.
And my girl.
Well, you wanted that.
I did, at one point. Then I realized that, hey, man, sometimes you just got to sit back and just admire from afar.
Hold your L.
And take it L. Take that L. I'm not in the wheelhouse, man.
Okay. Even if we play along and say he's going to sign with the Steelers, in what world is Tomlin and Rodgers in 2025 a better coach quarterback combination than Jalen Hurts and Sirianni?
And you make my point.
Or Shanahan and Purdy. Rodgers is cooked.
And you make my point because a lot of times you have to listen. We're all in a position where we all have our own takes, and you know how I feel about that. Live your truth. But when you write stories like that, and you try to justify them, I'm looking at it like, because the one that sticks out to me again is the Herbert Harbaugh one. The Herbert Harbaugh one.
But isn't Tomlin Rodgers worse?
Well, Joe, that's fairy tale land right there. That is we're arguing about something that's not even factual at that point. And I just choose not to put my energy into that because it's like you're ranking somebody and ranking them high.
This is fiction. Yeah.
Yes, in a fictional setting. So that's why it's like,
Okay. Make believe. All right. Let's go to the phone lines here. G-Money in Delaware. What's up, G-Money?
Hey, I want to mess with you for a minute.
All right, G-Money.
I listened to you earlier talking about Saquon. How you going to compare your off-season habits to him, man?
CG Money.
And then another thing, even when you in shape, your derriere was too big. You need to stop it, you.
See, I feel like this is a personal attack. This ain't even got nothing to do with Hey, thanks a lot, G Money. I appreciate that. I appreciate you keeping me grounded. But it wasn't the story. The story is valid when I talk about the off season.
Because the Kroger.
You just got caught on the fat part. Take the fat part out. Take that out.
No, you don't have to.
And then you're trying to blame it on the girl.
He did. He blamed it on Dr. Carla.
Hey, listen.
That's in the buck.
Hey, listen. Dr. Carla was fine. Over there. She's still fine, as far as I know, because she don't speak to me.
Yeah.
But Dr. Carla, hey, she was worth every meal that we went to the steakhouse. She was worth every one of them high class.
That's how you got fluffy.
That first round pick signing bonus went to that steakhouse.
Ooh, dude, I was super fluffy. We eating good though.
Like how many pounds overweight you get?
About 30.
Woo!
No, because like back in the day, Cheesecake Factory used to be the spot.
Oh.
So we was getting the Cheesecake Factory with that strawberry shrimp, the strawberry lemonade. My bad. It's been a while. But yeah, we was eating good, G Money. So back up off me, man. You ain't gotta focus on those parts of the story that I was telling. The story is valid. He's busy. He's a busy man now. He's seeing more time with all this celebrity stuff that he's doing. The story's valid.
I hear you talk.
He don't believe a word.
No one believes it. No one buys it. G-Money, good phone call.
He's like, whatever, dog. It was like, whatever. G-Money, you going to stop calling in here causing problems, man. I don't appreciate that. And you live in Delaware.
No.
That ain't cool.
Yeah, no, we appreciate it all. All right, before we go any further, can we hear from you people?
You people.
It's time to hear from you people.
What do you mean, you people?
You people are loving Hawaii Hugh today. Loving Hawaii Hugh. We'll get to that in a little bit, though, because they started off pretty upset with Joe today.
Okay, good.
Yep. Every day with the Jalen Hurts slander.
Good. He said good.
Ready for this one, Joe?
Yeah.
You never slandered Wentz this much.
Oh, you guys, these people have short memories. I destroyed that man. I mean, I crushed him, and he earned it.
You couldn't have said anything more wrong than Joe never slandered Carson Wentz.
Everyone else from Wentz on, it's just I'm tame on all these people.
Go home, Joe.
It's not time yet.
That's almost time.
No, but just the simple fact that they just say go home.
Go home, leave.
Just go home.
Get out.
Yep. Julio has no clue about sports. Should never be allowed to talk sports again.
That's strong.
All right, I'm done. That's it. That's how my career ends. The YouTuber said I can't do it anymore.
We got to talk about it.
Yep. You feel big, Joe, after beating up on that little kid?
He wasn't a kid, was
Joe,
he? No.
He was a kid, Joe.
Kids are in school.
No, Joe, he was a kid.
He was not a kid.
He was like, you feel like a big man?
You feel big, Joe? You feel tough after that?
Joe, you did.
Hold on a second.
Beat him up.
How old do you think he was?
He's not in he's in his early 20s.
Yeah.
He's in his early 20s.
That's old enough to get beat up about.
Then I do feel big. Yeah, you got it.
Not really.
Yes, it is.
Because when he was on the ropes and he was studying, Joe just kept.
Well, if you're in your younger 20s,
Joe just kept throwing haymakers.
He's entering the prime of his.
I didn't go to his job. He came to ours.
But you just
he entered the arena.
This is where it got bad. Because he's on the ropes, he's stuttered, he's flummoxed, and you're just still throwing haymakers. And I'm just sitting there looking like, wow, this is what we're doing.
Well,
today.
maybe if you could have said the layoff. Instead, you laughed. You giggled. You giggled.
Like, wow, you was a little heavy-handed with that one, weren't you?
Heavy-handed.
Hope you feel big, Joe. Hope you feel big.
Way to call him out, you people. That was a lot, man.
Sometimes people have to learn before they become people like Hugh, who feel like they can say whatever they want.
That's why I put him right up
Live
there.
your truth. Live your truth.
He had to learn the hard way.
Yep. Happens.
One way or the other. This one totally out of context, but Hugh needs to calm down.
Mm-hmm, I agree. Guy's out of control. I know what that probably was.
What?
When you gave a new name to the Reed Blankenship and Cooper
that was
podcast.
Well, by the way, that's a washing machine setting, casual whites.
It's the part of the store I shop in. It's the casual white section. It's cool, but it's not the name of their podcast.
And people have their eye on you big time with this thing because the Tyler Hero comment, the whole being in a clan.
Yeah.
And now the casual.
We're all the same to you over there.
You know what's funny? When it came out of my mouth, I'm like, I'm not having a good run as far as that's concerned. I was thinking that. I'm like, okay, I'm starting to paint myself in a way that I probably don't want to be seen.
Yes, another one of those casual whites over there.
Not looking good.
And I'm like, that is far from the case, man. But I when it came out of my mouth, I'm like, damn, you just keep burying yourself.
It's like 4 strikes.
Bury your hole. Yeah.
And luckily you're with us who will never let anything go.
Let's get to what we've all been waiting for here with Hawaii Hugh. So you've been referred to as Hula Hugh.
Hula Hugh.
Which I think works.
Yep.
Okay.
Hugh looks like a Fruit Loop today.
A Fruit Loop. Okay, that's not bad.
Barney the dinosaur.
That's a good one.
That's pretty good.
I see that.
Barney.
Hawaii 5-0.
Hawaii 5. I like that one. That was creative. That was pretty creative. Yeah.
He was looking like a poisonous frog.
I like that one. I like that one.
And I think my favorite one, Hugh looks like he's about to go sing Somewhere Over the Rainbow.
Like Big Iz. That Big Iz. That was Big Hawaiian.
He's
so
great.
he can sing.
Yeah,
It's Big Iz. Yeah. I can't pronounce that. I know they called him Iz though.
Yeah, I was gonna say if you're trying to pronounce that, we're in big trouble.
I don't know if that's more about the shirt or looking fluffy. But...
I don't know. Yeah, because it's either that's one of the ones. This could be either or. It could be either or.
Yeah, but you people cleaned up on the Hugh lookalikes today, I thought.
All right, I'm
funny.
glad we had a couple minutes left here because I was able to find the New York Daily News article from when you reported to training camp 20 pounds overweight. Some of these quotes are remarkable. One Jet who may have enjoyed the offseason too much was rookie defensive end Hugh Douglas. Line mates Marvin Washington and Kurt Barber were all over the number one pick when he weighed in at 280 pounds. Washington said, man, he's gonna play nose tackle. Hell, he'll wind up on the offensive line. Douglas took the ribbing in stride, admitting his weight did fluctuate in the offseason. It was just all the fried food I ate, but that's not my true weight, Hugh said. Next year, he plans to report to camp at 220, and then this is my favorite part.
Bro, that's 60 whole pounds you got to shave off.
No, it's like it was supposed to be like 260.
Douglas is generously listed at 6'2", even though he may be a shade under 6 feet. And he doesn't want weight to become an issue down the line.
They got you a whole 2.5 inches off?
Bruh.
Oh, my goodness.
When I tell you, Coach Kotite, look at your ass. You're so fat. I'll never forget that. Oh, my God. What were you doing in the offseason? Oh, he made a big deal. And the trainer at the time was Dave Price. He was like, Dave, you got to get his fat ass in shape. He's horrible.
So not to defend Rich, because you can't. But you know what he's thinking. Like,
what?
He's about to get fired, and his number one pick from the year before came in.
Man, listen.
In fact.
And let me tell you, the worst part about that was, this was during a time, I was fat during a time where there wasn't the aftermarket, the protein, the supplement market wasn't that big. So there wasn't a lot that you could choose from that tastes good. I remember he bought me this packet of stuff. It was called Definition. And I had to drink that every night and only ate noodles for like months. And it was the nastiest thing that I've ever had.
All right, as we sign off, Phillies, Blue Jays tonight. Sanchez on the mound. Does Sharp Douglas have a parlay for us?
Yes, I do. You want to, I cooked up a parlay. Kyle, obviously.
What do we got?
Kyle Schwarber, home run. Okay. You pull up a parlay. Phillies win. Out the gate, money line. Money line, Phillies win. Who else? My boy, Alec Bohm is going to get a hit.
And then
you got getting on base.
The Vlad home run?
Vlad a home run. Vlad home run. You know what? $2 going to get me if I get this one? $68.
A 34-to-1 parlay?
$68.
Oh, that's just so
you know what? Alec Bohm, you need to come through for me tonight, man. All I need to do is get a hit. That's it. That's all I need to do.
There's your run-of-the-mill 34-to-1 parlay. We'll talk to you tomorrow, midday show, Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Peace.
There's nothing better than watching the game live. And with Xfinity Sports and News TV, you can stream over 50 live channels for $150 less than YouTube TV per year. From game time to prime time. It's the local channels you love, the news channels you need, and the sports channels you can't live without. History-making moments aren't going to wait for you, and replays never do it justice. So get Xfinity Sports and News TV today for all the live action you could want. Plus, you can save even more with Peacock Premium. A $7.99 a month value included at no extra cost. Xfinity Sports and News TV. The live TV you love, with savings you'll love even more. To learn more, go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Savings compares Xfinity Sports and News TV at $70 per month, the YouTube TV at $82.99 per month.
I thought people like me didn't get addicted to drugs. That's like saying people like me don't get sick. Just like anyone can get sick, anyone can struggle with addiction. And when you're struggling, there's no shame in getting help. I'm over the shame. I know who I am, and I'm in recovery for me.
Call 844-REACH-NJ. Talk to a counselor for confidential addiction help and see if you're eligible for no-cost treatment. 844-REACH-NJ. from the New Jersey Department of Human Services.
Baseball fans love the long ball. And FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is giving you even more reasons to love home runs every Tuesday during the MLB season. Because with Dinger Tuesdays, all FanDuel customers get a home run profit boost. Now that means when you bet on moonshots, you can take your winnings to new heights. So whether it's a big blast or an oppo-boppo, FanDuel is your home for betting home runs. Just visit FanDuel.com/Ike and gear up to go yard all season long. That's FanDuel.com/Ike to claim your Dinger Tuesday profit boost. Make every moment more with FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, official sports betting partner of Major League Baseball. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus in President Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable profit boost token. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Escape the ordinary. Step into Oasis Gentlemen's Club, Philly's ultimate playground. Just minutes from the airport in Center City. It's the perfect spot to sip your favorite drinks, vibe with the fabulous old girls, and get lost in the magic of the night. Birthday, boys' night, just feeling flirty? Oasis brings the heat and energy you've been craving and features the hottest entertainers in Philadelphia. Open till 2 a.m. every Friday and Saturday. Your sexy escape awaits. Oasis Club Philly. Find your fantasy.
Summer storms can spell disaster for your roof and more. At Home Genius Exteriors, we stop the damage before it starts. Call now during our summer savings event and get 50% off materials for your new roof. Plus, no interest and no payments till 2026. Call Home Genius Exteriors at 855-UR-GENIUS to schedule your free roof and attic inspection. That's 855, the letter U, the letter R, Genius. Home Genius Exteriors, the genius choice in roofing. See website for details.
Now more than ever, Lowe's knows you don't just want a low price, you want the lowest price. And with our lowest price guarantee, you can count on us for competitive prices on all your home improvement projects. If you find a qualifying lower price somewhere else on the same item, we'll match it. Lowe's, we help, you save. Price match applies to same item. Current price at qualifying retailers. Exclusions and terms apply. Learn how we'll match price at Lowe's.com/lowest price guarantee.
Now at Verizon, we have some big news for your peace of mind. For all our customers, existing and new, we're locking in low prices for 3 years guaranteed on My Plan and My Home. That's future you peace of mind. And everyone can save on a brand new phone on My Plan when you trade in any phone from one of our top brands. That's new phone peace of mind. Because at Verizon, whether you're already a customer or you're just joining us, we got you. Visit Verizon today. Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms and conditions apply for all offers.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, cause you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check the GPS directions first, before driving to the mall.
Turn right at the light. In 1,000 miles, you will reach Montreal.
Not Montreal, the mall.
Recalculating. 6,000 miles to Nepal.
No, the mall.
Checking first is smart.
Recalculating.
So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute. The Detroit Lions got some bad news yesterday. Pro Bowl center Frank Ragnow announced his retirement. For a team that went 15-2 last season, there are some real concerns. They lost both coordinators to head coaching jobs, and their best defensive players are still coming back from last season's devastating injuries. The Lions are used to being underdogs. Now they're realizing how hard it is actually to be a front runner as they face serious challenges ahead. I'm Andrew Perloff.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia, live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey Sports Station. This is the afternoon show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Oh, we're back all together again. The WIP afternoon show. You only got 8 minutes of Ike, Spike, and Fritz yesterday. 4-hour show, but only 8 minutes of us all together. Ike, how you feeling?
Brother Spike, I'm feeling pretty good. What a travesty that must have been yesterday. Only 8 minutes of all of us together.
Yep.
But I heard it was a pretty good show. A lot of great guests.
Yeah.
Missed you guys. Jackie Baseball. Listen. We need a standing 8 count right now. 4-game losing streak. Things aren't looking good. I need the big dog back in the lineup. We're in Toronto tonight. Holla at your boy.
Yeah, cancel the season. Lost 4 games in a row. Holy cow, that's what you all do on WYP.
Well, you should have heard who we had yesterday, Jack, or Ike. We had excuse-making Jack.
Oh, no.
Oh, it was actually a good thing that they got swept by the Brewers. Oh,
I was actually happy.
Is that what he said?
Yeah, he was actually happy.
Didn't want them to have the best record in baseball anyway.
Yeah.
We don't want to peak in May.
Oh, my God. Man.
Yeah. It was something
What
that was
happened
all
to
warmed up.
accountability?
Well, expose their flaws. So there you go.
Oh, okay.
Oh, yeah. We didn't know there was anything wrong with the bullpen until this past weekend. Oh, you should have heard it. He was in rare form.
It was too windy for Luzardo on Saturday. Try to explain that.
Too windy.
Too windy.
With the wind blowing out?
No. Just like when it's blowing that way, it's hard to get,
Yeah, the good thing is in October, there's no wind.
Yep. Also, the bat's been quiet because it's been cold.
Right. All right. There we go. There we go. Yep. Excuse machine over there. Big show as always. It is Tuesday, so we have Tuesdays with Elliot. Elliot will be here after Eagles practice. Eagles are practicing today. Elliot is watching it, so we will get all of his observations. When Mount Rushmore returns with the 4 things I noticed at Disney World as I spent the weekend in Disney World.
You're an adult Disney goer.
I'm not an adult Disney goer. I'm an adult who went to Disney.
You had Mickey Mouse ears.
What's the difference?
Well, the Disney adults are the ones that are really into Disney. I was just at Disney.
And had a great time.
But hold on.
What?
You
It's
mean
different.
you mean you weren't into it?
I had a good time. Is everybody that goes to a football game a football guy?
Usually,
No, there's 70,000
guy or gal.
There's some people are just going to the game. That's what I was doing. It was
just going to the game.
I'm telling you, I was just there.
Dude, you're going to be back in Disney in 2 years or less.
Well, that's true, but no bunny ears, whatever.
Oh, you saying you didn't do the whole...
I wasn't like I'm not like a Disney
I
person.
got you.
You know,
Okay.
it's whatever.
But you did enjoy yourself.
I had a great time.
And you will go back.
We'll go back.
Okay.
Yeah. We got to save for it, but we'll definitely go back. So we didn't get a chance to talk about this a ton yesterday as we were at the Brian Dawkins Celebrity Golf Tournament. But Saquon is on the cover of Madden Football. And without belaboring the whole curse thing, I would say that the reason that the curse is at least a thing is because most times players are on the cover of Madden the year after the greatest year of their career. And chances are they're not going to have the greatest year of their career 2 consecutive years, especially in the NFL. You get hurt, blah, 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 blah. And it just made me think about Saquon and how this offseason is going for Saquon. He's a 99 on Madden. The team is, and like his star turn is happening now. Right. So like the question is like his star turn happens after last year, a year where he's used a ton. Can the Eagles go into this season using him the same way that they used him last year?
No, I don't think so. And I don't want to, believe me, ladies and gentlemen, I am not sounding the alarms. I'm actually preparing for this. I've already prepared myself mentally for this, and I hope the Eagles are as well. If we want to prolong Saquon's career and keep this sort of high level of play sustained for the next 3 to 4 years, then using him at the rate we used him last year, I don't think is smart. I really don't. And it's a 17-game season. We're planning on playing 3 to 4 more games in the postseason. So now you're looking at a 20 to 21 game season. That's how I have to almost prepare my guys. And starting with Saquon as a running back, I'm preparing him for the second half long run of the season. It doesn't mean I won't use him early in the season. It just means the 30 touches per game that he started to get, I don't think is good for him. I don't think it's good for his longevity. And quite frankly, with the weapons that we have in the passing game, we can alleviate some of the stress that you put on Saquon Barkley. But I'll say this before you jump in here, because that's only part of it, the passing game. We also have a second-year running back in Will Shipley, who I'm excited about. I think is going to be very good. I think he's an upgrade from Kenny Gainwell. I know you like Kenny G. I think Shipley is going to be a better back than Kenny G was. And then you got A.J. Dillon, who's a bigger back, who, if he can stay healthy, I want to see how we can use him. So we got some other options there that we don't have to overwork Saquon, particularly early in the season. I told you, September, October, I'm easing him into this thing because I'm getting him ready for November, December, and January, and February, more importantly. Because we plan on playing, when's the Super Bowl? February 8th? When's that date?
Are you already marking it down?
I'm just saying. San Francisco. I'm just saying.
Oh, that'd be a fun trip. That'd be a fun trip. I would like that.
Super Bowl 60.
Ooh, it's a Super Bowl 60?
Wow.
I like that.
February 8th, 2026. Yeah.
Now, what is the Roman numeral for 60?
I don't know.
Nah, they need to grow up and just go to a 60.
Is it
You didn't see what the Roman numeral was? Is it an XL something? XLX.
It looks like just LX.
LX.
LX. Well, L is 50.
Oh, so 50
yeah,
and 10.
LX. Yeah, there you go.
There you
LX
go.
is
There you
50.
go.
Yeah.
Look at that. Look at that.
Not
look at
XL,
us.
not Super Bowl extra large.
No,
Super Bowl
LX.
LX. 215-592-9494. Do you think the Eagles should use Saquon next year like they used him last year? So, Ike, everything you said, true. Can't take away anything that you've said. But what is the Mike Tyson quote? It's what? Everybody has a plan until they get punched in the mouth, something like that. Mm-hmm. And that, they're going to end up using Saquon exactly the same way, and they're going to have to cross their fingers that he stays healthy. Because we can all say we'll be conservative within the first 6 weeks, blah, 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 blah. Mm-hmm. But then the minute that they are put in a situation where they need to win a football game, Saquon Barkley's getting the ball. Or the minute that they're put in a situation where the pass game isn't what they hope it's going to be, which is the same thing that happened last year, they're going to end up giving Saquon the ball. So I think your plan to do it is fine. But the reality is that if they are going to compete for a Super Bowl next year, they're going to have to use Saquon, I think, the exact same way. And I don't think they're going to be disciplined enough to tell themselves, you know what, if we end up losing this game, all right, you know what, whatever, we want to be healthy in February. I think what they're going to tell themselves is there's no February without a September or October. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? We don't get to the playoffs unless we get here. So I think that plan is a good one. I'm skeptical that plan is going to come to fruition, is what I'm going to say.
Yeah. Listen, I hear you there, and I think that would be out of necessity. Yeah, they're not going to not use resources that they have to help them win games if they have the resources available to them to help them win games.
Yeah, and the other thing
I understand that part.
And the other thing I would say about the confidence in the pass game is that pass game in the NFC Championship game in the Super Bowl came with the threat in the Super Bowl of Saquon and the reality in the NFC Championship game of Saquon, right? Saquon, it was the first time he touched the ball against Washington, scored a touchdown. Yep. And then Kansas City selling out to stop him. So part of the success of that pass game was the setup of the entire year of Saquon. Sure. It wasn't just like they went away from Saquon.
But the threat is always there.
Well,
we just got to make them pay for it. We got to make them pay for it. Right. Like that. That's the one thing I love about this offense, and that I'm excited moving forward is because every game, the defensive coordinator can't say, well, I'm going to take this away and dare you to beat me with this. Well, okay. We'll go and beat you with that then. We'll beat you with the passing game if that's the case. You want to take away AJ and Devontae and let Saquon run? You know what? Then we'll beat you with Saquon running the ball. Like, that's the luxury of this offense, and I'm good with that. So my only thing is starting off early, I think the Eagles have the ability to dictate what they want to do versus having somebody else dictate to them. Now, they got to be successful. If you're not going to...
Yeah, it's got to work.
Yes, it has to work.
Yeah.
So, in theory, I'm saying give Saquon 15 to 20 touches a game. So that could be 14 runs, 4 catches, like whatever it may be in that 15 to 20 touch per game. Because last year we saw him get up to 30 touches a game.
It was crazy.
Yeah, he was at 30 touches a game. So I don't need to see that. If I get him around 15 to 20 touches a game, they get an early lead on some of these teams. Instead of feeding Saquon late in September and October, now I got Will Shipley or A.J. Dillon I can feed the ball to later in the game. I don't have to give it to Saquon late in games.
I just know that that's what I wanted last year. I'm like, work Kenny Gainwell in and blah, 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 blah. And it just, they had the opportunity to do it, but they didn't do it.
Oh, they got a new toy last year, though.
What's that?
That was a shiny new toy. Even I said give Saquon a damn ball.
I know. I remember last year.
But now I'm thinking more big picture, Spike.
Okay.
I'm thinking more big picture.
215-592-9494. Should they use Saquon Barkley next year the way that they used him last year? Jack, do you have an opinion on this?
Oh, yeah. Come on.
What
You
do
know
you-
me.
Yeah?
You know me. So I believe I'm using the term correctly.
Oh, boy. Probably not.
You dance with the girl that you brought here.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
There you go.
you get the point.
Yeah.
Like, that's where we're at with Saquon. Like I know it might shorten his career. I get it. But
who cares about that?
Well, we
It's
gave
not
him
that I
$40
don't-
million.
I mean, they gave him pretty penny for it last year.
Yeah.
It's what their offense is. Like I think Jalen may have unlocked something in the last 2 games of the year, but still, like I want Saquon to be Saquon, and I don't think you can go into it being cute and be like, no, here's a Will Shipley drive. No, AJ Dillon stinks. I don't care what he looks like in shorts.
Well, listen, everybody stinks till they come here.
Well, that's a good point.
So everybody stinks before they come here.
No, yeah, except Bryce Harper. Except
Yeah, well, that's a good point.
Bryce Harper. He actually just wasn't very good. I wanted to use Saquon how they used him last year. I know being smart. I understand you're using the big picture, Ike.
Yeah.
You being big picture guy, I appreciate. But I can't.
This
do it.
isn't big picture sacrifice the season. This is big picture sacrifice touches early. Now, you have to get up in on the scoreboard. Granted, if it's a one-score game, yes, I know Saquon's getting the ball. Yes,
that's
I
a
know
question
that.
I'm asking you.
Yes.
Like, are you willing to give up a game?
No.
Yeah.
No, nobody's going to be willing to give up games.
And I think the coaching staff is going to be in the same situation, and it'll really come down to Patullo and Nick Sirianni looking at themselves and going, I know he's there. We don't have to use him this time.
But here's the thing, though. Here's what you do. If you're up and you're scoring, you don't have to say, okay, I'm going to give Saquon the ball 6 straight times on this final drive.
Right.
Like, that's where you can give other guys the ball when you had a 2-score lead.
Well, and hopefully the Eagles bought in their $40 million spend in the offseason, like, you may not have the same stats next year that you had last year.
We paid you, bro.
Yeah.
You're getting paid. Yeah, you're not getting stats. You want stats or you want to get paid?
All right.
We just gave you a boatload of money.
Plenty of money.
I want to get my full return on investment on this $40 million I just gave you.
215-592-9494. Do you want to use Saquon next year the way that the Eagles used him last year? Always have trouble with this thing in the beginning. Corey in Columbus, you're on WIP. What's up, Corey?
No, I don't want to use Saquon like that. Listen, I just spoke on him, man. He said everybody bad till they come here. Well, we had like 3 straight Pro Bowl running backs. That's because he just put people in the system behind this O-line. Jeff Stoutland, you know what I'm saying? What he do with the running game, you know what I'm saying? Like, you got a new exciting white to add to the crew. Hey, that's my candidate, Will Shipley, the next exciting white.
Oh, yeah, he's in the crew. He's in.
Yep. Everybody tell me AJ Dillon got, Quadzilla. His quads look better than Saquon. You know what I'm saying? Share the rock. Because see, I'm not gonna get into what Spike talking about. I'm trying to have a good day.
Well, can I ask you something though? Can I ask you something?
I'm trying to have a good day.
Let's make it not Jalen related. Let's make it just Saquon related, right? Last year, when I was worried about the amount of touches he had, all I heard from you, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, but I assume that you said this. You were like, this guy's built different. He's fine. He's the best player on the field. Give him the ball, blah, 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 blah. So what is the difference between next year and last year? Like, because last year he was built different. Is he not built different next year? Like, I'm
It's because he didn't have a season. He wasn't coming off a season like he was last year.
Right.
So he was with the Giants. I think maybe he might have been hurt, or I know he didn't play a lot. So he missed a couple games, so he hadn't had to touch it. What I'm saying is the offense is going to be better this year. That's just what I believe. You don't got to feel that way. I just feel like the passing game is going to be more improved. You know what I'm saying? And it don't always got to look the same way. Last year we was running the ball. See, this year, if the offense don't even got to be 70-30, just let it be 50-50. You know what I'm saying? It don't even got like running the ball 50% of the time, throwing the ball 50% of the time. You know what I'm saying? Or 60-40. You know what I'm saying? That's all I'm saying. I don't need to see no 70-30 or either way. None of that. You know what I'm saying? Because we so talented. This team is so talented. Everybody keep telling me in 2023 it was a bad season and we was 11-6. That's how talented this team was. You know what I'm saying? It's that expectation and the talent's on the team. So I'm not worried about no Madden curse. I'm not worried about none of that. I'm worried about what's game 1, September 5th, September 3rd. What is that?
I think it's the 6th. Or Labor Day is the
4th. I think September 4th is the first game.
Oh yeah, Thursday. Right.
All I know is, and I got something for you at the end. All I know is George Pickens, the plot thickens. Whoever out there, CD Lamb, whoever, any of that.
CD Lamb, graham cracker, lamb chops.
We got something for that. 2 things real quick. Yes. I'm excited for this Mount Rushmore man, because I got some stuff for Disney too. You know what I'm saying? So I'm excited to hear that.
Oh, the Mount Rushmore. Okay, all right.
Yeah. Because Disney, people be acting wild down there.
They do. Yes.
Listen, this is not disrespect. They might be from the same area, but if you just listen to Vic Fangio talk, the man kind of sound like her when he be talking about this.
I'm looking at the free stuff.
Well, I'll holler at y'all.
All right, Corey. You know what? It's like I'm watching everybody switch sides. And
we would never do that.
Well, it's like
stay on that side.
I feel like everything Corey just said is the same thing I said last year about why the offense should be different. He's like, we don't need to run the ball that much. We should be closer to 50-50. We shouldn't be giving Saquon this many touches and blah, 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 blah. And all that stuff that I mentioned last year was insane because look at Saquon and look at what we have, and this guy's built different, and look at how hard he works, and blah, 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 blah. It's just like, if it was so easy to do, I think we would have done it.
You mean easy to what? You mean throw the ball?
To throw the ball. I hope, but
listen, we know it was not easy to throw the ball.
Right. I'm not talking to you.
Yes. I'm like easy to what? No, we know it was not easy to throw the ball.
Because what, and we can talk to Elliot about it briefly when he gets here. But all I heard last year was, well, why would you throw it
when you can run it?
When you have Saquon right there, and they can throw it when they need to.
Right.
And like there was all this stuff. And it's just like all of a sudden magically next year, it's like, oh no, we're just going to throw 50% of the time. Like we're not going to be the number 1 running team. Why do we need to do that? We have all these wide receivers and this offensive line, and this quarterback. It's like, I feel like I'm taking crazy pills, So I don't mean to confuse the topic. I just think I do not believe that they are going to show the discipline that you are hoping that they're going to show. I don't think that they're going to be effective enough throwing the ball, and I also don't think they're going to wait around for it. And I think they are going to see Saquon Barkley on the sideline, and they're going to put him in there, and they're going to give him the ball. Because at least at the beginning of the year, he'll certainly be, I imagine he'll show pop at the beginning of the year, right? I mean, he won't be beat up. He'll, be coming off a very light training camp, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
And and the minute that he pops off some 62-yard run, we're going to go, what are we doing? We're not going to give it to that guy.
You know the great thing about him, though, in all seriousness? He doesn't really need 20 touches. He had more explosive runs than anybody in the league. He's not a plodding running back that needs 10 carries before he gets a good rhythm and starts going. Like, he is legitimately a threat from the first time he touches the ball. So I say this to say that's going to have you where you're up and scoring, and you put points on the board, and you get a chance to control the game. For example, say the Eagles go up 14-0, 17-0 on the team. I don't mean you take Saquon out of the game. It just means Saquon doesn't have to carry the ball 9 straight times now. Like you got a little wiggle room from a scoring standpoint where somebody else could carry it, and you still have the threat of throwing the ball on the outside.
For sure, but that is dependent on going up 14-0, 17-0. Remember, we scored one first quarter touchdown for 10 weeks.
I completely agree.
You know, and and it's really at the end of the day, like this year will come down to, I believe, 3 things. Nick Sirianni's ability to make sure that everybody is as dialed in as they were last year.
Yeah.
And then the other 2 things are Jalen Hurts and Kevin Patullo.
Yeah.
And if they are able to do what we saw in the Super Bowl, then not score 50 points every game. You know what I'm saying? But
that was the defense. Too.
Yeah. But
from an offensive
standpoint, perform like that.
I agree.
But it really comes down to Patullo, Hurts, Sirianni, and if they can perform the way that we hope, yeah, sure, you can do the thing that you're talking about with Saquon. But if we're in the same situation as last year, I feel like they're just going to do the same Saquon thing.
I am buying this year. I really am. I'm buying this year that this offense continues to show you the versatility it possesses, the amount of high-end talent that's on the team. Right? So last year in 2022, we got to highlight Jalen and AJ. It was AJ's first year. AJ came in like gangbusters, right? And Jalen took the league by storm that year. And then we got Saquon this past year. So then we got to see Saquon in the offense highlighted. I think the offense goes back to the quarterback and the passing game. And now you're talking about Devontae Smith and A.J. Brown, who's entering the prime of his career. What is A.J., 27? 27, 28? He's entering the prime of his career right now. So I say that to say these guys are about to they have the potential to embark upon another, outstanding year for this offense through the air. Man, can't nobody guard A.J. one-on-one.
No.
You got to count for Devontae Smith on the other side, else he's going to eat you up. Jalen is a runner and a thrower, right? So, to me, I think you're going to get more of the NFC Championship Super Bowl type of performances. 240, 260, 2 touchdowns, 3 touchdowns, where he's getting a rushing touchdown and a couple of passing touchdowns. That's what I think. I already put my bread down for MVP, plus 2,000 in case y'all didn't know.
Oh, is that what the odds were?
Yes, sir.
That's pretty good odds.
Damn good odds.
Yeah. 215-592-9494. Jack, you put any money down on that?
What you got, Fritz?
No, I think I bet on him last year.
Oh, really?
Just as a hedge, like an emotional hedge. I might do the same.
Yeah.
I might do the same.
215-592-9494. Do you think the Eagles will need to use Saquon Barkley the same way next year, the way they did last year? Coming up next, speaking of your guy, Jalen, one of your other guys, well, our guy, Brandon Graham, had something to say about Jalen and Josh Allen and blah, blah, blah. We'll listen to that next. Sort of, maybe we need to educate BG a little bit.
Wow.
It's just like, look, you're not on the team anymore. All right, this is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz.
Now at Verizon, they're locking in low prices for 3 years, guaranteed on my plan. And you can get a single line for just $45 per month when you switch and bring in your phone. Now, that's their best price ever on unlimited welcome with auto pay plus taxes and fees. Guaranteed for 3 years because at Verizon, they got you. Make sure you visit your local Verizon store today. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome in times of congestion. Unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms and conditions apply.
The Phillies head to the Great White North to battle the Blue Jays. Tonight, leading off starts at 6. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. The first pitch is at 7:07. Then stick around for the final out on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
And it's a 2-run home run for Brandon Marsh.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Nothing's worse than stepping into a hot shower and hot it's not.
Over time, sediment builds up in your water heater, making it work harder, driving up energy costs, even affecting your water quality. For just $49, Christian Home Services will flush your water heater, inspect your plumbing, and test your water quality. That means cleaner water, proper flow, and reliable hot showers, all helping to prevent expensive breakdowns. Call Christian Home Services today at 267-957-1989 or visit ChristianHomeservices.com.
Comcast Business is celebrating Small Business Month by giving you a $1,000 small business bonus when you switch to a qualifying gig speed package from the company with over 99.99% network reliability. Just imagine the thousands of possibilities of a $1,000 prepaid card. Like possibility number 1, company merch for staff. Styling. Or possibility number 24, the latest software. Upgrade. Or possibility number 192, new equipment powered by gig speed. Or possibility number 555, a 3D printer. Rapid prototyping, anyone? Switch to Comcast Business for over 99.99% network reliability, advanced cybersecurity, and now get started with a $1,000 small business bonus. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
In 6/22/25, new customers only with 2-year agreement. Other restrictions apply.
Baseball fans love the long ball, and FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is giving you even more reasons to love home runs every Tuesday during the MLB season. With Dinger Tuesdays, all FanDuel customers get a home run profit boost. That means when you bet on moonshots, you can take your winnings to new heights. So whether it's a big blast or an oppo-boppo, FanDuel is your home for betting home runs. Just visit FanDuel.com/JOHNR, JONR, and gear up to go yard all season long. That's FanDuel.com/JOHNR, JONR, to claim your Dinger Tuesday profit boost. Make every moment more with FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. Official sports betting partner of Major League Baseball. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable profit boost token. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out collection letters, garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance, and you better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it even harder to get out of debt. Don't let tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in taxpayer assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. Let them fight on your behalf, helping to put your tax problems to rest. Call the tax professionals at Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-392-7955. 800-392-7955. 800-392-7955.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Legend has it, underneath the NJM insurance offices lies a mysterious room of long-forgotten, moldy mascot memorabilia. Often pitched by ad agencies, always rejected by NJM. Is it real? We may never know. But what is real is NJM's dedication to doing what's right for their customers. Astoundingly, they're proud to put policyholders first. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. Learn more at NJM.com.
Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
At Citizens, we know when you're into something, you seek out advice. We all do. When you're into fitness, you got a trainer.
Another 12 reps. Let's go.
Wellness, a meditation expert.
And breathe.
And a stylist when you realized fuchsia wasn't your color.
That's so you.
So, what about advice for your money? From making a plan to reaching your goals, Citizens has the guidance you've been looking for all along. Make sense of your money with Citizens. Get started at your local branch or online at citizensbank.com/made-ready.
Here is your Game of the Week, presented by Hyundai. Possibly the biggest rivalry in baseball is played again this week as Boston heads to the Bronx to face off against their division rivals in New York. Boston has been putting together a string of solid wins and slowly pulling closer to the top of the division, while New York has maintained control. This series could help make that push for Boston or could give New York a chance to pull away even further. Do you think astronauts fight over elbow room? Probably, because advanced tech doesn't always mean more space. Until now. Introducing the Hyundai Hyundai Ioniq 9, a 3-row electric SUV with over 300 miles of range, ultra-fast charging capability, and lots of space. The all-new Hyundai Ioniq 9, space in an EV. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details. PA estimated range for Ioniq 9 based on fully charged battery. For comparison purposes only, actual range will vary based on several factors. Introducing the all-electric Ioniq 9, space for up to 7, range for miles.
Where every moment of Phillies baseball happens.
And that is gone!
Sports Radio 94 WI.
Oh yeah, Friday.
Thursday,
and
Friday, and
Thursday.
Saturday, yeah.
How long were you guys on there Thursday? Hour?
About an hour and a half, right?
Okay.
Yeah. Now,
Okay.
Phil's does a favor. It was the fastest 6 innings of our lives. but the bullpen blew it, and
There
they
you
tied
go.
it up, and
Yep.
the Phils got to about 4:10.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They did.
It was beautiful.
There you go.
Yeah, it was stressing.
The Twitter question is brought to you by Mark's Jewelers. For the best selection of diamonds to fit every budget, visit the home team at Mark's. Experience the difference at marks-jewelers.com. Ike, here's the question. Let's see if you can guess this correctly. Do you want the Eagles to use Saquon Barkley the same way they used him last year? Yes or no? What do we think the poll is at?
This may be pretty close. I'm going to give the slight edge to, because maybe some people may feel like, I don't know if they're listening to the show, they're just voting.
Right.
So I'm going to go slightly edge no, but let's go 54%.
62.4% say yes.
I figured that.
Use
yeah.
him the same way they did last year.
Yeah.
Well, I think your plan is good. I don't think it's going to happen.
I don't think it's going to happen.
I don't think it's going to happen. I think maybe we get a game or two out of it, but I think by like week 3 or something, we're seeing the exact same Saquon as we saw before.
But here's the thing. If the passing game is better, I don't believe you see as much.
Well,
Saquon.
Yeah, well, we'll see. Speaking of which,
Yes.
Brandon Graham was on with the midday show yesterday at the Brian Dawkins Celebrity Golf Tournament. Is the setup in here? Did they ask him the question?
No.
Okay. So they're talking about the Pro Football Focus rankings, in which Jalen was ranked 5th in the top of Tier 1 behind Josh Allen, Joe Burrow, Patrick Mahomes, and Lamar Jackson.
But then PFF also labeled the Eagles' biggest weakness as their passing game.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Even though the quarterback is the 5th best in the NFL?
Correct.
Okay. All right. Here is what BG had to say.
No, he's all about learning. He's all about like getting better as a person, as a player. But people don't see. He don't want people to see the behind the scenes stuff. He just wants you to see the finished product. And so I know a lot of people just don't know what they don't know about him. And man, I'm just excited for him to go out this year and shut him up again, because you got Josh Allen, who's been to the championship every year. This can't seem to beat Mahomes. You know what I'm saying? This can't seem to beat Mahomes.
Speak on it.
But that boy Jalen done been to the Super Bowl MVP the 2022 year. That would have been, man, we, a couple calls here, fumble here, we don't do, but hey, they won. But I'm just saying, that boy Jalen came back and went to the Super Bowl again, where Josh Allen definitely hasn't even sniffed it. And it's like, okay. Like, they just like who they like, man. And so that's why I say, Jalen, keep your head up. Your teammates got you. Everybody that's fighting for you, because they're going to see your consistency, and they're going to fight for you on Sunday. And that's all that really matter.
Keep your head up.
Yep.
They ranked him 5th in the NFL. Keep
doubting him. Keep doubting him. Keep your head up, Jalen.
Yep.
I need to know.
Pick him up.
Jack, can you go back to last year and figure out who the 5th ranked quarterback in the NFL was via Pro Football Focus?
Probably was.
And see if they needed their.
Probably was C.J. Stroud.
Could have been.
Right?
It could have been
It would've
Josh
been.
Allen, actually.
I figured he was in
top 4.
Yeah, I figured he was in that 4, so yeah.
215-592-9494. Do you think the Eagles, and by the way, I am looking forward to now, hosted the Brandon Graham show all year last year. Loved hosting the Brandon Graham show. But I'm looking forward to talking to Brandon Graham about football on the radio occasionally and not having to pull any punches because he's on the team. Like, so if Brandon says, I think X, I'm going to be like, look, you're an Eagles, great, but I think you're wrong.
Yeah.
And like now that he's not a player anymore, there's a certain respect you give him when he's on the team. You're talking about his teammates or whatever. You know, be able to debate PG on these sorts of things.
And you mean give him some pushback?
Well, a little bit.
When he's being positive.
A little bit.
Yes.
A little bit.
So I have the list
from
last year.
What was it?
They did tier 1 just Mahomes. Like there's the Mahomes tier, so he's by
Okay.
himself.
All right.
So I guess they lowered Mahomes into a tier where he's with the other quarterbacks now.
Sure.
Then they had the elite, which was Lamar Jackson, Joe Burrow, Josh Allen. And then they had the postseason caliber quarterbacks, which was Herbert, Dak, Stafford, Rodgers, Jalen.
Oh, so Jalen was still in that group.
Jalen was was basically in the second group. Yeah, just on the bottom end.
9 technically.
Okay, and Rodgers we know is pretty much thrown out at this point.
And
Dak,
CJ Stroud was right behind him at 10.
Yeah, and Dak didn't play. And Stafford had a good year. Stafford is pretty much in the same spot as he was the year before.
So what they basically did was, because Mahomes didn't win the Super Bowl this year, he basically they put him in the group with Lamar and those guys.
The normal elite
yes,
group.
They put him in that group because he still labeled that group elite. He still labeled that group. They just put Mahomes in his own group by himself. And then the next group was still the playoff bound?
Postseason caliber
the
quarterback.
elite tier, and then there was the postseason caliber.
Postseason caliber, yeah. Okay.
I'll tell you, we joked about it being, well, not joke, kind of serious, about it being a prove-it season for Jalen.
Yeah.
Patrick Mahomes is in a spot this year. I'm just saying people are ready to.
Spot?
I'm not saying for me.
Oh.
But I do think the
People
last
get bored. That's all it is.
Well,
they get bored with the guy.
The last couple years, it was one of those things where his numbers weren't good, but people were just like, well, he's Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah.
But I think this is going to be one of those years that if his numbers aren't good, people are going to not maybe give him quite the leeway that they gave him before.
This is one thing I love about being a fan. We build you up to tear you down.
Yes, absolutely. Just waiting
praise
around.
him and tell him how great he is for years, and then you can't wait to tell him he's not great anymore. I'll just remind everybody, the greatest of all time went a decade without winning one.
That's for sure. Yep.
He won 3, didn't win one for a decade, and then won 4 more.
I mean, Patrick Mahomes is ahead of schedule.
Yeah.
You know,
yes,
he's ahead of
a
schedule.
lot of football left to play.
215-592-9494. Colin in Limerick. You're on WIP. What's up, Colin?
Hey, what's up? I was all fired up, and then whoever had to play Bob Marley mellowed me out and everything.
Well, first day we've reached the 80s all year, so it's a good day for Bob.
You mean temperature-wise?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's gonna be beautiful.
That's true.
Spike,
yeah.
What's your deal? Like, you talk about like it's a bad thing to be a Disney adult. Like
all right.
It's
yes,
you know
Spike.
what it's not at all. It's the happiest place on earth. So you should be happy that you got. Not a lot of people have the privilege of being able to take their family there. Where did you stay on property?
I did.
Where'd you stay at?
The Disney Beach and Yacht Club.
Oh, but they have the pool closed, man.
They do have the pool
spot.
closed. See, you're a Disney
That's the best
psycho.
part about that.
Yeah. See.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My parents are vacation club members. It's I can't. And Jack, when it's your turn, wait until your oldest is like 4 years old, and then because every time you go, like it's not the same little person that you're taking there. They're
because they get to go on new rides and yeah. All right.
As in 12 and everything.
Colin, let me say this: is that if you should look toward like when I was in college, I had a friend that was a Mormon, right? And I went to her church once with her. I was like, I want to see what this is like. And they saw me there, and they started visiting my house to try to get me to be a Mormon. That's what you should do as a Disney person. Instead of picking a fight with me, because I said I didn't like Disney people, you should try to be luring me in instead of make me put my guard up.
Next time, reach out to me or get me on the phone and give me a call. I'll hit you up with all the little places to eat and everything like that. Did you go on the Guardians of the Galaxy ride and the Avatar ride? Those are the best.
Yeah, they just bike.
No, so Guardians of the Galaxy, there was too long a wait, and we didn't have the lightning lane, so we didn't do it. And then I think Avatar is in Hollywood Studios, and we didn't go to that.
So you didn't even get to go to.
Dude, we went on Tron. We went on.
Oh, you sound like a big fan.
Yeah.
You didn't even get to go on the Star Wars, the I don't know.
Yeah, loser.
Republic ride and
What the hell is going on right now?
He started it.
These guys are just nerding out about how much they love Disney.
No,
together.
talk about Saquon, Colin. I didn't even want to talk about Disney.
Let him cook. Listen, I'm not worried about wear and tear on him because the holes that this offensive line makes for him, he's not getting touched till 5 yards down the field. And games like if they wanted to stop the run, they tried to. Usually they could not. It's not like all of a sudden Saquon learned how to run halfway throughout the season. They tried, and because of this offensive line, they couldn't. And you know what? He needs touches to make these memories.
Well, I beg to differ. When there were teams that I think I would consider sold out to stop the run, meaning put extra defenders there. Pittsburgh, Cleveland early in the season. Obviously Kansas City in the Super Bowl. Like there are teams that said, no, we're not going to let Saquon beat us. You're going to have to beat us throwing the ball.
There were a couple. But
I just think you're going to get more teams. I just think you're going to get more teams that say to themselves, Colin, that it's a lot harder for the Eagles to beat us throwing the ball than it is running the ball. So make them throw the ball.
I have confidence.
Would you agree with that?
When Hurts needs to, he will. I know earlier.
I agree. I'm with you. I'm with you on that.
He did have turnover problems, but I mean, he showed that in the two biggest stages of the NFL season, the championship game and the Super Bowl, he showed that he could do it. And honestly, whatever wins.
There you go.
I want to be done. And like I said, if he doesn't get the touches, he can't make these memories. The backward hurdle, the 68-yard runs. I can't wait until the LA game to see if he's going to put up another 250 against them because they couldn't stop him twice.
All right, Colin. Good call.
Yeah,
good call.
They saw him twice and couldn't stop him. That's a good defense.
Sorry for offending Colin and the Disney adult crew.
Yeah, your people.
Threw the whole call off.
We do. Yeah, he did. We do have big NBA news.
Breaking news.
We'll get to it right after I tell you about Colonial Hyundai.
Come on, man.
Well, look, man, he shouldn't have hit it there.
Got a little excited.
Yeah, well, look, it's all about timing, and that's what Colonial knows because they know your time is precious. They don't want to waste it by having you, I was going to use a bad word there, by having you messing around in there, waiting. They don't want you waiting. They want the experience to be fast, easy, and better. That's what Colonial does. That's what John Ashdale, the Cars R, does. That's what the team at Colonial does. That's why they have this brand new showroom, and that's why now is the time because they have whatever Hyundai you need, they got it. They got Konas, they got Tucsons, they have the Ioniq 5, the Ioniq 6, the EVs, and they're prepared to make sure that whatever your issue is, whether it's budget, whether it's financing, whether it's your trade, they are going to get you from point A to point B. Great trade-in incentives, some of the best financing anywhere, as low as 0%. No matter what your credit is, they're going to figure it out with you. And like I said, in and out in no time because they respect your time. Don't wait. Now is the time. Shop online 24/7, colonialhyundai.com. Colonial Hyundai, the faster, easier, better way to buy a Hyundai. See dealer for full details. As I said, we have big NBA news.
Breaking news.
As I told all those maggot fans in New York, it wasn't going to work out with Tibbs. Tom Thibodeau fired as head coach of the New York Knicks. No more Tibbs. So, I remember when I lived amongst them, I told them what their destiny was. And I said, your destiny is to trade for Karl Anthony Towns and then end up firing Tibbs. And here it is. So I know a lot of people are going to say that Tibbs isn't the reason that they got, that they lost or whatever. He's got to be the reason they win. They went all in with this team. He played 6 guys the entire season and the entire playoffs, and they lost to Indiana the second straight year. So Tibbs, sorry, Tasty Cake Dom, you're wrong about Tibbs.
Nah, boo-boo.
Nah, boo-boo.
Yeah, you win.
Nah, boo-boo. So there you go. Tom Thibodeau fired.
Yeah, that don't make this a good move, though, because they did it.
No, I just knew it was going to happen. I don't think
but that doesn't make him not a good coach is what I'm saying.
He's a good coach, but I don't think he's a championship coach.
Okay.
Like I really don't. I think he is. There's.
Is that a championship team?
Well, they should have gotten out of the East. I mean, I don't see any reason why they.
Well, only because Boston got injured.
Well, they were going to beat Boston before Tatum got hurt or not.
I don't know that.
They were about to go up 3-1.
I don't know if they were going to win that series. I don't know that.
All right. I mean, like, I guess what I would say is like there are certain coaches that take you from mediocre to good, and there's other coaches that take you from good to great. I think Thibodeau is one of those coaches that takes you from mediocre to good. He makes them play defense. He makes everybody work hard. But like when it came down to it, that team was a tough watch a lot of times. And I don't think they're a perfect team, personnel wise, but they're pretty maxed out as far as what they can do, and I don't know that there's much they can change. So
I agree.
You get to a certain point, you're like, well, we got to change something. Yeah. So
I just don't know if that's a championship team. I almost think he got the most out of them. I don't know if anybody else is doing. Did you want them to keep Julius Randle? You hate Julius Randle.
No, I don't want them to keep Julius Randle.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like the Karl Anthony Towns move, they had to try something. Everybody wanted them to get rid of Randle.
Well, they were going to get Karl Anthony Towns because the CAA guy and Leon Rose runs the team. Like,
they're better than us.
They are. They absolutely are.
They beat us.
But
they're better than us.
But in lieu of us succeeding,
we haven't been to the Eastern Conference Finals.
In lieu of us, we've been to the finals more recently than the Knicks have. There's a little fact.
Oh man!
Wow. I'm just saying.
Hang a banner.
In lieu of success of our team, I take pleasure in the failure of our rivals, and I take pleasure in the failure of the New York Knicks.
I'm not going to take that away from you.
Thank you very much.
I can see it means a lot to you.
It does.
I can tell. I haven't seen this happy in a while.
It means a lot to me.
Here's my fear.
Yeah.
Jay Wright.
I don't think Jay Wright wants any part of this.
Jay Wright.
Just because they have Villanova guys on their team.
Villanova guys.
And he's a little bit of a New Yorker.
Yeah, a little New York flair.
Yeah, a little bit.
He's out of the. He doesn't want to. He's still a youngish guy. Does he want to do TV
I
for the
think
rest?
it's perfect. I think it's perfect.
If I'm Jay Wright, I don't want that hassle.
What's the hassle?
What hassle?
It's all his guys.
The hassle is coaching for Jim Dolan in the number one market where the only thing that is a success for them next year is winning a championship. He will most likely fail.
He will.
He's not
going to win a title. I agree with you on that. That team's not winning a title.
If I was Jay Wright, I would just look handsome and play golf.
I'm going to ask you this, though.
Yeah.
Because now that I'm thinking about it, they may have one more year. Boston's not going to win it next year.
No, but I mean, Pacers are there, Cavs
That's what I'm saying, but it isn't.
They have an opportunity next year.
Yes, that's all I'm saying.
East is wide open.
East is wide open.
That's why we have a chance.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's why we have a chance.
Don't let Embiid stay healthy.
No, please do.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm just saying, Jay Wright to the Knicks has been like under the
makes
surface.
a lot of sense.
Yeah.
Would you
get DiVincenzo back?
Hold on. What if we could get him here? Would you not? Would you rather him be here?
I want the best for Jay Wright. I don't know if this is the best.
Oh, they're not going to hire it. Yeah,
no.
Well, I'm just saying that nobody wants Nick Nurse right now.
Would Villanova officially not be a Philly school if Jay Wright joins the Nova Knicks?
I think he's cemented. Nova's off and doing their own thing.
I know.
He's been away a few years now.
Are they still the Nova Knicks, even with trading DiVincenzo? Like they broke up the Nova.
They got three of them over there.
A lot of Nova.
Yeah.
All right.
Wait till they get DiVincenzo back.
I almost want to see it.
I know.
I almost want to see Jay Wright. I want to see Coach go to the Knicks and coach him.
I like you, Jay Wright. You go to the Knicks. I'm praying on your downfall. I'm sorry. I will have to. 215-592-9494. Brian in Jersey. You're on WIP. What's up, Brian?
What's going on, guys? Damn, the Thibs news, it's pretty crazy. I live in Central Jersey, so I'm around Knicks fans all day. So I'm right in lockstep with you, Spike. It was nice seeing them take that up.
Yeah, firing the coach. We didn't even fire our coach. All we won was 24 games.
I could have sworn 2 weeks ago I thought the Knicks won an NBA title.
Yeah, yes. Well, they thought they did too. They're holding their parades out on Broadway.
Hanging on poles, everything.
Yeah,
man.
now they're firing their coach. They all hate Cat.
They harass Wendy. Wendy was trying to do his job.
Harass Wendy.
Wendy's revenge.
The Halliburton jersey guy.
Oh yes, throwing stuff at him.
They're the worst.
Yep.
We would have got roasted if we did that for getting into the conference finals.
That's
we
true.
Got completely roasted.
Yeah.
All this stuff, Wendy. So let me get to the Saquon thing real quick. I'm pretty much on point with Ike. I'm sorry. I think they should ease into it. and I think they will, because they just won the Super Bowl. I don't think they're going to go hit the ground running like they did, or like they're they ended off.
Yep.
I think they're going to ease into it, and even if it doesn't start off great, they just won the Super Bowl. I think they know if they get in playoffs, which they probably will, then they can unlock Saquon and unleash him. And aside from that, we also are forgetting that we do have AJ, we have Goddard, we have Smitty. Like people forget, and
no one forgets. It's just Brian. We had all those guys last year. And the only thing I'll say is, you talk about sort of easing into the playoffs. If they didn't do what they did with Saquon last year, they wouldn't have made the playoffs. They wouldn't have. There are so many close games they won 16 out of 17. Absolutely true. But they don't do what they did with Saquon last year. They probably don't even make the playoffs. This isn't like a league where half the team makes the playoffs. It's just this thing where we think we can sort of coast in the regular season, get into the playoffs, and then everything like it's baseball or something. I just don't think it's realistic. I like the plan. I just don't think the plan's going to happen.
Well, I just feel a lot of people have this notion that, and Spike, you're one of them, Jack for sure, Ike, even you as well. A lot of people have this notion that, AJ doesn't get the ball. And he
doesn't get it enough, not for me.
So you say he doesn't get it enough. If I told you these numbers, I bet you wouldn't believe it, that over the last 3 years, AJ's number one in yards. He's number one in yards per reception. He's number 2 in reception touchdowns. He's number 1 against single coverage. He has 2 Pro Bowls, 2 All-Pros. He's been to 2 Super Bowls and he won a Super Bowl. With all those numbers, does it sound like he doesn't get the ball a lot? Because to me, it sounds like he does.
No, it sounds like he does until you actually watch the games every week like I do. And I say to myself, I got a player over there that reminds me of Terrell Owens and everything else. You can never get him the ball enough. Are you kidding me? You telling me AJ catching the ball 5 times a game is enough for AJ Brown? 1 time a quarter?
I agree, but would you agree that this past year was the first time we maybe seen that, and it was
yes. I listen.
Of our lives.
I agree. His first 2 years here, I had no issues because, quite frankly, he's not in the offense where he's the only one's going to get the ball. So I know it's going to be divvied up. He's never going to be a 100+ reception guy in this offense because Devontae got to eat, right? So other guys have to eat. I understand that, but AJ Brown should be an 80+ catch guy every year.
I agree completely, but the Saquon season, it definitely
it happened.
I think they.
Yep.
I think they just leaned on it way too much, and look, we got one of the best running back seasons we've ever seen out of it, and a Madden cover.
Yeah, and AJ, in all fairness, missed 4 games last year.
And he usually he missed 4 games.
He was banged up,
maybe 2 the year before.
Yep.
But yes, 100%.
Yeah.
All right, Brian. Thank you for the call.
Listen, if you think I'm gonna ever say we give AJ Brown the ball enough, you're crazy.
Yeah, I mean,
are you kidding me? It's like you got Jamar Chase on your team, you got Justin Jefferson on your team. How do you ever give them the ball enough?
You say 80 catches. He should be at 100 catches. Yeah.
I only say that because I know we got Devontae on the other side.
Well, how many? I mean, what's his name? Jamar Chase had how many? 115 catches or something last year. I'm not looking at the numbers, but it was something like that.
It was over 100.
Yeah,
no doubt about that.
And they're playing from behind a lot. They are, but
and they throw the ball a lot better.
They do.
Let's be honest.
They can.
Oh, man, listen,
I was
argue
told
about that.
They
did something on Joe Burrow today on ESPN. Greeny went off basically in defense of Joe Burrow.
Okay.
And how great of a season he had last year from a historical standpoint, and how bad the defense he had last year was based on the numbers he put up as an offense and as an individual player. To only come away with the amount of wins that he came away with was it was crazy.
Yeah, they won 9 games last year. 9-8, I think.
And was still in the playoff hunt that final week, remember?
Until the Chiefs lost on purpose to avoid that. Yeah.
Yep.
All right, coming up next, the Eagles did practice today. Elliott was at the practice.
Hey, was he at practice or where? It's like he's coming from the beach.
Dude, he looked like he was in Miami.
Oh yeah, I saw it. Wearing shorts to work.
Well, who would ever do that? But it's the thigh that's showing.
Yeah, it's
the sunglasses.
It's the sunglasses. My man looks good, man.
It's like you're at football
Don't
practice.
encourage him.
No, don't encourage him. He's at football practice.
Looks
He's not,
good, man.
they're not taking photos of him at OTAs.
He's definitely the best dressed on the beat.
Well, that is not a difficult. No offense. That's a low bar. Elliot joins us next. We'll also go over what Vic Fangio said today. Vic Fangio did talk. That is next on the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz.
Philly season is in full swing, and I'm bringing you the tailgate must-have. I'm talking Surfside iced tea and vodka and Surfside lemonade and vodka. And now they have green tea and vodka available in a variety pack with 3 brand new flavors. They're absolutely delicious and pair perfectly with the day at the ballpark. Each can of Surfside is only 100 calories, and the best part, 0 bubbles. Ask for it at your local bars and liquor store. Must be 21 or older. Please drink responsibly.
Benefits, HR, hiring, payroll, it's all so complicated, but it doesn't have to be. Hi, I'm Joe Carfagno from Clear Employer Services, and we can expertly handle benefits, HR, hiring, and payroll for your small business. You don't have to wing it. Let me take the headache out of HR. No time for payroll? HRuncomplicated.com. New medical plans? New talent? HRuncomplicated.com. Let Clear Employer Services show you how to make HR uncomplicated so you can go back to running your business.
Preferred vendor of Independence Blue Cross. Visit HRuncomplicated.com.
Upgrade to a Carrier Infinity heat pump and enjoy reliable comfort, lower energy costs, and up to 38% reduced CO2 emissions over 15 years. Now through June 27th, save up to $2,000 in cool cash rebates and special financing on qualifying systems. Don't wait. Save energy and money today. Visit nopaycarrier.com to learn more and find a trusted contractor. Carrier. Turn to the experts.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. Let me tell you about FanDuel Sportsbook, as always, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, the best place to find all your favorite player props. And now you can make the smarter play with new performance trends. Want to see if a guy's hitting that over consistently? Or maybe that they've been flirting with a potential triple-double? Well, get the latest stats right inside the app and see who's heating up. And once the game starts, well, that's when things get really interesting. You can combine live prop bets into a same-game parlay for your chance to win big. If you don't already have FanDuel, well, it's not too late to get in on the action. You'll get started with $200 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. So visit FanDuel.com/hammer. That's FanDuel.com/hammer and make every moment more with FanDuel, the official sports betting partner of the NBA and official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This June, Cheerleaders Philadelphia brings you a double shot of undeniable excitement. June 6th and 7th, get ready for the one and only Alexis Monroe. 2 nights, 4 electrifying shows. Known for irresistible charm and unforgettable performances, Alexis is live, up close and personal. Then Saturday, June 7th, it's UFC 316. Devash Willie defends his bantamweight crown against Sean O'Malley in the main event. You don't want to miss Alexis Monroe in UFC 316. It's Cheerleaders Philadelphia.
Everyone has a fave Wendy's Frosty flavor. And when you're choosing from chocolate or vanilla, it's not that hard. But now, there's all new Frosty Swirls and Frosty Fusions. So try picking your fave from Oreo Brownie Fusion, Pop-Tarts Strawberry Fusion, Strawberry Swirl, Brownie Batter Swirl, Caramel Swirl, and Caramel Crunch Fusion. Not so easy now, huh? For a fresh way to Frosty, gotta be Wendy's. Open till midnight or later.
At participating U.S. Wendy's, hours may vary by location. Oreo is a trademark of Mondelez International Group. Pop-Tarts is a trademark of Kellogg North America Co., LLC. Used with permission.
It's time. Time for the pro to get everything for the entire job, all from one partner. To get access to over 3 million products, including many products you won't find in our stores. It's time to get delivery on your schedule or next day on over 50,000 products. And time to get dedicated support on the job site or in our stores. From ordering to planning, we've got you. One partner, any job, all in. Ask about all we can now do at the Pro Desk. The Home Depot Pro, it's about time.
Hi, Zoe Saldana. Welcome to T-Mobile. Here's your new iPhone 16 Pro on us.
Thanks. And here's my old phone to trade in.
You don't need a trade-in. When you switch to T-Mobile, we'll give you a new iPhone 16 Pro. Plus, we'll help you pay off your old phone up to $800, and you still get to keep it.
There's always a trade-in.
Not right now at T-Mobile.
I feel like I have to give you something in return for karma.
That's okay.
I don't really have much in my purse. Oh, let's see. Hand sanitizer. It's lavender.
I'm good, seriously.
Let me check this pocket. Oh, mints?
Really, I'm fine.
Oh, I have raisins. I'm a mom. Wait 1 sec. I've got cupcakes in the car.
It's our best iPhone offer ever. Switch to T-Mobile. Get a new iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence on us. No trade-in needed. We'll even pay off your phone up to $800.
With 24 monthly bill credits, new line, $100 plus a month on experience beyond finance agreement, $999.99 and qualifying forwarded. For well qualified plus tax and $10 connection charge. Pay off via virtual prepaid card below 15 days. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. See T-Mobile.com.
Get a $15 prepaid MasterCard after rebate when you buy 5 quarts of Mobil 1 full synthetic motor oil at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
This is Andrew Bogish with an Odyssey Sports Minute. I've never seen a third base coach scapegoated before, but here are the Atlanta Braves reassigning Matt Tuiasosopo to the minors as they try to kickstart their season. Tuiasosopo has made some debatable choices, but they've got much bigger problems. What makes this even odder is that Freddie Gonzalez is taking over. He's now working under Brian Snitker, who replaced him as Braves manager 9 years ago. I'm Andrew Bogish.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey Sports Station. This is the afternoon show. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
From the NovaCare facility where the Eagles continue OTAs and you were allowed to watch practice again today.
What's up?
So, Elliot, what'd you see? Headlines.
Man, so much to talk about. I mean, the Vic Fangio presser, we could probably do the entire segment on that.
Yeah.
So there's that, then there's practice.
Give me practice first, and then we have some Vic Fangio cuts.
Yeah, I mean,
up.
I think the main takeaway from practice was how good Jalen looked. Jalen was 15 of 17. He had his best throw so far of the 2 practices I've seen. He hit Dallas Goedert down the left sideline. The coverage was really good. He just put it in like a bucket over Goddard's shoulder. And I would say this watching Jalen.
Was it a little underthrown, or?
No, it was perfect.
Okay.
It was perfectly thrown. Just like the dagger. Perfectly thrown.
Yep.
Having watched all of Jalen's practices since he was drafted back in 2020, you can really see in practice the difference in him now as a quarterback versus obviously as a rookie. Like he just plays the position so much better, even now, than he did probably 2 years ago. 2 years ago in practice, I remember talking on air with you guys about it. Like he would hold on to the ball so much. There would be so many 7-on-7 reps where he would hold on to the ball. And in 7-on-7, the ball should never be held like that. And it was happening 4 or 5 times a practice. Now he barely ever holds the ball. And you can just see, like, I mean, I have him down as I think 35 of 38 in these 2 practices. If there's nothing there, he is dumping the ball down, getting rid of it. And that just wasn't happening. I remember as a rookie, like players laughing at him during the drill, being like, throw the ball. And obviously that's a rookie. He's a far away from that now. But you can just see how much better he is at playing the position of quarterback now than he was, again, like 2 years ago even.
So without, I don't want to turn this into a Jalen argument yet. So the question I would have is, last year, the holding on to the ball thing still happened, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, which is why he got sacked so much, which is why against the blitz, he wasn't turning the ball over, but he's also getting sacked a lot. He wasn't. So I guess the question is, I don't know if any of us can have this, how does he take that evolution in practice to the games, right? Like, how does he get, and he's clearly, I would hope he'd be a better quarterback today than he would when he was a rookie, but that part of it, I don't think that has necessarily gone from practice to the game.
I think part of the reason it's different in practice versus a game is in a practice, he can't really run. Like in a game,
right,
you can run. Like when you're doing 7-on-7, you're holding onto the ball to the last possible second, then you're running. And you're not even really running. The play's basically dead. I think in a game, Jalen prefers to run instead of dump it down to a check down. He's never really been a check down quarterback in the NFL. And I think that's because he knows he can run with the ball. So I think that's the difference between practice and a game. Now, in a game, I agree he needs to do a better job. He can get a bit trigger shy, in my opinion. Like, I think that's the issue with the passing game. I don't think the issue with the passing game is his accuracy, like any of that. I think he just gets trigger shy sometimes, and that's where he holds onto the ball.
Yeah, I can see that happening. Yeah, and it's every situation has its own sort of identity. What I mean by that is sometimes he could take a sack, and I would prefer he take a sack than force the ball somewhere where it shouldn't go, and it leads to a turnover.
Yeah.
Right? You take a sack, then you got to punt the ball. You don't flip the field position from the standpoint of giving them the ball on your side of the 50 with a chance to score. You live to fight another day, for lack of a better way of trying to explain it. And then there are some times where you can't take a sack. You got to get rid of the doggone ball. You got to throw it away, right? Because you may take yourself out of field goal range, right, by holding onto the ball and taking a sack, and now you got to punt it. So each situation is different, but I like the fact that he is seemingly getting better with it. And, I mean, you know this, or you would know better than us because you're out there watching. I'm wondering how comfortable he looks back there from your description of him being out there. He seems to be comfortable.
I think he looks really comfortable
in the offense.
Yeah.
So I like that whatever they're doing, they're giving him some things that he's comfortable with. Maybe he has input on the stuff that's going in the passing game. Does it seem like he and Kevin Petrullo's little working relationship looks good?
Last year at OTAs, he did not have a good couple of days of practice. Okay. He had interceptions, and that was when they were installing the Kellen Moore part of the offense. So he definitely looks, I could look it up, his numbers from last OTAs, but like he definitely looks way more comfortable in my opinion. Okay. I mean, he really just sits back there and just like picks them apart. And it's not 15-yard throws, 20-yard throws. The one to Goddard was probably 30-plus yards. A lot of them, he took a little more chances today, I would say. It wasn't just all checkdowns. But when the last 2 days of practice, or the 2 days I've gotten to watch, he really does just sit back there and just like, dumps it off. He's just distributing the ball.
Yeah.
So I guess my question also would be, there was a big conversation during OTAs last year about how much of the offense was new in relation to some of his struggles, and from 75% to,
what did he
15.
say? Did he say 99?
He said a high number, and then my dad was like, no, it's actually 5%. Right. Whatever it is I wonder how much they're actually doing new last year, this year, and how much they're working on installing that now, or maybe they're doing like a slow version of that. My question would be, how much new are they actually doing?
So it's hard to tell, I'll say, in the two practices I've seen. Because A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith are not practicing. A.J. was there today, but he didn't do a team. Devontae, I don't believe, was there, and he wasn't there the last time we were there either. So he's been playing with all backup receivers. He has Dallas Goedert out there, and Saquon does a few teams, but he's mostly playing with backups. So to my eye of watching it, it looks like it did last year, like short throws, like high percentage throws. But it's only 2 days, and it's also tough to tell how much they're going to install when you have like Anaya Smith, Terrace Marshall Jr. Like when those are your receivers, I don't know how much of the new stuff you could do, but I guess it's all new to them.
So we'll get to your next observation, but I want to sort of sprinkle in some of this Fangio stuff because he said a lot of interesting things.
Yeah.
We were talking to Jeremiah Trotter yesterday about Jalen Carter, and one of the things that Trotter said was that the amazing thing about Jalen Carter is he doesn't even know how to play the position yet, and he's this good. He was asked, did you ask him about this?
David Uram.
There he is.
Fought through. Yeah, Uram crushed it, yeah.
Going for Insider of the Year. David Uram asked him about that comment. Here's what Vic Fangio had to say.
Jeremiah Trotter Sr. said on WIP yesterday that he's been hearing from some folks that Jalen doesn't even know how to play the position yet. It was a complimentary fashion in a sense to say that he doesn't even know how to play the position yet. Sky's the limit. What's your thoughts on that?
I agree with the point he's trying to make. I do think Jalen. The good news about Jalen is twofold. One, he played very well for us last year, and two, he can still improve a lot.
I mean, it is. We also asked. We were talking to Javon Curse about the Eagles, And we asked him, what is the thing that you noticed watching him? And he's like, I wish I could play on that defense with Jalen Carter.
Yeah.
He said, I would get so many sacks if I was playing next to Jalen Carter. And it means a lot to hear a guy like Javon Curse, who would be playing on defensive line, notice that is such a key to the edge success.
Well, I also thought it was very noteworthy. Jeremiah Trotter said this, and he said people in the building, I'm not, like, obviously he has a connection to the building in a lot of ways, right? So I believe him when people in the building are saying that. And yeah, I mean, if they think Jalen Carter, I think it's natural when you're only 2 years in the league, you're not going to be doing like little veteran things, to be better.
Sure.
Like right now he's winning with his athleticism. So yeah, if he, once he starts to play more and, get used to how teams are playing him and learns little veteran things, he'll definitely be even
It
better.
reminded me of Mahomes when Andy said that he doesn't even know the or how to read defenses yet.
Yeah.
That was after his
first year. I mean, second year. Yeah, it was after his second year. Yeah, even Mahomes, I think, said after his second or third year. He was like, I'm just really learning how to pick up blitzes and things of that nature. So, yeah, no, this is one of those situations where, Jeremiah Trotter watches a lot of football with his son. And when you're a linebacker and you're watching linebacker play, you start with the box.
Yeah.
So you're watching everything in front of you. You're watching offensive line block schemes. You're watching how your defensive line is playing those blocks. And you can't help but see 98 in the middle of his defense and watching what he's doing. So you watch this kid and you realize a lot of it is just raw ability.
And if he's doing what he's supposed to be doing. Because to your point, when Trotter's watching, like he's reacting to a certain degree off of Jalen Carter. So when they watch and he's expecting one thing and Jalen does another, that's probably where this comes from, that he doesn't fully know what he's doing.
Right.
Yet.
He's probably looking at it and he's saying, oh, that's it. That's instinctual. When he gets – now, there are some plays that – because I think back to the game against Washington when Jalen was on the line of scrimmage and it was on mic'd up, I believe. He pointed out that the guard was sitting light in his stance, and so he was getting ready to pull. And he caused the fumble in the backfield off of that play. So some of the things he does see, and he has good football instincts and intellect there, but no young player, or it's rare young players, fully grasp the technical side of playing positions. We all come in, and it's all of our athleticism. It's when you learn how to defeat blocks. It's when you learn how to have a counter move to a block, when they're going to run a passing play and how they're trying to set you up for a double team. These are all the things that Jalen Carter, the more he plays, he's just going to become it's going to become more difficult to defend.
Especially because, like, let's take Nakobe, right? Both went to Georgia. Nakobe didn't get drafted because of his athleticism. Nakobe got drafted because he, in college, had to be the smartest player.
Yep.
Jalen Carter has never had to be the smartest player on the defense because even in high school and then obviously at Georgia, he could just push guys over. Like, he was so much better than him. And even at Georgia, there was reports about him not being a good practice player.
Sure.
So I think, take this a step further, like, to back to Vic Fangio. I think another benefit of having Vic is just having someone coach these young players. Like, obviously schematically, but like today, Vic said he's been working with Jahad Campbell one-on-one. And then at practice, you could see it. Like, he's working with Jahad Campbell one-on-one. And that alone is worth the money the Eagles are paying Vic Fangio. Like, to have Vic coach up Jahad Campbell one-on-one, there's not many coordinators in the league that have done this longer than Vic, that coach linebackers the way he does. So to have...
Puts a premium on it.
Right. So to have Fangio be here and to help develop Jalen Carter is a massive deal outside of just the scheme part. It's worth the money for the Eagles.
Yeah, I mean, that's how great.
And he emphasizes practice.
Yeah.
That's the other thing. Like, he will not
that's
let...
what I love, yes.
Well, he
Yes.
said today, he was like, for those that say practice doesn't matter. I was like, well,
Did he look at you when he said that?
I was like, I am the one that keeps practice stats, to be fair.
That's how great it was having Jim Johnson as a coach. And we talked about Vic Fangio leaving Miami and coming here. Well, Miami, he's dealing with a bunch of overpaid guys that are stars in the league already. A lot of them came there as mercenaries and got paid.
Jalen Ramsey.
And they didn't want to listen to the old guy who was coming in on one-year deal and changing up everything. You get a young group that doesn't have any type of entitlement to them.
Or a big contract.
Big contracts, and they want the big contracts.
Yep.
They want the big. And you see what he did last year? Well, I guarantee they hang on to every word Vic Fangio says right now.
100%.
Because the proof is there. He just got Milton Williams paid. He got Zach Bond paid.
Josh Sweat. Isaiah Rodgers.
He came in here in 1 year and did that.
Yeah.
Well, the question about Jalen Carter and whether he reaches the ceiling that we know that he has is he committed to learning those things? Not just now after winning a Super Bowl and having success and being talked about as the best in the league. You know, it's hard to hear that all day long and say to yourself, I still have work to do. Not only that, but then after he gets paid, like after you get paid, and I'm not saying he's not. I'm saying that
many of them do though.
Right.
They don't work as hard.
And
So many of them do.
If you're Jalen Carter, you're going into this year knowing if you have a Pro Bowl year, you could legitimately get $150 million.
Oh, he sets the market
guaranteed next year. So now after that, that's a different discussion. Once you get paid,
somebody else will pass it because the Eagles aren't going to win.
Well, I just mean in a motivational standpoint. I can't imagine getting $150 million guaranteed and feeling the same way when I go to work. But now, there will never be a more important year of Jalen Carter's career than this one in terms of the output. Because if he has the year he's supposed to, he will get life-changing money 10 times over.
And second biggest thing you saw today, anything notable in terms of starters at different positions that we talked about last week?
Reed Blankenship was here today, which gave us a chance to look at what they're thinking at safety. So it was Reed Blankenship and Sidney Brown was the other safety for pretty much all the first-team reps, from what I remember. So it seems like Sidney is the guy right there. Makuba was next up with the second team. Vic Fangio said a few times they're not going to make a decision on that until training camp's over and he gets all the preseason games. The other thing I would note, though, Tristan McCullum is a name people we need to talk about more. Vic Fangio brought this dude up twice unprompted today. He played him last year when Chauncey went down. We can like all the other guys, but Vic clearly has guys he likes, and Tristan McCullum is definitely one of them.
I hope he can play.
Vic
you
seems
can't
to
tell
think
me
he
one
can.
good play Tristan McCullum made last year. All we can say is Vic Fangio likes him.
I don't disagree. I'm just saying.
Can I say sometimes
I hope he makes plays.
He brought him up unprompted in the presser. Yeah.
Not that this isn't important to a team, but I think sometimes, I'm not saying that Vic Fangio is making a mistake with this, is not what I'm saying, but I do think sometimes coaches like guys that do what they ask, and sometimes they will err to the side of somebody that does what they ask.
It's coachable.
Right, over somebody that might be more talented or so on and so forth. And look,
ask Bryce Huff.
Well, yes, for sure. Yeah.
Bryce is gone because of that.
Yeah. He did actually. He was asked about Cooper DeJean. Jack, do we have that? Speaking of safety.
What do you like to find out about Cooper as you're trying him out at base, that corner in that plan right now?
With Cooper DeJean? We'd like to keep him at nickel. And then in our base package, we'll find a spot for him, either at corner or safety.
What do you like about the idea of Cooper at safety and what will go into determining whether he plays at safety or the outside?
Well, I think he would play very well at safety. I think it suits his skill set, things that he does well. I just think he would do very well in there.
All right. So he's basically saying in base he's going to play safety.
Yeah, or at least that's where he thinks he will play.
Yeah.
And it'll be easier to take that guy off the field than I think it is Keeley or Adoree Jackson. Sidney Brown and Tristan McCullum, in my opinion, don't hold the same weight that Adoree Jackson and Keeley do.
What is
Keeley's been here for a few years. Adoree just got signed.
What is it about Keely Ringo? I'm not just saying it's you. All the other writers love Keely Ringo too. So, what is it about Keely Ringo, who, by the way, when Darius Slay would go off the field last year, it wasn't Keely Ringo, it was Isaiah Rodgers. So, why is Keely Ringo more cemented, do you think, than anybody at safety is?
Well, I think Sidney Brown's barely played. He's been hurt, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Keely doesn't play safety.
No, I'm saying I think Keely and Adoree Jackson are harder to take off the field than Sidney Brown and Tristan McCullum.
Oh.
Because Sidney's barely played. Tristan McCullum, obviously Vic likes him, so there's that. But Adoree just signed here. Adoree has experience. I just think it's easier to take those guys off the field. Now, in terms of Keely, I think the reason a lot of writers like him is because when you see him in person, he is very physically imposing. Out on the practice field,
he's a big corner.
He looks like a linebacker out there playing corner. Now, you're right. Whenever they took off Slay last year, Slay came off for injury, it was not Keely that went out there. So we talk about how much Vic likes Tristan. The vibe I get is it's the opposite way with Keely. Now, he was out there with the starters today in 11-on-11. He was out there in base, in nickel on the outside. But I don't think he has a firm grasp on that job.
So, also speaking of safety, Vic was asked about the safety that isn't here anymore. He was asked about the safety that isn't here anymore. He was asked about the safety.
Wow, look at this.
Oh, you know, that was a salary cap type thing, and
Is that it?
That's it.
Okay.
No, there's more.
Is there?
Well, he
I don't
said
think so.
it's a salary cap thing, and I was fine with it. Did we miss that part?
Oh,
That's all I
okay.
said.
Okay. About CJ.
Oh, I didn't hear the last part.
Okay.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think Chauncey was viewed way higher outside the building than he was in. I mean, they've moved on from him twice. They traded him, obviously, coming off winning the Super Bowl. I know fans were really upset when Chauncey got traded, but I just don't think they think Chauncey's as good of a player as everyone else does.
It's interesting. A lot of it's interesting. He made my gut tells me that a lot of the big plays he made were him freestyling, and Vic doesn't like freestyling. That's sort of like what my gut tells me.
A lot of teams have moved on from Chauncey for what it's worth.
Yeah, of
Chauncey,
course.
you know, the Saints did, the Eagles did, then the Lions did, then the Eagles did again. So
He's a lot to handle.
Yes.
But I agree with that, but I do think on the field, they just don't think he's as good as the outside does. Like, people view him as a great safety. I don't think the Eagles thought he was a great safety. Otherwise, he'd
forget
be
about
here.
the great part of it.
Good.
Chauncey Gardner-Johnson is a damn good safety. You know that. I know it. Listen, we had Malcolm Jenkins here. Before we had Malcolm Jenkins, we had Brian Dawkins. Chauncey Gardner won a championship here and was a big part of it. He went to 2 Super Bowls.
He
was a big part of it. Hold on real quick. He had 6 interceptions in 2022. In about 10 games, he had 6 interceptions. How many do you have this year?
I think it's 5 or 6.
5 or 6 this year. Who the hell else is taking the ball away? I mean, I like Reed too.
Right.
But Reed catches more interceptions on overthrows.
Or
back
underthrows,
there.
yeah, diving for him, yeah.
He's not really making plays out there. Like Chauncey Gardner-Johnson has been one of our best secondary defenders here over the last 3 or 4 years.
So I agree with you on
They
that.
better be right when they're moving on.
And he's an impactful player. I'll say
Yes.
that. I just think I don't think Fangio seems to like guys that'll just do on the field what he says.
That's why I said he's a lot to handle.
And the tackling is not great from him. So
Well,
that's
that's
like
for sure,
an end
yes.
of the line or like a last line of defense. He's not the best safety to have there.
All right, coming up next, we will get Elliot's opinion on our topic for today about Saquon playing him
Where did CJ go?
Houston.
Oh, he went to Houston. Yeah.
But well, good.
We'll talk about the Saquon thing, and also I have a bigger picture Eagles question that has been eating at me, and I read some more stuff that makes me eat at it even more. And then the Bryce Huff thing made me think about it.
I know
more.
exactly where you're going with this, and I disagree with you on it.
I actually don't think you know where I'm going.
I think I do.
All right.
Can we get there?
Yeah, why don't you relax in there?
Well, yeah, look at him. Look at him, ready to fight for Howie.
Yeah. The worm texted me, ready to go.
Who texted you?
I said the worm as a
The worm.
joke. Yeah.
All right, that is coming up next. This is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz.
Baseball fans love the long ball, and FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is giving you even more reasons to love home runs every Tuesday during the MLB season. Because with Dinger Tuesdays, all FanDuel customers get a home run profit boost. Now, that means when you bet on moonshots, you can take your winnings to new heights. So whether it's a blast or an oppo-boppo, FanDuel is your home for betting home runs. Just visit FanDuel.com/Ike and gear up to go yard all season long. That's FanDuel.com/Ike to claim your Dinger Tuesday profit boost. Make every moment more with FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, official sports betting partner of Major League Baseball. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Some days, it's the little things that get us through. An early start, a quick stop, a familiar face. There's enough on your mind. Let Wawa be the simple part. Get any size hot coffee for $1, any size iced coffee for $2, and all 16-ounce Wawa teas and fruit drinks for $1. Every day, just for being a Wawa Rewards member. Gotta have your back. Gotta have a Wawa.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
Did you hear about that free Grubhub deal from Amazon? I'm talking about no Grubhub delivery fees for Prime members on eligible orders. Plus, members can get exclusive offers and lower service fees, and they can even order Grubhub on Amazon. Visit amazon.com/Grubhub to learn more. Terms and additional fees apply.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
As SEPTA's interim GM gets named the permanent one, Governor Shapiro calls on state legislature for more public transit funding. The New Jersey Turnpike is installing new electric vehicle chargers at service areas and shifting away from Teslas. And Eagle star Saquon Barkley will be on the cover of the new Madden football video game.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
It's our famous amateur night this Wednesday at Creekside Cabaret. Creekside Cabaret, where girls strut their stuff in the buff for a $500 grand prize. Creekside Cabaret, 3225 Advance Lane, Hatfield. Amateur night this Wednesday at Creekside. CreeksideCabaret.com.
Total Wireless is made to totally keep up with you. We have unlimited data that never slows you down, covered by the Verizon 5G network, and all for less than $30 a month when you get 4 lines. And the best part, we give you a free Samsung Galaxy A16 5G when you switch to the 5G Unlimited or 5G Plus Unlimited plan. Visit your local Total Wireless store today. Total Wireless, we're totally with you. Actual speeds may vary by location. For data management practices, see TotalWireless.com.
I was just at Wawa, and I think I experienced a panini paradox.
A panini paradox?
Yeah, you see, clearly the bacon mac and cheese with its crispy bacon and toasty bread is the most delicious panini on the menu.
Obviously.
But then, so is the Southwest Chipotle chicken panini with its melty cheese and crunchy bread.
Panini paradox!
Try a breakfast or lunch panini today and see for yourself. Only at Wawa.
What's that sound? That's the sound of Downy Unstoppable scent beads going into your washing machine and giving your clothes freshness that lasts all day long. There it is again. It's like music to your ears, or more like music to your nose. That freshness is irresistible. Let's get a Downy Unstoppables bottle shake. And now a sniff solo. Nice. With Downy Unstoppable, you just toss, wash, wow, for all-day freshness.
You need parts? We got parts. Product availability? Just one part that makes O'Reilly stand apart. Get one free set of brake pads when you buy 2 brake rotors. Upgrade to Brake Best Select brake pads for $10 more, or upgrade to Brake Best Select Pro or import direct pads for just $20. Offer in-store only. Restrictions apply. See store for details.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
You know your customers. Ralph likes his coffee black on Fridays, but Mondays he takes a little cream. Jennifer comes in every 3 years when her lease is up to get the newer and better model. And for some reason, pepperoni pizza sells like crazy on Friday nights. Who knew? At Odyssey, we have the expertise to get your media plan done right. With ads like you're hearing right now, to targeted social media campaigns, search engine optimization, and location-based advertising. Advertise with Odyssey and help us grow your business. Visit ads.odyssey.com.
There's only one thing better than Surfside and the fields, and that's Surfside iced teas and lemonades plus vodka on the golf course. That's right, it's golf season, and there's no better drink to enjoy on the golf course. It's light, refreshing, made with real vodka and real brewed tea. Only 100 calories, 2 grams of sugar, and 0 bubbles. That's right, no carbonation. Cheers to hitting the fairway, and cheers to Surfside, the official canned cocktail of Philly sports. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly.
Stream the screams. Catch Phillies baseball with the Odyssey app on 94 WIP.
It's the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. Tuesdays with Elliot going on. Elliot Shortmarsh joins us for a full hour fresh from Eagles practice. The Twitter question brought to you by Mark's Jewelers. For the best selection of diamonds to fit every budget, visit the home team at Mark's. Experience the difference at marks-jewelers.com. Do you want the Eagles to use Saquon Barkley the same way they used him last year? It is up to 66.8% that say yes. Elliot, what do you think?
Yes.
Oh,
I think
wow.
we've gotten a little too concerned with the longevity of Saquon's career. Like, I don't want to run him into the ground. I don't wish injury upon him. But at the end of the day, these are his prime years. Like, I'm not saving him for 2026, 2027. Their window to win is now. Like, I get if you want to say week 1, 2, 3 for the playoffs, like whatever. But I'm not worried
so you
about
like my formula.
I haven't heard your formula.
You just said it.
Okay, yeah,
First
yeah.
3 or 4 weeks.
Yeah, maybe a week or two. I'm not worried about like 2026 or 2027. I am using Saquon next season the way that helps the team the most. I'm not like throwing it just to throw it. I'm not resting. Like I'm getting the most out of Saquon when you can get the most out of Saquon, because who knows what the situation will be in 2026. They have an ability to win a Super Bowl now. Like, I would rather get 2 amazing years out of Saquon than 1 amazing year and then 2 subpar years where you're holding him back.
So what about getting the most out of A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith?
Or
getting the most out of Jalen Hurts?
I'm not concerned with that. I'm not like I'm not like I think they should do what is best for the team, and what happened last year worked. Now, if they get into weeks 2, 3 and that's not working, then yeah, you have to pivot. But I don't get why they would take the ball out of Saquon's hands, like for health purposes.
Or the defense can force you to.
Yeah, and if that happens, then Jalen throws it. I agree with that.
So then the only thing is that sometimes you react to what is being shown to you as a defense. Jalen's up there, he's checking plays, he's seeing what's in the box. So the key thing would be is don't force Saquon.
I agree with you
on
on that.
That's the thing.
Yeah.
Don't force Saquon the ball, because just that's the way you won a year ago.
So I have confidence if they have to, they can throw their way to a Super Bowl this year. Week 1 to the Super Bowl.
There you go.
So I think they can do it. I'm just saying.
Why would they have to?
Wait, say what?
Why would they? You said I have confidence if they have to.
I'm saying if they come out trying to run the ball and do the same offense they did last year, and it's working, then keep doing
Stick
it.
with it.
Okay.
But if it doesn't, then I do think they will be able to throw the ball at a high enough level to have a successful season and win a Super Bowl. But I think a lot of the Saquon discussion is built in of like, think about his health. Think about his long term. I don't think that should be the Eagles' priority. They're paying him top dollar right now. I disagree. I think they're paying him top dollar right now to be the most impactful player he can be. If you are holding him back and worrying about the following season, I think I don't think I am.
Let me tell you why you're wrong.
Why?
Because they could have got that out of him without giving him another dime.
Yeah, but
they gave him the more money. The money they gave him
was a thank you check.
Nah, they
I think
they can spruce it up how you want to spruce it up. But I guarantee you it wasn't thinking about 1 year of Saquon Barkley. It was about having Saquon
I think it
Barkley.
was.
I disagree.
I think it was about 2024. I think they gave him a huge check for what he accomplished last year. I don't think this is about 2026 and 2027.
They gave Saquon, this is where we disagree.
Right.
Because Saquon coming off a so-so year with the Giants in his final year, got good money last year. So what did they give him that money for?
They gave him that money for what he could do in 2024.
What he did in 2024.
Correct.
And he went and won the Super Bowl.
Yes.
So then they said to themselves, we like what we see. We want to see this a little bit longer. Well, see, and so we want to keep him happy.
Yeah, that's
so
right.
they give you that type of an extra bonus. It's not for just the Eagles don't do anything in a vacuum. So Saquon would be more beneficial to them because of all the other talent they have around him, if they can use him for 3 or 4 more years. That makes no sense.
I don't think they're viewing this as a 3-4 year thing. I think
with Saquon, they have to be.
Well, they know the reality of the situation with running backs. And when you have the amount of touches he did last year, they know that they're shortening his career. I think they handed him.
But you don't have to.
But I think they handed him that deal as a thank you for last year and because Saquon wanted a pay bump because of how impactful he was. That's why I don't think they paid him with the idea
of. They gave it to him because they want to try to stretch his career out. They see the value in that. They've had, hold on, listen to me.
I think those are two separate things.
They've had other players that have come here and have had great years, and they don't redo their deal. They don't redo their deal. So this isn't just about, we're going all in to win. Because the other moves they made don't say that. The other moves they made don't say we're all about this shit. The other moves they made, they said we got to make some moves thinking about 25, 26, 27. So why would they make those other moves on the team thinking about the future? But when they make this financial investment, arguably the biggest one they made this offseason, why wouldn't that be about the future versus this is about right now? We don't care if we got Saquon in 26 or 27 or 28. It makes no sense.
I agree. The Saquon contract was very out of character for the Eagles. Yeah. Very out of character. And that's why I think it is an out of character thing to do, which is to reward someone for the last year he had. And also, Saquon had a ton of power to look for a new deal right now. So I think that's it. I don't think.
What was he going to do if he didn't get a new deal?
He'd be really upset.
And then do what?
Well, you don't want an upset Saquon in the building. Who knows? I don't think he would have not showed up for OTAs and stuff.
It's not like he had the Eagles, but with their arm behind
He
their
kind of
back.
did. He just won them a Super Bowl.
At least that's not the way I see it. I think they negotiated in good faith. This dude had a great season last year. They love having Saquon here. They want him here as long as he can possibly be here and be productive. That's the only thing that makes sense.
See, but
you want him here longer. He's a great teammate. He's a great player. He's great for your locker room. He's embodying the city. He is a Philadelphia Eagle. Why wouldn't you want that for 3 or 4 more years? You're trying. I'm not saying they're working to put together a Hall of Fame career for him, but it makes no sense because you can run him into the ground and you don't win. You still don't win.
But you might not win.
If he gets injured because you're running him into the ground,
right?
Now you got a salary on your books with an injured running back that's pushing 30 years old. What use is he to you?
So I'd have to look it up, but I'm pretty sure this deal only really guarantees him 2 more years with the team. His last year really only guaranteed him this year, right? So I think he got security beyond this year, which is one of the reasons for the deal as well. I agree with you that, like, off the field, Saquon is good business for the Eagles. Yes! He's on Madden. He's likable.
Yes!
I agree with all that. But
why wouldn't you want that here for 3 or 4 more years?
I'm sure they do, but I also don't think – I think they know that the chances of Saquon, if he plays as much as he needs to be impactful and to be the guy he can be, he's probably not going to be that guy in 27 and 28. And I think they also know that their team is built to win now. Next offseason, they're going to have to – pay Jalen Carter, Nolan Smith. Like, yes, they're making moves for the following season, but they still have a roster to win right now. And so I think by paying Saquon, which frankly I think is unrelated to what we're talking about, but regardless, I think they know that Saquon's career is probably only 2 or 3, maybe 4 really impactful years with the Eagles, and they are not going to waste
like
a year.
No. Well, it does. You said 2, 3, 4 more years.
But one of those is already gone. Yes, that's what I think 2, 3 years, including last year, is probably what you're getting out of Saquon. Like next year and the following year.
4.
I said maybe 4, just to be clear. But the point I'm making is I am not designing the offense and calling the game next year based off of saving Saquon's career for the following years. That's not how I would do it.
You make it seem so simplistic, but that's not what I'm saying. That's just the overall view of things. If you can lessen the wear and tear on his body and still win football games, not at the expense of winning. Get that part out of your head. Nobody's saying do this at the expense of winning.
Right.
Can we get that out? Can we agree that we all understand that this isn't at the expense of winning?
Right.
So you're going to do what you have to do to win. My point is that if all things being considered equal, if I can get through this season limiting the wear and tear on him, and he's as strong as he should be late in the year, and we go win the Super Bowl, I don't care about running up numbers for Saquon in September and October, trying to wear him down. You got $200 million on the offensive side of the ball. Why do you have to give Saquon the ball? They did it last year because the other facet of the game was not working. So if they improve on that, there's no reason to give Saquon the ball as much as you did last year. You can preserve his body and you can preserve his career by using all the other talent that you have on the offense. You don't have to give Saquon the ball 30 times a game.
I agree with you, but it's also not like giving Saquon the ball 24 times versus 30 is going to prolong his career 2 or 3 years. Saquon is
we
in
all
his
say that until you get the one injury, and then it's
but that can happen with 2 carries.
I understand that.
But I'm saying Saquon is in his physical prime right now. Like, this is the best we will see Saquon.
He's also coming off a year where he touched the ball more than anybody.
I agree.
Listen, I can let Spike give you the numbers on what a running back does after he's touched the ball.
No,
as much
it's not
as
good,
Saquon.
right.
Okay, then. So all that, hold on. All that proof is there for them before they made this investment moving forward. You don't think they looked into all this?
Oh, I'm sure they know all
so
that.
Then what? So then looking into all this and the evidence that's there that says he's about to fall off the cliff.
Right.
Right? Then why would I give him more money?
It was a thank you check.
And then go ahead and push him off the cliff.
Because it was a thank you check. Like, I just think the money.
Why would I give him more money?
I think the money
push
is
him off the
separate.
cliff?
I think the money is separate from this.
No, it's not. If you're a smart team doing smart business, right? Like, I don't like the fact that we extended Joel Embiid.
Right.
You can tell me they didn't have a choice. Yeah, the guy's injured.
I agree with you on this.
So I wouldn't have done that. So if I'm looking at a position at that high injury on it, right? And I'm looking at this, then why would I do that and then say we're going to accelerate this by giving him the ball, running him into the ground?
So I agree with you in principle what you're saying. Where like it didn't make a ton of sense to pay Saquon if it's a thank you check. I agree with you, which is why I'm surprised they did it. And as for next year, if they get into the season and they can't throw the ball, then yeah, you have to run it with Saquon.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, I think it's going to be hard to manage Saquon to a point where you can prolong his career while also getting the best out of him. I want to get the best out of him when I know he'll be at his best. In 2027,
What's Christian McCaffrey look like in San Francisco?
Look, there's a world where none of this matters and Saquon just isn't himself and we're not talking about it. But I think what we're discussing.
I'm trying to give myself the best chance of getting the most out of him as I can.
But I think but at least how I'm viewing this is if Saquon's playing well next year and he's himself, then I would keep feeding him the ball. If it's early on in the year and it's clear he's not himself, then yeah, that's an entirely different discussion. Christian McCaffrey, he wasn't himself. They didn't have a choice of what to do with Christian. He didn't play. If Saquon in week 1 and week 2 carries it 22 times and looks unbelievable, I'm not in week 3 being like, I have to keep him at 22 because of future years.
Sure you
I
can.
want to give Saquon the ball as much as possible when you have him at his absolute best. And I think saving him for, like, honestly, look at Joel. How many years do we talk about don't play Joel these minutes, don't play Joel these games?
Yeah.
And it didn't end up mattering really because he just, once it was over, and all these trying to prolong things didn't matter. Saquon, when you have him and have him at his best, you've got to take advantage of that.
Well, Joel is Joel, right?
Yeah.
He's the centerpiece. Sixers weren't going anywhere unless he was doing something. It's not the same thing with Saquon. That was the story for the Eagles in 2024. It wasn't the story for the Eagles in 2022. So in other words, the Eagles have reached heights of the Super Bowl without Saquon. So this idea that we can't do anything unless we give Saquon the ball all the time, that's the only way you can win, I don't buy that.
I don't either.
That was out of necessity last year, and you got enough talent offensively this year, and you got a quarterback who we all believe is one of the top quarterbacks in the league. I sit up here and yell about whenever I get a chance about him being elite.
Same.
Right. So then if I got the ability to move the ball through the air and preserve Saquon's health, that's what I'm going to do. I'm not just talking to you. I'm not just talking to the Delaware Valley. I need the people at the NovaCare
Talking to the NovaCare. The worm.
Listen.
Yeah.
Yes, I need them to listen
Reverse
down there.
worm. This is a reverse worm
Yes, I need
situation.
them to listen down there. I want Saquon here for the next 4 years.
I just think that's unrealistic.
We will continue this in like
Elliot's
1
like
minute.
choking up in
Well,
there.
he might be on the roster, but
Yeah.
this idea that he
let Jack say.
Go ahead.
Would
Talk
you be
about
a
it.
pro?
Yes, National Appliance Warehouse.
about your
learn
your
about
appliances.
It.
Oh,
Yeah.
now it's bleep me.
It's not just appliances. It's National Appliance Warehouse. Over
guy.
100 brands.
Yeah.
Price is short.
Yeah.
The price is
Automatically
short thing
outdoors-
is cool.
It is cool.
Yeah, of course
You should
it's
go
cool.
there. Do you know there's no sales tax in Delaware?
I buy a lot of stuff in Delaware.
Well,
Actually, I
you
got
should
married
buy
in
it.
Delaware.
Actually,
Yeah.
the appliances?
Yeah, National Appliance Warehouse. Yeah.
Jeez.
Moron.
Idiot. And I know.
They'll last longer than 4 years, I'll tell you that.
That's true.
Totally agree.
Yeah.
Totally agree. And they got
And it
grills.
won't cost $40 million.
Yeah, there's no well, I
Or
guess there
maybe
could be
one of
thank
those
yous.
Sub-Zero
yeah,
ones.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's all
yeah.
good. It's all
Yeah.
right. All right, here we go. Listen. The Memorial Day mega sale's been extended. Hit the breaking news sounder. That's a huge deal. We always talk about the great deals you can get in National Appliance Warehouse. The Memorial Day mega sale extended. So listen, it's time to start grilling. It's 80+ degrees outside.
Throw some veggies on the grill.
Oh, a little veggie kebab.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Come on.
No.
Little
What's that-
Impossible burger.
What's that smell
Little
like?
Impossible burger.
Yeah.
Come on.
Yeah, it doesn't smell like anything. I know Ike's going to be on the grill tonight. Listen, they carry every major grill brand there for you. The expert staff will help take care of you. And the expert staff, that's important because you walk in there, you truly feel like you're part of their family. Culture matters with our sports teams. Guess what? Matters where you buy your appliances as well. And all the prices guaranteed by Price Shore, like we mentioned earlier. And on top of all this, delivery, installation, the whole 9 yards.
By the way, delivery installation, excellent.
Huge.
Yep.
It's huge. So click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom in tax-free Wilmington and Middletown, Delaware today. And as always, tell them Fred sent you.
There we go.
I actually do need a new fridge. Our fridge doesn't have like the water thing. So I'm constantly, dude, tell me about it.
Oh, yeah, you
Tell
got
me
it.
What type of fridge you got, bro?
Yeah.
Apparently the
Hey.
oldest one in the game.
Dial it back on the clothes and get better appliances.
Yeah.
Nah, never that.
Go National Appliance.
I have to go get those huge jugs of water and carry them like I'm.
What?
You are a
What
lunatic.
they call it?
Yeah, like the thing you see in an office.
Yeah.
I said to Kristen a few days, I'm like, what am I going to be 50 jugging these? Like, we have to get a new. So maybe I'll go there.
Dude, let me. The fridge that I got, the water thing. I put the glass there.
I don't trust this.
And I say,
I don't either.
Yeah,
and
it would overflow.
It doesn't. It doesn't overflow. You just go automatic. It just fills the water up to the top, and
That's
then
crazy.
that's it. It's outrageous.
An 83-inch TV and an
Yeah.
automatic water.
Yeah,
heater.
look at this. Yeah, it's good to be
God.
spiked.
By the way,
Alright.
grow up. Faucet water is fine.
I actually agree with you on that. I drink faucet
I
water
drink
when there's
faucet
not
water
any in
every
the
day.
house.
Well, just get a filter. Get one of
On
the
the
jugs.
faucet?
No, get one of the jugs. You put the water in the
Right.
filter in the jug. In
No,
the
he's
Brita.
talking about drinking out of like the spigot
faucet.
in the
Yeah.
sink.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is you can put that water into a jug that filters the
Nah,
water.
I'm
That
not
way you're
doing all
not
that.
buying jugs of water.
No, but the nice thing about the jugs of water is, actually, I don't know what it is. I guess just
No,
Kristen
there
just wants
is
it.
no- yeah.
I guess I was
Like-
gonna say it's cold, but so is the water out of the spigot. So yeah,
Yeah, just
this
like
is purely a my wife thing. I
it's
guess.
like it's $20, man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dude,
Go get
carrying
one of
I
those
drink
things.
faucet water. Everybody else in the house is drinking bottled water.
So I do the same. When we run out, I use it, but then it's like, you know,
Yeah, you're gonna be fine.
code red whenever we're out of water. I'm like going to buy those stupid jugs.
Get her a filter. Get her the. I'll send you the link.
All right.
All right. I
This
don't know.
guy's got everything.
Well,
you know.
yeah.
Yeah, unbelievable.
What?
He's
The
a fixer.
Brita filter? I don't have a Brita filter because I have a fridge from the 21st century.
You got that little
Yeah.
soda thing too,
Yeah.
right?
I do.
Makes it
Soda
all
stream?
fizzy.
I
Yeah.
do. I have one of those as well.
Yeah.
Yep. Wife got me that.
I don't think that counts as water. Like we're talking about hydrating yourself. I don't think that.
You don't think water with bubbles hydrates you?
Nope.
Okay.
It doesn't feel as hydrating.
Like if we're saying
Yeah.
who drinks more water, me or you,
It
I don't
doesn't.
think I don't think the Soda Stream water should like that is drinking water. Like that's water.
Okay. So
when you do the little thing with the fizzes, like that to me is not the same.
So real quick, you have a 16-ounce thing of water. I have a 16-ounce thing of water that I put fizz in. Nothing else. You are more hydrated than I am.
I personally think so.
Okay. All
It's
right.
like the book
It
thing.
is what it is, man.
It's like when you read
It's
when you
not
listen
like the
to a
book thing,
book,
though.
you're not reading it. Like it's just there's a difference.
So what is in my bottle aside from water?
Honestly, kind of soda.
Well, but there's no other ingredients.
No, I know, but it like I don't think LaCroix counts as water either.
Well, that's water with bubbles in it.
That's what I'm saying.
No, but that also has extra flavors or whatever. In
That's
it.
fair.
Yeah, this does not have extra
Flavor
flavors.
water count as bottled water? Like
See,
the stuff like the powder you pour in water?
Well,
now
it's
that's
still
different.
water.
Yeah, because
It's
that's
still water.
that's
Yeah.
hydrating though.
Okay.
At least if we're talking about the same thing.
Oh my God, I didn't even get the whole Eagles thing.
Nah, go ahead. Get it in.
Well, all right.
All right.
Okay. So Eagles,
Everyday Eagles.
everyday Eagles. This is everyday Eagles. How many days are we?
Everyday Eagles.
93 days till opening
That
kickoff.
sounds about
93,
right.
94.
All right.
Tim Jurgens, 93.
So Eagles 31st in, this is per Bill Barnwell.
Yeah, I knew you were going to say this.
31st in spending on defense.
Yep.
In the NFL. They're spending $30 million more this year than any team in the NFL on offense. So I look at this. And then everyone is telling me, everyone is telling me, well, the reason the defense is like this is because they have to pay the defensive players next year. But when they pay the defensive players next year, it's not like they're just going to spend more and more money. So they're going to have to lose some of the offensive players that they have. Then I look and I see that the NFL is talking about changing the salary cap rules to make it harder on the Eagles. They should be going for it this year instead of getting cash off the ledger so they can spend more money next year. There's no reason to believe the Eagles will be more talented next year. There's only reason to believe they'll be less talented when they have to pay Jalen Carter and they have to pay other players on defense. So, like, their plan confuses me. If I was the Eagles and I saw this enormous advantage I have, enormous advantage being this cap situation could go away in a couple of years, I would spend cash now. They just spent $10 million on nothing to watch Bryce Huff walk out the door. That's $10 million on nothing.
Cap space.
No, cash. They're paying him $9.5 million in cash.
But they're paying him less than they. But
yes,
okay, right.
Yeah, less than they would in cash.
But all right, so here's where I disagree with you. I do not think they are going to lose offensive players next year when they pay all these defensive guys.
Why?
Because they're going to have like $40 million in cap space, right? So,
but you've told me it's about cash,
right,
not about
But
cap.
they're saving the cash, so they have the. They're not going to like trade AJ or Devontae or any of their offensive linemen. They just gave Saquon a thank you check. Who are they even getting rid of on offense that you think might go? Goddard. Yeah. Agreed. Goddard will go.
One of the receivers.
Yeah,
You think one of the? No, I don't see one of the receivers.
But that's the whole reason they're planning ahead.
Yeah.
But they're not planning ahead.
They are. With the whole offseason, all we've heard is they're saving cash for next offseason.
So you're saying they cash that they're saving this year, they're just going to spend next year.
Yeah, that seems to be my understanding of it. I just don't see why you think they're going to lose players.
Well, because
they're all under contract.
This is the amount of money they're going to spend.
You're saying they can't pay everybody.
They can't pay everybody. But there's no way.
I think
the
that's
only
why
way that you can spend $30 million more than everybody else on offense is because on defense you're spending 31st in the league. There's only one team spending less on defense. Next year, when they pay Jalen Carter, by the way, when you have to pay Jordan Davis $13 million for some insane reason, a guy you didn't even play last year.
So you're going to wind up giving him a new deal just so the cap hit is smaller, right?
Well,
yeah, there's a lot of guys I'll have to pay. I agree with you.
It seems like the levy's going to have to break somewhere, and like this would be the year where you would go for it. They have advantages this year they wouldn't have had. That is a Jalen Carter that you're not paying, a Quinyon Mitchell that you're not paying. I don't know if they're going to pay Reed Blankenship, probably not. But
I agree with the
Nolan
premise.
Smith.
I agree with the premise of your point. Like when you have, it's not too dissimilar to the rookie quarterback like thing, right? When you have a rookie quarterback, you go all in because you're not paying him a lot. I just think they are going to be able to keep everybody they want of importance next year. So I don't view it as, well, next year you're going to lose a lot of talent on offense. You'll lose Goddard, who's a loss, but that's not AJ, Devontae, the offensive line, Jalen. So I think they will have the 85% of their key offensive players when they pay the defensive guys as well. So you're right, like why not go all in? But I think part of that is so that they can keep all the guys next year while also keeping the offensive guys.
We'll see. It's not that I think it's 100%, but I would say there's a 50% chance one of those receivers is not on the team next year.
And what if you got to give Jalen a new contract at the next
There's that too.
I don't completely disagree with you about the receiver thing, just because it feels like the AJ thing has been coming to a head a little bit, and maybe that. But I think the reason they are saving all this money is for next year.
Well, then, if they get rid of AJ, then they're not saving it all for next year.
No, I'm saying
we're gonna get rid of AJ and we're gonna run.
The problem you're worried about. It seems like they are planning for that. That's what I'm saying.
I do not believe in a reality where they're saving cash this year and using that cash next year.
Okay, well that's your skepticism,
Yeah.
and I'm not even completely disagreeing with you.
Yeah,
but the messaging seems to be, and they could be wrong, lying, whatever. Like,
no, you're just reading it wrong. You're interpreting the message wrong.
But
that's right, Worm.
No, but like I just think the idea that they would get rid of AJ for money.
We're not. No, that's what I'm saying. They're not doing that.
But then what's he worried about?
Well,
like,
they just got rid of 5 players for money.
No, but they were
They're
free
not
agents.
A.J. Brown,
they
though.
were free agents also. That's different. These guys are. I just like, who are you worried they're going to lose? And he's saying AJ. He's saying
I'm
a receiver.
saying one of those two guys.
Well, it's not going to be Devontae.
Okay, well,
Let's
I'm
be
just
real.
saying.
Yeah, so
I'm just saying one of those two guys.
And I don't think they're going to.
What about Jahan?
Yeah, well, Jahan.
Yeah, you got to pay Jahan.
Hey, Jahan's looked good in the 2 practices I've seen. That number 2 looks good on him.
Yeah, he stole Slay's number.
Oh, is he wearing number 2?
Oh, by the way, I actually got to run something by you. I think Jalix Hunt should switch to number 0.
No.
I know.
way.
I knew you wouldn't like it.
No
I knew
way.
you wouldn't like it.
No
I know,
way.
but I think he is the perfect number 0 guy. Him and Nolan. Nolan's 3. He's 0. They're like a duo.
Wasn't Bryce Huff 0?
Yeah.
Yes.
Then why do you want
That's
him to
a
wear
cursed
0?
number.
0's a cool number.
0's an ass number.
No, it's
I'm
not.
worried about you. You and your love for Bryce Huff, dudes.
Oh,
Stop
yeah.
it. We're not honoring Bryce Huff around here,
Well,
man.
I said yes. Bryce Huff is going to have at least 10 sacks.
I almost made a bet with Ruben Frank, that Bryce will have more sacks than Nolan Smith next year.
I think it should be. I think he should be the favorite.
Yeah,
well,
no, I
there's
agree,
Robert Saleh traded for him. Robert Saleh knows what to do with him.
By the way,
that guy can't play football.
By
man.
the way, they gave up more than I think everybody thought. A fifth that could be a fourth. Did anybody think they could get a fourth for Bryce Huff?
Oh, great. $10 million for a
Who
fifth
gave
round
up?
pick.
You mean the 49ers?
The Niners.
Yeah.
But the point I'm making is there was clearly interest in Bryce Huff around the league.
Or they're clearly desperate for edge rushers.
But if they were desperate and they knew that now maybe they don't know other teams are interested, but that was just more than I thought they would get.
All right. Elliott Shore Parks, the
Fun
Go
times.
Birds pod, going strong right now.
Every day.
Go Birds Daily every
I'm
day.
at like 8 straight months of every day or something.
What do wow.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, can you believe it?
Yeah.
What,
Working, yeah.
Yeah, what do people have? What do they have coming tomorrow? What you saw today?
Yeah, well, I got all the training camp stats in the pod.
Okay.
Receiving, tight ends, running back, quarterbacks.
Looks good.
Your
can
boy
get
looked good today, too.
Who's my boy? Oh,
Jalen, no, Kyle McCord.
Oh, Kyle McCord. Oh, yeah, I didn't even get a chance to ask you about
Yeah,
Kyle
he throws
McCord.
a nice ball.
All right, well, I know he does.
Yeah.
You watch the YouTube. All right, you can get
Nice
the
shirt.
You can get
Thank you.
Nice shirt over there.
Got the glasses to
nice
match,
shirt,
too.
man. Looks good.
Yeah.
Looks good.
Well, maybe trade that in for a fridge.
Yeah,
ready.
seriously.
Yeah.
Ooh, look at that.
Pretty good, right?
Yeah, it's pretty good.
What's the YouTube chat saying right
Yeah.
now? Yeah.
Looks pretty good. It's a
Of
nice
course
shirt,
it looks
man.
good.
All right. This is the WIP afternoon show.
Hold
Like,
on.
well, what's that?
I gotta find my read.
Oh, coming up next, by the way, the Mount Rushmore of things I noticed at Disney World. This is the WIP afternoon show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz.
Now at Verizon, they're locking in low prices for 3 years, guaranteed on my plan. And you can get a single line for just $45 per month when you switch and bring in your phone. Now that's their best price ever on unlimited welcome with auto pay plus taxes and fees. Guaranteed for 3 years because at Verizon, they got you. Visit your local Verizon store today. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms and conditions apply.
Summer adventure awaits at Dick's House of Sport. Visit us all season to score the hottest outdoor essentials. Join our summer camps, climb the rock wall, host a birthday party, and more. Plus, test your skills or schedule a fitting in our golf simulators and multi-sport cage, while fine-tuning your equipment with repairs, re-gripping, customization, and more expert services. And while you're here, shop trending styles from top brands you love, like Chubbies, Kalia, New Balance, Birkenstock, and FP Movement. Sport happens here at Dick's House of Sport.
Breaking news, and this one is almost unbelievable.
Yeah, it's all about new customers.
It's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply. Available in app only.
Nothing's worse than stepping into a hot shower and hot it's not. Over time, sediment builds up in your water heater, making it work harder, driving up energy costs, even affecting your water quality. For just $49, Christian Home Services will flush your water heater, inspect your plumbing, and test your water quality. That means cleaner water, proper flow, and reliable hot showers, all helping to prevent expensive breakdowns. Call Christian Home Services today at 267-957-1989 or visit ChristianHomeservices.com.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included, for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
Another checkup? Why are so many people getting new puppies?
Dr. Kim's veterinary office is littered with cuteness.
We are booked solid for weeks, but who can say no to a puppy, right? Oh, who's your good boy? Oh, who's your? Oh,
She needs to find extra vet techs to get those pups some extra love.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, candidates can find it easier, so you can hire easier. Redeem your $75 credit at Indeed.com/credit. Terms and conditions apply.
Shopping with your parents can be embarrassing.
Why would they sell jeans with holes in them? I'm going to speak to the manager.
Mom!
That hoodie is giving. You should get it. YOLO.
Thanks to the Chase mobile app, your kid can shop independently while you keep an eye on their spending. So you can go from
We can be twinsies.
to
How was shopping? Saw you stayed on budget.
thanks, Mom. Freedom for kids, control for parents. That's family banking from Chase.
Account subject to approval. Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. member FDIC.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Right now, get a $15 gift card after rebate with the purchase of select AC Pro refrigerant products at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts. This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
I'm Bill Ryder with an Odyssey Sports Minute. With the latest bad news out of Detroit, that Frank Ragnow, their incredible center, has decided to walk away from the game, the fact is that Dan Campbell is in a make-or-break season. One of the most difficult schedules in the NFL. Offensive coordinator gone. Defensive coordinator gone. And that propensity to make mistakes, to go for it on fourth down when he shouldn't, looming over him. This is the year we'll find out if Campbell is a genius or a flash in the pan. I'm Bill Ryder.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey Sports Station. This is the afternoon show. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
It is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz on your radio at 94.1 and the free Odyssey app, and also streaming live on YouTube. Hi, YouTube folks. How you doing? I'm sure you're saying everything nice right now. Phil's baseball back on WIP tonight. 7:07 first pitch against the Toronto Blue Jays. Jackie Baseball has leading off tonight.
Oh,
no?
yeah.
Ah, there we go.
Come on, man.
There we go. And Sky Dome. Do they still call it Sky Dome or no?
No, I think so. Isn't it the Rogers Center?
Oh, is it? Yeah, that is what it's called. Yeah,
The Rogers, but it's center with an RE at the end.
Yes, because they're like French or whatever.
Centra.
Yeah, Centra. Yeah.
Sure.
The Mount Rushmore coming up of things I noticed in Disney World. We're talking about Saquon, whether they should use them the same way last year as they do, same way next year as they did last year. Ike says no. Got to stretch them out.
Yeah. 20 touches or less.
20 touches or less. I say nice plan. No way it's going to happen.
Last year was 24 touches.
And that includes, I would love to know.
It was probably more
after the bye.
Week 4, yes.
After the bye. 215-592-9494. Phil in Center City, you're on WIP.
Hey, Frank, what's going on?
What's up, Phil? Say hi to everybody, though.
Hey, everybody.
Okay. Well, that's good enough. This is what we're going to get out of him. All right.
Hey, I think it's a great problem we have. We have great players that we're talking about limiting their touches or not. I don't think they should limit Saquon's touches at all. I think this is related to why Jalen Hurts is a great quarterback. I think in the NFL right now, you have to have all three phases going well to be productive in any of them. And I think they just need to go with Saquon. Their offensive line is better at run blocking than pass blocking. They need to establish this early. They want to lead the league in rushing. Saquon wants to set the record again, or at least be up there. And I think it's the best thing for the team.
Now we're going back-to-back 2,000 yards.
Yes. Yeah. Well, you know what? Let me tell you this. He goes back-to-back 2,000 yards. He's in the Hall of Fame.
Oh, yes, he would be.
Yeah.
Exactly. Also, I think he'd rather do that than play till he's 38 or something. I don't know.
38?
Who cares about that?
38? How about just 3 more years?
How about 31? Yeah.
Well, I know. I just feel like this conversation with stars, Embiid's a whole different conversation.
Yes, I agree.
I disagree, Phil. I disagree. To this degree.
I don't think you ever have to make that choice. I hope
sure you do.
40 touches when the game's out of hand, but he's playing in the NFL. He wants to run. I think let him run.
Now it's funny when I said when he wanted to run last year, everybody wanted to preserve him for the Super Bowl in the postseason. When he wanted to run, to break the record, he wanted to break the record last year. They wouldn't let him break it.
Right. But I mean, the one thing though, when the playoff seeding isn't in question anymore, it's easy to make the argument for him not to do it in that scenario.
Right.
But I don't think to go into the season with that mindset really helps any phase of the Eagles' game.
Okay. Well, I mean, I disagree. I think teams would be smarter if they did it. A, you just won the Super Bowl, so you don't have to coach in desperation. You can actually be smart. B, this is a talented enough offense that you don't have to run Saquon into the ground.
Right. I hear that, Mike. I think that makes sense. I think maybe what we're all unsure about is it never feels like our coaches and Jalen and the offense are on the same page. I think more than watching the touches, we just want to feel like there's some good cohesion between them this year. To me, that's what was more bothersome about Saquon's touches last year. Is it wasn't always clear exactly what they were trying to do. That's how I felt anyways. So I'm with you, but maybe we're saying it different ways.
All right, Phil. Thank you for the call, brother. Yeah, I haven't talked about it a lot since it happened. The change in offensive coordinator is pretty interesting with all of this as well, in that, what's his name last year? Kellen Moore. Kellen Moore certainly
had so many coordinators. So I couldn't think of who it was.
Kellen Moore certainly didn't come into this last season thinking. We saw the first 4 games of the year what he wanted to do, and then they adjusted on the fly. I hope, based on his comment about cohesion, I don't know about that. I do hope that Jalen and Kevin Patullo are on the same page. That's what I hope. I hope they both want the same thing, because I think it has a better chance of happening if they both see things the same way. If their vision for how this offense is going to run. Now, Jalen's a player, he's not the coach, but he did win a Super Bowl and he's a quarterback. And if they're not doing something that he's comfortable with, I think we actually see what maybe we saw to an extent the first 4 games of last year.
Right.
So
taking care of the ball, he has to be able to take care of the ball. Now, I could sit here and say, this is a theory I'd like to see put into action, but they go to try to put it into action and it doesn't result in winning. You throw that theory out the window.
Yeah, they're just going to have to do what they.
So I do understand that, and then that's where a lot of us, including myself, because I'm on the opposite end of this thing this year. Whereas if we remember last year, I was in favor of moving to the running game.
Yep.
So I was okay with it. But this year, Jalen, we got to throw the ball, man. We got to move the ball to me in chunks down the field through the air. I understand what Saquon is capable of doing. What I'm saying is, if it's like this, if I know a runner only has so many carries in him, I want to try to spread those carries out. versus use them all up
over these next 2 years.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right? If I get through week 6, week 7, and I've run Saquon on the ground and we're sitting at 5-2, and that next thing you know he gets banged up, then what?
I'm with you. I just think they're going to end up doing it anyway,
Yeah.
but I'm with you. All right, Mount Rushmore time. Let's do it.
It's the WIP Afternoon Show's Mount Rushmore Week.
Nope. Absolutely not Mount Rushmore week. Jack having quite a day back there. You want to try it again?
Yeah, what's going on, kid?
Yeah. You all right over there? You want to talk about it?
No, I don't want to talk about it.
It's definitely not Mount Rushmore week.
No, it's not Mount Rushmore.
But this is Mount Rushmore.
That's a nice music bed, though.
Yeah. The Mount Rushmore of things I noticed at Disney World. My wife and I went to Disney World last weekend.
Yeah.
It's the first time I had been there since I think I was 8. My wife went, which
That's been a while.
Yeah, been a while.
40 years.
My wife went when she was 16, she said, with her parents and her brother and her boyfriend at the time. So I spent
what a loser that guy
well, I
was,
spent
right?
the entire time looking at Disney World for him. Kick his ass. Don't you touch my wife, you piece of crap. All right, here are the 4 things I noticed while at Disney World. Number 4, too many matching T-shirts. Dude, so many. I get
like
it.
the group, like
yes.
yeah.
Too many matching T-shirts.
Family T-shirts.
Oh yeah, you know,
yeah.
the Drew's first trip to Disney World. Everybody's got the T-shirt. What do you want? You want me to give you a gold star? Like, come on.
Drew's first trip to Disney World.
Yeah.
They really are doing that out there.
Oh yeah. Everyone, you know the
themed T-shirts.
Oh, the Collins family goes to Orlando. Get out of here. I don't care. Get out of my way. It's too crowded in here. I don't need you and your too many people all wearing the same T-shirt.
T-shirts.
Yeah.
I guess that's how you pick people out of the audience, out of the crowd.
I have no idea. I don't know what the point is, you know. Oh, you want me to say something cool to you? Oh, who's that? This is your first trip? I don't care. All right, number 3. Things I noticed while I was at Disney World. Where is everyone getting all this money? Where is everyone getting all this money?
Country's in a damn recession.
Dude, we were 2 people. And I didn't have to buy, like, I didn't have a kid there.
Right, you're not paying for kids.
Yeah, I'd have to buy this and that. Oh,
Right.
I want this Mickey thing or that
Right.
Mickey thing or this Lilo thing or this Stitch thing. I see family of 6 people, and you people are going every year?
Well,
dude, it is.
Some people love Disney World.
It's just like, where's the money coming from?
I know.
I wouldn't be able to do that every year.
And they're waiting in the normal lines.
Yes, well, that's the other thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They
So,
hadn't even got to that yet.
yeah. The number 2 thing I realized of the Mount Rushmore of things I realized at Disney World, waiting in line is for suckers. Now, if I could tell you to invest in anything when you go to the Magic Kingdom or whatever you go to, pay the extra money for the pass that lets you skip the line.
Fast pass.
Yeah, the lightning lane
it's
is what
called
they call
lightning
it.
lane?
Oh, dude.
Okay.
So we walk up to Tron, and there's a thing that says 75 minutes wait.
Yeah.
We go in the other line. I walk by all those suckers, go right to the front. It's just like, if you don't pay for, I can understand, it was expensive, the extra pass.
Yeah.
But what do you want to do? You've already spent all this money to go down there. Do you want to spend the whole day at Magic Kingdom waiting in 3 lines? Or
Yeah, because you're waiting an hour and a half and almost each line, hour and 15 minutes.
to go on one ride?
Yeah, to go on one ride.
Absolutely not.
By the way, the ride is what, 2 minutes long?
If that, yes.
Yeah.
If that.
Yeah, I don't know the point. I mean, that sounds like a waste of everyone's time.
Yeah, like, look, they get you for everything when you're down there.
Yeah.
But
stick up.
Yeah, that's the thing I'm saying is, keep the $40 of mug money in your wallet, and when they ask you for mug money, to go to the front of the line, do it. And the number one thing, and this is really not specifically about Disney World, it was about this trip, is that guys with tons of tattoos look like trash. And I looked at my wife, because I saw a ton, because, tattoos when I was growing up, there were not tons of people with tattoos. But now, every
has
third person looks like me. And I...
You think you got a little too out of control with tattoos?
Well, I would walk by some guy, and he'd, be all tatted up like me, and I'd be like, oh, that guy looks terrible. And eventually, I said to Val, I go, I see everybody with all these tattoos. They look terrible. I said, I'm sorry. I said, if I look like that,
Right.
and she was like, nah, I like the way you look. I was like, that wasn't convincing.
She's accepted it.
Yeah. It's like when I look in the mirror, I see one thing.
Right.
But then I see it on somebody else.
Imagine what they're saying about you.
Yes.
Then
They're
you
saying
don't want that.
yeah,
Oh, yeah, they're probably saying the same thing.
Yeah, what's this-
especially the older guys.
yes. What's this trash guy doing here? He doesn't even have a kid here. You know, what's he even doing? So that was the other thing.
Did you go, I don't know, did you have the tank top on?
No,
you got
no.
all your tats out?
No, I didn't do Suns Out Guns out there. Yeah, I wore a t-shirt.
You didn't go cargo and tank top?
I did go cargo.
Okay.
If I'm gonna be, it's gonna be 90 degrees and be walking around for 6 hours. I'm going cargo.
Yeah.
I don't know how you do Disney like in the middle of the summer.
Oh,
I mean, that seems
when it's July or August or something. My other piece of advice is if you stay at a Disney hotel, you can go to the places a half hour earlier, 8:30 rather than 9. Get there when it opens because by 1 o'clock.
Park, you mean?
Yes.
Yes.
By 1 o'clock, it's
packed.
Madness in there.
Forget about eating breakfast early in the morning. Just go to the park.
Go to the park. Go to the park. Pack a Cliff Bar or something.
Yeah.
So that was everything I noticed, or the Mount Rushmore
Oh,
things I
man.
noticed.
That sounds like an adventure, brother.
It was an adventure.
Sounds like an
It was a
adventure.
good time though. We had a good time.
I got to admit, kids are older.
Yeah.
They've gone to Disney World.
Yep.
They've even gone to Disney World with their school, like the high school senior trip. They've
Yep.
done that. Next time they go to Disney World, they'll be taking their own families.
Oh, you're not.
I got no interest in going to Disney World. So they're old enough now they could do things without me. Yeah,
Go if you want to
Yeah,
go.
go ahead and go if you want to go with your friends.
The one thing.
Be careful.
The one thing that seemed adult focused.
Yeah.
Is at Epcot Center. They have this one thing where like you walk around the circle and it's like a different country.
Okay.
And adults do this thing called drinking around the world, where you get a different drink in every little country that you're in, and they have booze at every
That's the only
country.
thing the adults can do.
Yes.
That's all they can do.
To forget about the fact
Yes.
that what they just spent.
You better believe all the husbands are in there like, this son of a...
Yeah.
Looking at the credit card bill.
Yeah. You just got to forget about it once you're
Yeah,
down
you
there.
just got to forget about it, man.
Just
You know?
tap.
Yeah.
Just tap. Tap it, tap it, tap it. It's not real money. It's not real money. Tap it,
And
tap
like
it.
you
tap it.
said, you imagine going with a family of 4
No.
or 6.
No. God bless the people that do that every year. Like
That's not even including the flights.
No, yeah. Dude, I added it up at the end. Because a friend of mine, he was like, well, how much did that cost you? I added it up.
Pretty penny. It's a pretty penny.
It's, you know, it's more than a week down the shore.
You don't want to say.
No.
No. On top of your 83-inch TV and your fancy
All right,
fridge,
we
I
don't
mean,
need to do that.
It's pretty unbelievable. And a brand new house.
All right.
Hey, this guy's doing.
Yeah.
He had a pretty good year this year.
Well,
man.
dude,
You're doing pretty good,
All right.
brother.
Jack just got a new car.
Yeah. I know.
Electric one too. By the way.
Oh, yeah.
Look at him.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Look at me. And I can't even play the right freaking things.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
You're not even good at this. 215-592-9494. Jeff in Allentown, you're on WIP. What's up, Jeff?
Hey guys, how y'all doing today?
What's up, Jeff?
What up, Jeff?
Hey, I want to say I think Ike's totally right on that point of view, because the other part is that, you know, all the other teams are going to be gaming for Saquon to run basically like he ran last year, and so it'd be a perfect reaction or a kind of preemptive move to have Jalen be the quarterback, the elite quarterback that everybody keeps arguing about. It'd be nice to have him step up and be that person.
Can I ask you something, Jeff? Do you think, I say by like week 9 last year, that it was clear to the other teams what the Eagles were doing?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. And they didn't do that then. Like, I hope you're right. I do. I hope it's better for everybody. I'll be wrong. It's better for everybody if Jalen figured something out in the championship game and the Super Bowl, unlocked it, becomes the quarterback everybody's talking about, so on and so forth. But like, I don't know. It's only going to take a couple. If your touches are down lower for Saquon, it's only going to take a couple of weeks for the other teams to notice that he's not carrying the ball as much. I mean, it's like it's not all year that they're going to be sitting around waiting for week 7 from last year to happen. So I think it's a good plan. I just don't think it's likely to happen. Yeah, I think what's more likely to happen is coaches are coaching to win that football game that day, and they're going to look on the sideline and see that guy, and the amount of discipline it takes to like to do that. I remember Saquon's not Joel. We know that.
Mm-hmm.
But every time the beginning of every year where he would actually be healthy, and I would look 20 games into the year, and he'd be first in centers and minutes. Joel be averaging 36 and a half.
Yep.
And I'd say to myself, well, what the hell are they doing? And what the hell they're doing is in each game, the coach is looking and they're going, I got to win this game. You know what I mean? I'm not going to win this game if I'm. So it really does come down to Jalen. Like it comes down to Jalen, Petullo, Nick Sirianni. Yep. Because they got the tools.
It does.
Yeah.
And I think the Eagles would go in, Jeff, with sort of, if they can do this, they would love to be able to win this sort of way where you don't wear down Saquon Barkley. But Spike's right. I mean, if the rest of the offense isn't working, they're gonna do what they feel like they do best, which is turn around and hand the ball to 26.
There's two ways to think about it. It used to be that it's almost like the way the Steelers and the Raiders used to operate back in the 70s and 80s. It was almost like, this is our team. You know what we're going to do. We dare you to stop us.
Yeah.
And now, we're living in a different era now, and it's more like, we kind of know that you're going to be looking at us, so we're going to scheme it out a little bit differently. I've got a question for you about Disney World as well.
Okay.
All right.
Did you notice that the things that you experienced when you were younger are not there anymore, and what did that feel like?
I was so young when I went that I barely remember it.
Mm-hmm.
I was like probably 8 years old. The only thing I remember from being a child at Disney World is Space Mountain. Okay. And let me tell you, I was just as scared as a 48-year-old on Space Mountain as I was as an 8-year-old. So I actually, as I've told the guys before, I have very few memories from before 30. Like I don't remember anything. So I don't remember it. I wish I remembered it better than I remember it now.
All I remember from Space Mountain as a kid was we're in that humongous line, and someone's coming off, and they're checking their glasses because, like, they got smashed up or something, and it's like, okay, do we want to ride this? Or do we not want to ride?
Right, yeah.
So Space Mountain is a roller coaster.
Yeah, but in the dark. So,
dark.
Yeah, thank you for the call, Jeff. Okay. Yeah, so it's inside. It's so you can't see when it's going to drop or when it's going to turn.
Oh, Lord.
Oh, yeah.
Sounds awful.
Yeah. Well,
oh, Lord.
Last thing.
I didn't get on Space Mountain then.
There's one ride at Epcot Center. I can't remember if it's called like Space Mission or Project Earth or whatever the hell it's called. And there's two options. You're flying a spaceship. That's what it makes it feel like. Mm-hmm. There's the green option, which is the less intense option. And then there's the orange option, which tells you it's like G-forces up to like 2.5. You feel weightlessness. And they're like, if you have any form of motion sickness, don't go on it. They're like, even people who don't experience motion sickness come off throwing up off this ride.
Oh, no.
We did the green instead of the orange, but I just thought to myself, what a coward.
You felt soft, yeah.
I did.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I didn't want to ruin dinner by like being sick the rest of the day. But I felt like a coward. I feel like if we go back, I got to go in the orange. I have to go on the one that makes me sick.
There's a time to be brave.
Yes.
And there are times you don't need to be brave.
And that is not.
Yeah, that's not really a time you have to be brave.
Now, when you were 8, was that a comp trip or was that was real?
What do you mean?
When you were 8?
Did you go there free?
Yeah, like was that a comp?
Do you mean did I pay for it as an 8-year-old?
I know you when you went to Atlantic City, you could get
I don't think my dad got Disney World for free. My dad works for Disney my brother works for Disney right now.
And he didn't help you at all.
It got me nothing. A small discount on the hotel.
Anything past your dad.
Oh yeah, I'm sure he could have. I'm sure he could have known a guy. I'm sure he could have known a guy.
He definitely knew somebody.
Yes. He was like, yeah, don't walk in that line. Walk on the side. There'll be a guy waiting for you there.
Dude, they still do the parade thing at the end of the night. Don't they do that at
I don't know. They did
Magic
fireworks.
Kingdom?
They did fireworks at the end of the night.
Right,
Magic Kingdom.
Okay, yeah, okay. They don't do like the little Mickey Mouse parade?
Oh, dude, now if you want to meet one of like the characters, you have to get in a queue and get in line to get in pictures.
Really?
Yeah. Okay, the last thing.
Oh, wow.
Because now I feel horrible.
Now they've gotten big time?
Yeah, it seems like it, yeah.
Sad. So I see like an 11-year-old girl getting a picture with Belle. Is Belle from Beauty and the Beast? I think Belle is from Beauty and the Beast. And they have a real-life Belle there. And the girl's looking up at her, like almost crying because she's meeting Belle. I just want to walk over and be like, I don't know, you're 11. You know Belle's not real, right? And I said to Val, I go, I got to go tell that girl.
No.
And she's like, no, you don't. And I said, I am going to help her life. I will hurt this moment. You could be okay taking a picture with Belle, but she's got to know. Not only is that not the real Belle, there is no real Belle. I did.
You're that guy. Get him out of the park. Get him out of here.
Yeah. She was like, you do have too many tattoos. You look like trash. The High Hopes Jackie Baseball Report is next. This is the WIP Afternoon
Hold
Show
up.
with Ike and Spike.
I always lose the read.
And,
All right,
of course, Fritz.
Hey, baseball fans. I know you love the long ball, and FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is giving you even more reasons to love home runs every Tuesday during the MLB season. Because with Dinger Tuesdays, all FanDuel customers get a home run profit boost. Now, that means when you bet on moonshots, you can take your winnings to new heights. So whether it's a big blast or an oppo boppo, FanDuel is your home for betting home runs. Just visit FanDuel.com/Ike and gear up to go yard all season long. That's FanDuel.com/Ike to claim your Dinger Tuesday profit boost. Make every moment more with FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, official sports betting partner of Major League Baseball. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
The Phillies head to the Great White North to battle the Blue Jays. Tonight, leading off starts at 6. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. The first pitch is at 7:07. Then stick around for the final out on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
And it's a 2-run home run for Brandon Marsh.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Are you ready to bet Spencer Strider? I am. I'm Sammy Peep, here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM network. Eventually, the Braves are going to turn this thing around, and the prices are still down in the market. Atlanta minus 145 at BetMGM, and they give the ball to their best pitcher. They're at home against Arizona. I'm going to lay the wood and go Braves minus 150. I'm Sammy P from the BetMGM network. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today, and please gamble responsibly.
Not available in all states. Rates vary. Building a financial safety net for your family can be tough. But with term life insurance through Ethos, you can have peace of mind that they can pay the mortgage and other bills if something happens to you. With coverage in as little as 10 minutes, all online, Ethos finds your best rate across our multiple trusted carriers. Some policies as low as $1 a day billed monthly. And even in uncertain times, your term life insurance rates and payout don't change. Get a free quote at ethos.com/win. That's ethos.com/win.
Rain, make it, rain girl, make it. Hey, Prime members, Grubhub and Amazon have just the thing to help you save. You can get $0 delivery fees on eligible Grubhub orders. Visit Amazon.com/Grubhub to start saving. Terms and additional fees apply.
Comcast Business is celebrating Small Business Month by giving you a $1,000 small business bonus when you switch to a qualifying gig speed package from the company with over 99.99% network reliability. Just imagine the thousands of possibilities of a $1,000 prepaid card. Like possibility number 1, company merch for staff. Styling. Or possibility number 24, the latest software. Upgrade. Or possibility number 192, new equipment powered by gig speeds. Or possibility number 555, a 3D printer. Rapid prototyping, anyone? Switch to Comcast Business for over 99.99% network reliability, advanced cybersecurity, and now get started with a $1,000 small business bonus. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
In 6/22/25, new customers only with 2-year agreement. Other restrictions apply.
Legend has it, underneath the NJM insurance offices lies a mysterious room of long-forgotten, moldy mascot memorabilia. Often pitched by ad agencies, always rejected by NJM. Is it real? We may never know. But what is real is NJM's dedication to doing what's right for their customers. Astoundingly, they're proud to put policyholders first. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. Learn more at njm.com.
Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
It's our famous amateur night this Wednesday at Creekside Cabaret. Creekside Cabaret, where girls strut their stuff in the buff for a $500 grand prize. Creekside Cabaret, 3225 Advance Lane, Hatfield. Amateur night this Wednesday at Creekside. Creekside Cabaret. CrickSideCabaret.com.
From executive producer Curtis 50 Cent Jackson.
All right, everybody listen up. We starting our own label.
The Hit Stars original series BMF returns.
The music game could put us up on Connects.
Welcome to the 1995 Social War. This is how we do it.
Don't miss the explosive return of BMF.
I'm calling the shots now. I'm the face of this organization. You always gonna be in my shadow.
Season premiere Friday, June 6th. Only on Stars and the Stars app.
Going up. Prices keep going up these days. It feels like being on an elevator that only goes up. Going up. But not at Metro. We're pushing the down button. Going down. We've lowered prices. Get one line of 5G data for $40. Period. That's 20% lower. And you get a free Samsung 5G phone when you bring your number. Only at Metro.
5-year guarantee on eligible plans. Exclusions apply. See website for details. Not available if at Metro with T-Mobile in the past 6 months. Tax applies.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy, pretty much hands off. They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-392-7955. 800-392-7955. 800-392-7955.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey sports station. This is the afternoon show. Brought to you by Guida Door and Window. Call 1-877-GO-GUIDA or visit GoGuida.com. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
It is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. Twitter question brought to you by Mark's Jewelers for the best selection of diamonds to fit every budget. Visit the home team at Mark's. Experience the difference at marks-jewelers.com. Couple of new questions up there. Is seltzer water as hydrating as a regular glass of water?
I don't even know what's
Slow news day?
Yeah.
Well, all
that
right.
might be one I would have said. What is this?
Okay.
Slow news day?
So 78.1% say no.
It's not as hydrating.
Okay. Let me explain to you, to Elliot, to you listening, to the morons voting on this poll. It is 100% as hydrating as a regular glass of water. The only thing that's in there is little air bubbles.
It doesn't feel the same though. Like a nice ice cold glass of water, hydrating. Seltzer water,
maybe feel
not that hydrating.
It's as hydrating though, in a real way. No, in a real way,
can
it
take
is.
some of the hydration.
Nope.
Hydrogen.
No.
Out.
No.
Bubbles.
Go there.
See ya.
They don't. It's the same amount of hydration.
It doesn't feel the same though.
What? It is. It is. All right, let's do it.
I'm glad I don't know the difference because I don't drink seltzer water, so I don't know.
It's just got bubbles in it.
Yeah.
It's the same amount of water.
But if you drink a lot of both, it doesn't feel the same.
You should be hydrated.
You are. I'm just as hydrated as Elliot. I won a contest. All right, let's get into our baseball team here.
It's time for the High Hopes Jackie Baseball Report. Here's Jackie Baseball.
Nailed that open.
Yeah, well, you got yours right.
Yeah, got that one right.
Yeah, you got that one right.
We're eating up right on time. So Bryce is back in the lineup tonight.
Woo, there we go.
Officially. So he's batting third now.
Are you worried? Oh, go ahead. You go ahead.
What's the concern level of a little bit of a rushing back here by Bryce?
Stop it. Are you kidding me? He couldn't get back fast enough, far as I'm concerned. You watched
but
the team?
I know, but he's done this in the past too, where he's rushed back from the injuries, and it feels like I don't think this is a normal hit by pitch. I'll put it that way.
What is up with you this year and the baby and the Bryce?
It's not the baby and the Bryce. We'll see if he's over the Super Bowl. We'll break that down eventually. But I don't need him coming back if he's not 100%, changing his swing, and then he gets out of
lost 4 straight games.
Well, you know whose fault this is?
It's June.
You know whose fault this is? It's the other players on the team.
Yeah, not doing anything.
Well, who instead of stepping up, took the last series off.
Yes.
And I actually agree with Jack. I would prefer that Bryce sit out. I think sometimes he comes back a little bit selfishly, because he thinks they can't win without him, and blah 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 blah. And he wants his extension.
No, there's been no reports about the extension.
Only you would take a guy getting back on the field as a negative when the guy that we have for the Sixers don't want to get on the court half the time.
Well,
idiot.
But he's been like. It's been bad for him coming back, or before he should come back. I just think
I'm never going to fault the guy for coming back.
I'll take away the selfish thing.
Yeah.
I think if we are thinking about the long game here, I just worry about Harper with his little injury here, little injury there, little injury here, little injury there. I'd rather have full Bryce in a week than partial Bryce now, and he comes back and
in a week.
Yeah. I don't know.
You mean as in missing a whole nother week?
Yeah.
Oh, man, are you kidding me, man? What would this team be at in a week?
They'll be fine. They'll be fine. Listen, here's my fear. Here's my fear.
What are we talking about?
I don't think that was a normal hit by pitch. Like, he got hit on Tuesday, and he missed all that time.
Yeah.
So, like, it was a normal hit by.
What was unnatural about it?
Well, maybe he hit something it reached somehow where he got the surgery, and it hit the scar tissue. I don't know. But, like, all I'm worried about is, like, are we getting a compromised Bryce? Is he rushing back? And then the biggest thing to look for is the power. I mean, is the power going to be there? Because
power wasn't there before the hit.
Well, then they got hit again. Like, that's the issue. So we'll see. I hope he's fine. I hope he's perfectly fine, obviously.
And also the thing you told me yesterday. So I was asking Jack yesterday, why does he get hit so much?
Yeah.
Is he standing too close to the plate? And he said one of the things he does is instead of turning away, which is what you're supposed to do, he turns into it, so he gets hit more than another guy would get.
Oh no, I'm saying he opens it up.
Opens it up, right?
Yeah.
So I think back to Michael Vick, who couldn't slide.
Yeah.
And we're like, somebody teach him how to slide.
Didn't they bring in Terry Pendleton?
They did.
They did.
Somebody teach Bryce how to get out of the way of these balls. Yeah, so we don't have to start fights with other teams because he can't get out of the way of the baseball.
By the way, haven't hit a guy yet since then, and we're 0-4.
Well, hold on.
I know they won the one game.
Wheeler smoked Nick Allen by accident on the hand. Just kidding. No, I know. It was just a joke. Just a joke.
Yes.
So Bryce is back tonight. Bryce is back.
All right, good.
Awesome.
Happy 3rd year anniversary of the hiring of Rob Thompson.
Oh.
They removed the interim tag.
Winningest coach in Phillies history.
Yeah, highest winning percentage in Phillies history. Elite.
Hold on. Where did I see? I see Topper get thrown out Saturday.
He did get thrown out on Saturday.
He had to beg for it.
Let me tell you.
Amateur hour.
That might have been one of the.
It was worse than Gabe getting thrown out.
It really was.
Yep.
At least Gabe tried to put on an acting job.
Yep.
I don't know what Rob was doing. And the umpire didn't even look like he wanted to throw him out.
It was the third base umpire's fault. You got.
It was the pickoff play with Luzardo. Yeah.
Don't make him go beg to the other umpire to throw him out. That was my issue.
Also, you know what? Why do I always assume it's the umpire who throws you out? So one of the umps on the bases can throw you out too then,
Oh,
right?
yeah.
Okay.
Well, what happened was, so he goes out to argue with the third base umpire because third base umpire made the call, but the third base umpire made him look like an idiot by not throwing him out. So he's out there, just out there.
So he's out there long.
Yeah, so he had to go over and talk to Dan Iasonia, who's the veteran umpire. He basically whispered to him, "You got to throw me out. I look like an idiot out here." And Dan Iasonia's like, "All right, you're out of here." And the whole thing made me laugh and think about the idea of throwing a manager out is so ridiculous.
Well,
especially
it's like all an act. Like
Rob
everyone's
Thompson's got to go in there and throw a little F words in there.
Yes.
And talk about his mom.
He dropped some BSs.
He did drop some BSs. I saw that.
He's got a strong BS.
I read the lips. Yes, I read the lips. He did drop the BS. But then part of me was like, wait, are y'all going to throw him out or not? Like,
That's why it was amateur hour by the third base umpire.
Is he thrown out or what?
Amateur hour. The guy's got to know the situation.
Well, Rob Thompson also amateur hour.
Well,
get yourself thrown out.
Yeah, go out there and be a little more aggressive.
Kick dirt on the guy. Spit on him.
Well, yeah, but then you're getting suspended.
That's too aggressive.
Yeah. Once you do that.
Yeah, that's too aggressive.
And then final thing here. I want a temperature check. Temperature check.
Okay.
Are we going to... How long do you want to keep Stott at leadoff? Are we going to do this the entire...
Ready to move him out.
Well, I'm just letting everyone know.
Ready to move him out.
Hitting 210 since May 1st.
Wow.
260, slug.
Let me ask you something. When Bryce was cold for the first 6 weeks and it was just a slump, is it possible that
that's why I'm taking a temperature check? I didn't say get him out of the leadoff spot.
But you want to, though.
I'm seeing if I just want to know if we're going to stick with and stick through the tough times with Stotty.
So you're going with Trey there?
Well, yeah.
Oh, you want to move? You want to move?
I don't want to move Schwarber. Take a deep breath. It's just about
I
Trey.
I didn't know where you was going with it.
It's just Trey. Listen. I would stick with the lineup. I wanted that on the record.
I want to stick with it. It makes more sense when Stott is out there.
I was going to say, where would you go with Stott?
Well, he just moved down further in the lineup.
Yeah, I know, but I'm saying he's not talking 6th or 7th, right?
Oh yeah, he would. Yeah.
Wow.
Here's what I would do if you move Stott out of there. Put bat Bryce lead off.
Oh, this one. If he's not going to be a power guy, he at least uses on base percentage.
Look, it helped the Mets when they moved Lindor to lead off. Aaron Judge has hit lead off before. Ohtani hits lead off. If he's your best hitter, you want him to get the most at bats. I know he's not going to like it, but think of all the protection you're going to have behind you when all the good hitters are behind you and you're hitting first. If you're moving Stott out, I'm not putting Trey up there. I'm putting Bryce up there.
Isn't it strange that Bryce doesn't want to be the leadoff hitter because he wants to see more pitches?
Yes.
And the rest of these guys, though, that you just named, they all go up there as leadoff hitters.
Right.
No problem.
It's only the first inning where he's not going to see pitches. He'll see pitches every other inning. Do you know what I mean? You'll even see more. You'll even see he's going to see, as the math goes, in his second at bat, he'll see more pitches than he would if he was hitting third. Do you know what I mean? He's gonna see the same number of pitches except for that first at bat. Yeah. I just think if they want to optimize the lineup, Bryce Harper hitting leadoff is the way to optimize the lineup. Now, I'd prefer to keep Stott up there, but if you're gonna move Stott out, I'm not doing just to put Trey Turner up there. I'm putting Bryce up there.
But that was always my biggest fear of Stott. I know that in the first inning he'd work pitches and it'd be good. He's still working with a lot of pitches. It's the impact.
Yeah,
it's you talked about Lindor. We talk about Acuna. You talk about Ohtani. You talk about these guys like Fernando Tatis hits leadoff for the Padres. What?
Well, everybody's best player is hitting leadoff.
Yes,
yeah, I know.
We're the only ones.
I'm trying to figure out. Spike is bringing up leading off Bryce.
I said at the beginning of the year too.
My buddy's been all about this Harper leadoff thing.
No. Not it. It's not because of him.
I heard him first.
I said it about Judge last year. I said the same thing about Bryce that I said about Judge.
I know the case for Bryce.
Okay.
I would prefer Turner. But yeah.
Okay. All right. Has nothing to do with Ryan.
Well, I know. He's Mr. Bryce leadoff.
But he's right.
Yeah.
All right. 215-592-9494. Jack might not be right about that, but I am right about this. If you want to replace your windows, which it's time, it's summertime, it's going to get hot. It's 80 degrees today. That's what Jack said. Before you know it, it's going to be 90 degrees. It's going to be 100 degrees. Then your energy bills are going to go up because your old drafty windows have not been replaced in years and years and years. Your energy bills go up. You get unhappy. You get grumpy. Just replace them. Call Guida. They're going to give you 20% off every single one of those windows, 20% off every single one of those doors. Front insulated entry door, sliding patio door, garage door, whatever you need, they've got it for 20% off. Your energy bill is going to go down. Value of your house is going to go up. And how about this? You're just going to feel more comfortable. 20% off. Also, you're going to start your project with not $1 out of pocket and interest-free financing for 36 months. That's 3 years while you're enjoying those lower energy bills and not paying any interest on those windows and doors. Limited time. Restrictions apply. Call 877-GO-GUIDA. Get all the info, schedule a free no-obligation in-home estimate, or go to GoGuida.com. That's GoGuida.com. Friggin' mouse. OG Wade, you're on WIP.
What's up, fellas? How we doing today?
What's up, OG?
OG?
Hey, listen. Yeah, I'm here.
Okay.
Here.
I wasn't.
Did y'all hear me?
Yep.
Yeah, I'm on, right? Okay.
Yes.
I pretty much like the what was the name? Greeny's rant today about Joe Burrow.
You heard it too, huh?
Yeah, it showed me how great and elite Jalen is.
Oh.
Because in 23, he stated that Cincinnati gave up 434 points this year. Their defense did. Okay?
Yep.
And Joe Burrow played great, and Joe Burrow did all he could do. Joe Burrow lost to the Patriots the first game.
First game of the
Joe
season,
Burrow
yeah.
Ball. Yeah. Joe Burrow fumbled the ball in the Ravens game and lost them the game. We smoked them when Joe Burrow was trying to go to his go-to guy down the sideline. We picked him off. So Joe Burrow was the reason that his team got those losses. And they had a bad defense, just like we did in 23, when we gave up 428 points, a game, all right, when we was ranked 30th. The difference was Joe Burrow had 4,000, close to 5,000 yards passing and 43 touchdowns and 9 interceptions. Jalen Hurts had 35 passing yards, 100 passing yards, and 23 touchdowns with 15 interceptions. But guess what? We won 11 games and went to the playoffs. Somehow Joe Burrow can't get his team to the playoffs in the last 2 years.
Oh, my God.
Wow.
What are we talking
about? That means that Jalen is elite, bum. Because if you calling him elite, why the hell wouldn't you name Jalen elite? And Jalen did much less than him.
Because he's better. That's why.
In terms of numbers.
Because he's better.
But the production
He's better.
is there.
He's better.
No. Here's
Because he's
what's
better. That's why.
Is that you guys, your eyes.
He's better.
All y'all
He's better.
wanna see is
He's better.
passing this,
He's better.
passing that. Don't you know?
OG,
that a
30,
player
32,
that can do
32
more than-
GMs, including the one of the Eagles, would tell you Joe Burrow is better.
Oh, God. You know what? It's like one day when you die, that's going to be on your damn tombstone. 32 GMs would do this. That don't make 32 GMs correct, Spike. That means 32
Well, I'll take
GMs
32 GMs over one OG.
How about
I got you.
32 GMs over Jalen Super Bowl and Joe Burrow's no Super Bowl?
Just Jalen
How
Super
about
Bowl,
that?
right? Just
Like,
Jalen
yeah.
Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Just Jalen Super Bowl, right?
No, well,
Number one
to be quite honest
defense,
with
number
you,
29
without
passing
Jalen
offense. It's Jalen Super Bowl.
Hold on.
You know,
So
my
you're
favorite
old,
part of the
Jackson.
playoffs is when Jalen sacked Matt Stafford in the snow game. Or is when Jalen was chasing Patrick Mahomes around. I love that. In New Orleans, when Jalen was chasing Patrick Mahomes around. What's that?
So you mean it wasn't Jalen's performance that put points on the board? That's what you're talking about? But see, you can do this all day long, Spike, but this is why you pick. And you come on this show and you lie to the listeners every time. You say Jalen led the league in turnovers in 23. That's a lie. Josh Allen led the league.
No,
in
Josh
23
Allen was
in
third.
turnovers. Your boy.
Josh Allen threw 44 touch. Hold on. OG, hush for a second. Josh Allen had 44 touchdowns in 2023. Yes, he had 18 interceptions. It was not a great year. It also led him to be called the most overrated player in the league, which also led him to winning MVP the next year. So yes, he was, I think, third in the league in turnovers, but he also had 44 touchdowns. Like, I'm sorry. It's fine. Not everybody can have the best quarterback. This quarterback has been good enough, which is absolutely excellent. But it's okay that he's not the best. It's okay.
So you admitting you lied? You were wrong?
I was wrong. Yes.
About Josh Allen? Okay. All right. Thank you. OG wins again.
You were wrong. No, you're. You're.
No, I'm right.
You're a
You
doofus.
said that Jalen Hurts led the league in turnovers.
Yes,
and he didn't.
Well, Sam Howell did. If we want to
Yeah,
be serious
yes,
about
it wasn't Josh Allen.
No. Sam Howell did not. Josh Allen has 17 fumbles and 18 interceptions. Josh Allen led the league in turnovers.
Oh my God! Who cares? Who cares? Like, congrats because he's fourth,
35 turnovers.
Well,
Who cares?
first off, I think the stats 23. He had the most turnovers in football for 23 straight games. By the way, God, the most sensitive fan base in the city.
I just want y'all to know. And actually, Spike, you used that in a debate. So you should.
Oh my God! Shut up. Oh my God! You torture.
OG, hold on, OG.
Yeah.
How the hell did Justin get to the damn golf tournament yesterday?
Yeah. Why is your little producer freaking everyone out at the B-Dog Celebrity Golf Tournament yesterday?
Yeah, listen. And my producer's mustache is thicker than yours.
No, it's not.
Well, it also
You got a 7th grader mustache. You got a creeper mustache.
Hey, man, I looked up. I'm like, hold on. How did Justin get here?
Wait, not only was Justin at OG's producer Justin at the golf tournament, which by the way is not open to the public. Not only was he there, we look over, all the the celebrities are relaxing by the golf courts, having the golf carts, having a drink. Who's sitting there in the middle of it? Justin.
Yeah, that's right.
They don't know where he's from or anything.
No.
Yeah, I'm big time.
Everybody's
I'm big time
afraid
around here.
that they're going to kick out somebody's kid. He's like 40.
Yeah, knowledge without college, baby. Tune in tonight at 7.
Whoops. Sorry. I slept. Carl in Cherry Hill, you're on WIP. What's up, Carl?
Oh, man.
This what happens when we win the Super Bowl. OG don't know how to stop.
Yep, he doesn't. Yeah.
What's up? What's I'm telling y'all. But
What's up,
I called to let it be known. I perfectly understand how everybody's concern is like regarding Jalen Hurts, but also you're going to need balance, to the team. And I think also with the running game, with what Saquon can do is great and all, but also at the same time, your wide receivers there, they're going to need to be fed as well. I think, honestly, with Jalen, what he can do, his running ability as well and all that, that's a dangerous threat for anybody. Looking at the schedule this year and stuff like that, like the games that I'm looking at even more, Detroit, coming into town and stuff like that, dealing with Washington, dealing with even Green Bay.
Got the Rams again.
Yeah, and the Rams again and stuff like that. And then it's like just looking at it as a whole, I'm saying to myself, I honestly think we can actually run this back the way we need to if you do it properly. What I mean by that is the coordinator going to give Jalen the availability that he needs? In other words, to be free to be himself. Because this is the problem that I've seen with not Kellen Moore, but other coordinators, where Jalen was just put too much into a bubble where he had to, do things the way he had to. You already heard what he said, in one of the playoff games. He said, yo, you let the straitjacket off of him. And when he let the straitjacket off, what happened? He went off, literally went off. No complaints. It was a well-balanced game for him. So I say that to say, I think, honestly, from what Spike is saying, you're right. You're just going to have a balanced game for him, a balanced game plan. And I honestly think, like I said, with the coordinator is going to play a big role in that and how you're going to keep this, offensive line front together. Also, Spike, real quick, hearing about Disney and stuff like that too.
Yeah.
True story. Back in 2021, my son was about maybe 1 year old at the time. And we went to Disney. It was my wife and my brother-in-law. We all went together, and we went to Space Mountain. So I definitely know what you're talking about with the fast one, where it's so dark in there and stuff like that. Now, for me, I have zero complaints with roller coasters. I'm 40 years old and I still do roller coasters to this day. I have no complaints on that.
Man, God bless you.
Yeah, I do this in my sleep with no complaints.
Wow.
This is what I do. But also just going on there, just doing what you can do. Also, there was a ride over there. I don't know if you went over to over to Animal Kingdom. There was a ride over there in Animal Kingdom. Did you have a chance to do that by
Nah, we didn't go to Animal
That's
Kingdom.
where I stayed at the last time. It's been 20 years since I've been to, dude, it's like 06, I believe. I think it was 06.
You know what
last
I was
time we went
blown
to
away
Disney
by?
World.
We take the lift and we get into, it says Welcome Disney World, and like it's like 100 square miles.
Yeah,
it's enormous. You know, it's like
it's overwhelming.
It's like a city.
Yeah.
You know, it is true. I looked up.
Let me say this to you. I'll never forget that when we went to Disney, and it was during the COVID era when they were just starting to allow things to open back
That's
up.
right. That's when I should have gone.
Yep, it's shorter
my
lines.
gosh. Like, if you are like a heavyset person or whatever, like, you lost a good couple of pounds out there.
Yeah, walking.
Sweat.
Yeah.
The amount of sweat. And for you to sit there and say to be waiting in line for like 75 minutes, I'll never forget the time that we went there, and there was Splash Mountain, I believe, where they had a 75 to 90 minute wait.
Oh, yeah.
My niece, kid you not, said, yo, I got on within 4 minutes. They got up at 8:30. Forget breakfast. We have brought like cereal bars with us. I said, yo, we're getting on this ride. I'm not passing go. I'm getting on. Mind you, my wife is looking at me like, yo, you do know we got a 1-year-old, and also on top of that, you got a 4-year-old daughter. We got to think about. I said, honey, can I just please get on this ride?
Yeah.
I just want to get on this ride. I just want to get on and
Carl,
go about y'all day.
those kids got to learn about life. And
That part.
yep.
Sir,
All right, Carl.
That.
Yeah. It was. I do recommend getting there early. Jack, what is coming up in the top 5 at 5?
Top 5 things I need to get out in front of.
Uh-oh.
Top 5. I know one of them. I think I know one of them.
Yeah.
Does one of them have to do with yesterday?
Well, one of them, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I have an idea of something you need to get in front of. All
Okay,
right.
great.
The top 5 at
He
5
has a
is
suggestion for you.
Yeah, I have a suggestion. It's not on the list. This is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz.
Hey, I know about great defense and special teams. I want to tell you about a special team that will defend your home. I'm talking about my friends at Emmons Roofing and Siding. Now, Emmons uses American-made roofing products that have a lifetime warranty. Now, this is the last roof that you'll ever buy. For over 35 years, Emmons has specialized in storm-resistant roofing systems designed to last. Call Emmons today at 855-4-EMMONS or check them out online at emmons.com. No, I'm sorry. I've been reading this wrong the whole time. It's check them out online at callemmons.com. That's what it's actually called. For a free roof inspection. From top to bottom, inside and out, Emmons has you covered.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
Let's watch a movie.
And we have Netflix included to enjoy our favorite shows and movies.
¿Qué tal esta? Bacanísima, pero ya la vi.
Now the hard part is getting them to agree on a movie.
Switch today and get the new Samsung Galaxy S25 Edge with Galaxy AI. Plus, we'll help pay off your old phones. Up to 4 lines for $800 each. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. Via virtual prepaid card. Typically takes 15 days. Visit T-Mobile.com/switch.
Get ready for
Your workouts will...
Stay tuned for...
Are you tired of...
You can skip a lot of things in life, but not everything. With Citizens, get the advice and tools you need to financially handle all of life's unskippable moments. So you're ready for your best friend's wedding, a broken down car, your kid getting into their dream school, and every expense in between. From making a plan to staying on track, make sense of your money with Citizens. Get started at citizensbank.com/made-ready.
At Virtua Health, we're redefining heart care.
Our heart rhythm team at Virtua is really working at the forefront of technology. There's constantly new advances.
Like cardiac clinical trials and breakthrough treatments for atrial fibrillation.
Treating atrial fibrillation with ablation and treating it early allows for the best outcomes for our patients. We can make a meaningful difference in patients' lives.
Virtua Health, here for complex heart care, here for good. More at virtua.org/here for good.
Citizens, since we each upgraded to Xfinity in our homes, the Wi-Fi has been booming. It's fair to say our town has officially become a boomtown.
Mayor, will I be able to drop into multiplayer gaming battles with low lag?
The lag won't be an issue, but your questionable skills may be.
And what if I have hundreds of devices on the Wi-Fi? Purely hypothetical.
Seems like a lot, but sure, hundreds of devices all booming together with the Xfinity Gateway. Yes, friends and neighbors, with Xfinity, the Wi-Fi is booming.
The Wi-Fi isn't the only thing that's booming. Now get the most reliable Wi-Fi and our best-in-class equipment for one consistent price for 5 years guaranteed. All in. Plus, get unlimited data included and no annual contract. All with the 5-year price guarantee from Xfinity. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. New residential customers only. Select plans only. Xfinity Gateway with Xfi Complete required for unlimited data except in certain areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on OpenSignal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024. Actual speeds vary.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like, you know to check you have your phone first, before the cab pulls away.
Hey, thanks, man. Oh, no, wait, my phone! Come back! It's my boarding pass, credit cards, phone numbers, my life! Come back!
Checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Do you think astronauts fight over elbow room? Probably. Because advanced tech doesn't always mean more space. Until now. Introducing the Hyundai Ioniq 9. A 3-row electric SUV with over 300 miles of range, ultra-fast charging capability, and lots of space. The all-new Hyundai Ioniq 9. Space in an EV. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
EPA estimated range for Ioniq 9 based on fully charged battery. For comparison purposes only. Actual range will vary based on several factors.
Why'd I go to the doctor? My heart would race just taking my son to practice. It didn't feel right. So I got checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Summer's here, and you can now get almost anything you need delivered with Uber Eats. What do we mean by almost? You can't get a well-groomed lawn delivered, but you can get chicken parmesan delivered. Sunshine? No. Some wine? Yes. Get almost anything delivered with Uber Eats. Order now. Alcohol in select markets. See app for details.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Summer's here, and you can now get almost anything you need delivered with Uber Eats. What do we mean by almost? You can't get a well-groomed lawn delivered, but you can get chicken parmesan delivered. Sunshine? No. Some wine? Yes. Get almost anything delivered with Uber Eats. Order now. Alcohol in select markets. See app for details.
This is Zach Gelb with Odyssey Sports Minute. Last week, Stephon Diggs was on a boat partying and was allegedly passing around a pink powdery substance. Obviously, Diggs didn't look to be in the right, but it's still mind-boggling that he allowed this to be captured on video. Now many are wondering if the Patriots will move on and cut Diggs, and I'd be shocked if they did so, because Drake May needs Diggs for his development for the 2025 season, and on-the-field value is always priority number 1 in the NFL, and most will forget about this video by the end of the week. I'm Zach Gelb.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia, powered by the Tasty Cake Studios. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey sports station. Push on.
They pushed, they shoved, they're in, touchdown.
Your exclusive home for Eagles football. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
It is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. Phillies baseball back on WIP tonight, 7:07 first pitch in Toronto. You can listen on your radio or the free Odyssey app, which is where you can hear us. You can also watch us live on YouTube, streaming all day long. You could even watch this awesome segment on YouTube.
Each the 5. Number 5 at 5. With Jack Fritz.
We kind of set that up like a Jeopardy host.
Hey.
Yeah, in this.
Mr. Game Show.
Yeah.
Yep.
So there's some things that I need to get out in front of. Here are the 5 things that I need to get out in front of. Number 5 is... So I co-wrote a book with Kevin Reevy, ringthebellbook.com. Already can feel the, you didn't really write much of it. I went through it today. We each wrote half of it. I went through the chapters list. So I did half write the book. It wasn't like I just had a little portion of it. Because I know people are like, oh, you're an idiot. You can't write. You can barely complete a sentence. How could you help co-author a book? Well, if you go to ringthebellbook.com, again, feeding my kids water sandwiches. We're trying to support families around here. You could pre-order today. I ordered the books last week. Bang, coming by the end of the month.
Yep, ordered mine last week.
By the end of June.
Yeah.
Well, that's a little bit of a delay than what I was promised.
Yeah, well, listen. We're a small business.
Here's the thing. I do not doubt that you sat in front of a computer and wrote words. I don't doubt that at all. I imagine half of the words came from you. The thing that I want to look at is the uncorrected version of your chapters, because I see you write emails. Like
you're obsessed with this email narrative.
It's not a narrative.
It is a narrative.
It's not.
It's a big narrative.
You're a good thinker. You're a poor writer.
I don't type.
Yeah, wow.
Well, I'm not putting deep thought into the emails I send out. I capitalized Eagles today because I knew that you were looking on my freaking. You were going to be grilling me on my email capitalization.
Well, you should use periods, capital letters.
No. It's an email.
I just imagine that your chapters were a disaster to proofread.
I sent you the unedited version.
Is that the totally unedited version?
All the red all over.
Oh yeah, well that's why I couldn't read it.
It was, I know.
Yeah, it's a lot of red.
Did the best I could.
Yeah,
did the best I could. But I want it out there that I did write half of it.
Okay,
thank you. The 4th thing I need to get out in front of is so yesterday on the show, in the first segment, I brought up that Australia should not be a 30-hour flight. And people started DMing me. One guy said, I totally agree with you. The Earth is flat. I'm not a flat earther.
Oh, so that's what you're trying to get out in front of?
I'm getting out in front of. I was just doing a little bit,
Jack thinks Australia is right next to Hawaii. Yeah. It's got to be 16, 17 hours flying from Hawaii.
So my friend's dad sent me it. So from here to Hawaii is 4,400 miles.
Yeah,
I believe. And then from Hawaii to Australia is another 9,000 miles.
Yeah.
That's twice as long.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he was like, I don't understand. Why is it not next to Hawaii? And I'm like, Jack, it's on like the other side
of the Earth.
Yeah.
So you got to go down by the equator.
Yes.
And then over the equator.
Yeah, I also told you that.
And the toilets flush the other way down there. Do you know that?
Do they really?
Yeah.
I didn't know if that was an old
that might be a
tale
bit. We'll have to ask Jordan Mailata.
It's 11 hours from here to Hawaii.
I think so.
Yeah, it's like you fly to it's like flying to LA twice.
Yeah. And then you got to add, you said 16 more hours?
I think it's like 16, 17 more hours. Yeah, it's
it's a 30-hour trip.
Yeah, it's about a 30-hour trip. So Jack was like, wait a minute. When I told him, we were talking, yesterday's next question was, tell us somewhere you always wanted to go.
Okay.
And mine was Australia. I've always wanted to go to Australia. I said, but it's a 30-hour flight. And Jack's like, why is it 30 hours? And I said, what do you mean? And he said, it's right next to Hawaii. And I was like,
a little past Hawaii.
It's not, though.
He knew when he said that he wasn't sure.
Yeah.
He just threw that out there.
Well, I knew as far as 30 hours feels egregious,
Yeah, they're just taking advantage of it.
You realize it would take somebody over a day to actually fly somewhere.
Because flying is flying, you know what I mean? Like, we can get places pretty fast.
Faster, yeah.
You can get to LA in 5 hours.
Yeah.
That's what? What are you giving me the face for? It is 5 hours away.
Yes, but it's only 3,000 miles.
Yes, that's the point he's making.
I know, but
distance.
it's still the entire country. It's the entire United States, you psycho.
Well, we don't go to the other side of the equator, so you don't really get a real glimpse of what it's like to actually be on that side.
Yeah, that far away.
Yeah.
So how far is
Oh my God.
Argentina?
Well, that's the South, right?
Yeah,
Yeah,
That's
but
South
still
America.
on the other side of the equator.
Yeah, but it's not as far as
I understand it's
Australia
not.
is.
Well, what is Australia close to?
And did you say Argentina?
Yeah, I did.
Okay.
Argentina.
He's in
Yeah.
the middle. He didn't. Yeah. Yeah.
What is Australia next to? Is my other big question.
New Zealand.
That's not. That's a fake place. I mean, they should all be the same. I'm talking like.
I think it's like if you go up and to the left, Asia is there.
All right.
All right.
There you go. That's good enough for you?
No,
Yeah.
not really. We'll break it down.
All right.
The third thing that I want to get out in front of, and this is for me and Ike specifically, there's only one Disney adult on this show, and that is
I'm not a Disney adult.
That is Spike. I don't want us all being lumped in together with it being an adult Disney goer. I want to get out in front of that.
I'm not a Disney adult. I'm an adult that went to Disney. They're
Right.
different things. The Disney adults, they're the ones calling mad at me because I'm accusing them of being Disney adults. You know who you are.
They're actually calling you a fraud.
Yeah.
Yeah, like you don't even get Disney.
They're mad you're not with them.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then I'm insulting them. But look, if you want to be a Disney adult, it's fine. I am not a Disney adult, though.
You just went to Disney.
Yes,
And
went
you'll
to
be
Disney.
back. Yeah.
And you're going back, though.
Well, my wife wants to go back.
Oh, okay.
Nice.
Which means you'll go back.
Yes.
Yeah, Mickey
eventually.
Mouse ears.
Yeah.
They're soon. If I see a picture of you in Mickey Mouse ears, it's over.
It's over. Yeah.
That you don't have to worry about.
Yeah.
At least I don't think so.
I hope not.
What about a Mickey Mouse tattoo?
Well,
No.
That could happen.
That could 100% happen.
I did say to Val, I was like, they should put a Disney tattoo studio here. I was like, do you know these psychos?
Oh, yeah, we definitely
They could have
yeah.
100 artists and not have enough
Yeah.
time to give all the Disney tattoos they could
Yeah.
give there.
Goofy.
Yes.
Donald.
And say you're putting like official magic Disney water in the ink, and they'll all be like, I have a piece of Disney in my skin, or what? I'm sure they
Donald
would do
Duck is Disney, right?
He is.
Okay.
Yeah.
Way to break that down.
Yeah.
No, I didn't know sometimes you get the cartoons because Tom and Jerry's not Disney, right?
No.
No.
Yeah.
See, yeah.
Daffy Duck,
Daffy
not
Duck?
Disney.
See?
Looney
Warner
Tunes.
Brothers, Looney Tunes. Okay.
Daffy Duck is the Looney Tunes.
And that's Porky Pig and all those
Yeah,
guys.
Bugs Bunny.
Yeah.
There
Are
you
they
go.
still around?
Yeah, I think
Yeah,
so.
Looney Tunes.
I
Did
assume
you
so.
see Pooh there from Winnie the Pooh?
Did not see Pooh.
And walks in a big Winnie the Pooh stage. So
Did go on a Pooh ride. It was like one of the little kid rides you get on it. You're
why
like,
were you on it?
Because but what else are you gonna do but go on
It was
rides?
a shorter line.
Yes, it was a very short
Yes, it
line.
was a shorter line.
And air conditioned.
Right.
All the indoor rides are air conditioned.
Yes.
Nice. The second thing I want to get out in front of is that when we do top 11 week,
Yeah.
my top 11 list is based off talent, not resumes.
Oh,
So I know
you're
what the
getting out in
resumes
front of
are.
it.
I understand the resume.
Listen,
I'm going talent.
Your top 11 list is your top 11
you.
list.
Yeah, that's why I'm
And you
getting that
can
in front
base
of
it
it.
on whatever you want to justify it.
We're a couple weeks away from top 11.
We're planning that
I'm
out the
already
other day.
forming mine.
Yeah, I've been thinking about it. I'm trying to think where Jack. I mean, the real question is where's Jack going to have Jalen,
Yeah.
and where will I have Jalen?
Yeah.
I mean, I think those are two big questions.
Y'all are crazy,
Yep.
man.
We'll
Well,
see.
if it's not in the top two, something is wrong.
Well, I guess we'll have to see. Again, based off talent, not resume. Resume, I get it.
Performance, not talent. you
Performance,
mean.
Oh,
talent.
yeah. Well, how about performance? Yeah.
Yeah.
MVP.
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
like Pro Bowl. But the number one thing that I need to get out in front of, and this is, I say this with the utmost disappointment, and I know people think I'm soft. I don't really like being labeled soft. I don't think I'm soft. But I am not pitching to Joe DeCamara. I can't throw anymore. Like, I threw a football yesterday, and my bicep felt like it was going to rip off. Like, I am 4 bits. I like doing bits. I'm pulling out of the pitching to Joe DeCamara contest. We'll do home run derby, something else. I'm not throwing a baseball anymore. You know, I'm just done. I think my arm is legitimately shot. They say you have only the certain amount of bullets in the chamber.
All right,
Enough is enough.
Just like
play the music.
Ike Reese
Shut up.
at the St. Louis
Shut
Rams.
up. Shut up.
Scott Linehan.
Now he's dragging me into.
What does he need to save his arm for? Now, Jack.
Oh, you about to get roasted.
Dude,
over there,
I don't know
so
what to tell
I
you.
just know that.
Jack,
it kills.
Isn't part of the reason that you think you are so superior in this challenge is because DeCamara's going to fall apart or whatever,
Yes.
and you are bailing On the
This one's important.
The baseball one.
I'm not bailing on it. We'll do something else.
It's the baseball one. You were a pitcher, which is what you brag about all the time.
Was. No one asked Ike to run down and do a wedge 10 years after he retired.
No one challenged him. He would.
I would.
He would.
I'm sure he would have. Listen, I'm not proud of it. I just.
Oh my God,
dude! I cannot
so
throw.
Pathetic.
I did not see this coming.
I can't throw anymore.
So pathetic.
It literally feels like it's about to rip off. I'm not doing it. Not doing it. Sorry. It is what it is. It is what it is.
This whole damn top 5 list was for this.
Yes.
Of course.
For him to break the news.
This for him to break this news to us.
Yep.
In front of him. Oh my goodness, man. I'm sitting here. Listen.
We should cancel this thing.
We're mocking and ridiculing Joe DeCamera that he's not going to even make it to the events.
And he didn't make it to the baseball
bailing out
one.
of an event. Not basketball. Not tennis.
That's fine.
The actual event that.
But we knew how it was going to end anyway. I don't need to prove anything. I'm not ripping my arm.
Well, I'm gonna tell you this.
I've already thrown it out.
If I'm him, no mercy.
Yeah.
I showed
wow.
you no mercy with this.
So afraid of him.
You know what?
I meant on this microphone.
Yeah.
Oh, well, whatever.
You know what?
He can bring up whatever he's.
I think me and
He's definitely going to bring it up.
I think
yeah.
we should cancel Fritz to camera, and it should be you and me versus Richie and Seltzer. At least 4 guys who will compete.
At least it'll be entertaining.
Yeah, at least
You two.
At least we'll compete.
This might be the most
fine.
disappointing thing I've heard this year.
All right. It's fine. That's what I'm getting out in front of it.
That's not fine.
It's perfectly fine.
This doesn't feel out in front of it.
No, it doesn't at all.
Yeah, this don't feel like that.
You know, out in front of it is like the thing where you start having sniffles 3 weeks ago, and then you finally call out the day before.
Oh my!
You just dropped us on it in the top 5 at 5.
Oh my God, Fritz!
I don't know what to tell you.
I gotta go straight to the chat.
I threw it 10.
Oh no, you're going to the YouTube
I gotta
chat.
see what the chat is saying.
Oh no!
I threw 10 footballs yesterday. I can't extend my elbow.
Threw 10
Who
footballs
the hell
where?
told you to throw the football? Where were you at? Were you at Disney World?
No, I was at my parents' house. I was throwing it around for Walker to go run and grab it and show him. Yeah.
Show him what a broken
Walker's
man
2
his
years
dad
old. You act
is.
like you're throwing 45-yard dash.
I was throwing as far as I could.
Walker's 2 years old.
And he was retrieving
You couldn't have thrown it more than 10 feet.
I wasn't throwing it to him. He was like a dog. He was a retriever. Yeah. Yeah.
I hope Jill listening too.
He was like a
Her
dog.
son was like a dog. You telling me to go fetch a football.
Yeah.
Poor kid's gonna watch football and be like, "Wait a minute,
I'm not supposed to catch
I'm not
that.
supposed to just go get it and bring it back." This hour is sponsored
Oh, man.
by Guided Door and Window. Get 20% off all windows and doors with no money down, up to 3 years to pay it off interest-free. Call Guided Door and Window today at 877-GO-GUIDE or visit GoGUIDA.com.
Yeah, man, you are classic, bro.
So
I don't know what to tell you.
if I'm to camera, I don't know how to handle this. On one hand, I would want to roast the hell out of you.
I'm roasting him.
But on the other hand, there's no doubt the camera has a bunch of clauses in this. You know, about what he can and can't do, because that guy's going to fall
Because now
apart.
you know this opens up the gate for him to drop out of something now.
Yeah.
All right. Well, again, I don't know what to tell you. I
don't want to hear one thing about these push-ups. I don't want to hear one thing.
You've been complaining about that for months. Oh, now I'm the big softy.
I don't want to hear one thing about the push-ups.
Why? You've been ducking the push-ups for months.
I can do I'll do the push-ups right now.
Okay, I can't throw a baseball anymore. You know how sad that is? I might start welling up if I have to. You want me to start crying?
No, I don't want you to start crying. This is so disappointing. I don't think we could have had a better person. Yoshi in Brewery Town.
Oh, man.
My man.
Oh, only one would have been better is Rios.
Yep.
Hi, Jackie. What's poppin'?
What up, Yosh?
What are we going to do with this guy?
Yo, I mean, he just, it's not disappointing. It's pathetic. Like, it's pathetic. He's saying, I don't want to throw a baseball. And I agree with what y'all said. Like, your loaded gun is your pitching, and you telling me I don't want to throw a baseball. Like,
I can't.
Throwing a tantrum.
Well, I don't know. Like this is where again, everyone's seeming like I would like to do it. I can't throw a baseball anymore. It's cooked.
That's
It's
right,
done.
Jackie baby today. You are Jackie X, what's saying don't remember how to throw the daggone ball. This is ridiculous.
It's not the issue. I know how to throw it.
Jackie Foltz.
Bryce, I'm mad at you. Don't you go to Disney World and become insecure. We sleeve brothers. You cut that out. You went to a wholesome little event, and now you insecure about your daggone.
No,
tattoos.
if I'm being
Cut
honest, I'm completely happy with the tattoos, 100%. But as I'm looking at the other guys, you look different than me, right? You got these big guns or whatever.
That's true.
I don't have those. So I see these other just sort of like slovenly 42-year-old white guys or whatever with their tattoos. And I'm like, man, I don't look like Yoshi. I look like these guys.
Oh man, you better go up to 500 push-ups, Dan.
Yes.
Man, I hate you feeling like that, man. You know what? True story. On my way home, I'm blasting y'all. I got the windows rolled down, and I just noticed this lady is looking at me. So I'm thinking she's looking at me because I'm one hunk of a man. But then she just says, "I don't care what they talking about. I like your tattoos." I was like, "Oh, thank you."
Yeah.
had me blushing up in there.
Yes.
You really up here represent our age real well. Like, you really are. Like, you up here, what's the name? Porky Pig, Looney Tunes. Looney Tunes. I thought him and Donald was cousins. Ain't it the same?
It's the truth, though. We did think Daffy Duck and Donald were cousins, man. We did.
You sound like you got the glasses down on the front of your nose, the whole nine, boy. Cut it out. Hey, man, what's the name? And this Jalen battle, that thing, like, OG, give it up, man. Look, the reason why it don't bother me, and I'm not a sensitive fan like Jack said, is because we always just say, even though we had that great defense, with the number 5 stud quarterback, we won a championship. Before anybody else, before Josh, before Joe, before what's name, any of them other dudes, Jalen got a championship. I don't know why that boy gets so worked up, and Spike be over there like, Spike, you love it. Spike love it when he start arguing with him too. But then he be sitting there like, okay, this is stupid. I'm tired of it. Like, okay.
Yeah, I get bored. Well, because he starts saying dumb stuff, I like when he comes in firing, but OG's only got like 48 seconds worth of material. If you push him past that, that's when he just starts saying stuff.
And then he done. He need a blue chew on his
Yep.
compilation. What's the name? Spike, I agree with something you said earlier. Man, listening to Kevin Patullo's, I like to call him KP, listening to his presser last week, that boy was fluid in that daggone, in that presser, man. I believe that I'm going to go and say that this going to be like a 22 Steichen and Jalen year. I think KP gonna come in here and do something nice with Jalen, man. I think they really are gonna be on the same page because he's been like you said, he's been with Nick everywhere. He took something. He said he took something from everybody, learning up under this person, that person. I think he's gonna come in here and try to sprinkle some fairy dust and work some things up in here. And I hate Saquon is on the daggone cover. It's fitting though, number 26. On the 26th edition. And the only reason I hate it is because all these bums on Xbox is going to want to play with my bird.
Oh, well, yeah.
Everybody.
Yeah.
Every time I turn the game, I'm going to have to say, decline. I don't want to play you.
Yeah.
Like, everybody.
Now, so you know what they turn into now, Yoshi? The Eagles turn into the cheat code on the game. So you can't use the Eagles.
Yeah, you can't. What's the name? Saquon a daggone 99. It was like what's the name when KC first started. Everybody want to play with KC.
Yep.
Then what's the name? Like that's how it is, man. It's like just to mess up everything. I'm gonna get it though, cause my man up there. I don't believe in no curse. We're gonna have that balanced offense. I think it's gonna be 60-40, like Corey said earlier. I'm telling you, this ain't gonna be nice. Hey man, I love y'all cats. Hey,
yo.
Guns out, baby. And we still Super Bowl champions.
Back to back, baby. You know it.
I've been screaming it every week. It's September 4th, baby. Thursday night. Go Birds.
There it is. Maybe I do need to get
working on my guns this week.
Maybe I do need 500 push-ups. Then I can start being more proud of the tattoos.
What'd you do for your guns?
I didn't do anything. I said I need to start on them this week.
Oh, I think you did start on them.
Nah,
this week.
because it's going to mess up the golf swing.
Oh, okay. I don't think that's going to...
Is that it?
Yeah, that's part of it.
Oh, the thing I was going to say
At least
that
that's
you,
what I keep telling myself.
the thing that I would say that Jack, that I think you need to get out in front of that wasn't on your list is you playing next year in the Doc Invitational or whatever. Jack showing up yesterday in his full golf gear, in his little shirt tucked in, his golf clubs in the car.
Almost. I was thinking about it. Putting golf shoes on and just sitting there doing the show in golf shoes.
Dude, you walked up and I looked at you and I was like, oh, look at this guy thinks
Yeah, he
he's
was
playing.
ready. He thought he was gonna play.
Yeah,
but you also were like, he's kind of a stud.
No, never thought that.
Not once?
No.
Interesting.
It was real put me in coach energy.
Well,
for me
listen,
yesterday.
I just, again, when it's that close to the house.
Yeah.
Yeah.
With like the courtesy invite.
Oh yeah. I just like the Payne Stewart look.
I thought it was
That was
good.
good.
The hat.
You thought it was good?
Yeah,
Okay.
it was
Like
good
the Truist
hat.
shirt.
Yeah,
I knew you got that.
Yeah.
The socks matching the Truist shirt
like that?
and the Payne Stewart hat. I
There
like
you go.
it. Yeah.
That's a dog hat. That's a
really?
Kango.
Yeah, Kango hat.
Yeah, I think I must have got that from one of his golf tournaments.
Oh, I liked it. I
Yeah.
saw what you were doing
You
yesterday.
see how I worked it?
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah.
See?
Coming up next.
I didn't play well.
Well, whatever. Who cares?
Who cares?
Yeah. Coming up next, a Giants player is talking poorly about you, the Eagles fan.
Oh, man.
Very poorly.
Exactly what we need.
Yep. That is coming up next. This is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz.
If you're thinking about going overseas for a hair transplant, let me remind you, hair transplants are real surgery. And that's why I tell people, go to Glad Hair by Morgan Stern Medical right here in Philadelphia. With the Glad Hair team, you get board-certified surgeons, safe in-office procedures that follow strict U.S. medical standards and long-term care from a team with over 30 years experience. No flights, no risk, just great hair and a team you trust. Visit gladhairmm.com. Stay local, stay safe, and stay looking good.
Another road game takeover with fans of Philly. Fly with fans of Philly to Green Bay to remind the Lambeau losers the tush push is back. Enjoy airfare, hotel accommodations, an exclusive tailgate party, and game tickets seated with those that bleed green. Fly with 94 WIP's official travel partner, Fans of Philly. Reserve your spot now before they sell out at fansofphilly.com.
The summer heat is here, and the last thing you want is a faulty HVAC system that can't keep you and your family comfortable. With Horizon Services, get up to $1,300 off a new HVAC system replacement, plus a free home comfort upgrade. Horizon Services offers same-day emergency repairs, money-saving warranties, and flexible payment options. With Horizon, the job will be done right the first time. Click or call day or night. Horizon Services available 24/7. Book today. Schedule a visit today at horizonservices.com.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. Your car, running or not, could be picked up as soon as the next day. No title, no problem. Go to carsforkids.org today.
1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
A hotel can offer a great club or a bar. A resort could provide a high-end restaurant or a spa. But if you want it all, dining, bars, pools, spa, gaming clubs, and shows, it takes much more than the boardwalk. It takes a village. It takes a Borgata. If it takes the best dining tables under the same roof as the best gaming tables, if it takes one pool being just a dozen pool lengths away from the next, if it takes trying your luck and a new dish on the same night, if it takes room service and bottle service, it takes nothing short of a village to make your stay, so they built one. And they call it Borgata.
Visit theborgata.com to learn more. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
C-SPAN honors winning entries from Philadelphia students in its annual video contest. Governor Phil Murphy has signed a bill making it illegal to incite a public brawl in New Jersey. And the Philadelphia Orchestra's 4th annual Pride concert will go on as planned despite losing their federal funding.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
Comcast Business is celebrating Small Business Month by giving you a $1,000 small business bonus when you switch to a qualifying gig speed package from the company with over 99.99% network reliability. Just imagine the thousands of possibilities of a $1,000 prepaid card. Like possibility number 1, company merch for staff. Styling. Or possibility number 24, the latest software. Upgrade. Or possibility number 192, new equipment powered by gig speeds. Or possibility number 555, a 3D printer. Rapid prototyping, anyone? Switch to Comcast Business for over 99.99% network reliability, advanced cybersecurity, and now get started with a $1,000 small business bonus. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
And 6/22/25. New customers only with 2-year agreement. Other restrictions apply.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out collection letters, garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance, and you better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it even harder to get out of debt. Don't let tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in taxpayer assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. Let them fight on your behalf, helping to put your tax problems to rest. Call the tax professionals at Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-392-7955. 800-392-7955. 800-392-7955.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Do you think astronauts fight over elbow room? Probably. Because advanced tech doesn't always mean more space. Until now. Introducing the Hyundai Ioniq 9, a 3-row electric SUV with over 300 miles of range, ultra-fast charging capability, and lots of space. The all-new Hyundai Ioniq 9. Space in an EV. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
EPA estimated range for Ioniq 9 based on fully charged battery. For comparison purposes only. Actual range will vary based on several factors.
The DQ Sauced and Tossed Chicken Strip Baskets have more flavor than your taste buds know what to do with. We start with all white meat, breaded, seasoned, and fried to crunchy perfection. Next, we double down and toss them in honey barbecue or new buffalo sauce. Serve them up with DQ fries, Texas toast, and house-made Hidden Valley Ranch, and you've got flavor on flavor on flavor. Get the Sauced and Tossed Chicken Strip Basket in honey barbecue or new buffalo right now at DQ. Happy tastes good. Participation may vary.
Phillies baseball on the radio. It's just better. Sports Radio 94.
.530 creeds we've done, including Radio Row, including Truist. Yesterday's at the Dock Golf Tournament.
It was awkward?
It was the most awkward.
Really?
Yeah. Well, because we're so close to the golf course.
Right.
We're right next to a hole.
Yep.
And at least at Truist, there were a bunch of our goons waiting around with cell phones recording us. Nobody was yesterday. It was just everybody doing the look that... like the side eye.
Yeah, like what the hell's going on?
Yeah, but it wasn't even like, haha, this is kind of funny. It was dead serious of like, nah, please stop doing it.
Yeah, if we ignore them, they'll stop. If we ignore them, they'll stop. Don't give them any attention.
Well,
even Johnny Airport, who could have given us a little bit of love, Johnny Airport's like, yeah, I don't even know them.
Well, I'll tell you this. I had you guys blasted out there on the golf course.
Right. I appreciate that.
I was listening to the show
on
my phone, and I knew 530 Creed was coming. That is the first time I've heard 5:33.
Oh, right, because you're always
I'm
here.
usually on, so yeah. It's the
Were you
first time.
impressed?
I was. I was impressed, man. I was. Buzz was still loud. I was impressed.
I said to Jack, before it happened, I was like, we got to do this. And he's like, I know. And I said, just so you know, I'm going full out. I'm just.
I could tell.
Yep.
That was good.
I will not be held back.
Yeah. Listen, man, we were on Radio Row at the Super Bowl.
Yes.
Yeah. So.
The Twitter question brought to you by Mark's Jeweler. For the best selection of diamonds to fit every budget, visit the home team at Mark's. Experience the difference at marks-jewelers.com. Interesting response to this. Is 0 a cool jersey number?
Ooh.
So now Elliot said that Jalix Hunt should switch to 0, which is specifically insulting because Jalix Hunt is 58.
He's 58, exactly, yes.
What do you think the results of is 0 a cool jersey number?
Well, on its surface, people probably think 0 is a cool jersey number. So I would give it 64%.
Oh, so it's 53% no.
Ooh.
I was surprised so many people said yes. 0 doesn't feel cool to me.
I agree. It's probably younger people than us.
Okay.
You know what I mean? I'm with you. I don't. 0. Russell Westbrook.
Oh, yeah.
Sure, yeah, he's the only one. But, Gilbert Arenas, I think, wore 0.
Oh, he did.
Agent
He
0.
did. Agent 0.
Maxey.
But football, Maxey wears 0. Yeah, why wouldn't I say Maxey first? Because Westbrook is the first guy I think of wearing a 0. I don't see it a whole lot in football. I want to say, was Bryce the first person on the Eagles to wear it?
I think so.
Yeah, I don't remember anybody else wearing 0.
Yeah, I can't think of it.
Was it even allowed before a couple of years ago?
Well, I mean, it was allowed when they started letting these dudes wear the numbers.
I'm trying to think, what position would even wear it before? I mean, obviously a quarterback wouldn't wear 0.
No.
A receiver?
No.
Not really.
Normally wouldn't, but you could have gotten one. I mean, technically, he could wear 0.
Yeah.
Huh.
Yeah, I'm with you. First of all, Elliot, 58 is sacred to this show.
Yeah, come on, man.
That's pretty obvious.
Yeah. Disrespectful to you.
No, he did that to troll, which I don't appreciate.
Oh, you think that's what he was doing?
I don't know what he was doing. It's like either he had a brain fart or he was trying to troll.
Well, it's at the very end. He's like, oh, yeah, I got one more thing.
Ooh, by the way.
Yeah, by the way, Jalix Hunt should be 0. I'll see you guys later.
Unbelievable.
Mad Mike, you're on WIP. What's up, Mad Mike?
Hey, you should call him Magic Kingdom, Mike. We're Disney people.
All right.
I can't believe you're a Disney guy.
Wow.
For as miserable as you are.
We went to Disney for Christmas this year. We were Disney Christmas people. I know, had his butler go on the teacups for him and just.
Well, wait a minute.
He really did.
There's no way you can call me rich guy if you're going to Disney every year, buddy. Unless you're putting those things on layaway or something, or building up a lot of debt.
I think it's a little creepy that you're going up to 11-year-old girls and trying to have conversations with them.
I didn't do it. I just wanted to tell her Belle's not real.
With your tattoos all out everywhere.
Yeah. I just want her to know that Belle's not real. That's all I need her to know.
Oh, yeah. Sure.
Yeah.
That's it. That's why you were going up to town.
Oh, all right. There's no need to be a weirdo.
You're the one doing it.
You're the one that goes to Disney every year.
Yeah, because I'm a family man, and we take our kids, and we like to drink around Epcot, and we do it the right way. We go Mexico all the way around.
All right, so you're the family man going to Epcot Center to drink at every country. That's what the family man does.
Sure are.
All right.
Hey, it's a great time. We're planning another trip. My wife and I were just there in April, just us, no kids. So, yeah, we have a great time. We love it. We're there in December. We have a great time.
Do you go down there and tell Mickey how much he sucks and Minnie how much she sucks? And
overrated.
Yeah, how
Mickey's overrated.
Walt Disney stole all of the ideas from someone else.
Jalen Hurts was a fraud and shouldn't have been celebrated, and he's just ran the coattails of everybody else.
There it is.
And that the head coach is a moron, too.
There you go. All right, Mad Mike.
By the way, per everyone that's tweeting us and texting us, DeAndre Swift wore 0.
There you go.
We're so goofy.
Yeah.
Yeah,
nice,
that's on us.
Disney pun.
Yeah, that's on us.
Yeah, definitely on us.
This guy was just here last. He was here
2 years ago.
Yeah.
Dustin in the Northeast, you're on WIP. What's up, Dustin? Nope.
Ooh, boy.
Where's Buzz?
L.
Justin, Tennessee, you're on WIP. What's up, Justin?
Dustin may not be there, but I got Justin. He's
There we go.
today.
Yeah, I don't care what the first letter is. Just give me an Ustin.
Yeah, I hear you, boys. I tell you what, I thought Jack backing out of throwing to the camera was the most shocking thing, but hearing how Mad Mike likes, Disney that much.
Yeah, it almost doesn't seem real.
Yeah.
No, it don't. It don't. It really don't.
Yeah, I wonder if they know.
How's the
down there.
happiest place on earth the place Mad Mike likes to be?
Yeah.
Exactly. It's a you go down there and ride It's a Small World and all that crap, and you just. What if you were there and just you hear somebody like, this ride's trash. These people are a bunch of morons. This place, man, that would be awesome because I hate Disney. We went once when Owen was 3, and the first day there, dude, it rained so much, and water was standing over our ankles. It was 1st of May or something like that. It was near his birthday. God Almighty, it rained so much that first day. But God, it's just. Hurry up and wait. Hurry up and wait. That's all it is at that place. It sucks. I hate it.
Well, I had a good time, but I did think it rained a little bit when we were there, but only a little bit. I did think to myself, what if I had booked this entire thing, paid for this entire thing, and it just poured all weekend?
Oh, God.
Yeah, no, that would have sucked, yeah.
Like, that would have been terrible, you know?
That actually could easily have happened.
Well, of course,
Florida, for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's Florida. It literally can rain every day in Florida. Like, it's insane. But, yeah, dude, this is something I wanted to bring up a couple of weeks ago. I guess when you and Jack were at a golf event, like I think Jack posted something on Instagram or Twitter, and it was him swinging the club, and you were standing there with a cigar in your mouth. Swear to God, man, if I'm lying, I'm down. I seen that picture of you with a cigar in your mouth, and I thought it was Jordan, dude. I thought it was a goat. I was like, Jack's golfing with the goat?
Oh, yeah.
It wasn't the same. We weren't in the same shot. It was like 2 different.
Yeah, it was different shots. It was different shots. But
I don't even remember.
We were at Ramblewood.
Oh, Ramblewood.
Yeah.
I swear to God, I thought you were Jordan when I seen
I get that. I get that sometimes, especially from little kids. They don't know no better. It's like, Michael.
I like when the little kids ask how much you made in the NFL. That's always a good
Do
question.
they ask that?
I remember one year at Eagles training camp, they just came over and said, "Are you a millionaire?"
Yep.
Kids don't know no dadgum better, man. They ain't got no tax, man. I'm telling you what, you got to raise them better. But I feel Jack's pain though, like no joke. I'm 47. I'll be 48 in September, and I used to be like the young pup on the job, but now like I can't do things that I used to do. And these young guys that I work with, they're showing out and outdoing me. But you know what? I just kick back and say, hell with it. I'm 48 years old. Y'all do it. You younger than I am. You 19, 20-year-old. Get on with it, boys. Let's go. So I kind of feel he's paying like the want to is there. But if you can't do it, you can't do it. That's just,
So I'm trying to tell people.
Yeah,
Real athletes know.
But here's the thing, Justin, is like, I get it. But if part of this bit is like, wow, look at how decrepit Joe DeCamara is, he's just going to get hurt. And our guy gets hurt and pulls out of
it's an arm.
The one thing he can do.
Well, I can golf.
Wow.
I will say, poor Joe, man. Last I saw of him, Joe looked like he swallowed the basketball.
Oh, yeah.
Man.
Yeah, he's with child.
Don't let that picture out,
man.
Yeah, he needs to walk a little bit more with a little bit more gumption about him. But anyway, the number 0, I never liked it on an athlete. Like Robert Parrish, didn't he wear 00?
He did.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I don't like it as a number. I don't think it's cool. But yeah, I guess that's a younger generation thing. I don't know. But yeah, I feel Jack's pain, man. I mean, Jack wants to do it. If he could, heuld go out there and just beat him like a Cherokee drum.
Yes, that's what I'm trying to tell people.
You know a different Jack than I do.
No, man, I'm telling you, I got my boys back. I'm telling you, if there's something else he can do, he'll do it. He ain't going to let us down, man. We've pumped him up too much, and at least he's owning it. I don't want to see him go out there and blow his arm out. And I mean, he's looking at for WIP too. This could be like a workers' comp situation if he did. You know what I'm saying?
No. And I'm thinking about Walker.
Believe me, we ain't putting him out there unless he signs a waiver.
Oh yeah, and workers' comp.
Forget about that.
Now you're not a PD anymore.
We asked him to throw 10 pitches to Joe
not 10
DeCamara.
pitches. It's 10 at bats, which could be like 50-some pitches, which is a 0% chance my arm's holding up for that. Yeah.
Anyway, I'm going to get off here, boys. I love you to death, but I've got my boy Jack's back. I'll holler at you later. See you.
All right, Justin. Love you, buddy.
All I'm saying now is I'm starting to have some doubts that Jack's going to win this.
That's fine. Okay. I've earned that, I guess. Like, I don't know what to tell you. I'm not happy about it. Do I seem happy about it? Do I seem like I'm running from the competition? I'm not. I cannot throw anymore.
Yeah.
You know how much that hurts me to say? Again, I was going to get to the story. Ike in St. Louis working out for the Rams. Scott Linehan. He knew that he didn't have it anymore. Does that mean he doesn't have heart? No, he's got a ton of heart. You see that guy in there? I got heart
I went
too.
out on my sword. No, I was out there. I actually did the workout.
Yep.
Okay. Well, hold on. What happened after?
Real man would have tore his
I
bicep.
didn't get a phone call.
Yeah.
I know that much.
You know,
what?
Brandon Graham went out there, played in the Super Bowl with essentially a torn tricep muscle because he knew this was his big final athletic hurrah, which is what this is for you.
It's not.
Well, it is. Yeah, it's not like a bigger matchup than this.
Yeah, I mean, this is as good as it gets for you.
Yeah,
for
it's
now.
getting, you're getting older, brother.
That's it. Then whatever. Then
You're
I'm
getting
fine.
older, brother.
Andrew and Redding, you're on WIP.
Hey, Ike, Spike, and Jack, thanks for having me on.
Yes, sir.
What's up,
so
Andrew?
As a former Episcopal guy, Spike, as I am, I'm impressed you went to Disney. And I have to say I'm a little troubled the fact that I thought I liked Disney, but now that I find Mad Mike likes Disney, it's a little disturbing. I have to agree with Justin.
Yep. You have to wonder what's going on in his head that might also be going on in your head.
Yeah. So, I only go to Epcot, and my kids are now in their 20s, but we used to go when they were little. So, yeah, Magic Kingdom, that's soft. But real men can go to Epcot, do the drinking around the world, and my wife and I like to almost do like the desserts around the world. Have you ever had a Dole Whip? They're phenomenal.
Yeah, we had Dole Whip. We had the what's the bread you get in the Norway one? The bread with the
I forgot, but it's really freaking good.
Yeah.
Yeah. My wife and I know all the desserts. But if you want to go to a ride, somebody said it earlier, you have to get up out of bed at like 7:30, and you got about 30 minutes to get into a ride, and then you're screwed. And the other thing is, my wife did that Mission Space thing with our son when he was a teenager, and she has never been afraid of any roller coaster, and she said she thought she was going to die.
The orange one. She did the scary orange one?
Yeah, that's before they had the wimpy one. Before, like 20 years ago, all they had was the orange one. And I think a lot of people thought they were going to die, so they put in the whippier one. Supposedly, you literally, I don't exaggerate. I don't know if you have to sign a waiver, but literally there's all kinds of lawyer stuff, about like we're not responsible if you die or something in here. So I don't think they're playing around.
No. The warnings, thank you for the call, Andrew. The warnings on the orange Mission Earth thing were pretty serious. So we didn't do it. Jack, shut up. You're a coward.
Just whenever you lose your voice, it sounds like you're crying.
I'm not crying.
Yeah, it really is a weird thing.
I'm not crying.
You can hear
I'm sitting here looking at you.
Just like dying into the microphone.
Yeah.
Like talking about Disney, your favorite place.
Yeah, you know me. Dominic in Westchester, you're on WIP. What's up, Dom?
Hey guys, how you doing? First of all, OG Wade and ESG need a room with all their love for Jalen Hurts.
Oh, I know. It's not good enough that he's good. It's not good enough that he won the Super Bowl. If you happen to say anybody's better than him, you should be sent out of the city. God forbid somebody think Joe Burrow is better than him. Like, God forbid.
It's a little too much.
Yeah.
But I'm calling today to collect my flowers because I remember the last time I called you guys, I reiterated my stance about the Phillies dead. And John over there has the audacity to text me and insult me saying that I'm only an Eagles fan and that I should stop talking baseball.
Yep.
But now they are 17-19 against teams not named the Nats, the Rockies, the Marlins, and the A's, right? So it's crazy because I also had that 5-step plan, and now it's all starting to come together. Part one, Taiwan is never going to start again. He's going to be out of the bullpen. And the reason why they're keeping Mick Gable up here is to trade to get a big outfielder. And I still don't have any faith in this team because of the trade deadline acquisitions, like I said, over the years. And I feel like we might just trade Mick Gable and get a guy that stays here for a year or just a bag of baseballs. I just don't trust him. But J.P. Crawford's going to be up here soon. This outfield is atrocious. Roas is literally a AAA player at best. We might as well call him Garrett Stubbs. I mean, it's kind of like the same thing. Every time he goes up there, it's just an out.
You don't sound like just an Eagles guy to me. You sound like a Phillies guy. You sound like Bizarro Jack, actually. Yeah.
He's actually a hockey guy first.
Oh, is he?
And now the opinions make even more sense.
No, I'm a hockey guy, and trust me, I'm going to the Game 3 in Miami. It's going to be a great time.
Like the NHL Finals? Oh,
Yeah,
wow.
Stanley Cup. Yeah,
Wow.
It'll be a good time.
Was it Edmonton, Florida? Is that who it is?
Yeah, I got futures on both sides for both of them.
Ah, there you go.
It's gonna be it's a free vacation essentially.
There you go. All right, Dominic.
Yeah.
Well,
Well.
oh, go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
Well, I don't have anything else to say. I was going to say goodbye to you unless you have something good.
You have a good one. All right.
All right. Thanks, Dom.
All right.
Did you notice Dominic called Jack John? He said John over there.
Yeah.
Ah, did he mean to do that though?
No,
of
he
course.
did.
Yeah, of course. Of course.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, if you're gonna ask for increase of that, which I feel like you're trying to do, are you hoping to try to get more callers to do that?
No.
Okay.
No.
I'm saying I have a card to pull.
What, Brett?
Yeah, if you call you Brett.
Oh, Brett. But everybody knows. See, your fake name
is not a fake name.
Is way more fraudulent. I'm sorry. What's on your birth certificate?
It's John.
Okay.
But I've gone by Jack my entire life.
Okay. Well,
I didn't change it.
Okay, but
in high school.
Okay, but you're 31, right?
Yeah.
I've gone by Spike since I was 19. So I've gone by Spike the exact same amount of time as you've gone by Jack.
Erroneous.
It's not erroneous.
Of course it's erroneous.
No, it's not erroneous.
I've been called Jack my entire life. My parents call me Jack. What does your mom call you?
Brett.
Yeah, okay. I win.
Okay. You don't win. The text line is brought to you by Benari Jewelers. Don't settle for ordinary. Choose extraordinary. Choose Benari Jewelers at Exton and Newtown Square. Online at BenariJewelers.com.
Text line, text line, text line.
LOL. The guy who got absolutely cooked by Jolly is looking forward to debating me? Can't wait. BG driving around.
All right. I did not get cooked by Jolly.
So, we want to do a video breakdown of Spike breaking down the argument and laying out where Jolly was wrong.
Yeah, I listened to it again.
Let it go.
No, I listened to it again. I'm fine with people telling me I was wrong about I get told I'm wrong 4 hours a day every day of my life. I'm used to it. People telling me I lost that debate to Jolly is psychotic. He didn't make any good points. If